studios in New York City. Welcome to What Concern Me, your favorite news and current affairs quiz show.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is. Is there a better option?
I hope that Nigeria wins.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop, be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you all right?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy, right?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Welcome to. My name is Manuel Alaba Ferreira, and I'm talking to you here from Chicago on behalf of Rudolph Okonkwo. Have your say. Today we will be talking about the Nigerians' right to citizenship in light of and in view of the impending protest that's been planned across the country. The subject of discussion today would be looking at the topic whether, as ascribed in the 1999 Constitution, whether the Nigerian people have a citizenship. We will be taking a methodological dive into these issues of in Have Your Say today. But first, before I begin, I want to say that Nigeria is bedeviled with several issues since its inception of its purported democracy since 1999. Firstly, the PDP years were hallmarked by rapid corruption and an hypocritical submission to the rule of law. But as time goes by, the APC took over from the PDP, and the defining characteristics of the APC years have been the enthronement of criminal impunity as a tool of governance and a complete erasure of public accountability. Kenya recently had a massive demonstration And the one major lesson learned from the Kenyan experience is that the people of Kenya did not abdicate the most important office in their land, which is the office of the citizen. So the question begs to ask, does Nigeria have the citizenship rights? And some people are already saying that the government will crush all protesters. And is that right enshrined within the Nigerian constitution? We know a lot of things are going wrong with Nigeria and those who lead it, but the people feel that they can rise above and beat the system the way it's designed currently. Even in the Bible, the issue of citizenship was highly highlighted under Apostle Paul, who, even though was a Jew, happens to be a citizen of Rome. And when he was arrested, he called upon the citizenship rights that he has as a citizen of Rome. And based on this, he was privileged to have a trial, and so his detention, and during his detention as a citizen of Rome, was when he wrote most of the New Testament, what we today know as the New Testament. So the issue of citizenship and rights are very vital and should be constitutionally enshrined. But in Nigeria, I'm not sure people actually have this type of right, and we will be discussing these issues. If you don't have citizenship in your country, you're either a foreigner and you're not entitled to one, or you're subject to the owner of that country's sovereignty. Whoever owns the country, you'll become literally a slave. So that's the key difference between citizenship and non-citizens. First, let me post the link so that we'll have people coming in to join us in this wonderful discussion regarding Nigeria. I want to say also that in Nigeria, there is a constitution. I wonder how many Nigerians have actually seen the Nigerian constitution. How many Nigerians have actually read the Nigerian constitution? And if Nigerians know about their constitution, if most of them have looked at it. I know here in the States, if you go to elementary school or you go to secondary school, high school, a part of the requirement for graduation is that you pass the constitution test. And if you cannot pass the constitution test, you will not graduate, but in elementary and in high school or secondary school. The Nigerian system, does it even teach its children about its constitution? Does it teach the citizens or the people about their constitution? Do they know their own laws? How many Nigerians have actually seen or read the Nigerian constitution? These are issues of interest that we would like to discuss on this panel today. Please join us, but for this topical discussion regarding, do we have rights that are entitled by law as citizens as provided in the Constitution? Before I start welcoming people to the show, the first thing I want to do is I want to share with you the Nigerian Constitution. The Nigerian Constitution. I don't know if many of you have seen it or have had a chance to look at the Nigerian Constitution. It's here. I'll be sharing it on the page before I start sharing videos and looking at what is contained within this Nigerian Constitution and why is it possible for the government to abuse the citizen rights if these things are allowed within the Nigerian constitution. Now, here on the screen is the 1999 constitution, and it's almost, let me see, 100 and close to 120 something pages of the Nigerian constitution as enshrined by law. This constitution was given to us by the military during a quick handover to civilian rule. And since then, the life of Nigerians has not improved. Their rights have been diminished daily over the years. And the question is, do Nigerians themselves, do they know what is written in their constitution? Have they read it? Have they gone through it? Have they looked at it? This is the Nigerian constitution, almost 124 pages, mostly ascribing rules, rights, allegiance, section, subsection. And this piece of material has been a subject of controversy over the years, where some have argued that the Constitution is not duly produced by the people themselves, that it was imposed on them, and that the people do not have certain rights within this same book. I'm going through the Constitution. Of course, I'm not going to read it or anything. I just wanted to share this on the screen so that those of you who are joining us could look at it and see the Nigerian constitution. And it makes me wonder how many people have actually looked at this constitution. I know a lot of people during discussions often criticize this same constitution, cast it aside, condemn it, but how many Nigerians have actually looked at it and see it for what it is? I'll start bringing people on board for this topical discussion. I want to, let me stop sharing this for now and bring people on board. I have Madzi Ovie out there. Anton is also joining us. Let me bring them in at the stage. Welcome, Ovie, Madzi. Thank you for joining us. Today's topic, we will be looking deep, in depth into, do we even have citizenship rights? That's the key of these of today's discussion. There will be a few videos. I've just earlier highlighted what I considered the Nigerian constitution, where I showed you, and whether we have rights within that constitution or not. Are we truly citizens? We will do a methodological approach on Have Your Say today. We will want to appraise the concept of sovereignty in itself, its dimensions, its categorization. What is sovereignty? What is the historical perspective to sovereignty? What do we understand by sovereignty? Do we have that? Is that enshrined in the Constitution? We want to examine the jurisprudential notion of popular sovereignty in itself. That sounds like a big grammar. Then we want to reflect on the import of this Nigerian constitution, whether it does vest power to the people, whether the people have sovereign power. And then we want to ultimately consider the imperative for an autonomous constitution for the nation. Big grammar. That means, do we need a new constitution? Let me continue to add people. Thank you, Tone and Ovie, for joining us. Let me start by the simplest of the simplest questions before welcome you all, and what you think about the topic. Have you yourself, have you seen the Nigerian constitution? Have you read it? What do you know about? So I have Ovie, I have Tone, I have Eccentricist joining us. Well, welcome, guys. And so let's start with that. Does any of you here, because you want to talk about the constitution, that's a question I asked myself. You want to talk about the constitution? Have you even read the constitution? I mean, that's a fair question. So I'll start with that and welcome. And then welcome you guys. Let me hear from you guys, and I'll take it from there. Ovie, you're...
Good morning from this side. Tone, I like you, but I love your background. Eccentric, right? I didn't hear from you. What's going on?
Hello.
What's good?
Hello, Mazi Ovi.
Yeah, I didn't hear from you.
I don't have your number. I don't have your number.
I did drop it on the private chat last time. Maybe you didn't pick it up. Anyway,
I have some emails, not numbers.
All right, we'll do with that later.
Okay.
Sorry for that. Our amiable was. What's your question again? You said
the question is today we'll be talking about constitution, but first question I think is fair to anybody who wants to comment or talk about this is that have you seen the Nigerian constitution? Have you read it? Do you know it? I mean, you can't be talking about something where I can bet you 99.9% of Nigerians have never even seen that document, and it's totally different for when I compare Nigeria to other countries like America. I know from high school you are forced to pass a constitutional test from elementary school. It's not a joke. You have to pass a constitutional test. You have to pass one when you want to leave high school or secondary school. You have to also pass one when you want to become a citizen if you're a foreigner. So they don't joke about what is the book that bind them together. So I just want to start with that. Have you seen the Nigerian constitution? Have you read it? That's just a simple question before we start digging deep.
It's like a pastor asking me, "Have you read the Bible?" Okay. So I've not read the Bible enough to the quote Bible, but the same thing with the Constitution. I never read the Constitution to that point that I will give you quotes, say this and that. So what I do is pretty much just like the Bible. Anytime we issue come up, they go quote Bible, we'll go read that Bible. So the same thing, that's how I go with the Constitution. Anytime something hit us in the face and it has to do with one chapter, one section of the Constitution, I will pull them up, I will read it, I understand it. So that's that's what I can say about the Constitution. So I never actually carry and read and look in a book from beginning to end. No, but as we go along, we read them along, we interpret them along. That's why I say just like the Bible. That the Bible is saying I never see that Bible from the beginning to the end, but when we have to go read that, or we find ourselves in the Sunday school, or just like the same thing with the Constitution too. Anytime I find where they are discussing the Constitution in the class anyway, I join, but I've never actually say, okay, I want to read the Constitution today from the beginning to the end. No.
Yeah, that's good. If there are, I just want to put it out there, if there are any lawyers out there, it would be nice if they join us also for today. I'm not saying it's only lawyers that would know about Constitution, but let's continue there. So, Tone, what's your view? I know you've read the Bible, but have you read your Constitution? Ovie, before I leave you, hold on, before Tone answer, Ovie, is it because you're there abroad, that's why you never read the Constitution? You think everybody within Nigeria don't read them?
No. I mean, even where I did their Constitution, I never read that into it. But okay, I think the difference here, I don't know. Seriously, one, I don't even know, say, okay, there's something like Constitution. When I did school, because I know they don't teach us in primary school, secondary school, and all that kind of shit. I don't know if they do now, but the idea was, okay, today let's talk about Constitution. At every stage of my schooling in Nigeria, I never meet them once. And I think they ask questions. Today, do they have it as a class, as a course, as a department? No. So, no. No, because they are there abroad. No. It never crossed my mind one day, maybe I go to this. But as I said, anytime when something come up, like everybody's talking about it, thank God we all have access to the internet. I will just put them online, I will interpret it, I understand it. Other than that, no, I nobody really.
Welcome, Bo. Let me welcome Righteous Man also before I go to Tone. Welcome, Righteous Man. So today's topic is not really about constitution, it's about citizenship. Do we have it as Nigerians? You know, in light of the planned protest that is coming up, does the Constitution guarantees us any rights? You know, so there's no way you want to talk about citizenship that you won't talk about Constitution and you won't talk about the people and sovereignty. So these are all the key terms of today's topic. Welcome, Righteous Man. Let me go to Tone. So Tone, my question, have you read? I know Tone don't read Bible, but whether Tone don't read Constitution, as a former soldier, that one I know. Even in the military, do they give you guys the Constitution to read? Do they train you? Did they?
At all.
Are you serious?
At all. Except the okay. I'll take it from this angle. You know, in Nigeria, like Ovie rightly said, when we're in secondary school, let's just say secondary school, the best we did to know was we had civic studies. I don't know whether anybody is old enough to remember civic studies and government. And that was the closest we used to view the Constitution as some very complicated and very revered book that is only lawyers can interpret. So,
hey, breaking news. Breaking news.
Go
the
ahead.
President of the United States of America has officially stepped down from the 2024 election.
Yeah, they've been sending us emails regarding
no, it's that. Official. It's official now.
Yeah, they've been sending us emails. Who do people want? I've been getting a lot of text messages on my phone.
Yeah, boss.
I don't tell you that the man no go reach Venezuela like 2 years ago.
Yeah, the pressure on him was not too much. He needs
too much.
Yeah.
We go talk about that one. You know, say
we will talk about that small now because I'm just interested in the lessee to learn from that, right?
Oh yeah.
I know Ovie is one person that usually.
AY. We will talk about it. It's going to be on our major list. I promise you. Because the lesson is important. The lesson is that when you are running, what is at stake? Is that thing at stake more important than you or your ambition?
Personality.
God bless you.
That's the lesson. But we will talk about it. Let's stay on track. This will be interesting. So Tone was saying, Tone has been in the military. I know, I just told you guys here in the US, primary school, secondary school, you must pass constitution test. Nigeria, do they teach it in schools? Do they teach? That's not the question, but let's start with, have you read the Nigeria? Do you have family?
I haven't read it, but the closest I had in studying the constitution was when we had the NSAS thing, and you know, we had a lot of charge and bill lawyers pretending to be very important, and I said, okay, let me look up this thing and see, is it really, does our constitution really cater for that stuff? And I saw that, I remember it's section 40, which when you started, I said, oh, interesting thing that Alaba is touching. So I quickly Googled, and it was section 40. But however, there's an interesting caveat underneath. It says every person. It did not say Nigerian citizen, because this is critical. If you start looking at under legal microscope, it just says every person.
Let's not start breaking it down yet, Tone. Let's just take that primary question. Have you read it? Does it exist? Because it's an in-depth discussion. But first, I want to welcome beautiful Omoye Corner. In fact, the mere fact that she pop-ups now, my blood is just boiling. I'm just full of happiness. Let me smile well.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us.
So before you go to the next slide, make a Tone. This thing, somebody write on the comment section, but you don't mention your name. But let me put it to you as a question, right? And to all of us, right? Say no constitution in the military, but Bible. It can't make me.
We'll deal with all that. Ovie, let's take it step by step. Like I said,
let me say this. It make me think. Don't make mention of civic teaching. Is it that they replace our constitutional teaching in school with religious knowledge?
We will talk about all that, Ovie. I don't want us to jump the gun. Let's take it one by one. Like I said, today's topic is about, as Nigerians, do we have citizenship? Do you understand? If you want to talk about citizenship, You have to talk about constitution. You have to talk about popular sovereignty. You have all these things connect. So we're putting it in light of all these things. So, but we want to take it step by step. In fact, the way I've arranged it, I'm going to do my teaching thing. I'm going to go into the historical perspective of what sovereignty in itself means. You understand? To how we got where we are. So the first thing I think we should go around and ask each of us, how many of us have even looked at this book?
You didn't ask me why I was smiling right now.
Why are you smiling?
Look at Righteous Man, he's showing us his muzzle today. He's born hungry.
Let's stay focused, Tone. So you've been in the army, you've been in the military.
And the great.
Welcome, Righteous Man. Thank you, guys. So let's take so that we'll be on time and we can get to all other very important issues we want to discuss. So 2 minutes for each person and your relationship with the Constitution. Tone, tell us. You've been in the army, you've carried gun for this country. What's your connection with that book?
You're not taught the law or anything and all that. The only thing you understood was, when I was in the NDA, it was all military. They are only teaching you how to be an officer, go to war, defend the country, die if you have to die for the country. And that was it. I know there is the Nigerian army, I don't know about Air Force, Navy, but I think it's the same. They have a legal department which is not very robust, because when you are being yes, good. You know, there is a martial law.
2 minutes, time almost up. 2 minutes. So even though you served and you put your life for this country, nobody connected you with the same book they are telling you to put your life for. That's eccentric. Let's go to you. 2 minutes. Connection with this so-called book, because the Constitution. I can't hear you.
You're muted. Okay. You're muted again. Okay.
Okay. So I have not read the Constitution in detail, right? And the section that deals with the rights for assembly is on section 40. And the problem I have with section 40 is it's kind of ambiguous.
No
right?
details now. Remember, I've got this layered. I'm gonna dig all you guys out. I've got this layered level of questioning. I just want us to be. Let's take it one at a time. View connection. You've read it, okay? At least there's only out of you've read it. That's good. Let's move on. Righteous Man.
I've read it, but not all of it. Yes,
not wholly, but at least you are okay. Connection with the Constitution that says that you are a citizen or whatever it tells you. Go ahead.
Right? Yeah. Good evening.
Well,
I'll come back to you essentially to talk more, please. I'll come back.
Okay.
Welcome, Righteous Man.
Yeah, good evening from here. Happy Sunday to all of you. The Constitution, I think most Nigerians have not read it. I read it a little when I was picked up by SSS during Abacha regime, when I was part of those who were protesting against the cancellation of June 12.
Okay.
So when I came out of that Palakuta Republic, I had the liberty to just look at the first chapter of it, and then I closed it. That was it.
That was it. Very good. Okay, AY.
Good afternoon, everyone from here. So as regards Nigerian Constitution, well, I'm not a lawyer. Secondly, I'm not anything related to the legal.
Yeah, go ahead, AY.
People working in the legal system, but I know basic stuff around the Constitution. I know definitely Nigeria have right for a peaceful protest, peaceful assembly, peaceful.
We will talk more about that.
Peaceful. What is it called? Member of
assembly,
organization, stuff like that. So those are the.
At least you've read it. That's good.
Yeah.
My beautiful Omoye Corner, that woman, a fighting woman, no, just always there. I respect you. So thanks for joining us today. The topic is really extensive, but we're just scratching the surface right now. connection with that book that I call it the book that has enslaved us, but you know me and my bias. Go ahead. What's your
greetings to everyone. Greetings to everyone. Happy Sunday. So yeah, the right to peacefully protest under Section 40 of the Constitution as of the Constitution 1999. I think it's not the amended copy, but according to the 1999 Constitution, Section 40, you have the right to peacefully protest. And I do agree, it's just one word, one sentence. That's it. That's all it says. So yeah, I think everybody should know that, and the government should recognize and respect it.
Okay.
Since we're not saying too much for now, I'm just going to use. I
I
hear protest. I just see protest. Because now that's been my clarion call from forever. So I show up because I see protest. Thank you for hosting.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Wait, trust me, we'll get there. Okay, good. So I just showed you earlier. I don't know if I should show it again. What that Nigerian constitution is. It's on 124 pages. Let me see if I can just glance through it, so you all could see. Share screen and share screen. Microsoft document. Okay. So that's the constitution, people. Look at it. Now let me see. It has part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, chapter 6, and it goes on. I'm not going to be reading it. Let me see what the first words in it are, because that's always reflective. I know in the US they say, we the people. So let's see what starts the Nigerian constitution. I know it was amended because it doesn't have popular sovereignty in it when it was first released. And then they put popular sovereignty, I think, somewhere in chapter 2. But first, after we look at this concept, let's see what are the few words that starts it, and just we'll take it to the next level, where I want to talk about how insaner communities, what they do. It says, we, the people of the Federal Republic, are finally and solemnly resolved to live in unity, harmony, indivisible, blah blah blah, under God, dedicated from inter-African solidarity, world peace. World peace is even more important than our civil rights, international cooperation and understanding. Do hereby make and enact and give to ourselves the following constitution. Even the constitution right there in itself, that's a lie. It says we the people. I don't know when the people came together to do to do that, or is there anybody here who knows when the people did that? But first, I don't want to talk too much, but I want to go into the history of what makes a country, a constitution, and all those things. The key word is sovereignty. But before I do that, I want to share with you a United States lesson plan for 13 years old. I mean, 13 years ago, maybe high school, middle school, about their constitution. I just want to show you guys that lesson plan so you can see why we are all grown-ups. Our country is 64. Barely had any one of us had contact with the book that they always claim we have to obey. But check I know I'm not apples and oranges. We're not trying to do that here, but let's look at a basic lesson plan. What has to be taught in a classroom for 13 years old here in the United States regarding their constitution. I will share that with you right now, and then I'll go through it with you. A slide. Hold on. This man's still having. Okay. I want to share that with you. Share the screen. So this is what they have for 13 years old in this country. It starts with, this is connecting them with their constitution. First, it has summary, rationale, guiding questions, and then the materials for the book. But if you look at the key aspect of this lessons plan, where they are teaching a 13-year-old about their constitution. They highlighted key vocabularies: Articles of Confederation, the word federal, the word ratification, the word sovereignty, the word great compromise, and the word republic, and the word 3/5 compromise. So the lesson plan further goes on, divided into time, and these are the aspects that it outlined for the student in order to teach them. It basically focused on 6 big ideas in their country and how to handle those big ideas, and it has questions. So in those big ideas, they're teaching, remember, they're teaching a 13-year-old about rules. Firstly, it covers their history, it covers what is civic, it covers US government, and it covers topics to be included. So basically, it looks to me like these people are preparing their children for the future, for what they have to deal with among themselves. You understand? And then they outline the 6 major ideas that their constitution encompasses. I wanted to read those 6 ideas, but I'm not seeing it here because it's very important. So, but bottom line, these are people who are serious about running a country. So here are the big 6 ideas. One is limited government. So they make sure they teach their children what limited government means. They make sure they teach the children what republicanism means. They make sure they teach the children what check and balances mean. We're talking children. This is a lesson plan for 13-year-olds. They talk about federalism, 6 big ideas. Then they talk about separation of powers. And then they talk about popular sovereignty. So let me get out of that slide. I just want to ask you guys, I know it might be a redundant question. Do you guys think this has an impact on their society, just merely teaching children these things? And how does that play in our own society? That's my, just basic comparison. Ovie, 2 minutes. I can't hear you.
As you did talk, trying to draw comparison between America and all that kind of stuff. What was going through my mind? I just asked myself. I think why you are struggling to put it in a way for us to get it immediately is because that's the real question is, are we free?
That's right.
I think that's the question. Because free people don't ask if you are a citizen. No. Free people, you are whatever you want to be. That's why the country you are using as an example, right? You can be whatever you want to be. That's another slogan that we are not emphasizing about America. And it's a fact, you can be whatever you want to be. So can we say that of we Nigerians? So to say if we are citizen of what?
So people who call the place a zoo are right? I don't want to be talking over you.
No, we are still subjects.
We are subjects.
We are still subjects. So that's why you are because you are literally questioning yourself. I mean, how can you be asking yourself if you are a man, or if you are alive? That's exactly what you are doing. Asking yourself, am I alive? You're asking yourself, you are not asking if I'm American, because that would be the obvious question, right? But as a Nigerian, you're asking yourself if you're a citizen. That is because you are not free. And you are scared to ask that question. So it goes back to where you said the Americans, what they are teaching their kids. If they are free, when they fought for their freedom, they got it. They said, okay, this is how we want to go, right? We don't have, we are not there yet. people who came to colonize us told us and direct us up to today how to go, where to go. So everything that we learned, everything I learned was based on their philosophy. So the fact that we are questioning ourselves says everything. Because if you go back to 1400, when our great-grandparents there, that is not their question. They are thinking, how do I change my environment? How do I explore? So we are not even there yet. We are not even thinking.
Thank you,
how do I
Ovie.
make my environment better? So
thank you, Ovie.
Are we free?
Yeah, thank you, Ovie. Let's go to Tone. So that's orange and apple comparison I just made. People teaching 13-year-old, and we are almost 60. Nobody. Okay, just your comment, Tone. Let me be quiet.
Mute myself. Okay. It just shows a society that is transparent, that wants its people to know their rights and to know what they should do and what they shouldn't do. Like almost across Africa, not just Nigeria, they don't want the ordinary citizen to know their rights. It's just as simple as that. And that is why, I mean, it's no big deal. Imagine if half of Nigerians know what their rights should be, and all these things we are taught in secondary school, it will make a whole difference.
So Africa is that continent still in darkness.
Yes.
Thank you, Tone. Righteous man, what do you think? Those people teaching their children and we are where we are.
Yeah, because there is a statehood, there is a nationhood. Unlike Nigeria, we are yet to attend to nationhood. So apple and orange are not the same. Just it's as simple as ABC. Until we attend to that nationhood, every necessary thing that is being seen in other countries can't happen here.
Okay. AY, what do you think?
What was actually the direct question?
The question is that we're just looking at another country teaching 13-year. I just showed the lesson plan of what they are teaching 13-year-old. Imagine, and what we have.
So I'm gonna handle it in two ways. The first one is, I think because first of all, we have a country without laws, where laws are not obeyed. I think some of these people, they think like, why waste our time teaching these people what is not gonna work for them anyway. That's the first part. The second part, try to deny the ordinary citizen, their rights, because it's more like you educate somebody, you give them power, so they don't want you to have that power. And on the issue of the laws are not working, really in Nigeria specifically, like the law work for the rich, for the elites. So that is one thing that needs to change. Along with, we discuss like stuff like politics. We want the political system to work for everybody. INEC should do the right thing. It's issue of the law. The law needs to protect everyone. So if you have to sue the president, you can take the president to court. You know you are within the law, right? Boundary of the law. So those are the kind of things we don't have, but it is an important tool everybody needs to have. People know their right. People can, you can be sued, and you can also sue. I think that would make everybody to behave, both the leaders and the common.
Okay, that would lead me to my next question, but let Omoye and Eccentricate deal with that issue where they are teaching 13 years. I find it interesting. I've never looked at it that deeply until I looked at that lesson plan. I know as a teacher that, you have to pass constitutional tests in primary school, you have to pass it in secondary school here, but since I don't teach constitution, I'll never look, but I looked at I'm like, wait a minute, the 13-year-old, they're teaching a 13-year-old like a lawyer, what do you see to that? Well, that shows we're still in darkness. Omoye, what's your comment to that?
Yeah, we haven't attained citizenship in Nigeria because I don't know about you. I wasn't taught civic in school while I was going to school in Nigeria. I didn't understand what it meant to, have Nigeria in mind. You know what I mean? Like the tenets of whatever structure we have in Nigeria, nothing like that. So we don't have citizens in Nigeria. We really don't. We just have people who love their tribes and they recognize that and they weaponize. It's supposed to be a powerhouse for us coming from diverse tribes, but instead they weaponize it because they know that the people do not have the unity of the nation as a whole. And I think it was intentionally structured that way, if you ask me. By the colonialists that came, it was intentionally done because Nigeria is a business enterprise for them. It's a company, right? It's not meant for the people who live in that, contraption called Nigeria, right? It was meant to enrich them. So, I mean, we have cash crops that we can't touch as citizens, that are grown for this colonialist. You know what I mean? So it wasn't never meant to be a nation. It was more of a business, a corporation that would just be making money for them. The government only, when they say that we in the Constitution, now that I think about it, the we is the corporation they're referring to. It's the small group of people and the colonialists that they're referring to. It does not involve you and I. So of course you're not going to create citizens like that because everybody's struggling and trying to fend for themselves. I mean, you're your own government in Nigeria. You provide your own water, your own electricity, your own everything. Literally, you're functioning. Every family functions as a government in Nigeria. So that's what I have to say there. So it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise that we don't have the citizenship spirit. We don't. We're only just trying to do that now. That's why it's making it look so difficult because everybody doesn't seem to want to agree. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Omoye. But I like the fact that you connected it to that colonial issue. In my next little talk, I want people say I'm talking too much. I'm trying to reduce that. My next little talk, I want to connect that issue of what law, sovereignty, and whatever what you just said. I want to connect it. That's my next bit. Eccentric, your submission on that, the mere fact that they are teaching 13 years old and we are at the zoo where everything goes.
Well, see, the thing is, Nigerian constitution reads like a plagiarized American constitution, right? I think they copied the American constitution and try to create something out of that. That's how they created the Constitution of Nigeria. And I think their main focus was on organizing the government. Like, if you look at the Constitution, most of the sections deals with like organization of the government, structures and everything. They didn't really focus on the things that affect citizens, right? Because Nigeria is pretty unique. It's not like America, right? It's not like a colonial country, a colonial settlement that formed the country, right? It's very different. Well, if you want to construct the Constitution for Nigeria, it has to be totally different. And the idea that we are a country under God, it's pretty bizarre, right? It's pretty bizarre. Yeah. I mean, what do you mean by God? We don't believe in God. God is a European man construct. That tells you where they got the idea from. That's like a dead giveaway. It's like, hey, dude, you're copying from someone's exam. You know what I mean?
That's true.
So the Constitution, they need to rewrite the Constitution, right? It's like it was written like. It's like something that they wanted to come up with something new, you know what I mean? And then they just copied, hey, go ahead, copy the section, add something here and there. It reads like American Constitution. And
copy and paste. Copy and paste.
Yeah, and then they added their own their own stuff in it, right? But it's still copy and paste, right? And so the Constitution, right? Constitutional rights and the rights of the citizens and all that should be taught in social studies. And I know we have social studies in Nigeria, right? In the primary schools and secondary schools.
Oh, eccentric, I want to warn you on our social study. The social study we have is to tell you that Mungo Park discovered the Niger. Meanwhile, the Niger has been there way before Mungo Park father was born. That's the kind of thing in our social study.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, our curriculum is written by people that don't even know the Nigerian history, right? Our history is pretty complicated, right? Yeah, and it's like, I mean, Nigeria starts from like independence, right? When the country was created by the British. Like the lady mentioned, Moye mentioned that it's a business. She's spot on. Because if you look at the United States of America, it feels like a corporation. You know, the reason why the British, bring countries together to create different regions together to create a country is to have a market, a large market base, and also to kind of bring in their own system. It's like a Trojan horse, man. You create a country, like for instance, our system, right? It's easy, to be infiltrated, right? It's easy to be infiltrated. Like if you look at the Constitution, they say something about if you have citizenship in a foreign country, you can be a president in Nigeria. But most of our presidents have dual citizenship. Like this guy, like the current president, he's a citizen of United States of America. I don't believe that he's not a citizen of America. You know what I mean? The document might be hidden, but he's a citizen of America. So it's a Trojan horse, right?
It is. Let me quickly go a little bit into historical perspective, because Omoye did mention about how the colonialists. I'm going to be very brief, and then I will show you guys 2 videos. One video of Obasanjo telling the Obas to stand up, and there will be an explanation to that. And then the second video will be on one professor, I don't know his name, explaining what really went wrong in Nigeria. Let me start first by telling you about the word sovereignty in itself. It's from a Latin word, which means supreme power. In the olden days, in the past, before the advent of democracy, America fought against the Queen. It usually implies that supreme power belongs to the state or to the king or to the queen. We had that a little bit here in Africa, where you say the power of the Oba, the king, they have sovereign power over their subject. Now, during the ecclesiastical period, I don't want to be dramatic, people like the Pope, they are the custodian of sovereignty. People like kings in Africa and queens, they are the custodians of sovereignty. You understand? But in modern democracy, that people have started to argue that, well, the king should not be the one who determines sovereignty, but rather the people. The people should be self-governed. And so if you look at the historical perspective of when England was colonizing the whole world, the sovereignty is always coming from the king or the queen. And when they bought Nigeria as a business, that sovereignty still belonged to the top. So they never actually handed over sovereignty to the Africans. And that's what we have adopted today and what we still do, whereby, and it's destroying our society, creating an apartheid society of those in power and those who are not. Anyway, that's just a brief historical explanation of connecting it to the issue of colonial powers. Now, let me show you this video from when this man, what's his name? Or is it Obasanjo, was giving orders to those Obas and was, yelling them to sit down or stand up, or basically, humiliating the Obas. Let me post it, those videos, you see. And what he was doing there is now trying to say, well, we, the state governors, have more power than you. You are a nobody in the society, hold on. Okay, let me share this video. Okay.
ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o. Ní àkọ́kọ́, Your Excellency, the Governor. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Ẹ̀yin lọ́balọ́ba orí adé mo kí yín kú jókòó. Ẹ ṣé tẹ́ wà ń bí. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ nǹkan kan. Ibi tí gómìnà bá wà tàbí pírẹsidẹ́ǹtì bá wà kò sí ọba náà ó ní láti dìde fún gómìnà tàbí fún pírẹsidẹ́ǹtì. Ẹ dìde. Ẹ jókòó. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nílẹ̀ káàárọ̀ oòjíire nǹkan méjì là ń bọ̀wọ̀ fún among others age ọjọ́ orí àti ipò. Gómìnà ní ipò tójú tí ẹ ní ọba lọ nígbà tó bá ṣe gómìnà tó bá ṣe gómìnà mọ́ even nígbà tí mo ṣe president ń dọ̀bálẹ̀ fọba ṣùgbọ́n tí n bá wọ yàrá bá dọ̀bálẹ̀.
Okay. The reason I showed that video is just to show where sovereignty lies in Nigeria. First of all, what he was speaking in Yoruba, he was saying that that where there's a governor, there's a president, they are more superior than any Oba. So you can know the implication of that. If your governor or president are more superior than the Obas, how much more you, the ordinary citizen? That means you are not even in the book of reckoning. You are just Sansan. So he was making that point. And then there was an error in his presentation there too, that he was saying that in Yoruba land that age and position is what we honor. That is totally not true. You know, Yoruba land was very democratic, but that's a debate for another day. But the point for our own conversation is that when you all see the implication of our situation. So if a madman becomes your governor, he has sovereignty, he has more power than any you citizen. I don't know if anybody has a comment on that, but before I show the next video, OVA.
I think I don't know how to put it. Now, turn by turn thing. If you're talking about the historical perspective, before the Obas became who they were, become the feudal lords of them, who were in power before them? They are titans, right? Who get power pass.
I think it was not the King of England before the Obas. No.
No, that's still the same. That's still the same thing. What I'm saying, agricultural revolution actually changed the dynamics of power to say who controls everything, right? When during the agricultural revolution, it's those that have access to lands, those that control the lands. This time, most of the time, you see the titans. The only way you get power pass, you can acquire the land as much as you want. Then we went from there to the religious leaders, people who believe not them be God, right? That's where the Catholic religions today are pretty much empowered. Then come down to the traditional rulers, those who control it to the point that industrial revolution comes to power. So those who control, when power shift from landowners to industrialists, what happened? Power shift. And that those industrialists are still pretty much in power, and that's the people who people like Obasanjo are representing. Talking about the historical perspective, why would they behave the way they behave? If you go into the history of America, there's a state called Rhode Island, which pretty much is the blueprint of how slavery were treated, educated, and all that. It was from that. If you read the fatherless people by Wale Ogu, it narrated how they actually took a book from Rhode Island to actually say, okay, this is how the whole continent of Africa is going to be governed. And if you want to fast forward during the slavery days, The slave who are in plantation are not allowed to either educate themselves or educate their children. But the masters, few of them educated them and gave them power. The same thing in Nigeria, right? We in the southern Nigeria used to narrow our vision to the south. That they were only allowed to educate the emirs, the feudal lords and leave the almanjiris. But even us, yes, we are allowed all of us to be educated, but they control our education and they select people who run everything. And Obasanjo happened to represent one of those selected few to actually exercise their authority on their behalf. And that's exactly what you are saying. That's why when he said, once I'm the governor, I'll be the president, right? I am above all and all that kind of thing. But he has also forgotten that the man that he's talking to, the power that the Oba Okupa also was given to him by the people, right? But again, it's still master and slave thing.
Master and slave mentality.
Both the Oba and the Obasanjo, they are both slave, but they are trying to exercise power. Who get power pass among them?
Who get power pass?
You understand? So that's it. Beg the question.
Well, before Tone speak, I was thinking. Do you think when we started in 1960, did the power ever reside with the people, or it was just when the military struck that everything came dabaru?
No, to be fair, as I said, since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, the power has left the hands of the people. Yeah, but not just in Nigeria, anywhere in the world.
Everywhere in the world.
Yeah, so the power has led the people now. But of course, from time to time, you see history. The people come together and realize who they actually are. Come together and say, "Come, we are going to do this." And the most successful one so far in the history of humanity is still the Civil War, the Civil War Revolution, right? They say, "This is what we want. This is how it's going to be," and that changed because of history forever. So from time to time, like the Kenyans, decide to say, "Okay, I think we have some side of power. Let's exercise that power," even though we know they no go easy. So from time to time, the people realize, they say, "Come on, I think this society now all of us get down. But if you come together in number, we can assure this minority, because every society is being governed by minority, and now who get money." But now we are now in era of what information. No be saying now power or knowledge now. Information is now with it. That's where the cloud lords now. Those who invested in the cloud, the Amazon, the Facebook, those are the ones running things now. And if you want to see the clicker example, just pay attention when Nigeria government they want to join Nigeria. It almost costs people among we the people. Now just Twitter. How many Nigerians get access to Twitter? But just imagine how the effect it have on us. You understand? In fact, the way we reacted, we not react reach the way we suffer. As we suffer, so we not react the way we react just because they switch off Twitter. You understand? So that's to tell you where the power now is. In other words, the control now, the Obasanjo, their power will see over it. They don't need to come to your village, they shout for you, they sit down there. If you just did Beijing or New York remote, you sit down there.
Well, thank you, Ovie. Tone, what do you think? Power with the people, with the governors. Can the people ever sue a governor? Because I know here, a governor cannot tell me to stand up.
The power had never resided with the people.
Even from 1960?
Yes, I believe so. And why? Because the people didn't know what their rights were. It was only the few, very, very few elites then that knew their left from their right and what the Constitution says and what should be done. The people didn't know, but rather our early, I call them early fathers or our early politicians, people like, I'm referring to Nnamdi Azikiwe, Ahmadu Bello, Obafemi Awolowo. These people used the office to their own selfish gains, even though sometimes they presented it as though they were working for their own, not for Nigeria, because like Omoye did say, there's no nationhood. We don't have sense of nationhood. We've never had it from the beginning. It was all tribal. So so sometimes they presented it as if, oh, I'm doing this for my people, I'm doing it for Yoruba people, I'm doing it for the West and all that, I'm doing it for Eastern region or Eastern or Western region or the North. There has never been this sense and say, listen, we've gotten the independence. now let's think as Nigerians, but rather the elites, organize. They what's the word now? I'm just looking for a word now. It just escaped me. They basically manipulated their knowledge to trick us for their own selfish gains. You know, the common man there did not know what their left or their right was. The only thing is that the northerners, they had Ahmadu Bello, they had the premier, what's his name? You know, that was how it was set. Tafa Balewa. That was how it was set off. Then the Easterners had Zik, and that was just how we set up. The South, the world is known as the South. Then we had Okutiebo. You know, that is a setup that we all, and that is a problem we have. The problem now has grown. In fact, I dare say that tribalism and bigotry started from back then. It was created from back then, and that's why we have the trouble we have today. All the trouble we have today, it's from then. It was created from back then.
Eccentric case. What do you think? Power can a governor has all the power. You can't even sue a governor. Can an Oba? Oh, that's a weird one. Can a traditional ruler take on a governor, for example?
Well, yeah, I don't know. So Nigeria is bounded by constitution, right? So that's the bounded document. So I think that document kind of trumps our traditional government and traditional beliefs, because our traditional rulers are picked based on the on the constitution and everything. It's all shrouded in that document. So I mean, what happened between Obasanjo and the traditional rulers, I think it was just in jest. I don't think it was serious, but it kind of shows a tendency of like of being authoritarian, right? Obasanjo is kind of authoritarian. It kind of shows that, you know what I mean? And I think that's his I mean, that could be actually be studied like thoroughly. Like you can use that. That actually kind of sheds a light about on the relationship between the leadership class and the citizen, the non-citizen leadership class, like the citizenry, right? I think Nigerian system is still like unraveling. We're still kind of figuring out ourselves. And I would say, we are civilized. We are civilized people, right? Our civilization has gone through an evolution and then kind of changed, and now it's adopted to the Western form of evolution. Civilization, right? And there's also like conflict between our previous civilization and the current adaptation that we have right now. The Western civilization. There's a conflict. As you can see, Obasanjo believed that the fact that he was an ex-governor and the president, right, trumps the traditional rulers' powers, right? Which is it's kind of weird, It's kind of weird in a way, because I think the traditional rulers, if you look at Nigerian history, right, they actually have more. They should have more power than what the Western government. Their power should trump the Western systems, right? Of power, right? It's just what you saw there, right? It shows that the colonialist ideas won. You know what I mean? It's showing like the hierarchy between the Western idea and our own system, right? That's basically what happened there. Obasanjo represents the colonialist, with his presidential system, the system giving him more power over our own traditional leaders,
Yeah, thank you, Eccentric. I want to go to Omoye. Omoye, what do you think? You think going forward, do you think if we ever come up with our own constitution, do you think the power of the traditional rulers should be equated to that of the people, or they should have more power? I don't know. I'm just speculating here, just based on that. Like Eccentric said, that was pure colonial display. What Obasanjo said, okay, power belongs to the colonial, and we're just their custodians. You understand? So, but going forward, if we will ever have that futuristic discussion, what should we pick? Well, I mean, how should the people go about it? Equate obviously this garbage got to go, but what happens to our traditional rulers? Should we elevate them more than the people, or the people should still have full sovereignty?
I think that the people will always come first. Always come first, right? For me, futuristically, right? But our traditional leaders have rules that they should be assigned to perform. They should be given rules because they are directly connected to the people. Not the type of roles that they once held, because nobody is going to do that anymore. Like paying all your taxes and giving it to one, traditional ruler. That's not ever going to happen. But they have to have some responsibilities that they share, and they should have a voice. It's more like a voice for the people of their locality or the state which they, are held in high esteem, to be honest. And of course, there has to be checks and balances. I did not appreciate what Obasanjo did. That was very telling. The way he was talking and addressing those traditional rulers. I don't know if there were any grievances prior, but
it's just making the point that we own the power. You guys are nothing. That's what they do to the Nigerian people too. They just
that's breaking the back of the people. When you do that, you're just like you said earlier, you're telling them that it's not you, it is our masters ahead of us that are really in control, talking through us. That what Obasanjo did was very shameful, and there ought to have been an outrage against that Baba. I'm sorry. It's been long overdue. The man has been leading us down the path of destruction for such a freaking long time. And here he goes running to Kenya to go and do what? Anyway, I digress, right? So yes, to your question, they should have roles that they perform, but citizenship should be one. Because the moment you start to put someone above the interest of the citizens, you destroy the very essence of sovereignty for the people. That means they can't push back. That means when you go wrong, all because of culture, and they have to bow down to you. No, there has to be respect granted, but when you cross the line, there should be people who should call you to order. That's what we don't have in Nigeria. People just do whatever. They just go ham on anything and just run with it, and everybody's just looking helpless, And for me, that's why I feel like devolving powers to the state and rendering the federal powerless, and then assigning some of those powers, because when you devolve powers from the federal, right, to the state, you are able to give more responsibilities to people in the local level, like your traditional rulers, your local government chairmen. They now have, or chairwomen, they now have more responsibilities. The reason why it looks horrible right now is because everything is concentrated in the federal, So yeah, I feel like the traditional rulers have a very important role to play, because they are the custodians of the customs and the traditions of those people that we must not throw away. Matter of fact, hopefully they are documenting, because those are things that people need to know about. That is the history we should be studying, not how Mongo Park came and named a street that was already there existing while our forefathers, were around, So for me, I think that they should respect the traditional rulers for being who they are as custodians of the customs, right? And allow the people to have the sovereignty, the power of citizenship to dictate their own affairs as well. Or however way that's going to look like, we can continue to talk about it.
Yeah,
that's my 2 cents there.
Yeah, thank you, Omoye. Mr. James, before I go to you, I want to see if I could beg your indulgence to show the next video. Although a lot has gone under the water since we started the discussion. First of all, connection. I don't know if we are listening in the background, And then this issue we're talking about that we showed an Obasanjo video and all that. But I want to beg your indulgence before you comment. Yeah, because I am. Then you can start and pick it up from there. Let me show you.
Yes, I have no objection.
The retirement trade, primacy or whatever, or competition with somebody who is president. Do you understand president?
From the Latin contra terra, the land that lies ahead of you. A country is a territory. It is not necessarily a nation. A nation is an association of peoples, and I use that word in the plural deliberately because of diversity. A nation is an association of peoples who identify their shared core values. And on the basis of their shared core values, they give themselves a constitution which will now establish institutions that make up the state. What we have in Nigeria and in most African countries is a confusion where we think the nation is the state. The nation is reduced to the state. We have a country quite all right by the fact that we live within a territory, even if that territory is not secure, as we all know. But we don't have a nation. We have institutions that make up the state. We collapse the nation into the state. If you look at our constitution, section 2 of the current constitution, and you don't find this in the 1963 constitution, it ascribes sovereignty not to the people but to the state. That is dangerous. That means the state has the last say on any question. That means the state is more powerful than the citizen. That is a recipe for impunity. Because as we all know, the state is the head of state, or the governor, or whoever represents them. Whatever they say, we all have to comply, whether they're right or wrong. So we don't have a democracy in the true sense of the word.
Oh my God.
And until we have that, until we build a nation, we can't even talk of unfinished greatness. And I have to make a critique of the title of Governor Fayeme's book. It presupposes that there is a project that is unfinished. I am saying we have not even started the project.
Oh my God.
And we need to stop deluding ourselves. What are our shared core values? What are the things that bring us together apart from the super egos? You know,
okay, Mr. James, you heard that man. He put it in the very detailed nutshell. We don't have a country. He just he was very clear. I mean, he couldn't be more detailed. I don't know. You want to take it from there? First, have you read the Constitution? Are you familiar with it? When we talked about how America teaches 13-year-olds about their constitution, you could skip that if you want. And then what that man just said, and I think that was the point Obasanjo was making in that insulting thing he did with those others. So we're moving gradually to the state of sovereignty. Well, right now we don't have one. I believe we don't have one. But, you know, your view.
What Obasanjo did to the elders, is that you are referring to where he asked the elders to stand up and sit down?
And sit down, yes.
I watched it long ago.
Yeah, that's long ago. Yes, I know. Yeah.
Now, let me comment briefly on what the gentleman said. That constitution it was referring to is the 1999 constitution. When it was, I would say, okay, when it came into force, nobody complained. Nobody complained. In the whole country, to the best of my knowledge, nobody complained. They all accepted it. When the implementation started, that is when people started finding faults. That we are not yet a nation, we are not yet this, we are not yet that. As educated men and women, we should have the capability to read between the lines, find the fault early enough, and even stop it from coming into force. Nobody did that. And this is a problem we have all been grappling with nationwide. It is a bit too late to say that the Constitution is not working, or Constitution is working. It is the spirit with which the Constitution is being put into use that matters, not necessarily the contents of the Constitution. If the leaders of the country, that's the ruling class, they see themselves fundamentally as Nigerians, before any other thing, any constitution can work. Be it the parliamentary system or the presidential system of a constitution. That is how I see it. In the case of the Oba...
Hold your thoughts there, Mr. James. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have to bring this point on what you just said. If the ruling class sees themselves as Nigeria, it will work. In South Africa, during apartheid, the minority whites, they saw themselves as South African. Was that their apartheid constitution working?
It worked for them. It worked for them 100%.
It worked for the ruling class. Did it work for the majority blacks? Was there peace in the land, Mr. James?
Look, they alienated the people. Am I right? I mean, they alienated the blacks and the Indians from the political system. They were not even voting.
Okay.
It worked for the black people, for the whites who, formulated the Constitution. That is the apartheid Constitution. And remember, in the Constitution...
Yeah, but did it work for the country, South Africa?
Now, we have to define what a country is from the white man's perspective and from the black man's perspective in South Africa. What is
the reason I'm interjecting your comment is that I believe we are in the same state here in Nigeria now. The Constitution is working for the ruling class. That's an apartheid based on class. It's not working for ordinary Nigerians.
In the case of
South Africa had the same issue way back. So you're arguing if we have an apartheid constitution, it should work if the people care enough. The people of the whites in South Africa, they cared enough. They developed a nuclear bomb. They had the best military. There was no peace in the land.
There's a remarkable difference between the South African apartheid constitution and Nigerian 1997 constitution.
No, we're talking about the 1999 constitution here.
Sorry,
what's the difference?
The difference is, in the case of apartheid constitution, apartheid was an official policy. It's
this current constitution that gives sovereignty. Hold on, Mr. James, hold on. This current constitution that gives sovereignty to the state and not to the people. That's an official policy.
So where were you? Where were you and me? Where were you and me while this constitution was coming into force? In the case
the ruling class knew, and that's why everybody been agitating since 1999 that be changed, but nobody goes near it. Every one of them know because it favors them. Like that man said, it creates impunity. They can get away with it. Why change what you can get away with?
Look, discrimination is not part of the Nigerian constitution. It's not entrenched. It's not entrenched officially in the Nigerian constitution. It is the implementation of the provisions of the constitution that, in the course of implementing it, they now introduce discrimination. But in the case of apartheid constitution, officially, it was, South Africa is unique for one reason. It is the only country in the world where discrimination has been officially recognized, that this is how the country will be governed. Apartheid in Africa.
So you're saying, let me give you two things in there. I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. James. I'm sorry, I apologize. 1,000 apology, but it's important for the sake of our audience to clarify. You're saying, like, for example, the Nigerian Constitution, 1999 Constitution, you're saying that these people did not oppose, started with a lie. It says, we, the people, came together and made that constitution. That was not true. So legally, it shouldn't even make the constitution valid. Then you're saying that as long as it doesn't, because it's not official, but within the constitution, there are discriminatory, like that incident Obasanjo did. That was discriminatory, Mr. James. Here in Illinois, no governor can tell me to stand up.
No, I'm coming to that. That Obasanjo's action, I'm coming to that. The point I want to make is this. Apartheid in Afrikaans language means separate development. Apartheid, separate development. It is official. So as long as that is the constitution recognized by the United Nations and other organizations that care, so by what you call the European powers in particular, that is how they are governing that country. Countries that maintain diplomatic relationship with South Africa, they recognize the apartheid constitution, that it is based on a separation of ethnic groups to, there are different localities. But in the case of the Nigerian constitution, they want you and me to believe that the entire country is one. Apartheid is not entrenched. That is a remarkable difference. And when the constitution came into force in Nigeria, the educated men and women like you and me, what did we do? We kept quiet, not until we started noticing the intentions of the ruling class. It was then we started, singing that we want to go back to the old system. I'm not justifying what is happening in Nigeria, but I'm just trying to make you know that the apartheid people, they were blunt, ho-ha, that apartheid is the official policy. Now let me come to the Obasanjo's action. Now you see the traditional rulers in Nigeria, left to me, that institution should be abolished for two reasons. Number one, for 400 years, they encouraged slavery in the whole of Africa. These were the people who sold people into slavery, their fellow black people into slavery throughout Africa. And one thing that bothers me is this. For 400 years, what did they do with the proceeds of slavery? The white man who imported Africans to work on their plantations and build America, they have something to show that this is what we got from the money we spent on slavery. The money African leaders got from slavery, what did they do?
I have to interject. No,
excuse me. When I finish, you can interject, gentlemen.
Essentially, give him time. Let him land. 1 more minute, Mr. James.
Okay. Then I'm not justifying slavery. Please we should know that. Then secondly, these traditional rulers we are talking about, do you know what is going on behind the scene between them and the federal government? Crude oil allocations, ambassadorial appointments, and what have you. If you want to go to the Nigerian Defense Academy today, the traditional rulers are given slots. Bring 2, 3, or 4 people to go to the academy. So they are as corrupt as the federal government. Take it or leave it. It is
okay, thank you, Mr. James. Thank you very much. Eccentric, you want to interject? There's a point you need to address here.
Yeah. So he mentioned something about the traditional rulers selling people into slavery, and that is not the whole picture, because that kind of creates it's a wrong narrative, right?
It's a false narrative.
So most of the communities that people were taken from, they were invaded, right? These communities were invaded. Some of the kingdoms were invaded. This is a historical fact. Some of these kingdoms were invaded by Europeans, right? After the leaders didn't want to do any deals with them, they invaded those communities and started wars with them, and then captured the people there and sold them into slavery. And sometimes they used the locals from other regions to kidnap people from various communities and sell them, take them to Europe.
Thank you, Eccentric. Thank you. Mr. James, the only problem I have with your submission is this fact that you're saying that even though you think the constitution is wrong since 1999, because the elites never complain, then therefore Bagbos, it is what it is. It doesn't. I think they know. I think they know.
No, I'm not saying so. I'm not saying the 1999 constitution is the best constitution we can operate. No, that's not what I'm saying. The issue is this. all over the country. We lack men. I'm not excluding myself because I'm a Nigerian. We lack men and women of foresight.
I agree, which is why we're doing this show. Oh, first of all, before you go on, the last video we saw of the professor talking about the conjecture of the country. We're not a nation. Thanks to Mayegun, we want to give credit to Mayegun. I got that video from Mayegun, and I want to give credit to him for that. Thank you very much for that. Mr. James, I want to go to Righteous Man and Tone to add to this contribution before I go to the next video. You want 1 minute to conclude? Is that good?
Okay, no, I was just trying to say that this is how we went to Niger to make nuisance of ourselves because we did not use our best brains to handle that Nigerian problem. When things have already happened, that is when people start to theorize, put forward ideas that are even unworkable. Instead of us, irrespective of your party affiliation, your tribe or whatever it is, the Nigerian government should select the best brains in whichever area. Take a man like Bolaji Akiyemi. When he was Minister of Foreign Affairs under Babangida's government, he distinguished himself in the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs at Kufu Abayomi before he was brought as foreign minister. They were not from the same tribe because it was a military government. It was not a civilian dispensation. There was no political party. But now,
okay, Mr. James, simple question for you, and I'll let you go. I got to let Righteous Man and Tone speak. Do you, as it stands right now, 1999 Constitution, do you believe that Nigerians have citizenship, or do you believe we have a popular sovereignty?
We don't have citizenship. I wish to be a citizen of Nigeria, but I am not.
So we don't have citizenship. What about popular sovereignty? Even though it's stated in one line in the Constitution as amended.
No, there's no popular sovereignty. Okay. Sovereignty means as a country, you have the right to determine your destiny. You and me has nothing to do with when it comes to Nigerian destiny. It is the ruling class. So there's no popular sovereignty.
You. I understand your position clearly now. It's not a bad position. You just have a few. Righteous Man, your turn. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ferrari, I want to ask you few questions based on your intro. You know, can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Did you say that United States was the first democratic nation?
No,
maybe I didn't hear you well.
No, you didn't hear me well. I was saying that at the beginning, before sovereignty was exercised by kings and queens, and when they just go take people's land, that was how this empire spread, even way back from the days of the Roman Empire. You understand? Empire, sovereignty is exercised by the emperor, by the king. You understand? But over time, as man starts to grow, a revolution started in the United States that started to question the sovereignty of the king. You understand? Even in Africa, our sovereignty was exercised by our kings and queens. In the religious order, it was exercised by the Pope, the bishop, but over time, as the nature is not, I didn't say it started from the United. In fact, I believe the Oyo Empire, the Yoruba Empire, has its kind of systemic democracy, whereby they have the Oyo Messies, they can remove the king, and you understand? No, I wasn't saying that.
Okay, thank you that you corrected me, maybe in my thoughts. Anyway, if you see, one of the fundamental problems we are having in Africa and Nigeria is that those who are not Africans and those who are not Nigerians wrote our history, and they package it the way it will seem good to them. If our history had been allowed to be taught in schools, I think we will not be making reference to America, because to start with, as an Igbo man, I grew up to hear my father use this popular word, meaning that Igbos have no king. So the implication of that is, right from origin, the Igbos have been a democratic people. That is why they have no kingship. No one, no single individual exercises authority over the entire Igbo race. Now, every community is given autonomy, and we have a kind of parliamentarians in each autonomy, and that is why they say Igbos have no king. So when the Americans would have had a history of us, it's just that African history has been distorted, and then foreigners have helped us to write it. And now we begin to believe what they wrote as being real. So they borrowed most of the things that are happening today from Africa and the Roman Empire. Now back to the issue on ground. You see, 1999 Constitution, I don't want to blame any Nigerian. That's why I'm not subscribing to what Oga James said. And I won't blame any Nigerian because, you know, the military junta was in power, and the June 12th has taken place. The whole nation was boiling, and there was pressure on the military to quit, and General Abacha Pai, and then there was this pressure for Abdul Salam to hand over. He doesn't want to stay beyond. So he quickly called some scholars, you know, a few individuals to put up that paper, you know, called Constitution. So the aim of Nigerians that time, what we were agitating for, what we are going on the street, joining Gani Fayemi to protest, is for the military junta to hand over to civilians. So as long as there was a calendar, or there was a program to hand over to a civilian regime, people were not focused on the issue of constitution. And even I think one Leonard Kansas said it, that even when they pointed out some defections in the constitution, they said they should leave it. Once the military goes out, the civilians will be able to come together and amend it and put it in order. So I don't want to blame any Nigerian for that. That is just what it is. Then, as it is today, Ferrari and everybody in this panel, I want to ask a question, please, and I will use the floor. After the Civil War, because sometimes when I sit down, my children do ask me questions, you know, about Nigeria. It seems as the problem Nigeria had was the Civil War. Now, after the Civil War, why is it that Nigeria is still in dilemma? Why is it that nothing is still working in Nigeria after the Civil War? So I just want any of us here, Ferrari and anybody, please, I need to be educated or enlightened on why Nigeria has not yet worked after the Civil War.
But for a simple answer, for a righteous man, the foundation is wrong, and we've not adjusted the foundation. That's all. You know, there's no need to go deep in that. The foundation is wrong, and that's part of all this discussion. So we can show our people. That's why the issue of constitution and sovereignty is important, because when people realize that you call yourself a Nigerian and you don't have the most important office you need, which is the office of a citizen, then you don't have a country. Let's be honest. So until we start calling things with the right vocabulary, we won't really have a solution. You know, now we want to protest. Some people will tell you constitutional rights, constitutional prevent you. Who do you believe? You have rights to protest, you don't have right to protest. That's simple answer. Foundation is wrong.
Now,
whole thing got to go down. We got to start fresh.
Okay. So if the foundation is wrong, what should we do? That's number one. Number two question. Will I be right to say that Nigeria missed it from the rejection of the Aburi Accord, which would have solidified the Nigerian state and make the center weak and the regions powerful, just like it is in the United States.
Well, I don't know if any other panelists want to contribute, but I just have to say that, you see, the Aburi approach is part of that discussion they have refused for us to have. That we can't solve a problem if there's no collective discussion on our issue. Nigeria, as it currently stands, is preventing a discussion. It's preventing a discussion on sovereignty. It's preventing a discussion on regionalism. It's preventing a discussion on our very own existence. So, and if we don't have those discussions, if we keep sweeping things under the carpet, like we are doing, and going every 4 years to go vote and call it democracy, which is not, which is economic sabotage, we will not get anywhere. That's my own answer. Any other person on the panel can jump in with a righteous man's question, but I just put it simply as
righteous man, what will be the question again? Sorry.
Yeah, he was saying if the Aburi Accord was contributory to the problem we have today.
No, that's not the question. No.
Oh,
no.
I say sorry.
Yeah, no, that's not the question. The question is this. I said, I alluded to what Ferrari said, that the foundation is wrong. That is why after the civil war, Nigeria is not yet working. I said, okay, if the foundation is wrong, will I be right to say that the Aburi Accord would have offered us a better opportunity to build a stronger nation with regional powers and the center becoming weak, just like the United States?
Yeah, that's righteous man. That's it now. It's the other way. I said it the other way around, because if you look at the Aburi Accord critically, even just right now, I understood it, and I think the people that are behind that opposed that Aburi Accord was the Northern Cabal, because they just wanted to leech on the rest of the country. At the time, they weren't that educated as other parts of Nigeria, so they just wanted to be parasites and leech on their part of Nigeria. And to be quite honest, Gowon never understood it until he was called to order and said, "Hey, do you know what you're doing? This is the implication," and that was when he rescinded. So I still believe that war, I mean, what that war, it was only 2.5 years or thereabouts, but it set us back, and we're still suffering from the effect of that war. And the cost of that war has not been, we have not addressed it, and we have not really addressed it, you know. So
I think I agree with Tone. I think if you said it by saying the foundation. So the question is, where can we draw the foundation? Is it from the Aburi Accord? Is it from 1960? Is it so? Where is the foundation, right? Because Aburi Accord is not the foundation. There's been tens, and then what? I think the most important question is that what led to Aburi Accord? Why is there even anything called Aburi Accord in the first place? Right. So I don't think that thing that led to Aburi Accord has been addressed, which is the negotiation that these three regions, whatever the two regions, as you know, then the north and south, the agreement that they have with their organs. What is that agreement? I think until we know what that agreement is, right? Anything at all that we build is still will be hinged on whatever that agreement is. That means they can destroy it at any time they want. So what is that agreement? Why is it that these people are bent on living together first in the first place? That means whatever that they agree, why they agree to live together, I don't think they actually cement that. That's why that tension is still there. Because if you listen to this politician, that's why they are still in power. They still inch along that line. So what is that agreement that we have with the people? Because now people can say all they want that, oh, we always blame the other side as a problem. No, because at this point is just an agreement. That's why they run our economy. But what is that agreement? because this maybe that's what the Nigerian find out. They find out the agreement that their people are having with the French and everywhere. They say no, right? What is that agreement? We the young people, I don't think we know. So we can talk about Abore Accord all we want, but what led to Abore Accord? If we don't actually trace what led to Abore Accord and actually take care of the problem from there, we are still going to be where we are, because the pillar that is holding us strong is very strong, and everybody seems to be, everybody they come bow to just with whatever that agreement is. That's what I'm seeing here. So even if we go right, as if we know we tell our next generation.
I before Tone and Eccentricate speak and Mr. James, I just want to say they know, the ruling class knows. Everybody knows since 1999 that constitution would not work, and they know they need to change it, but nobody wants to change it because the gain they are getting from it. They know, everybody knows. Let's not be fooling ourselves.
No. But we don't know.
And then try to point fingers at the white man. No, our ruling class know.
Yeah.
But if they remove this, they know deregulation is our solution. They know. But if they do that, how would they steal oil money? You see, you have to anyway. Tone and Eccentrics and Mr. James, I won't contribute to righteous man question before I move on. The issue of the riot is what I want to talk about next. Do we have constitutionality to riot? I have 3 things to show you before we start that conversation. A short slide that talks about laws and sovereignty, and then 2 videos of one Nigerian complaining and another one. What was the other one? 2 videos anyway, but contribution before I move on. Tone, your turn.
Okay.
I'll just pass. Let the next person speak. Please.
Okay, Eccentricate, you want to?
Yeah. So on the issue of riot, right? If you read the Constitution,
we've not started on the riot topic. I got 3 things to show you before, but that's going to be the next one. But I don't know if you want to touch on what righteousness was talking about, your foundation wrong, this, that, how moving forward. I just think lack of discussion is what got Nigeria. They don't want it. Some selfish people don't want Nigerians to have discussions about themselves, and that's because they're gaining, and they continue to gaslight, pretend, and will keep going around in circles and never go nowhere.
Yeah. So the foundation is wrong, of course, and it would take a lot to to fix everything going on with Nigeria, right? Because there are issues at different levels, right? There are tribal issues, and of course one of the major problems that we have is the issue of the elite class, right? Who actually kind of, it's like a secret society, right? These guys are the members. They are the elites that controls everything. They control the politics, and it's like I said, it was the system from the United States of America and Europe that they adopted. That system should not have been adopted, in Nigeria, right? The presidential system, right? Where you have political parties. These political parties are like private organizations, right? They select their candidates, and then the citizens have to vote who the candidates are. Like I said, these are like Trojan horses, right? It's easy to infiltrate any country that has that system. That's why countries like China, right? The West is having problem with China because they don't have a system that's easy to be infiltrated. I'm telling you, like if you watch like Chinese news and whatnot, you will see most of the spies that are sent by the West are often cut because their system doesn't allow infiltration. They don't have this presidential system where private organization like Democratic Party, you can't sue Democratic Party, right? If they if you paid attention in the last election where the deprived president, the candidate Bernie Sanders, right, and they got sued on the court, and the court ruled that they are a private organization that they can do whatever they want. Right, and that's the system that we have in Nigeria. Like the PDP and APC, they can select a candidate based on their own internal constitution. We don't have a say on how they select candidates for, to run for president or governorship. Right. Honestly, I think personally, I like a system where the people have power. Right, the system that vests power on the people, right? And the system that we have currently does not do that. And the system was adopted by a country that are actually against those systems that empower the people, like the socialist systems, the communist systems, That's why, they don't like countries like China.
Mr. James, your final thoughts before we move on to the next topic of the protest issue, constitutional right or no constitution. I got one slide, 2 videos to show, and we will take it up from there. Mr. James, your last comment on this topic before we move on.
I would like us to know that the British authorities created Nigeria not in the interest of Nigerians, but in their own interest. That's number one. Then number 2, in the comment section, some people were making reference to Agoye Ronsi decree number 34. He promulgated that decree in the interest of Nigeria because the regional governments were having chronic misunderstandings among themselves. That's why that decree was promulgated. And in fairness to the gentleman, if you look at the administration of Yakubu Gowon, in Bender State, where I grew up, I can list almost 80 major projects. Ovia is my witness. I can list almost 80 major projects executed during the reign of Yakubu Gowon in Midwest State. This was within 8 years. The center was very, very strong, and the development was going on at an astronomical rate in Bender State of those days. Now, those who are asking us to go back to the weak, what's called center and strong center, strong center, weak center and what's called strong sub-regions, there is no guarantee that the regions will behave responsibly, just like what we have now. You have allocations to states. Edo State, Delta State, use your money to develop your place. The governor embezzled everything. What is the guarantee that if we form Republic of Midwest, corruption will not still go on? Will not continue. So
okay, my response to that, Mr. James, is that there are no guarantees in life. But one thing is certain in this life: if one system is not working, it's up to you to turn back and try something new.
We tried the weak center before.
Listen. I'm not finished. Let me finish, Mr.
And we are going back to
I got you, Mr. James. Listen. Even you're right. The strong center is strong, but we have all seen it is subject to abuse, and those who are greedy.
No.
It is. That's why we are in this mess. If it was working, we won't be here discussing. You understand?
During Yakubu Bobolaji Johnson.
It didn't work. You just thought it worked because we were in affluence. That's my own point. What do you think?
Are we not in affluence now? Are we not in affluence? Right now.
Sorry, Ferreira, can I just correct an impression? People are giving off the impression that Nigeria was a unitary state. Nigeria, from independence, Nigeria was not a unitary state, a federal state. Let's just get that right. So let's not just mix things up. In fact, that decree 34, from what Mr. James was talking about, was known as unification decree, because there was so much division. There was just so much division. So he did it with the best intent. But like in Nigeria, even what is happening today and all that, even if you have the best intent, they will find a way of spinning it and inserting some mischievous thing into it. Like this protest now that we're talking now, we can see how some elements of APC are saying is about Obi and not winning election. They don't just get it.
Yeah, that's part of the video. Anyway, I'm going to the next video. We'll leave that. But I know the center was strong, but subject to abuse. So we need, and the mere fact they keep subjecting people not to have this. I just don't understand it. It's because of greed. We have to face the matter. If you let people talk or people do, the solutions will come. Even if it's abuse, you cannot say because of fear of abuse, you don't try something new. That's not a sensible way to move forward. Anyway, let's move on to the next few things. 2 videos. Which one should I do? 2 videos first before I show academic definitions of things. Videos tend to excite people a lot. Let's see first video, which will be This man, no, let's do this woman home first.
Your trusted allies that you built over the years, people are now in power, selling slots. If not, if I am wrong, bring out on what merit did Ali Macaulay become NISTF director, whatever you people put her there. People are not ashamed. Shabina, before I know the APC, una the verse say, I know the APC at the talk. I don't join them. So, announcement, yo. Our party, APC, is giving criminals slots. If you know you're a criminal, come out with your full chest. My father's government is encouraging them. Return better Edu now. Bring better Edu back. What is the essence of chasing better Edu away? Let better Edu and Ali Macaulay, let them come and compete. Who can steal public funds? See, this government is shameless. Or people don't even have an idea of what you're supposed to do. Papa Jagaban, this was not the agreement. The agreement was for you to bring people who can work. People who can revamp this economy. People who can give Nigeria hope. People who can give Nigeria strength. People who can give our youth hope and let them believe and still have faith in their motherland. No, this government is about a cabal of rich people who can buy slots, who get money passed to donate, who get money passed to fund the election. Now them when they compensate. So what is left? Come out with your full chest. Nothing do all of una. If EFCC owe you, DM me. I go come meet you for EFCC. Let EFCC all the criminals. Now, let me shock people. You see this Manny Macaulay? She was the same person who said it on social media that our youths are into drugs. Now, when they take drugs, that is when they come to social media to say all sort of rubbish and nonsense. That's the same person that has been giving NSITF, what did they call it? Slots to go and manage funds. Do you know what NSITF is? Whatever. Do you know what it is? Where different companies must put a specific amount of money. First Lady of Federal Republic of Nigeria, leave agriculture and begin to check the people that are in your husband's cabinet. What? Me, I can't join APC. If they not celebrate me, I go welcome myself to the party. So if you are a criminal, don't be ashamed again. There's no point we going up and down again and preaching hope and unity in this country anymore. There's no point we telling our youth to go and read. Education is important because obviously all the education now, now people will sabi crime pass, people will sabi steal pass, people will get confidence that nothing will happen. Now then the government now. So my fellow youth, please, any crime that you are doing, stop hiding your face. Come out. My father's government is encouraging them.
Okay, that's one. Let me, so this next one is my slides as usual. Let me go straight to page 8. 5, 8, 6. Somebody was arguing earlier about whether we have federal or unitary government. I just had this in my slide. Well, that was Luke Tone. He said one of great writers once contend that in a federal arrangement like Nigeria, that it is neither sovereign itself nor part of a sovereign. Its powers have been delegated to it by individual state government. It is not constituent member of the sovereign government, but merely its subject minister. So the real sovereign is in the united body of states, and they are sovereign in each. So the state did not give the federal power. So the federal. But anyway, on the issue of the riot, the one I wanted to. The next issue of protest is the one I wanted to show that naturally sovereignty should belong to the citizens, but I'm not sure whether we have that in Nigeria. And supreme power over when sovereignty connotes that there's supreme power over the citizen and subjects are restrained by law. So there's a connection between sovereignty and law. What you have to understand when you talk about protest is that there's what we call legal sovereignty and political sovereignty. You understand? If you have legal sovereignty, for example, is what is stated in the law, and if those laws are not just, then political sovereignty can remove legal sovereignty. That's a fact of life in every political society. There's unseen power behind every legal sovereignty. This unseen power is known as political sovereignty, which when it's expressed in many forms, it could be meetings, procession, demonstration, this political sovereignty, it would knock out legal sovereignty, whether the law is just or not. So the issue is Nigeria's constitution, does it allow for protest? And if it doesn't, should we use political sovereignty to remove legal sovereignty? That's just the academic part I wanted to emphasize. If the laws of the legal sovereigns are immoral, this unorganized power of political sovereignty can compel the legal sovereignty to bow down to its knees, to bow down to this can compel the legal sovereign to bow down, though a political sovereignty is usually unseen and is a bigger command, and it's the revolutionary power of alert and conscious people. So history has shown several instances that where political sovereignty have destroyed a lot of legal sovereignty, like in the Tsar of Russia, overthrown by Lenin, and the Chiang Sheikh of China destroyed the leadership of the Mao Zedong, and in South Africa, where apartheid was eventually crushed. Okay, let's go to the next video, guys, and we can start the discussion on, can we protest? Does the Constitution allow it? Should we protest? And whatever angle you guys want to take that, the issue of the upcoming protest. Let's look at this guy's video.
Hello, good evening. This clip is titled Federal Government Obsessed with Obi and the Obedience. 48 hours ago, the presidential spokesperson, Mr. Ananuga, alerted the public that in the event of any breakdown of law and order arising from the planned hunger strike in August, Obi and Obedience should be held purely responsible, because federal government have discovered a plan that Obi and Obedience are the people behind this agitation for protest. Now, this sounds very comical, historical, comical. Why do I say this? Because he who asserts must prove. Government have all it takes to produce concrete, convincing proofs to the effect of their claim. Short of that, they should please respect themselves and keep quiet. Obi is not responsible for the failure, absolute total failure of the APC government under Tinubu. Obi is not responsible for your reckless borrowings that are not explainable. Obi is not responsible for the hunger in the land. Obi is not responsible for reckless statements. Obi is not responsible for the decline in values. Obi is not responsible for the collapse of businesses. Obi is not responsible for all these derailments, economic and political derailments. Indeed, Obi is a victim of all these incapacities, inadequacies of the current regime. It seems as if the APC government are looking for a person or persons to hang in the event the strike succeeds. Let it be noted clearly that Obi is innocent until proven guilty. Obedience are innocent until they are proven guilty. Unless evidences are made public, we will still assume that this is a speculation taking too far, desperation taking too far, and a total confirmation of failure of a government that is looking and chasing imaginary enemies.
Okay, people. I know I talk too much, I beg. This is the part we want to do. These are we constitution. So I've just talked about legal sovereignty, what the law says, and political sovereignty. If legal is not providing you people what they need, the people have political sovereignty to push them out. They have the right to protest. So my question is, does the Nigerian constitution provide for that? Can we protest? Should we protest? I'm giving people a lot of time for this one. So you can go from 5 minutes to 8 minutes. I don't care. I don't know who I should start with. AY just joined. Should I start with AY? Everybody agree? You can go And then the two videos, the lady that was complaining about Tinubu's government, and then the man that was responding to Ononuga's tribals. You see, the government always planting tribal proteins issues onto the people because they want to hold on to power. The Hausa man that was responding to the tribal remark by Ononuga, saying that Obi is not the problem. So you can take all day. You got like 8 minutes, and if anybody needs more time, just let me know. If you do not wish to be interjected, let me know also. If people have interjection, please let us know. This is the big topic. Let's start. AY, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Again, afternoon, everyone from here. So, of course, the Constitution guarantees the right for a peaceful protest. The Mr. Ononuga, whatever he called himself, I think these are part of the people that are actually deceiving the president. Usually, when the president is in that office, there used to be this set of people. I don't know if they are pretty different newspapers for the president to read. I don't know how they are doing it. It happens during the time of Buhari. I think there is something a president needs to really look for a way to reach out to the people, to understand the pain, to understand what is actually going on the streets of Nigeria. The APC leadership calling Peter Obi on this issue, it is very unnecessary. There is no need to gaslight. This is not the time to gaslight the country. We have a problem. They need to face the real issue. They should let Peter Obi be. Peter Obi is not the president at this point. Peter Obi, in my assessment, I don't think he has anything to do with any planned protest. What is happening? There is hunger in the land. I have friends all over the country. I speak to these people. There is problem. The president, what he needs to do, he needs to really recognize this and look for a way to talk to the people. Instead of threatening people, if he set up a broadcast and say, listen, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm doing, this is the investment we have in agriculture, this is what we are doing by next year, we are expecting the country to be food sufficient. We are expecting for the security all over the country to improve. Give hope to the people. Right now, as we speak, to be honest, there are things I can't say here. There is problem in the country. Even the minimum wage the president is bringing now, good, 70,000, yeah, good, but how much is it? With the inflation in the country, what will 70,000 do for you? 70,000 cannot buy a bag of rice or part of the country. So let's just start from there. So there is a problem. This is not a time to gaslight. My fear on the issue of protests, Nigeria should go protest, but here is my fear. I don't want people to use protests to commit crime, to get involved in this intertribal crisis, which I see is already happening. That is Nigeria for you, especially the three major tribes. The Yoruba are telling you now, oh, we're not going to protest. So if the Igbos and the Hausas and the Fulani decide to protest, you said because the president is not from that region. During Buhari, same thing happened. If the Igbo and the Yoruba decide to protest, you said they hate the Northerners. I'm sure if Peter Obi was the president today, maybe the Igbo will say, we are not protesting, it's our son. These kind of issues, we need to let them sleep and really work together to make sure this country is working. It's sad. At this point, I know some people will speak, oh, there is hope. I don't know where that hope is because I don't see the government making any plan. The video of the woman you showed, right? What we need to know, to be honest, the government we have, it is a party government. It is party government.
It's not about who is competent. It's not about who is free from stealing and looting. It is about man knows man. If you want to build a nation again, you don't need all this. They are not going to give you what you want. We were discussing some issue this morning because if you have a problem, you defining that problem is one part of the solution. Looking for how to get to that solution, you are also solving a problem. Looking for the competent hand to get it done. I'm not seeing any of this. Nothing is really going on. So the frustration is much because Kenya, look at what happened in Kenya. To me, if Nigeria want to start, that's going to be a child's play. That's why, you see, I still think about it because when you get to that point where I think we're going, where people will just be dying like fowl, like God forbid, you see people you know, your family member, your friends, they die because they can't pay hospital bill. They die because they don't have food to eat. You don't want the country to get to that point. If you get to that point, people think it's going to be like, oh, maybe I'm going to die anyway, so let us just die on the street. When you push the country to that point, it's not going to be funny. The president needs to calm down and really listen to the people and understand the pain of the people. Talk to the people. Work with the state governors. The state, not only the president, even the state governors. You work with the people. Talk to the people. Look for a way, for a temporary solution while you have a bigger plan to get this issue resolved. The biggest problem in Nigeria today is not how to buy a new car, is how to feed. People cannot feed. Basic needs, just basic, very basic. People cannot afford them. So I just sincerely hope somebody will talk sense in this government and leave all this sentiment and leave Peter Obi alone and let them face and look for solution. Because if they said they were voted into office, they have to get the work done. They have to get it done. There is no two ways. If Peter Obi is there, yeah, something like this is happening, we will go after him. If Atiku is there, we'll go after him. Now you say you are Miloko, you can get the job done. Get it done. Get it done. Get on the street. The governors, you guys promise you got to get it done. Get it done. Work for the people. There is problem. We cannot deny it. Let's leave sentiment and look for a way to face this problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, AY. According to my screen, who's next? Oh my God. Hold on. Ovie, be like say, am I going here? Be like say now Ovie, Abi is Mr. James. How should we go?
Anyway, it's all right.
Go with Mr. James. Go with
Mr. James. Okay, we go Mr. James. Okay, Mr. James, go ahead.
Thank you very much. The man who was talking about Peter Obi, is he not that professor of, is it professor of bone marrow technology or something like that? Am I wrong?
Yeah, he's a medical doctor.
Yes, good. Yeah. Look, we should be very careful. We should be very careful because the utterances of this man has been very, very poisonous to the entire nation. This man has been anti-Igbo from the word go. Now here we find ourselves at a crossroad.
But on this case, since he's not attacking Igbo, he's defending Igbo.
I know. The Igbos are too smart to be taken for the ride. The issue is this. We find ourselves at a crossroad. This man who has been anti-Igbo is now speaking in favor of the Igbos. Now here, we have a situation whereby the Northerners are calling for demonstration against Mr. Tinubu's government. The Yorubas, majority of them, from the look of things, they are not in support of it. The Ohanese group in the East, they've made it categorically clear that their people are not in for it. Is he trying to lure them into this uprising? When Buhari was there, what were they doing as a people to call this man to order? In fairness to Mr. Tinubu, though he's not my man, in fairness to him, inherited a monumental problem, which we knew he would not be able to solve, but insisted on inheriting the problems. When Buhari was misbehaving, obtaining outrageous loans from different parts of the world, what did they do to call him to order? Did they call for a demonstration?
James, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Let me make my point.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your understanding. Now, NSAS was organized during Buhari's time for almost the same reasons as what we are going through now. These very people you are seeing, they lure their boys and girls not to partake in that demonstration. And they never partook. But when they discovered palliatives, the youths who were pretending to be all right, they knew that they were not all right. They invaded the warehouses to steal palliatives. Now, what I'm foreseeing is this. These people, they want to plunge the whole country into a mess for a likely military takeover. This is what I've just foreseen. I might be wrong. And if I'm wrong, please, don't crucify me. But this is what I'm saying. And for the Yorubas to stay away, and the Igbos, another major ethnic group, they are staying away, is weakening their position. This is what is responsible for this man's stand at the moment. This is just how, this is how I can interpret the development. They are luring the Igbos. The Igbos have nothing to lose or gain in Buhari's government. When they were denied the presidency during the 2023 election, what did they do about it? They were all very happy. Now, did the Igbos contract them, or this very man, did the Igbos contract him to do what he's doing?
Mr. James, I have to interrupt here because we Nigeria, I just have to come in. I'm a host. You got 5 more minutes. I'm not taking your time, but I have to just interject.
This is a potential military takeover.
Okay, I have to interject you, Mr. James.
If the country is ungovernable, becomes ungovernable.
Yeah, Mr. James, let me throw this in. Let me throw this thing because at least on this panel, we try to move a little bit away from this strong, deep tribal sentiment we all have. But is there a way for we Nigerians not to just color anything in terms of tribe? That man was an Hausa man. He didn't let me finish, Mr. James. You still have your time. I'm not taking your time away from you.
Okay.
But you have just colored his position completely in a tribal format. You know, you've moved totally away from the discussion. You blamed him that he didn't blame Buhari. Buhari is not in government now. You know, it's a big power that is in government that we are dealing with. And the man is saying they shouldn't blame Obi. And there you are. You still went after him on a tribal basis and a conspiracy theory basis. I'm confused about us, Nigeria. Is there anything we don't color in terms of tribe?
Don't be confused, because when that problem broke out in Niger, the whole of Nigeria, myself and everybody, we were vehemently opposed to the invasion of Niger. It is in their own interest in northern Nigeria. That is why we were vehemently opposed to the invasion of Niger. Nobody accused me of tribalism then, did they? Nobody accused me. That was a start, because look, let me tell you, the issue is that the country is already tribal. So I cannot be holier than the Pope. You get the point I'm making? I cannot be holier than the Pope. This is the country the ruling class has presented to you and me. We were brought up in a tribal society. And for people to take me for a ride for the rest of my life is what I cannot stand. So don't see me as a tribalist. I'm very, very far from being a tribalist. I did not grow up in the midst of my people. I grew up in the midst of the Beninese. You get the point? So look, my friend, look, the country is finished. Let us, admit that fact. We should be thinking of post-Nigerian republics. This is the point I've been making. The Igbos are too smart to be lured into this kind of cheap.
Mr. James, the comment section is angry with you. I'm just letting you know.
Let them be angry. Look, we have gone through hell in this country since the days of Yakubu Gowon. When that man left office, we've never known peace. You get the point? People should not see me as a tribalist. This is not a question of tribalism. If I'm a tribalist, what about they who refuse to join NSAS movement? Was it based on nationalistic feelings or tribal feelings? It's because that man was in power. I'm not Bola Tinubu's man. I've never referred to Bola Tinubu as president. I call him Mr. Tinubu. I'm not his man. I never support his coming. I never support his government. But we don't want a situation whereby these guys will create more problems for us to be grappling with. Enough is enough.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. James. That's a lot. But I would say we should at least try to keep away from this tribal sentiment. That's what the government is doing. We shouldn't play into their game. And who is now next? Is it, am I going the lower level? I'm going on, let's go to the lower level. That's, is it a righteous man?
Yeah. Ferrari, I think you did not understand the angle James was coming from, you know. It's not as if, I think you didn't understand it anyway, but that is what it is. You see, I will not speak much on this issue because I'm at home here, and I wouldn't want to say things that will put me into trouble. But the truth remains that as long as the Southwesterners, their elite class, do not stop biting on Igbos, Nigeria will never have a headway. During the 2023 election, I told you guys what I suffered. They came with machete. It was just divine intervention. My head would have been cut into two, where I went to cast my vote. Because I was not able to speak the language fluently, they started calling me Omoibo. Look at what happened in Festac. Look at number of Igbos that were killed during gubernatorial election in Lagos. Up to today, this Mr. Onunuga that is farming the ember of war now, accusing Obi. What my question is this: why can't the Westerners, their elite class, why can't they leave the Igbos alone? What has Obi gotten to do with protests? If Obi wanted protests, it would have been during that 2023 general election. But he said he doesn't want Nigerians to die because these people are ready to do anything. He allowed it to be. He preferred going to court, even when he lost. When the court said he didn't win, he still did not make any statement to indict or to cause problem in Nigeria. So why is Ononuga picking on him because he's an Igbo man? Why can't they pick on the Northerners that are organizing this protest? Why are they always after the Igbos? Why? We do business in Lagos, multiple taxation. You build house in Lagos, they bring it down, they call you Omoibo. I don't understand. It's not all the Yorubas. I mean their elite class, their political class. They are looking for a way to drag Igbos into what they are not interested in. And that should stop. If they want to go and protest, the Constitution guarantees the right of Nigerians to go and protest. Whoever that want to go and protest, should do, but don't drag any tribe, any region into it. It's not by force.
Righteous man, which section in the Constitution?
I think I've not read it, but I had some people highlighting on it. I think is it section 34? What I don't know, but I had 48. Is it 48 or thereabout? That you have the right to protest. You know, that's what I had. But you must get a clearance from the police. You know that during Obasanjo regime, Buhari was tear gas. And I think it was Falana that went to court with Ahamba on behalf of Buhari, if my memory is serving me right, and got Supreme Court judgment that Nigerians do not need police clearance to go on a protest that is peaceful. The only thing is that once a protest is announced, the Nigerian police should follow them to maintain peace and order. Okay? So, Ononuga is the one causing this problem. Mr. James, I understood what you were saying, but the fact is that that man, even if he was against the Igbos before, I know he's trying to tell the government to come clear. Let government, if they are accusing Obi, they should show us evidence. Because this hide and seek game, because they are not performing, and the scapegoat they want to use now to cause mayhem in Nigeria is to bring up an Igbo man. I mean, this thing should stop. If they don't want us to be together, then let them allow the Igbos to go. It is time we call a spade a spade. Anything that happened, Igbos are massacred. Igbos are their businesses are destroyed. And Obi is in his own house. He is not saying anything. Atiku is there. He's not saying anything. And now they pick on Obi. Ononuga picked Obi. It was the same Ononuga that found what happened during the 2023 general elections. And nothing happened. Nobody said any word. He has started again. Tomorrow they start destroying our businesses in Lagos. Tomorrow they start buying Igbos. And they will say, okay, let us build one Nigeria. How can you build one Nigeria in the face of injustice? It's not possible. If they know that Nigeria cannot work and they don't want Igbos to be part of this country, they should let the Igbos go. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you very much, righteous man. Tone, your turn, no. Now turn by turn, no. Nigeria, now turn by turn. Tone, now your turn, no.
I guess we just said everything. You see, at the end of the day, really and truly, the protests, your question was if Nigerians have a right to protest,
So
right?
protest, yeah, and your view on the two videos I show, and should we protest? Do we even have constitutional right to? And can political sovereignty kick out this legal sovereignty? Those are about 4 questions in one.
Yeah, yes, we have every right to protest. Everybody has a right to protest, but the thing is, I can understand where the Southeast is coming from, because it's going to be a bait, and but it's going to be an excuse to give them a bad name and hang them. So if the Igbos are saying they're not going to be a part of it, I don't blame them, because they're obviously at the end of the day they're going to be the scapegoat. And is the protest going to be successful? I don't think so. Why it's not going to be successful is, look at what happened during NSAS. We had people looting, the Agbiros and the area boys joined, and all sort of criminality started happening. And they started saying, you see what we are saying. So it's going to be something similar as the NSAS. So, except of course, you see the military going about with some carrying out some kind of form of civil disobedience, but I don't see that happening, because all the commanders and the generals have been sorted out. So they are playing, they are dancing to the tune of the piper. So I don't just see that happening. I don't think we are ripe to. We have not gotten to that stage where people are really going to say, you know what, I'm not going to obey my commander. I don't think they suffered enough. So that's just my take. It's going to happen, sure, but I don't see much that is going to be achieved.
You don't see its effectiveness. Okay.
It's going to send some message for sure to Tinubu, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a lota continua.
Okay. Well, eccentric. I pronounced that name wrong.
Eccentric, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, your turn.
Man, wow.
Somebody's trying to get in. Can you share the link, please?
So
share the link, please.
I mean,
yeah, link.
After hearing the comments and everything, it kind of paints a picture of what the actual problem really is, and it's kind of demoralizing, right? And it's really demoralizing, right? Yeah. So when you talk about the Constitution, right? The Constitution has, of course, Section 40. You have the right to assemble, but I mean, the Constitution, like I said, it's like plagiarized test. It was plagiarized, right? And I mean, on the same sentence, they say, you're entitled to assemble freely and associate with other persons. Like, what is that? What the fuck does that mean? You have the right to assemble and associate with other persons. Why is that in the same sentence? It doesn't even make. It's almost like that. It's almost like they didn't even understand what the word, what that means, where they plagiarized it from. They didn't understand the meaning of assembly.
Look,
and then you have the right to associate.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I just thought that was you've not read that Constitution. There's a section there that just goes that you cannot get a passport unless the president approves. You cannot get this unless the president approves. It's that Constitution is you need to read. It's a joke.
Dude, that's why I said it's plagiarized. It was plagiarized from a different text, and the people that plagiarized it didn't even understand because this is written in English. Hold on, I'm not done. Like, it's written in English, right? It's written in English, and the ambiguity of the words. They don't understand what they actually mean. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see the reason why assembly and association with other people have to do with it has nothing to do with each other, right? Anyways. So, Nigerians have problems. None of us here can stop whatever protest is going to happen. I don't care what we say here. It's going to happen. It's going to be the same thing as what has happened before.
Somebody's mic is on. Let me check.
Hold on.
It's going to be the same thing.
Hold on.
As what has happened before.
Let me make sure all mics are off. Okay, a few mics are on. Okay.
Like some people are watching the video or something. Yeah. Anyways, the protest is going to happen, right? But the problem is, I mean, we know what the problem is, right? Inflation is the actual problem.
You know what makes me laugh, essentially, when you said the comments out here is so demoralizing. That's Nigerian for you.
Demoralizing. That was how I felt, right? And after hearing that, it's like, hey, what am I even going to say? You know what I mean? Like, you cannot proffer a solution to the problem from what I've heard, right? Like the guy was talking about, a righteous man was talking about, his shop, will get destroyed, you know what I mean, for tribal reasons. It's a real thing, right? This is an actual problem. How do we solve this type of problem? Like, solving this problem would take a lot. You know what I mean? Like, the tribalism thing, it's a huge problem. All humans are tribal, for real. This is well known in psychology. In the United States of America, Americans are tribal. They might not belong to a tribe called Igbo, Yoruba, but we are tribal here. But we are tribal. We have patriotism, right? Things that unite all of us. They have a way of like igniting patriotism. It could be fighting an enemy, stuff like that. Nigeria has nothing to unite to unite us. It could be soccer, football game, it could be international games, that unite us, right? But I mean, we need to have things that could unite us outside of entertainment, right? But the issue of tribe always, it's like in the upper echelon in terms of our priorities, right? The tribe is always on the top, right? Nothing could supersede our tribal allegiances, right? And the effect that it has on individuals cannot be overestimated, right? Like this guy said, if people protest right now, they would say it's P2B that's inciting protest. And I read some comments saying that people should go to their own various states and regions to protest, right? So this is a problem that we need to actually deal with. We need to deal with this, this tribal. The tribalism creates a problem that actually prevents us to address, problems created by the government, right? And it's like a shield, right? This tribalism is a shield protecting the government, the elite class, right? They can always hide under that tribalism and say, "Hey, look, this tribe is against me." You know what I mean? Don't protest with them. So it also shows it gives an insight on how we need to organize our government. Our government. We should not have a presidential system where one person will be the leader. We shouldn't have that. even though we have a presidential system, constitutional, what do you call that? The system where you have people in the House and the Senate and whatnot representing each region. It's not enough. We should not have a president, because right now Tinubu is a Yoruba, right? Everyone is looking at it from that lens, right? You shouldn't protest Tinubu if you're from Yoruba. And if someone from Igbo becomes the president, people would say, hey, you shouldn't protest an Igbo person if you're from the eastern region, right? This is a problem, man. And I think the problem actually offers a solution. If you don't see the problem, you cannot find a solution. This actually, in addressing our problem as a country, in terms of our leadership, we should put that into consideration, right? I don't see any reason why, if people are protesting over the effects of government policies in their lives, I don't see why that should lead to a tribal conflict where someone's shop that they work hard to build would be destroyed because of their tribe. It's asinine. It's crazy to me. And like I said, the protest will go on. Nothing is going to stop it. It's gonna turn into a riot. I already see that. We've seen that. We have a blueprint of that already in the past. It's going to happen. But the thing is, nothing is going to be addressed because we don't really know how to pinpoint our problem, our specific problem. Like in Kenya, they were able to pinpoint the problem because they knew it was the IMF loan. So they had a reason, they had a purpose of their protest. It was the IMF loan, take away the loan. And then they use that as a reason to actually protest all the problems, right? In Nigeria, like, we don't really know what we're protesting, right? Because the narrative always get taken over by tribal, tribal languages. You know what I mean? Like I've read also on the comment section. I mean, it's.
I heard that there's a 10-point agenda being laid out for the protest. That's what I heard. I'll try and look for it and show you.
That's good. It's good.
You got 2 more minutes. You got 2 more minutes essentially before I go to OVA.
Right. Okay, you can show us the 10-point agenda. That would be great.
But there's somebody backstage.
We are united. Let's not pretend.
Let me pick the person in the backstage in, and then I'll look for that 10-point agenda. Who's in the backstage? I don't see. Right.
Flagship.
Who's in the backstage?
Flagship.
Okay. Flagship, turn on your camera. I don't see you. Flagship. Okay, I've seen it.
Anyway,
I think I already had him. He just didn't turn on his camera.
All right, let me add one more point, right?
Okay.
Outside of our tribalisms, the things that makes us different, right? There are things that actually unite us, right? And like I said, I always like to break down Nigeria into 2 classes, right? You have the elite class, and then you have the ruling class, and then you have the citizenry, right? Those who are not rich, those who don't have enough money to influence politics, right? And I think this should be a uniting reason, right?
Reason, yeah.
The working class. This should be a protest of the working class, right? That's what it should be. It's not a protest of tribes. It's not the North, the South, and the East protesting. It's the working class of Nigeria, right? All the working class people are protesting against the elite class, right? Because their policies is what's affecting us. And let's be honest here. None of the people that's been in the leadership belongs in the working class. Obasanjo was not a working class. He wasn't in the working class. Tinubu was not in the working class. Even Peter Obi was not in the working class. These are the elites, right? They are the ones running the country. The working class people, the conductors, the people that own shops, the people that work in oil companies, that work minimum wage jobs. This should be our protest. We should say, hey, look, this is us versus this guys. So we should be able to define, to actually separate ourselves based on that class instead of tribe, or in America, as we say in America, race, right? It's a working class versus the elite class, right? It should be made that way, because that actually trumps our tribalism, right? Because as a working class person, you were affected by the government policies. If someone wants to go buy Gary right now, right, in Lagos State and Aba, the price are the same pretty much, So we are affected by that, in that way, in that form. So it's the working class versus the elite class. Right?
Thank you very much, Excellency. Ovie, your turn. Man of flagship, I don't see his turning the picture on. I don't know if he's still at the background or is he? Anyway, Ovie, your turn. Go ahead.
What's the question? Sorry.
Oh, okay. The question was like kind of multi-added. Okay, do we have constitutional rights? Are we going to protest? Is the protest going to work? Then I think something about those two videos of somebody responding to Onanuga's statement and the woman that was also complaining about Tinubu's government. It's quite loaded, and you have like about 5 to 10 minutes on that one.
Sorry, we said somebody referred Onanuga as a doctor. He's not a doctor, he's a journalist.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Ovie. Is the question clear or you need more clarification?
It's clear, but I don't know that to be asking if we have the constitutional right to protest. To me, is to ask that if we are free.
Yeah, well, in light of the fact that I said that legal sovereignty can be overrun by political sovereignty, I guess this protest is our political sovereignty. Maybe we can use it as an opportunity to push out our legal sovereignty, which is not good for us.
I think that's what makes me to ask this question. Why are we protesting, and what are we protesting for? Now, I'm not ignorant. Of course, I know why we are protesting. At least to average Nigeria out there, life cannot continue like this. To summarize why we should protest, there's no way we can continue like this, right? But the next question is, what are we protesting for? So that means, what do we want? Since we say we cannot continue like this. So if we cannot articulate what we want in one word or in one sentence, then I'll begin to ask so many questions. Why are we doing this, right? I mean, exactly.
Ovie, can I stop you there and show the 15 list of the demand and just maybe read a few out?
Go ahead.
Okay, let me do that. Let's see the 15 list of the demand. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Share. Close. Okay. Day of Rage Revolt. Showore releases 15 critical non-negotiable demand for end of bad governance in Nigeria protest. Let me see if you are seeing what I'm seeing. Okay. You are seeing it. Okay, good. Let me read what those demands are. I had 15. Yeah. As part of the upcoming read more. The protest tag end of bad governance Nigeria to address the country governance challenges. According to Showore, the demands were compiled from input received from Nigerians participating in the End Bad Government in Nigeria campaign. What are these lists? Let me go down. The demands include but the day of range protests, late July to August, has been preceded by demand. The demand include a call for President to scrap the 1999 Constitution, that's one, and replace it with People's Made one. Others include Constitution for Federal Republic of Nigeria through a sovereign national conference should follow immediately. Toss the Senate arm of the Nigerian legislature state system and keep the House of Rep and make law making a part-time endeavor. That's two. Pay Nigerian workers minimum wage of nothing less than $250 monthly. Invest heavily in education and give Nigerian students not loans, aggressive free compulsory education for all children across Nigeria. For 5, release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally and demilitarize the Southeast. All NSTARs and political detainees must also be released and compensated. It sounds like a student union list. Rationalize publicly owned enterprise sold to government officials and cronies. Reinstate a corruption-free subsidy regime to reduce hunger, starvation, and multidimensional poverty.
probe past and present Nigerian leaders who have looted treasury, recovered their loot, deposited in special account for fund education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Restructuring of Nigeria to accommodate Nigerian diversity, resource control, decentralization, and regional development. End banditry, terrorism, violent crimes, reform social agency to stop continuous human rights violation, duplication of security agency, and enhance physical security of Nigerian citizens. Establish a special energy fund immediately to drive massive corruption-free power sector. Immediate reconstitution of the Nigerian electoral body to remove corrupt individuals and partisan acts appointed to manipulate election. Massive investment in public industrialization will help employ Nigerian teaming youth. Massive shake-up of the Nigerian judiciary to remove cabals of corrupt generation of judges and judicial officers that could deny everyday citizen access to real justice. So those are it. I don't know if there's more. Okay. Let me come back to the panelists. Ovie can continue. Let me remove this stuff.
You said I have what, 2 hours?
You have time, at least 10 minutes if you want. Let me remove this thing. You have time. I'm not going to hinder you.
Okay.
So you got the list?
So, yeah, so okay, I got the list. That again, it explains to what I was saying. What are we protesting for? And if I'm to speak for average Nigerian people, north, south, west, and south, everywhere part of Nigeria, the Nigerian people want this government go. Simple as that. More could bring another new people come. Now, since we are saying we don't want leader now, because I'll come to show where and Obianco. Since we don't want leaders, let's make it easy. Just example, the Kenyans. Kenyans say Ruto must go. Ruto will say, okay, come on, this thing is real. In order for him to save himself, he sent a messenger. But they are still saying, no, it's like you guys are not getting the picture. When we say Ruto must go, everybody must go. Right? So what are we protesting? What are we protesting for? Right? Now, goes back to that same list. This list comes to me as if a political leader or somebody who wants to lead. Right? There's nothing wrong with that, because since we have been conditioned to always look for a messiah, so maybe we deserve the likes of Showore, Obi, and Co. And I will come to why I said that, right? Because the last time we can say Nigerians went out on the street and achieved success in the name of protest was during EndSARS. They tell all of us that there's no leaders. But at the end of it all, leaders emerge, whether we want like it or not. Where are those leaders as we speak today? Like today, me and you they speak so. Where are the likes of the Macaroni and Co? As we speak, they are in Washington, D.C., right? Courtesy of who? One of the oppressors, according to Mama Echo. One of the billionaires, so the Illuminati, and I also come to the defense of the billionaires, because that's what I say we should plan in all this. We are not putting them into consideration when we plan. We only see them as Tunubu. We'll get to that. So the leaders that emerge are here today, and that's what speaks to people as they come. Listen, they say leaders know they're not alive. Now, let's say we have leaders now. Show what they are. The question are we ask, right? Because I'm ready to follow. I am ready to follow. At this point, I am not against protest. Protest that we want take this government out. Protest that we destroy this 25-year structure that has been built. I'm waiting for that. But the question I want to ask, how many of them is willing to go all the way like Donald Trump is ready to go for his MAGA crowd? Because that is what it's going to take. The people who are holding Nigeria strong are ready to do anything. It is our history. No, we don't kill our leaders before, or one of the leaders. So how many of these men are ready to go to Donald Trump with? The campaign against Donald Trump before last week was what? That is danger to democracy. After yesterday, to quote Donald Trump, he said, I took a bullet for democracy. How do you beat that argument? How, again, just define, analyze the success of that movement. 4 years going strong. because the establishment of the Republicans still don't want Donald Trump. But the people, the followers, I am emphasizing on mega followers because what? The obedience. And there's the difference, there's no difference to say between Obi and Donald Trump. They are all elite. Just that one was born into it while one walked up the way to the top. That is what Nigerians are looking for. We are looking for a leader. Somebody who is ready to go all the way with us. Donald Trump put everything he believes online. They follow him legally. They won't bankrupt him. Everything, he's still going. Guess what? Because there is that trust between him and the MAGA followership. The MAGA say, come, we believe in you. The first time we give you our trust, you follow us the way. So we are ready to ride or die.
Ovie, you get 2 more minutes. Oh.
And as far as I'm concerned, our maybe Obi is in that position now. He's lucky. Whether we like it or not, the Nigerian people actually see something in him. Whether I disagree or not, they follow him. But what they are asking for, are you ready to take bullet for them? Because the owners of Nigeria, the power that we want to protest against, they are not going to give it up just like that. But another thing we should be asking for, why I was kind of agitated yesterday about the fight that is going on within the oil sector, right? Between the two cabal. What I propose is that, how do we encourage these two cabal to keep fighting? The Dangote led by group and the two, they keep fighting. If we are organized enough, we will be the beneficiary of whatever they fight. Those who are saying when two elephants are fighting, the poor people are falling. Yes, I agree. Even when they are peace, we are still suffering. So if the protest will actually focus on that, that's a good thing. But if we are looking for a leader, we now have an example. Now Trump is an example. Can any of these people take bullets for if they actually want us to follow them? Well, as far as I'm concerned, their demand and what Nigerian people want is different. Nigerian people want the whole government go. Let's start afresh. After all, we put in there. That's what they claim anyway.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Are we going to be Kenyan leaderless? Are we going to be Kenyan leaderless and say the government must go? Or we are going to say, okay, we trust Obi, since Obi so they can be like Donald Trump, take a bullet for us because we take that much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Pansat is coming hard on you. Please guide against wasters like James and Ovie. You'll see that. I told him to come on. And here he's new.
You know, the next point. It's a good idea of it. That guy out there, I understand now.
Anyway, who's next on this topic? I wonder, somebody sent me a video of some Kenyan youth, I guess oh, Kenne, I'm so sorry. I had to stage. Kenne, I didn't even see you there. Kenne, your chance, you got your 8 minutes. And if you're on the, should I repeat the question or you already got it? You were listening in the background, right? Go ahead, Kenne. Oh, shit.
Sorry.
Sorry, ahead, Kenne. Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry about that, man.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Good day, everyone.
Yeah.
So, what's the topic on? Because I know
it's a long one. This one has about 4 details. We talk about legals. We don't have sovereignty, but there's what exists as legal sovereignty. And political sovereignty can always remove legal sovereignty. Political sovereignty is when you protest and things like that. So this coming protest, do we have constitutional rights to do it? If not, is it going to happen? Should it happen? Then I played 2 videos of one of announcer man complaining about why Bayo Onanuga was attacking Obi for the protest that is coming. And then there's another Yoruba woman who was also complaining on how corrupt the Tinubu regime was. So I just put everything on together. And basically, it's about the upcoming protest. Is it going to happen? Should it happen? Do we? Blah, 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 etc., etc., etc.
Thank you. Let me start off with legal sovereignty, right? I don't think in Nigeria, right? I don't think we have such sovereignty because sovereignty comes with freedom, right? Freedom, independence. I don't think Nigeria in its entirety, I don't think they have such. Because if they do, they wouldn't be relying on international meddling in their politics or in their affairs. Recently, you and I know what happened with the International Monetary Fund, right? IMF, instructing your leader, the illegitimate president of Nigeria, on how to tax the people to stupor, and then in order for them to get loan from them. So sovereignty, no, I won't even waste my time on that. Talking about constitutional rights to protest. I don't know about the Constitution. I think some minutes ago I called in. No, I was listening, and I heard you talking about. You were asking a question. If we know what the Constitution stated, we don't know. Me personally, I don't know the Constitution. I think I read part of the Constitution once. That was a long time ago when we were looking for a job. Trying to get into Nigerian military. I didn't even know that the Nigerian military itself, they don't even teach them what the Constitution says. And you are ready to die for a country that you don't even know what you are dying for. That was unfortunate. And for the Constitution, constitutional right to protest, I don't think, I think Nigerians do have such right to protest. As citizens, but the problem is, will they be allowed to protest? Would they be given that? Would their constitutional right be guaranteed to protest? There's another thing, because you and I know what happened in 2020 when the citizens came out to protest. A lot of them were fired on the street, and the government denied. The same government went behind and was trying to settle them with money. So the problem is, having the constitutional right to protest, at the end of the day, it will not be guaranteed that that your life will be safe after the protest. It's just like saying that you have freedom of speech, but when you make such speech, your freedom will not be guaranteed at the end of the day. And for the Hausa guy that was complaining about Ononuga, and there's one imbecile from Southeast, Joe Ibokwe, two of them, gaslighting the people against Indibo, and then trying to make P2B a scapegoat. I think it's a welcome development that the Northerners are waking up from their slumber. I hope they are real this time, because again in 2020, during the NSAS protests, the protest was supposed to be a national protest. But before then, I think 2015 or 2016, during Goodluck Jonathan's regime, there was a protest. I think it was 2014, either 2014 or 2015. There was a protest, and that protest was a national protest. The Northerners participated in the protest. The Westerners participated in the protest, and Goodluck Jonathan was removed from office. But in 2020, again, we are supposed to have a national protest. At the end of the day, the Northerners refused to partake in the protest. Reason being that their person, Buhari, was the president, so they would not partake in the destruction of their brother's government. So the protest was only held in the South. When I mean South, the Southeast and the Southwest. So at the end of the day, what happened? The same Nigerians turned around and said that the protest was organized by the Igbo people to destroy Buhari's government. They even accused Nnamdi Kanu of inciting violence in Lagos State, because the present illegitimate president, some of his properties were touched, and then they said that it was IPOB. The unfortunate thing is, even the educated citizens that are supposed to know what's played out till today are still accusing Nnamdi Kanu of being the one that incited violence in Lagos during the 2020 NSAS protests. Now, you all know that I am one that I've been advocating for this protest. It's long overdue. since after the rigging of that election last year, right? I've been calling for protest. But thank God the protest is coming up now. However, if you want to organize protest this time, me for one, I will support that. But I will not take part in that protest. And why I should abstain myself from the protest is because I wouldn't want what happened last time to repeat itself again. They said once bitten, twice shy. I will not want to be called out again. I will not want to be blackmailed again. So if the northern citizens of Nigeria and the southwest citizens of Nigeria want to partake in the protest, I will support them. I will pray for their safety, right? Because if the Igbos come out now to protest, what will happen at the end of the day? The same northerners will withdraw. Maybe the southwest will withdraw from the protest and the Igbos will now bear the brunt. See, Nigeria, until we begin to tell ourselves the truth, nothing is going to work in that country. Election was rigged. It was very obvious that this election was rigged. It was stolen. It was grabbed and they ran away with it. Nobody came out to protest because Igbo man was supposed to be the winner of that election. That is, by the way, Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya, imprisoned in Nigeria. Nobody came out to protest. There is one idiot they call Brekete family in Abuja. That moronic Hausa man they call Brekete family, ordinary president of morons.
He's not Hausa.
Yeah?
He's not Hausa. He's not Hausa.
Yeah. It's Gwagi or Gwari or Nupe. I don't know where it comes from, but it's from the north. This same guy claimed to be what they call it, freedom fighter or whatever they call it, right? That is against injustice.
Human rights activist.
Woman rights activist. This guy did not come out and say, what you are doing to Nnamdi Kanu is wrong. The same idiot was sitting there. He did not condemn the rigging of that 2023 election or 2022 election. He did not. Human rights activists of morons. Now, I heard that he called the Finnish government embassy and was threatening them to get Simon Ekpa back to Nigeria. The same nonsense man have never condemned the activities of Boko Haram, the activities of headsmen, Fulani headsmen terrorists against the indigenous owners of the land. He has never condemned that, but he's coming out to ask for Simon Ekpa's head. See, Nigeria, until we begin to be honest to ourselves, nothing is going to function. So for the protests, I support the protest, but please count Ndibo, count Biafrans out of that protest. We are not going to partake in that protest. Okay, it's okay. It is okay to protest,
I just have a throwback
count
at you.
Biafrans
You
out
support
completely.
something, but you're saying you're not going to partake in it.
Yes, the reason being that we have been dehumanized, we have been killed, and nobody came out to protest on our behalf. Nobody came out to support us to protest that this injustice is unbearable.
Is there anything in that country we don't call out with issue of tribe? Is there
hold on now. Hold on.
The hunger is killing all of us. And
yes, no problem. We'll all die in that hunger. See, last year, after the election, what has been happening in Lagos State? Indibo's property, the property owned by Indibo, have been demolished. In short, they keep demolishing our properties every day, day after day, and nobody has come out on the street to protest. I heard that this Sowore guy, see, thank God, Sowore now, he's taking his position as a human rights activist or whatever he called himself. Thank God, I'm happy for him. At least now he has come back to his senses to know this is where he belongs. So he's doing the right thing now. But please, he should remove Nnamdi Kanu's name from that his list of demands. We don't want his name on that list. How many years now has Nnamdi Kanu been in that jail? He has never come out to protest, and now he wants to fuse Nnamdi Kanu's name so that Ndibo will come out and no, that will never work. He should remove Nnamdi Kanu's name. We thank him for being nice to us, but at this time, we don't want that, please.
Okay, your time is up, Ken. I'm going to call you now a win-ball. I just say that from the way I'm looking at it, I don't see Nigeria would never be free because everything we do, we wrap it up in tribal sentiment. We are in trouble, man. That tribe thing is the shield that will continue to protect our oppressors and no solution. I don't know. Let me keep my mouth
But
quiet.
then again, Alaba, will you blame the average Igbo man?
I'm not
Will you
blaming
blame
them. I'm not, but I'm saying sometimes we might have to
It's a
look beyond that
catch-22. It's a
if we want a
catch-22
solution.
situation for
I'm
them.
just saying.
Exactly.
I understand, Tone, but I don't know. Nigeria, we could just say like 1 year, but we 1 year win the blow for 1 year corner. And I think the politicians know this. Are we bomb? Now your turn, no, to entertain us.
Thank you,
You
my
have about
brother.
5 to 8 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. And may God bless you
Vin,
for this
Vin, first,
opportunity that you
who are you voting for in Ghana? Who's your candidate?
I voted for the man that is here now. Look, let me tell you people, forgive me. Let me greet everybody now before I answer your question. Good evening, my people. My senior comrade, good evening to you, sir. Namochi, okay? Ekene, good evening, and good evening to everybody that is on this platform and those that are in the comment section. I bring you love from Ghana, the little beautiful city of Bolgatanga in the Upper East region of Ghana. Thank you for having me. Yes, to answer your question, supposing English language, command of English, spoken English language can develop a country, we will not have problem in Ghana. We have a president that speaks so well, Queen's accent and so on, but he cannot translate the same thing into the development of our country. I voted for him, and this time around, I am not going to vote for him again. I will vote for a different person because we were deceived. We thought that we were, suffering in the hands of John Dramani Mahama. We thought that we were suffering because
you just spent 2 minutes of your time not talking on the topic not related to your topic. That you get time.
Because he asked me a question. That's the reason why I'm answering him. Okay, you see, there is no issue like when you look at my senior comrade is here. I have issue with Nigeria, where my mother comes from. I have issue with that country. I serve that country very well with open heart. In fact, I could have died in the process. Out of 18 years I served, 11 of them were outside Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth. 11 of them were outside Nigeria. I could have married, but because of the, truancy, oppressions, one after the other, I couldn't even settle down to marry. 11 years. You see, so these are some of the sacrifices people, make for a country that they love so much. But at the end of it all, that country will turn around to pin you on the ground. And I'm going to go straight to this. Citizen, who is a citizen in Nigeria? Nobody is a citizen. If people from outside the country will come in, take over the land that belongs to indigenous people, then I don't think that there is any citizenship in Nigeria. Anybody can just come in and become the citizen of Nigeria, create form dynasty, and begin to operate. As long as you have, the ability to command power, you are a citizen in Nigeria. Okay? Right to protest. According to, no matter how ugly that constitution is, you have the constitutional right to protest. But the people that are going to, that hold the people that hold the scepter of power, would they allow you to protest? All of us will go back and listen to what Goodluck Jonathan said, even when it cost him the presidency. He said a lot of things that make, that made meaning to the eyes of anybody that was, listening to him. Okay? So these people that are there now, are they ready to grant you the same opportunity Goodluck Jonathan granted them during his own time? The answer is no, because they said the taste of the food is from the pudding. So you look at what is going to happen and look at what has happened before. You will know that it is not going to be easy, in as much as, taking into consideration how this man came into power. And for my my mother's people, I beg of you, and for my brother Kene, Sowore has spoken so well, and he has been outspoken when it comes to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Some few times I've heard him spoken about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, more than some of the notable Biafrans like Igbokwe and Co. Igbokwe celebrated the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but Sowore hasn't done that. Sowore has, behaved so well more than the indigenous people of Biafra themselves. Remember, it was the same indigenous people that ganged up against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and proscribed him as a terrorist, an IPOB, before the federal government took upon themselves and played into the script of the, Igbo politicians as at that time. So I'll give it to him. See, my people, Igbo people should stay away from this protest. Igbo people should stay away from this protest. 10 majors overthrew the government of Tafawa Balewa, Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa. Nigerian army officers, my senior comrade will know what I'm talking about. When the army struck, it is not tribal, it is not ethnicity, it is not anything. It is the Nigerian military officers that struck. But all of you, every one of you, terminate Igbo coup. You gave that coup, the action, the overthrow, the coup of 1966 January, an Igbo coup that led to the killing. Yes, that led to the killing of so many Igbo people in the north, that made them to begin to run away from the north and other parts of Nigeria back to their hometown. Till today, none of you has ever had the clout, the temerity to call the subsequent coups in line with the tribe that committed those coups. None of you. It came to, sending the presidency to the south.
I think, but you have 1 more minute left. Start rounding up.
Thank you, sir. Sending the presidency to the south. The southeast was politically irrelevant. They can no longer, they have no relevance when it comes to Nigerian politics. But when it comes to protest, you are calling them to come and protest. They know how to starve. They have starved before. These people have been dealt with before. What they did, the Nigerian state did to the Igbo people, the Biafrans, if they do it to you, you will never survive it. They survived it, and they have passed through the furnace, and I believe that no matter how bad the hunger is, they are going to survive as well. Leave them alone. If you want to protest, go and protest. And it's a pity that I am no longer still serving. If I am still in the military, you will come to my place and protest. You will see what I will do to you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you so much. Listening to this panelist, before I go on to my, listening to this panelist, if I am Tinubu now, I would just be so happy in my comfortable seat and say, I will rule these people for the next 500 years. There be people, there be Amugo people. Because obviously there's no unity of purpose in anything. And, I would be so happy if I'm his intelligent officer right now. I would tell him, oh my God, nothing they happen. These people don't be remove me. Yeah, look at them, look at their comments. I would just be laughing. So suffer ahead now, original suffer ahead we did for Nigeria. We go continue for as long as we all still think like this. I don't know if Mr. James and Eccentric Case have made their comment on this topic before I go to the next one. I want to show a video of Kenyan youth talking in courts. I never saw this video, but and then after that, we go to the US election, which is about Joe Biden dropping out of the race and how we impact that and all the rest. Mr. James, did you comment on Eccentric Case?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay, so we can move on. Let's show this Kenyan thing. I don't know if we want to talk about it, but somebody sent that to me on the chat, private chat, to see. Maybe that will show courage. Somebody once said that I would rather fight a group of sheep headed by a lion than fight a group of lions headed by a sheep. But in the Nigerian context, I see that the Nigerian people are sheep, and anywhere there are sheep, the government would always be their wolf. That would the government will eat and skin them dry. And we have no common purpose. We have no point of agreement. Our tribal sentiments and hatred are so strong, it blocks us from any form of reason or vision. And we just got to keep trying, keep educating people that they have to act in their own interest, in their own good, or else their condition will not change. Movement doesn't necessarily connote progress. You can be moving around in circle and you're still in the same spot. It doesn't mean you're getting close to where you ought to be. And prayers are not going to save Nigeria. It is only action that will. That being said, let's see the next video and then go to the US politics. I don't know what to say. Whether protests happen or not, whether it can change things or move the needle, I don't know. But if I am the intelligence officer for Bola Tinubu, I will tell you, Omo, they spend their money, they go, they print, they do whatever they do, nothing they happen. These people will be jokers. It's sad, but it's the truth. Okay, let's show you this video and see what we do from there. Where is the video? Present, share screen. Okay. Share. Okay.
The people, or to make the people suffer.
As a young African, as a young Nigerian, if what this young man did in this video did not inspire you, then there is a problem somewhere. Because these are the type of things we need in that continent now from the young people to save the future generations. I have a lot to say with this, but first of all, take a look at this video. I'll be right back.
Gentry with others from before court, we created disturbance in a manner likely to cause a breach of peace by yelling, shouting, and attempt to disrupt the photo shooting session by the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, and Economic Planning and his delegates. Is it true or not true? Julius, is it true or not true?
Okay, I don't want to betray my concerns. Your Honor.
Can you respond to us? Is it true or not true? You'll be given time.
It's true. And as I said, I don't want to betray my concerns. I'm ready to do anything to see change in this country. I'm ready to die for freedom. I'm ready to die for justice. I'm ready to die for equality. We cannot continue living as slaves in our own country, in the land of our fathers, the land where our fathers bled and died to free this nation from the shackles of colonialism. Colonialism never really ended in this country. Even in this court, they use colonial penal codes, colonial laws. That is why I cannot get justice in a court of law. I want to speak myself. I realize that there comes an existential moment in time when you must speak for yourself. Nobody else can do it for you. I am tired. I'm so sick and tired of living as a slave in my own country. And I'll say this a lot of times, many times, and I'm going to do so many things, so many actions to bring change into this country. We cannot continue to be ruled like this, being ruled by sick people, by mad people, by liars and thieves and criminals. These are the people who are in power in Kenya, in Africa. That is the situation we are living in. That is kind of life we are living in. That's why people are dying and nobody cares. Poor people are suffering, nobody cares. So I don't know what's the role of the government. I don't know. I want to know today, what's the role of the government? To protect the people or to kill the people or to make the people suffer? I think we have failed our people. The government has failed. Everybody has failed. We have also failed ourselves. I don't know. My concerns will not allow me to keep silent. And at any time, at any moment, I don't know whether this is going to come up anywhere. But we must have this debate. We must have this conversation. We cannot continue living in fear. I see a lot of fear in this country. A lot of fear in the courts. Just yesterday, we saw a magistrate who was shot by a police officer. I want to speak, my dear friends. I want to speak because when you try to tell me to keep silent, my heart is burning. You know, it's burning because of this country. Because for 60 years, we have been living like we are not human beings, like we are half human beings. We are considered like children of a lesser God. Now, this cannot continue. It cannot continue in any way. We are ruled by a minority that does not care for the interests of the majority. Politicians are liars and thieves, and they have stolen our freedom, they have stolen our minds, they have stolen our land, they have stolen our future. Politicians are established in lies and failed promises. We are victims of lies and failed promises, deferred hopes, and blasted dreams for 60 years. I don't know what will happen. I don't know whether you're going to sentence me. I'm ready to be sentenced for 100 years, but I'm going to keep speaking the truth until the day I leave this world. We cannot continue living like this. My dear friends, we must resist. Resistance is the only way for this country, for Africa. People are dying everywhere. Even in Congo, people are suffering, and we are silent. I don't know. We have failed as human beings. We have completely failed as human beings. We are on a test as human beings. I don't know why we call ourselves Christians. I don't know why we call ourselves educated people, civilized people. We are not. We are not civilized at all. We are stupid. And this stupidity is taking a toll on this country. Too much toll. It's so bad. It's too bad. It's too bad. We cannot continue living like this. The government must get out of the people. But on its behalf, we honor is.
That is a patriotic citizen of Kenya speaking.
That's yeah. That's a patriotic citizen speaking.
Patriotic citizen of a country.
One liner, if anybody wants to comment on that before I go on Trump. One liner,
yes.
1 minute. This is what, wait, Kenneth. This is what they call free your mind and the rest will follow. Nigerians are not there. This is what Fela calls, they don't release you now, but you never release you yourself. You don't be colonial human. Anyway, 1 minute each, and then we go
I love that guy's
Nigerians be at that stage. Anybody want to start with Godfather?
I love that guy's guts. And this is the way.
And then we're starting with Forefather, not your turn yet.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. We're starting with Forefather. Okay, because he just come in, or unless he doesn't want to speak, then I go from top down. Okay, Forefather, your turn. 1 minute, but we've said so many things that you were not so part of. Except
hold on.
I don't know why you are giving Forefather free ticket.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're supposed to wait.
Yeah, he's a moderator.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that you.
That's how we abuse Nigeria now.
Thank you, this in Alabama for hosting this and having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. I just saw the video and I thought that guy sounded quite like some of the stuff we say here, and it's quite true because some of the stuff we have been put through, our leadership they are sabotaging us. They are sabotaging our economy. They are sabotaging our future. They are sabotaging everything, and that is basically what he was saying. He didn't even restrict it only to Kenya. Kenya. You notice how he talked about DRC because he can see the whole picture of what is going on. And this is our leadership. We need to call them out. We need to notice when they are doing what they are doing to us. When they march to France, they march to Washington. That is what they are going to do. They are going to sell you.
Look, Forefather, how can we call them out when people like Kenya are saying, well, I support the protest, but I'm not joining?
Because they are making, you see, people
did I give you my reasons?
I know.
Some people are like Jabari tribe. You've seen Black Panther, the Jabari tribe. Some people will join when the people that have spearheaded it are already moving on. Some people have their reasons, but it's all populations. It's never everybody that starts off in a given direction. The ones that believe have to go forward. Like that young man now, he was in handcuffs. He was ready to stand on his own and speak his own truth. He doesn't care what anybody tells him. He was willing to say what he felt. And I think that's how we probably need to approach this thing. It's not about expecting everybody to join you. If you believe strongly about this type of ideas, you have to start pushing it forward and say, no matter what happens, if you arrest me, arrest me. If you want to kill me, you kill me. Because after you do that, some other person is going to replace me. Because it's not about me, it's about the need. Somebody's going to need that stuff to be fixed. Somebody's going to need us to have good electricity. You remember what he said? I think I saw a video of somebody saying, we don't have security. Because that should tell you that your nation is compromised. One of the areas you can use to tell how African nations are compromised, black nations, by the way.
Forefather, how do you get Nigerians to be like that, man? That's the question. That's tough.
I think we have them. We have them. It's just that they are not coming out yet. They will come out. See, this government have done so badly. If things don't improve, they will start showing up. And you can kick them, you can beat them, they will still speak their truth. And this type of stuff, it can inspire people, because when somebody hears this young man saying what he's saying, you can see that, okay, he doesn't care, because he has to speak his truth. Someone like me, if you put me in chain like that, why would I care anymore? I will speak my truth, do whatever, do your worst then. Because that is all you have in this life. You are still going to perish anyway. So you might as well speak your truth to help the next generation. He is calling their leadership out, how their leadership are selling them out. And this is what they are doing, actually. Because this government got into office, they had everything in place to run a good government, but look at where we are instead. They wrecked it. This one, I saw it with my own eyes happen. Day by day, they just wrecked the economy themselves. Not because there was no way the Nigerian economy couldn't have grown. If any other nation had that is not black, that is not African, they will be up right now. You have 4 refineries that you are fixing. You have a major refinery that has come on stream. You have a subsidy that you are removing. You have money in your pocket. How did you manage to screw the economy up so much that we have 35% inflation rate? How did you manage to do that?
Question for you in relation to this topic. Do you think we have citizenship and do we have sovereignty? With all, well, I don't know where you were listening in the background, but I got to go to others.
We should have sovereignty, but we've not exercised it. We as a people have not exercised our sovereignty, and because of that, our citizenship is compromised. In other words, we are just being raised to serve other people. You heard what he said. He talked about how the education system and the laws that they are following. These laws are meant to fulfill and meet the needs for other people, not for us to actually progress. That's the problem. So I will leave it at that. I know there are other people on the panel that wants to respond. Thank you.
Okay, eccentric case. Your turn on that bravery of that young man, and how can you get your fellow Nigerian brothers and sisters to be like him and not talk about tribe?
Yeah. So exactly. Yeah. So that's why I said we need a working class movement. That's what I saw there. He didn't mention his tribe. I didn't care about his tribe because his tribe doesn't mean anything to me. You know, he clearly said what the problem was. And that's something any one of us can relate to. We can all relate to all the things that he mentioned. You know, we need a working class movement. That's what we need. We need a working class movement. We don't need a tribal movement. You know, like Ekene and the other guy, what's his name? The guy from Ghana, what they were prescribing. The guy from Ghana said if he was in Nigeria, if you protest in his area, that he's going to kill you. We don't need this type of people, man. Anytime we have a revolution, you guys got to go. We got to get rid of you guys. No,
he said,
but we need to move forward.
But his people should not join. I don't know.
We need exactly. Yeah, we need a working class movement. We don't need.
That's not exactly. If you can, please quote me rightly. Yeah. I said if I were still in the service, quote me rightly. If I were still, I didn't say. If you come to my mother's place, I said, if I were in the service,
yeah.
That was
protest in the area.
Correction noted. Correction noted. Let's move on.
Question noted. Yeah. So yes, we need a working class movement. You know, we need to unite under the working class umbrella, not under a tribal umbrella. And the people that are fixated on their tribe, you know, the tribal allegiance, they got to go, man. We need to get rid of them so we can move forward. That's it.
Do you think it's because they don't allow people to express their tribal pride is why it's turning into tribal hatred for others? Do you guys think
see the tribalism thing, it's a defense mechanism, right? That's what it is. It's a defense mechanism. You know, people like to bring up that, like for instance in Igbo land, right? An Igbo person, when it comes to the national issue, they will bring up their tribe. A Yoruba person will go, "Oh, I'm a Yoruba. I'm not Hausa, I'm not Igbo." but inside their own so-called tribe, right? They all have conflict within. Igbo people have conflict within. Ungwa people does not agree with people from Omaya, or people from the Bende Republic. You know what I'm saying? So there is division even within the so-called tribe. You know, it's a front. It's a front. You know, it's the people that don't want any progress. They always, you know, push their tribe forward. You know, because within their own enclave, they have problems. Even if you go to like Imo State, within Imo State, there are, you know, division, there are conflict between the small hamlets and families. These divisions exist there. So this tribal allegiance thing, it's not real. Let's be honest, it's not real. What will unite us? What will unite us is the working class agenda. We need to have a working class agenda. We are all working class. The guy that's the conductor, the guy that's driving the bus, the person that's working in an office, the person that owns a shop in Alaba, these are all working class people. We need to be united under this umbrella. And we know our problem. The problem is the elites, the political class. We know who these people are. They are all in our so-called tribes. You know what I mean? We know who they are. They are the problem. They siphon the money, the funds, and they send it overseas, send their kids to foreign countries in the best universities. They take all the money out. You know, beautiful properties in the United States of America, in the UK, and they create Nigeria is kind of like, they're like pirates. These guys are like pirates, man.
Yeah,
they are pirates.
Thank you so much, Etrikes. You made your point.
Like they are the problem.
Like I said, Etrikes, if I am Tinubu's chief security advisor, I will tell her, no problem. We will rule these people for the next 100 years.
You're right.
Mr. James, your turn on the bravery of that Kenyan man. Please don't take it tribal.
No. Look, let me express my thoughts. I don't want people to,
totally guide you. Yeah, I'm sorry for that.
The issue is this. If Ndume, who has been eating and drinking with the government, the former Senate president, who went back to Senate surreptitiously, this so-called professor of bone marrow, what's it called, professor, I don't know what they call him. These guys, if they are singing a different tone right now, you should suspect that there's a greater picture behind what we are seeing. It's not just ordinary demonstration. This is one thing we should know. And I do not want us to get out of this problem and get into a bigger problem. This is what is, shaping my thoughts. It's not that I enjoy being called a tribalist or whatever it is. No, not, in fact, I've never lived in the North. I don't know much about them. And I mean, the country is tribal. I'm not the cause. And if people want to use tribalism against me, against my future, I should speak up. Don't say because I won't say because I don't want to be seen to be tribal, so I should play along with them. At the end of the day, I'm the one to suffer it. So, if the situation is becoming... Look, my friend, I think I have to sign out because I'm fed up with Nigeria. I've said it so many times. I'm fed up with Nigeria. I have to sign out because from what I'm seeing, we're going to get into a bigger problem if Bola Tinubu is removed from power with this demonstration. We do not know the dispensation that will come. When Bola Tinubu and others were fighting the military,
Mr. James, is that not fair you're expressing that if he's removed, we're going to be a bigger problem?
I'm looking ahead. When this same Bola Tinubu was fighting the military, did you know that it would be like this?
Yeah, but we can't say because something has gone bad in the past, it can be better in the future.
Look,
we shouldn't be based on fear.
The Wolof people here in the Gambia have a saying that an elderly man who is sitting down sees far more further than a young man who is standing.
How come all our elders from the 60s who are in their 80s and 90s didn't see this coming? How come we are in this mess if they are real elders?
They saw it because it is the same class of people who have been mismanaging your life and my life that are still in power. They knew what they were doing and they will continue doing it.
You got 1 more minute to round up, Mr. James.
What is the guarantee that tomorrow, you and me, if we find ourselves in government, we will not be like these people? Because this is the example we've been experiencing all along. We criticize those in government, and when it is our turn, in fact, a man like Wole Soyinka For him to make a U-turn in the middle of the road, you know that fundamentally something is wrong with this country. So let's leave it at that. Can they allow me to sign out? I have to go home now. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you for your contribution. But I don't share your fear. I think we should try something new. It wouldn't be as bad as this. Righteous man, your turn on the bravery of that Kenyan man. When will you become like him instead of giving us price of tomatoes and onions and yam?
Ferrari, you should be paying, this platform should be paying for me going to the market, risking my life to interview people and get the prices of this thing.
So everything is about money.
I am doing you a service so that those who are stingy that are in abroad, when they are giving money back home here, they will know the amount of money they will give to their people. So I'm doing you a great service, you know, because so I know many Nigerians abroad are very stingy. If you don't give them the accurate thing. So
go ahead,
Ferrari.
Go ahead, yeah.
I've the little I could do, I did it during June 12th. I risked my life. So I've been detained close to 2 months because of the cost of this country. So I have paid the price. So please don't go that way you want to go, please. I'm begging you. Because I say there are many things.
I'm just cracking a joke. Do you serious question, Righteous man. Can Nigerian youth be like that Kenyan man? Is it possible? Can we get there?
Yes, it is possible. Now listen. The Kenyan guy during the Odinga issue with the former president, they have 2 major tribes in Kenya and other minor ones, just like in Nigeria. Now, during that Raila Odinga crisis with the former president, Kenyans were killed, not measured on one particular tribe or section. The killing cut across each of the tribes. But in Nigeria, it's never the case. For example, the last election, people that were targeted were people from the southeast. That is the difference.
God bless you.
Okay, and now, if you have targeted me previously, and by divine providence, I was able to escape, you are asking me again to go on the street when I know I will be the target. The people planning for this protest are the Northerners. They are not Southerners. They are the Northerners. They call people planning for this protest. They are Northerners. Now, and the Southwest elite are picked on the Igbos to deal with them again. After just 2023 that just passed by, that we cried and nobody responded to our cry. I mean, we can't be that stupid. We can't. I know what I have lost in Lagos because I'm an Igbo person.
Don't you think it would be divide and rule for this government of Ononuga to be picking on the Igbos? So if they attack Igbos back out, and then that way the protests won't have any. I don't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. One more minute left for you.
The Gen Z, the Nigerian Gen Z generation, they are ready to take up the fight. But remember what happened in NSAS. The NSAS, nobody knew any tribe. Nobody knew any religion. It was the Gen Z generation that stood up and said, this nonsense needs to stop. But what did they get in return? They were massacred. And up to today, the government is denying that nobody was massacred. So the issue of Nigeria, I think, Nigeria, let me borrow the word of Obasanjo. If you bring an angel from heaven, the Nigerian situation will defeat that individual. I think since we do not want to forge ahead and meet up with what other countries are doing, look at Rwanda, look at Angola, just look at Mauritania. After they will say they are small countries. Okay, if we being too large is our problem, then split it. Split it. If being too large is a problem, split it. Because each time you hear people giving excuses, oh, they are very small countries. They are small countries, but they are moving forward. They are meeting up with the 21st century industrialization and civilization. And you, that is a big country, you don't want to make use of your size to achieve your aim. Rather, we are retrogressing. We are going down.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So it's really a pity.
Thank you very much, Righteous Man. Let's go to Tone. I might be rotating some people because I see some more people at the background and I need to get them in. Okay. So thank you, Righteous Man. I appreciate you. Eccentric case, let me do this right. Hold on. Add to stage, Justine. Then add to stage. AY. Is AY. Okay. So who did I call just now? I just called someone. Tone. Was that Tone?
Yeah.
No, thank you, Tone. Go ahead.
Okay. Wow. All I was just saying is wow. You see, the thing we should realize that freedom, sometimes you have to pay the price. And that is what being a soldier is about. Sometimes you pay the ultimate price by being killed. Sometimes you will lose a limb, you might lose an eye. That's the ultimate price. But the thing is, we're so afraid of buying, which is a natural thing. I can understand. But until we come to that place where we say, we live, we die, we die. These people, I keep making this statement here. A lot of people do not understand. They think I'm advocating for a military coup. I'm not advocating for a military coup. I'm not interested. You could have even a bigger idiot in uniform. He will come and even do worse than every other person I've ever done in the last 30 years. All I'm saying is, if we really want freedom, we need to pay some price, blood. Unfortunately, even Christ himself, who is our savior, he went to the cross so that we'll be free today. Freedom is an expensive commodity in some situation. Until we are ready to say, listen, we die, we live, nothing is going to happen.
Thank you so much.
How many of us here are ready to buy a ticket when it really kicks off? I've been saying that from beginning. If you remember from I'll buy my ticket. I'll not buy return, or I'll buy one way. Even if I have to even stop in Benin Republic and sneak in, I know that, so be it. We'll go and take back our country. But we're not ready. If I hit the street now, how many people are going to follow me to hit the street?
Thank you.
I'm
going to make it 50 minutes.
My brother
so
here,
that I
Mark,
can get to everybody. People, when they don't get to them quickly, they tend to leave.
sorry, my brother, very quick one, the last one. My brother Max here can say, okay, I'm an ex-military man. I want to hit the street. Man, everybody go, even in village people go say, Max, because look at my armpit too, and all that kind of thing. That is the thing. We're not ready. Until we are ready. We're not ready. Unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, Ovie, your turn. No, I don't peg them to 2.5 minutes for everybody, so we can go around and I can jump on this US Biden thing.
What are you? We'll see the first round.
Who wants to be in the background? Who? Oh, you. You don't want.
I said, what are you passing around?
No, I actually thought you were asking who wants to talk.
Eh? I didn't hear you.
I thought you were asking who wants to talk. Never mind.
Are we on Donald Trump yet?
No, it's Ovie that wants to talk. I'm going.
Let's go to Trump. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, so Ovie, 2 minutes, so we can get to everybody and then.
Yeah, 2 minutes. What's the question?
We saw a video of a young Kenyan boy, very brave, courageous, and all that. When would your people be like that?
We get a lot of people like that. And just that they know the camera when they capture them, right? If you go through the answers too, there are a lot of people like that now. So I'm not taking credit away from the guy, but everywhere. Once you find yourself in that situation, there are a lot of Nigerians like that who are angry. And I think the idea of somebody has to bleed is the one that actually start doing a lot of these people like this. You understand? So I don't see anything. I commend him. We know what we want. That's the spirit that we want across the continent. But they are bound everywhere. Everything is trying. It's just that. Now that we have camera everywhere, we will see that when time goes on. So there's nothing extraordinary about the guy in terms of that we are not going to find so kind of people in our own society, on our own community. I don't believe that. So
thank you, Ovie.
They're everywhere.
Thank you. Kene,
Can I
when
speak
are
to?
you going to be in front?
Ferrero.
Huh?
Thank you. So for those of
Hold
our
on, Kene, somebody was calling me. So what do you want to say?
Yeah, me. Wait, can I just, because I don't want to forget what I was about to say, to be honest.
Don't worry, write it down.
Kene, you want to give him
No,
chance?
no,
Let him
write it down.
Okay,
I
now
wrote
turn by
mine down.
turn.
Write it down.
Nigerian
Okay,
limited.
No vex, bros. I
No,
equally want to run away.
go on.
So the thing is, for our patriotic Nigerians that want to participate in the protest, I want to ask you a very important question. What are your plans towards that protest? Are you planning to go to Nigeria to join them in the protest? Or are you going to do it in diaspora, just as some Kenyans are participating in the protest in the diaspora where they live? They will come out in the street or at the park, put their Kenyan song, and then showing solidarity, right? So what is their plan towards that protest? It's not just sitting down and being holier than thou. Make plans to either go to Nigeria to join them in the protest or participate in the protest right from where you are living. Now, I want to ask, there's this commenter, Norua Eyinwewe, I don't know how to pronounce that name. He said that, that I have a parochial way of thinking, and I want to educate him on what parochial way of thinking is. My brother, for you that sat your butt down and watch your fellow Nigerians being killed, their chops burned, just because they participated in a protest in 2020. This happened in Abuja. When the Northerners refused to participate in the protest that would change the face of that country, but rather they went against the Igbo people based in Abuja and burned their cars. They went to car dealers, set their cars ablaze. Did you protest against that crime? Or Nuru, I'm asking you, did you protest? In Lagos State, soon after the election, Igbo people, their businesses were burned to ashes. Some were killed. Some were refused to even partake in the election. Did you protest? So for you refusing to protest, that means you are thinking parochially. Your sense of reason is zero. So my brother, eccentric cast, see, what you don't know is older than you. I think you really need to dig deep into the politics of the Southeast before you come up here to talk some things that don't make sense. I don't know the conflict that you're referring to in Imo State, but let me help you. In Imo State, we have criminals being headed by the governor of Imo State, and they are the one inciting conflict in Imo State. So please call them out and address them for what they are. There is no division in Igbo land. Matter of fact, Igbo land is more organized than every other region in that country. Go and ask. So make your research before you start talking rubbish. Now, we're talking about protest. And I want to ask you, have you not heard Islamic clerics in the north advising or preaching to their people, even using the Quran, quoting their Muhammad, that told them never to participate in the protest?
Ken, you have
that the protest is all about Igbo people trying to ruin the country. Now, we have heard that, and they will now say, okay, since we have been participating in the protest, and at the end of the day, we will pay with our blood. This time, we said, okay, no, we don't want to be that stupid anymore. We want to participate in this protest, but we will not be very active with the protest. What we'll do on the protest day is this: to show that we are part of it, we will sit in our homes. There is this delicacy called offensala in Igbo land, right? That day, we'll prepare a very nice offensala with niabo, right? Or niji aswaso. We will sit down in our houses in solidarity with what is going on. We will not open our businesses. We will not go to work, just to show you that we are part of the election, but we don't want to pay with our blood this time. So please, are you okay with that now? I think this will sound better. Please, just count us out on the street. We are not going to come out on the street because they will send armies and soldiers down southeast and call it Egweke, Python dance. We don't want that to repeat again. Please, if you want to be true to ourselves, we should defend ourselves. We should protect ourselves at all costs.
Thank you very much, Kenneth.
Thank you.
Awibon, your turn. Are we gonna be as brave as that Kenyan man?
Omo, what happened now? Is it that you don't like me?
Oh, okay. To you. Sorry, Awibon, hold on. Yeah, let me go to that. To Justin. Sorry, Justin, go ahead.
So I wanted to say, what I wanted to say is, you see what the guy on Dread said. He's 100% right. We have the youths in this country. They don't mind. They are very. They have guts. They have balls. I don't agree because they are my generation. Speaking on behalf of them, we are very, very distracted. I won't lie to you. But when it comes to coming out there and speaking the truth, we don't mind. We have people amongst us that have the audacity. That one is not a problem. You see what Stone said? He said something like as if he forgot, maybe slipped his mind that we had we have people now. We had a protest just as you would expect it to be. I think it was 2021. Yes. And these people were dying like ants. What I don't understand, because it seems we are just sunk in this, as African people, we are just sunk in this delusion of we want to run things like foreign countries, like the United States. Like you saw when those Americans entered the parliament, the White House, and the police were not touching them at all. They were not beating them. To the extent they were technically the ones bullying the police. Obviously, it doesn't work that way in Nigeria. They'll be the ones beating you anyhow. We are not America. We've clearly seen that when we protest, we die like ants, such as in the NSAS protest. Which is why when Tone was talking, I was like, he knows what he's saying, but I think you've forgotten that we already did something like that and we're dying anyhow. We did not achieve anything. Cost of life is cheap in Nigeria, very, very cheap. What I don't understand is, why do we think that protesting does something? In the world of politics, one thing I've personally noticed, from what happens in Latin America to what happens in America to what happens all over the world, protesting is one of the most intelligently stupid things anybody can do. There's no sense in actually protesting. If you want to rebel against the leader, fine, do that, overthrow him, put somebody else. Though that does not, we've seen so many times that does not mean you would have actual change. We've seen it many times in the past, in history. Does not necessarily mean something good will not change. Though we've seen good things come out of it in history, like the French Revolution, all that. But at the same time, protesting, I just feel like it's not necessary. We've never really asked ourselves as Nigerians, what is your aim, what is your goal in protesting? Are you trying to convince the government's mind? If you are, let me remind you that even influencers came out to do the exact same thing with all their following, such as Mr. Macaroni back then. And they literally, I would even call it kidnapping. They kidnapped this guy, put him inside keke, and the police, they were bullying him. You need to understand, we know this already, we just find it hard to admit it to ourselves. They don't care. They don't, let me spell it out. They do not care. Both the military, the government, they don't care. Protest all you like, they don't care. It's to get rid of them, full stop.
How do you get rid of them? You only got 15 seconds.
Oh, my bad. To get rid of them is just the truth. We need actual rebellion. That's just the truth. We need actual rebellion for real. In Nigeria, we need to overthrow those people. That's just the truth.
Okay, thank you very much, Justin. We go now to Awibon. Awibon, thank you for your patience. I'm sorry. Oh, let me turn on
this. Thank you. Thank you, Ferrari. What I would say is this. Ferrari, I would like you to Google the inflation rate in Kenya. I would like you also to take into consideration the electricity coverage in Kenya. I will also, ask you to look at their level of education and the education infrastructure in Kenya, the medical, the road network, the distribution of potable water supply in Kenya. And now tell me why the Kenyan boy will not speak the way they are speaking. He is so patriotic because what is happening has never happened to them before. If you look at the inflation rate, I think the last time I checked, it was, single digit. It was around 6 or 7%. So that will make you to be patriotic of your own country. When things are not moving on well, then you strike. You come out to defend it. But in Nigeria, with all the wealth Nigeria has, inflation is 30-something%. You power your house. You went in at one of the major crude oil producers, exporters in the world. You cannot. You power your house your own self. You dig borehole in your own house. If you can do all these things that the government is supposed to do for you, what makes you think that you will be patriotic to such a system? I don't think so. The guy is patriotic. If you go through what I've listed now, you will see where Kenya is. And that will make anybody to be patriotic about his or her own country. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. So same old same going around in circles. We've had bad experience, but the key to how do we change the system? I speak. If not now, your turn. No, Spec. Speak. You got 3 minutes. That boy was so brave speaking. So you know the question. Go ahead.
Hello, panelists.
Thank you.
Good. So you want me to be as bold as the guy that was speaking, right?
Yeah, when my people serve, they fear too much. They always get reason to fear. They know what die. They know what quench. I get what child. Mama dey for house. So policeman go slap your face. You know go talk. Tinubu go chop all your money. You go they look like donkey. When are we going to be brave to change our situation? But I don't think God is coming down to do it for us. So we need to do something.
If not now, when?
Yeah.
When will it be? You know, I've always stated that the Nigerian politicians are very few in number, but they are very smart.
Yeah.
Smarter than the rest of us. You know, during the political time, they will all use tribe and religion and stuff like that to divide us. But then the few of them that come from different tribes will still be united in their common purpose of corruption. Then this time around, the time to hold the government accountable, they have also come again to use tribe and religion and everything to divide us again. And that is why Onanuga is playing the template, you know. And unfortunately, the people from the southeastern part of the country, they're going to do exactly what Onanuga expects them to do. And I get it. I understand why they are sounding the way they are sounding. You know, I wouldn't blame them. But I just hope that the rest of the country should also understand that I don't think it means that the Southeast does not support the protest if it happens. You know? And who knows? If the other people should show much courage, they may even come back and join later to move the same cause. But I think they just want to see it started first. That was a smart thing for them to do. For the guy in Kenya, I think we have many people like that in Nigeria. You may not know it yet. For every Shore, there are more than 100 or 1,000 people like him that are still there. And maybe this is the time to discover if we still have some of them left. We are not going to give up, no matter how many Nigerians that are going to come out. It will still send a message. For people that are saying that protests will not achieve anything, I don't really believe it. It's going to achieve something. And for the fact that the governments are so afraid right now, shows that they know that whenever we decide to come together as a people, whenever we decide to keep away the things that divide us and stop seeing the person that the cabal selects to lead us as, you know, Yoruba president or Igbo president or Hausa president, because if you go around the southeast now, the southwest now, you're not going to see any special benefit that have accrued to any southwesterner because Tinubu is the president. Me and you know what happened in what's this state? Buhari's state.
Lagos State.
No, Buhari when Buhari was there.
Katsina
State when Buhari was president. What benefit did accrue to an average Katsina person? So these things are just chess game that they are playing, and we don't even understand it. It's our people, it's my people. You have nothing to gain from any of them. Nothing. Nothing. But they know how to use us against us and continue to prolong our day of suffering. May God help us.
Thank you so much. I was about to go to AY, but I want to welcome Mama Echo. Since AY has turned off his camera, I'm going straight to Mama Echo to give us. We've said a lot today. I don't know if Mama Echo been in the background listening, talk about constitution, citizenship, sovereignty. We speak too much. In fact, we talk Oyibo passing English, man, today. The type of Oyibo we talk, nobody feel understand. We speak big grammar today, Mama Echo. Your contribution to what's on the ground. Do you need any background on anything, or you're good? Okay, well done. Welcome.
You know, say 99.9% of us just yes say we get constitution. They not teach us, so we don't know. Now once in a while, they come with one verse when you talk about this and talk about that. But what really moved me here today is my brother and my pikin Ekene outburst. He accused Showore. He not do this, he not do that. But that's not the truth. I know say before Showore was arrested, he met one-on-one with Nnamdi Kanu and they had a great discussion. Before he came back. And they tell us now revolution and they take arrest and no. It is that discussion. Then I want to ask us one question now. We had 36 state governors in Nigeria. Is the Southeast governor, are they deprived of their allocation monthly? Is it that they don't collect their allocation and other states are collecting their allocation? Is it not the same evil those state governors in the Southeast are doing to their people with those allocations? Is that not the same thing that is applicable in other states? Even when Peter Obi came out for the election, did some of the Southeasterners stand against him and call him names? The vote he got that was stolen, was it only the people in the Southeast that voted for him?
No.
How many times the issue of the Southeast has come into this platform that other people from other tribes turn their ears against it and they speak about it? And the anger and the hurt we are bringing, is it coming from what happened in your generation or my own generation, or it is what happened in our father generation? And I think in the Kenyan, it is only one tribe that is speaking in Kenya. They come play their drum for una begin they dance. The same drum, this wicked elite play for us in election and we dance to it. And I guess now only the people from other tribe that are buying bread and garri at a costly price in Nigeria, and the Easterner, they are buying it at a cheaper price. And I think all of us when they debate, not join. Una dey Nigeria, I been a Western one, now they enjoy for the comfort of una house. I said one thing yesterday, that the past can never be changed, no matter how we cry and drum. But there is only one thing that can be changed: the future. And we are not talking to change the future for you and me, because me and you don't take quarter to go to the grave. We are talking to change the future for this generation and the younger generation, that all they know now, because that is what we have taught them to believe, in our action, in the things we display, that making money by all means is the ultimate. So if I buy my mama at the age of 15 because I want to make money, it doesn't matter. If I have to sell my bond, just my baby in the hand for 150,000 naira to eat, it doesn't matter. Shey na wetin we wan leave for ground for them be that? I want to ask, who are the people sabotaging the outcome of Nnamdi Kanu coming now? Is it not the Igbo elite? Is it not them? Is it not them? When they go close down meeting, they say no release am. Not be them put their neck for Nnamdi Kanu's neck. And yet when una come, all of us when come from other tribe, we be non-entity for una mouth. I wan ask una, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, na only una dey for Nigeria. Are you the only tribe in Nigeria?
I don't think this is about
No.
I don't think this is about Igbos. No. I don't think this is about Igbos. We're talking about Nigerian protests. This is not about Igbos, please.
Let me finish.
Kene, please, you can't do that. You can't. Nobody interrupted you. Please don't interject. Let Madam H.O. finish. I won't have rowdiness. Please, I beg you. If you have extra time to comment, I will give you. But please note your points down. I don't want you and turning it into a bagbos. I know we get very emotional and sentimental when it comes to tribe, but we have to keep it civil.
To make us reason. Because there are only two cards they play for us, and we will dance to their tune. And they started playing it. There is only one they have not played: religion. And you know where that will come from? The puppet pastors will start saying it. They tried it in the north recently, but it didn't work. You know why? The younger ones in the north are beginning to understand that some of these people lie to us. That is why when they tell them that protest is haram, they were able to challenge that is not true. And their political elite are involved who are selfish. Yes, of course. We can't dispute that. Has anything ever united us in this our journey so far? Up till now, no. But right now, one thing has united us, and that is hunger. Why can't we just hold on to that one? Abuna won't tell me, say, from now southeast, everybody now this situation they benefit. Is it not the same group of people that is affecting, and now it has begun to even affect those who have businesses, and a lot of them are even laying out the people they just employ to be paying because they can't afford those payments as time goes on. There's one thing that ain't gonna happen. Is either we decide to unite and fight for our freedom, or we all of us keep quiet and begin to take anything that they bring to us. I mean, so they're not going to see play. election, they will still play the same card. So instead of us to be opening channel to be complaining, and we don't want to discuss or fight for a solution, let us not complain. In fact, let us begin to sing hallelujah as we open channel. Did you understand? Again, I am not here to attack Igbo. You know I will never do that. But you see, there is a time that comes in a man's life that a man will decide, if this road that I have been following does not lead me to where I am going, I better take an alternative route. We are not sure if what we want to do will give us our answer. But it is wrong of us not to try to do something.
Thank you, Mama Echo. Thank you very much for that elderly submission. I know Wibon was raising up his hand, and Kenneth too has a feedback. I'm going to give each of you 1 minute. Wibon, you go first, and then 1 minute, please, just on what Mama Echo raised. And Kenneth also will have just 1 minute, and I will go to AY for his submission before we move on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is Righteous Man too raising up his hand? So 3 of you, 1 minute each. Wibon, your turn. I'm going to be very strict on the time.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. You see, what I would like to say here is this. I don't like when people concentrate on Southeast. The whole of Nigeria is in trouble. And the Southeast part of Biafra land is doing whatever they want to do. They are going to sit at home. Because when they come out there, they are going to be shot. They've been killing them with python dance and all kinds of things. So when they say that they are not going to come out, I am in total support of them. Because when they were killing them, majority of the people here said that they called for it. They said they want to secede. Most of you said, even Madam Echo, I have heard you spoke against these people. But today, it is happening. They are fighting the way they're supposed to fight. If anybody wants to go out there to protest, go and protest. There's no problem. We have a way of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wibon.
Can I talk?
Yeah. I've outlined people who are going to speak 1 minute. It's going to be Kenneth, but I just wanted to say that whether we're from the Southeast or from the East-West, we're all buying bread at the same price. And let's keep that in mind. We understand the historical perspective of our pain and our trauma, but going forward, no change is going to come from inaction. Sitting at home is also part of a good action. If that's what people are going to do, I will encourage them to do that. It's to also send a strong message to those of our oppressors. If you're going to stay at home, but support from behind if you can, but total abstinence is what I'm against. We need to change we're not doing it for us. We're doing it for children yet unborn, future generation. 1 minute, Kenny, I'm going to be very strict with my time.
Please, she called me out. Please, 1 minute will not be enough.
I won't give you more
so
than that.
when you hear this is it, then you know that I'm halfway done. Please, 1 minute will not be enough. Please, I beg you.
Okay, I'll give you 2, but no more.
Mama Isho, I'm not taking it personal.
I'm
right?
starting now.
So you say that I accused Showore. No, I did not accuse Showore of any crime or for anything. I remember what I said was I am happy with Showore, how he has come out to take his position and protest against this government. So I never accuse him of anything today. However, when you're talking about the Igbo elite sabotaging Nnamdi Kanu, I may agree with you in some sense, but I will not completely agree with you because we've seen that Igbo elite, the same Igbo elite, the Ohaneze, the Igbo governors, they have all come out and asked for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. If they go behind and then say another thing, that is up for them. But what I've seen so far is that they've all come out and asked for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I don't think I've seen any Yoruba leader came out to ask for the release of Sunday Igboho, but immediately Tinubu assumed office, he released Sunday Igboho. Really, he's free, he's a free man. All of those Fulani terrorists, they are all released. They are free today. Nobody even called for their release. But Nnamdi Kanu is the only one still there in their cell. Now, why I interjected and I asked you that this shouldn't be about Igbos is because Igbos have been the victims. And there is no way we will continue to be victims. We've known better today. We cannot be used any further. Our forefathers were used. Our fathers were used. Then we today refuse to be used. How is that a problem? If you are against the decision of Ndibo of not coming out on the street to participate in the election, Ndibo are saying that we will be part of the election, we will support that, but we'll sit at home to give you that support. If you are against this, you don't mean well for Ndibo. Our blood has been spilled several times, and we refuse to have our blood spilled any further. Please, you have to support us on this.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go to Righteous Man, 1 minute also, because and then we'll move on. Righteous Man,
Mama, H.O., we love you. We appreciate you. You are a big mommy. God bless you. But Mama, this issue is not as if the Igbos are exempting themselves from the troubles and challenges that we are facing in Nigeria. No, that is not it. The truth is that 1966 coup had happened. They blamed it on Igbo. 1967 Biafran War and Civil War, 5 million Igbos were massacred. Again, other religious riots have taken place in the north. Igbos were beheaded. Nobody asked question, why were they killed? Just few years ago here, NSAS, Igbos and other tribes were killed. 2023 general elections, our shops were burned. Our boys and girls were killed, macheted. Nobody came out to say, why must you kill these people? Are they not Nigerians? Today we have learned lessons and we will no longer go on the streets. It's not as if we're not going to be part of the protest. We will sit at home with pounded yam, ofe egusi, ofe nsala, ofe onubu, and then we celebrate whatever that is happening. We are going to sit at home, but we will not hit the streets.
Thank you, for Righteous Man.
What if the rest of Nigeria decides to sit at home?
Thank you. Sitting at home is a good protest. Thank you, guys. Sitting at home is a very valuable protest.
2027,
but listen, don't play into Ononuga's tribal game.
Thank you, my brother.
Protest,
by the way, please,
let me finish. As a symbol of the protest, have a tree, a leaf, a grass, something green. Put it in front of your house as your flag, a symbol that you're in support. Stay at home, but do not play to this government tribal bigotry. Don't be their chairs.
We have our Biafran flag already, Pereira.
I'm going to go to AY now for him to make his contribution. Thank you very much, Mama H.O. and all the others who counteract. We'll go around, go to AY. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ferreira. So I don't know. The issue is not getting tribal. I don't think we should go this route. All of you know, people should not be going through this route, and let's focus on the issues here. I completely agree with what Mama Icho said. I can't agree more. And the statement Ferreira just made now, that's big. Don't key into what Ononuga tried to achieve. What Ononuga, just like what he did in Lagos the last time, they come with these tribal issues to turn one tribe against the other. That is not the issue. Let's focus on the issues. The issues Nigeria are suffering. However you want to protest, if you want to sit in front of your house, do it. If you want to refuse to go anywhere, do it. If you want to go to the river and sit down, if you want to climb the tree and stay there, do it. But let Nigeria show they are not happy, shows there is hunger. There are issues we don't take personal. To be honest, there is problem in the country. we need to let the government know people are not smiling. People are dying, they can't pay hospital bills. People are dying, they can't eat. People are dying, bad roads. People are dying, bad buildings are collapsing because of corruption. A lot of things going on in the country. Let the people protest. It's their right to do so. Let them do it. Like Kenneth said, if you want to eat whatever you want to eat and protest at home, do it. It's also a protest. You must not take a gun and go to the street. You must not take a flag and go to the street. But let's show unity for once. Either you like it or not, this thing is affecting us one way or the other. It's not about tribe. It's not about religion. It's not about anything. It's about the survivor of the country. We don't know the importance of nation building. That is why we are all suffering today. All of us are suffering. Today, how many of us can beat their chest? If you want to enter Nigeria, you will not think twice about your security, about your safety. But if you want to go to a different country, you will not think of the safety. You know, oh, the country is safe. I can walk on the street. I can go out at night. I can come back safely. If you go to your village now, you are looking at your back. Our people, even if you don't want to go to Nigeria, we have families. They are suffering. They are suffering. God forbid, if anything happened to your family member in Nigeria today, as a result of the bad government, it's going to affect you. So we need to look at these issues. They are more than the way we are seeing it. There is problem. We should not allow them to come and say, oh, is Igbo against Yoruba? Is Yoruba against Hausa? We should forget about it. I don't have personal issue with President Tinubu, but I have issue with the way he's running the country. I have issue because things are not working. If things are working, I don't have issue with you, Mr. Man, Mr. President, but we want the country to work. You see, I don't want to, I don't want to go too far. Look at what the senators are doing. Look at what the House of Rep members are doing. They don't care about the country. They don't care looking at a way to solve problems. You see the gag up against, yesterday we were discussing the Dangote refinery here. You see the gag up that is going on. People don't realize that. See, I'm not saying Dangote is perfect. These issues are deeper than you think. Today, Dangote granted that we said NNPC should come and take the refinery. I pay him off. Give him the money. Go and manage it so he was not going to monopolize it. Somebody invested $20 billion. They are gagging up. They don't want the refinery to work. If you move it to electricity now, they will say, oh, you want to monopolize the electricity. Let him go there and monopolize it. If you are also, go there and monopolize it. Let's have light. Monopolize it. Let's have light. These issues are bigger than the way we're looking at them. They are really, really bigger. You know, as I'm speaking to you, I don't care where you're from. If you do things that will create jobs in that country, if you do things that will save the life of the people, I don't care the governor, I don't care the state you are ruling. If you are working for the people, trust me, 100% I'm with you. I can contribute financially. I just want the people to have peace, to live a normal life. Let people live normal life. Our governors, the president, the senators, the rep, they need to wake up because anyhow they will see it, right? They might think, oh, Nigeria are scared, they don't want to die. One day they want to die. Oh, it's not joke. They need to take this seriously. Nigeria don't want to die. Like I said earlier, until
thank you very
the
much.
People cannot pay for hospital bill, people are dying, people are dying of hunger. By the time people will get on the street and say, we will die anyway, let's die, they will be shocked. It will be big shocker. They should leave issue of settlement and leave Peter Obi out of it and face the reality of it and solve problem for Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AY. I'm going to put my last comment on this topic and then I'm going to move on to the next one. I personally believe that no country is going to change if the people don't take action. There are different types of action you can take. Everything is not marching in the street, Aluta, solidarity forever, and all that rubbish we do in Nigeria. In fact, sitting down at home is one of the most effective protests you could ever have. Cut a
Thank
tree.
you.
Let there be a symbol of representation of support of this protest. Have a plant, a grass as a symbol. I remember one time when Babangida must go, I think it was green plant we were using. Attach it to your car, put it in front of your house. Go on the internet, type in against bad government. Let hashtag bad government, let it go viral. There are thousands of activities you can do. I wouldn't encourage anybody to endanger their life, because we do have irresponsible people in governance who are very determined to destroy their own people. But we can beat them if we just connect the dots. We can't give in to their bigotry and their tribalism and the tricks they're trying to use to divide us for a common purpose. And Nigeria is our right. That is our father's land. It doesn't belong to them. It belongs to us. And we owe it to them to let them know it belongs to us. And this is all we are doing. We know past traumas have happened, but for once, we have to put this a little bit aside and say, going forward, what do I want to leave for my children? What do I want to leave for my great-grandchildren? And this is what this is about. So let us support in every way. We don't want anybody to die. If it's staying at home, you don't know how powerful staying at home is. Just have a symbol of representation, a plant, a tree, to show life, that we want life, because the devil, these satanic people are killing us. They're taking life away from us. So that green symbol, every Nigerian will hold it in your street, everywhere. You don't have to march. And let those who will march, but march safely. Those who will stay at home, eat that pounded yam and egusi soup. I'll try and cook one too. But on a serious note, this thing is serious. Let us not be so divisive and be this tribal thing. I'm proud of my tribe, but sometimes too much of everything is bad. Tribe religion has destroyed Nigeria, and it's now a shield that protects the satanic government we have. And look at a whole
Excuse me, Ferrero, please.
Ononuga.
How many minutes are we giving?
What?
I was going to ask, how many minutes is one person giving?
No, the time is over. I'm just concluding this topic. I'm about to move on to the next topic. I'm just giving my own contribution. Why? You still want to add more to the topic? We've discussed the topic.
Yeah, I wanted to say something, but also I asked because I also noticed AY was speaking for like almost 5 minutes plus.
Oh, well, that's not relevant right now because he's finished speaking. I'm moving on. You just interrupted my thought. But I'm concluding. I'm rounding this
No,
up.
I think it was because AY just came in, so he was giving more time.
AY just came in. Yeah, thank you again for that. So this thing, we have to be together, but connect the dot. If you're staying at home to watch TV, be at home, be on your computer, typing something in support that goes viral. Don't endanger yourself. Whatever you do, your children will be proud of you. Not the rubbish that labor leaders did to go agree on 70,000 when they know that is not going to be enough to take them home. Not the rubbish that those in INEC that call themselves professor did. Not the rubbish that those that call themselves educated judges did. All these people are they're so greedy and thinking of now, they're just destroying their children's future. But there are things we can do and send a message to these people. We will not take this anymore. That's all for that topic. I'm going to leave that alone. I want to move on to the topic, unless there's a strong objection. I want to move on to the topic of Biden dropping out, and then just show you the headline on that one, and maybe we'll talk about that. And then if Father should be ready, maybe in an hour, I want to be signing out, and then by 6, maybe if Father wants to continue. But to share the latest news headline, share the screen. Okay, share screen. Okay, they said, I'm going to read just briefly out of the headline. Biden's dropout of the 2024 race. Can you all see that? Let me see the line. I don't know if that's showing. It's not showing. Oh, it's showing. Good. They said Biden is dropping out. Let me read it. Drops out of 2024 race. Harris vowed to win nomination. So I don't know how the system works when somebody drops out after primaries, but I'll be learning more about the U.S. Constitution and how that works, what they're going to do in their convention. I believe their convention is going to be in my town here in Chicago, so it will be interesting to see. With Biden out, Michelle Obama will be Donald Trump was self-inflicted nightmare. That's an opinion. So we don't know how the Democrats are going. Is it going to be Harris? Is it going to be governor of California? Is it going to be the governor of Illinois? Because those are popular people. I'm trying to see if I could read a little bit out of the article.
I think he endorsed Harris.
Oh, Biden endorsed Harris, but I believe Harris will still have to fight for the nominee, right? I think everybody will still have to fight. I don't know how it works. I got to try and figure this out from their laws. This is a new.
No, it's not a free lunch.
It's not free lunch. Everybody will still have to fight for nomination, right?
Yeah.
So I think those will be the four contenders: Harris, Obama's wife, Michelle, governor of California, and governor of
Michelle says she's not interested.
Michelle said that she's not interested. Okay.
Michelle said that he is not interested.
Okay. So President Biden announced Sunday he's pulling out of the race, a week-long pressure campaign from fellow Democrats. In earnest, is following much criticized debate performance. I believe it's the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down, Biden said in a statement to X. He added that he plans to address the nation later this week, but made clear that he intends to finish out the last 3 months of his term in office. One lesson before I continue reading is that you see how this country, sometimes they let country's interest override personal interest. In reality, he could have stayed on that thing for selfish interest. But if you're trying to push an argument that Trump is a danger to democracy, and you know you're a weak candidate, why are you running against him? This is what I see in most of Nigerian politicians. They will say, well, the ruling party is not doing well, and you are a weak candidate. Why are you not forming alliances or doing something to get rid of what is bad? I don't know, but that's my own opinion. I believe it is the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down, Biden said. In a separate post following the announcement, Biden wrote that he is endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris to be the nominee. Democrats, it's time to come together. I will be looking more into details on how they select after the primaries has been done. I don't know much about that. Maybe that will be done at the convention through nomination. Yeah, let me see if they give us details about that. Comes less than a month before are scheduled to hold their nominating convention in Chicago on August 19th. It also raises the question of who will replace him at the top of the ticket and how the person will be picked. I said it, and whether that person has a better shot at defeating former President Donald Trump than the 81-year-old president. So that's that on that topic, people. Any comments, additions, subtraction?
Yeah. So what will happen? It's two ways, right? They can have a unity candidate. They can both Democrats can agree on Kamala Harris, or they can go on do a vote, right? But that means if they have more people. But the way I'm looking at it, right, the top Democrat, I'm seeing them supporting Harris already, like Hillary Clinton and the former president Bill Clinton.
That might be a bad thing.
Hold on. The president also Biden is endorsing Kamala Harris. Before you will see them doing all that, there is another grand arrangement to give that ticket to Kamala Harris. The only person I have not seen with that statement endorsing Kamala is Barack. Once you see Barack Obama putting out a statement endorsing Kamala Harris, is done. So there is another grand plan. Politics does not really like the way you see it, right? So if all the donors, Democrat donors, accepted, they must have had all this discussion with the big donors. They agree they're going to sponsor Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will just move with the ticket. But however, Trump needs to go. So Democrats need to give a candidate that is that the people will accept. I wish Michelle Obama can come in. I don't think she's really interested. I don't think anybody will push her. I don't think she's interested. But Kamala Harris, again, is a lesser evil than Trump. Trump needs to go. So I think the swing state now, they will be much interested in the election. Like I said earlier, when Biden was there, the swing state, I think most of them could have stayed away from the election. But now, Kamala Harris have better chances to get rid of Trump. Those swing states, most of them will decide to vote for Kamala Harris. And I think Kamala Harris will likely be the next president. Trump needs to go. He's also old. He's also old. It's just that his madness is less than a lot of mistakes Biden was making. He also make mistakes too. He's too old. Let him go. America don't need him, and it's trouble.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And the bloody
I might have to rotate a little bit because I think there might be some more people.
AY just finished speaking in the previous topic, and then he jumped into this one. So
okay. I'm good based on your protest. Listen. Based on your protest, I'm going to start with you, Kenneth. Then I'll go to Magzi, and then righteous. And then we're going to go around. But once you speak, I might put you in the back because I think there are some more people.
Once I'm done, I will sign out.
Okay.
So speaking of, I hate to speak about these Democrats. It's just like me talking about devil. This is a party that I know that their end is very near. Just in November, they will be, kicked out from the White House. It's a party that I detest with everything in me. So if you like, bring Harris or Michelle Obama, though that guy said that he's not interested, or Michelle Obama. I don't like to call her she, because some of them are they eat, and then I think he is he, she is he. So I hate to address them as normal human beings because they say that they are they eat and all that. So whichever way they want to go, we are ready for them. Thank God for God's intervention on Trump. The guy is there to kick their butt out. White House does not belong to the devil and his children, so we don't want the children of the devil in the White House. Moving forward, we want this country to.
Rhetoric, Kenneth.
Yes,
you sound like a redneck right now.
Yes, I know.
You know what rednecks
are.
He is a black neck.
Can I have your number?
We want
can I have your number?
Can you turn down the rhetoric for us, please?
Okay, I will turn it down. We want this country to move forward. We wouldn't want to come here next year and begin to lament, oh, the economy is bad and da. Leaving this country in the hands of Democrats would destroy this country.
Thank you.
So Trump is coming 2024. Everybody get ready.
Can I put your number on the private chat for that man shouting and disturbing us? I'm going to go straight to
Nigerian oil will be grounded. Nigerian oil will be grounded. Finally.
Can you be? Thank you, Kenneth. Ovie is
more. I wanted to just ask you. I wanted to ask you something.
Convention layer and there. So Ovie, updates. You got like about a few minutes. I don't want to specify it, but it won't be more than 30 minutes. Yeah.
Ferrero, why exactly did Biden? Why did he step down? Just suddenly step down.
Now you saw the performance at the debate.
People, I guess.
Americans are visual.
Yeah,
I guess so in my head, but I just said let me ask again.
Oh, listen. Americans are very visual. If you go back to history, the first television debate was it between Nixon and Kennedy? I can't remember. It was because the TV showed Nixon very weak. That was why he lost that election. He was leading in the poll before. So Americans are very visual. So what that debate did against Biden was that people already suspected he's senile. The debate just confirmed the fact that he's senile. So it's going to be hard for them to vote for someone that.
And the pressure.
When I look at things like this, sorry, AY. When I look at things like this, I'm like, why can't Nigeria embody the same thing?
We're not there yet.
To be honest,
We're not there yet. Let's move on. We'll be derailing.
When he said we're not there yet.
We're not there
Because
yet.
we have Biden, Black Biden here in Nigeria. We have Biden 2.0 here in Nigeria. So we get like two of them.
Your turn. Don't let this man take your time, because I will take out of his time and take out of yours.
No, my time just started. I never started.
Okay, go ahead. Lawyer, add tone to the chat.
Biden decided to step aside. It'll be it's not news, but I think people they follow my platform. I think I've been saying this for not even months, years, that Biden will not get to the finish line. That's my phrase. Biden will not get to the finish line. I've been saying it for ages. Even Trump, there's a possibility that him too will get to the finish line. But I'm going to get to the finish line might not be the final nominee. So there's still election is just getting started. It's just got risking. Now the next question is, who will Kamala Harris, whatever, who will she endorse?
But she hasn't gotten it yet, so you still have to fight for it now.
That's why I said, who she go endorse?
That is what Ovie is saying now. He's saying she's not.
Is she going to stand in the center stage in your city, Chicago?
I see what Ovie is saying now. I see what he's saying. Okay, who will Kamala endorse that? Kamala might not get it also. Okay, go on.
Is she going to stand in the center stage at their convention in your city, Chicago, on the 21st or on the 22nd? I said, well, women support women. I'm going for Michelle Obiangeri Obama, because that's my pick. That's my. I will not jump off that bad wagon yet. I will not join her, but she still remains my number one pick, and I've been saying it for long that she will be the nominee. I mean, it's not even surprising that Biden they push him out. But however you want to put it, this is a script that is playing out. I mean, it's crazy that people are believing that Trump's shot was staged, but this one they didn't see this coming. This one they obviously the man will not be the nominee. But I mean, as I said, the intrigue is just getting started. Let's see what is going to happen. And those who are saying, oh, Trump has won, against who? And I said it here last week. I said, so everybody was like, Trump, we're talking about how Trump was shot. The whole world, I said, we're going to forget this thing. And normal, we will forget about this accident by this time next month. I will never have this next month. Nobody remembers the man got shot again. So it's just getting started. By October, by September, and September you start believing polls, because let's not forget, to win the presidential election in America, it's not by popularity, right? It's by electoral college, and electoral college now first get 270 electoral college. How do you win electoral college? Any state where you win, the whole total electoral college member of that state belongs to you.
Actually, Ovie, I believe it's only 5 states that are in play in this election. Either five or 3 states.
Because that's the projection now. People, the problem are projecting that Trump will win the 20 states that he won before, and we get Arizona, and get all that. All this never settle until we know who will contest against then we now start calculating which of the states we swing and not. So, but I'm just basically saying that whoever wins the state get all the delegates. So it's not sure, it's not over yet until it's over. By October, they will start bringing out their last weapon. You understand? Like when I mean last weapon, last election, Democrat brought out the Biden laptop. It never worked. They found a way around it. 8 years ago, it was Donald Trump grabbed by the pussy. It never worked. So October is still very, very important. But in terms of Democrat, it's just getting started. Nobody knows who the nominee is. Yes, Biden nominated her, but it was after he tweeted out the letter before he now came back. Yes, Clinton said has followed, but Obama has not. So there's so much going on at this point. But as far as I'm concerned, I believe Michelle Obama is going to be the nominee. And for obvious reason, at this point, she's the only person that can beat Trump. She's the only Democrat that can fill the stadium, any stadium, anywhere. She is loved. And how do you attack a black woman like her? Know who Trump is. So what they are trying to do is to set the Democrat and push them to one corner. Regardless of who they bring, even if it's Harrison, how do you criticize her? Right? Remember, the storyline that is coming, this is going to be Wakanda now, women time. That's how the Democrats are going to play it out. Right? How are you going to fight that kind of? and abortion is on the last. So many things that is going to be on the favor of women.
So you're saying you're saying that down the line we're looking at a battle between Michelle and Harris.
That's my Michelle. What do you mean, Michelle and Harris on the same ticket?
No. You know, to tussle it out among themselves.
That's my prediction. I believe it. It doesn't even matter of tossing it out. For me, I think, as I said, it's a script that is playing out and it's already said that is how they're going to run her. But again, I could be wrong. But so far, I'm right in my prediction when it comes to this Democratic Party and how things are going. So it's going to be very, very exciting. And again, I make I not to push my prediction too much, right? If let's say that is the case, that panel between Michelle and Harris, Michelle is going to win, and not because at this point we all agree that it's not about the candidate, about the machine. Because if at this point Joe Biden, people see the believe they don't know where they who's running the government, right? So you are running against the machine here. So whoever they decide to put there, be rest assured it's going to be a good fight. It's going to be a very, very, very tough fight going to the election. And again, why I'm saying that Trump might not necessarily be over for Trump. You still get court cases. You understand? It's possible of jail is still there. But most importantly, that idea of January 6th is still hanging on in some states, right? They might, even if you win, the rep, as of rep, the rep might decide to say, you know what, no, we don't want somebody who has put a solution to be a president. They can still take it away from him. So the future is pregnant. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. And again, if you want to actually fight on other conspiracies around 2025, there's this package that the Republicans are pushing, Project 2025. Right? If you actually want to factor that in, what it means that Trump is coming out to overhaul the system. What do I mean by that? As the president of the United States, you have the prerogative to at least employ direct 3,000 people without any vetting, without any going through screening. 3,000. And if you go into their website, Project 2025, you can actually apply for a job. All you need to do, upload your profile and everything. So what is coming to this? Coming to overhaul this year and everything. And that is also at stake. That is the fear. That is why Donald Trump said it's still very careful time to associate with that kind of program. So there's so much. I'm saying all this because even after the election, what is the probability that they will accept? We are there. Yes, America will there. We are there now, right? And again, they're also deliberating to actually alter the constitution. What does that mean? The future that we are stepping into is unprecedented. Anything can happen. Just like the changing that is happening around the world is also a play within our own local politics here. So there's so many issues going on. There's so many things that can happen. So you can wake up tomorrow morning, you hear another thing. But as I said, it's very wrong to draw conclusion who is going to win. It's just American politics is a festival. It's a fiesta. It's just something. Expect anything. But most importantly, they know exactly what they are doing. I said it before. As a Democrat, there's so much at stake that I don't think they are just acting out of right now. They know what they are doing. But we'll see. But I'm still sticking to my guns. Michelle Obama will be the nominee. But again, I could be wrong.
Okay, Via, we'll call her. We'll call her to judge it.
I think the next person is the righteous man. Are we going? What am I doing?
You've been jumping.
Know what I'm doing? Is it righteous man
you've
or
been jumping around? You've been jumping around.
I know that's not fair. I'm supposed to be following the screen.
Exactly.
Okay. See, so
you reach the people you don't like, you jump them, and go to people you like.
Well, yeah, I know I'm going to be accused of that.
You jump me and CM.
Okay, you guys have to stay jumped for now, because if I try to rectify that, I will get into more problems. Let's go to righteous man, then after that, Mama Echo, and then back to you.
Ferrari, it's like you drank kunu today, honestly.
Are you talking about the American election now?
Yeah,
is that what you guys are talking?
American election.
But I'm not waiting. But let everybody go. I'll go in after everybody.
Righteous man, hit us with what is next.
Yeah, so I would have wished Michelle Obama contest. It's my favorite. I love that woman. You know, she's so disciplined. She has everything it takes to be a president. But the question is this: Americans, are they ready for a woman president? Are the Americans ready for a woman president? Because if this woman was,
that's a good question, and I think they might still convince her to run if they see that the polls is not favoring Harris. That's what the leadership does. They will go get her to come in. You understand? They
I think
I
think America is ready with everything that happened in Me Too movement, the Wakanda movie. There's so much that happened over the last 4 years. You know that they are preparing
I
America
kind of
for
think
that.
they are ready too. I think they're ready for my president.
yeah, yeah, you know, in 2016, there was this prediction given by a pastor. I think that pastor is late. He did that prediction before he died. He talked about a woman, a dark in complexion woman that was going to come.
Here we go again with the Nigerian pastor. Here we go again. We are ready.
No.
We get problem. I'm telling you, we're talking polls and facts, and the righteous man bringing pastor vision. Adebayo never see plenty vision enough for us. See where he lead us. Yeah.
Ferrari.
Go ahead.
This is an American white. He's a white man. He's an American. He's a pastor, but he's late now. He did the prediction of a black woman, you know, who will become a vice president, and something is going to happen on you know, while election was to be contested, and that woman will later be elected as president of America. I will go back to my this thing and check my archives and check, and I will try to play it back. He's a white pastor. He's an American man. He's not a Nigerian. So
that is not an authority. Let's stay on issue. Let's be factual here. That's not an authority. What do you mean, pastor?
I agree with AY on righteous man. Let's stay on fact, because we start dabbling into pastor say, pastor that. Now you're making John Abba upset. You know that man is a pastor.
What of that Babalawo that said Tinubu will be president?
I know. Please don't make John Abba upset, so I can't afford him to be angry with me. Let's talk about polls. What the poll says, not what
AY. The Bible says that God ruleth in the affairs of men. So irrespective of whatever that is happening, we must acknowledge the existence of God, whether we like it or not, okay? And God still speaks to people. I believe it. So you wouldn't, because you're in the Western world, you now say rubbish anything about God.
How come all those that predicted Goodluck was going to win? Peter B was going to win. How come? I beg, let's discuss it, Joe.
Righteous man, you get 1 minute. You get 1 minute. This pastor talk. They carry us go where we don't know. Righteous man, you they carry us go where we don't know.
Ferrari, you set me up with AY to take my time, okay? Two of you, I've seen what you are doing. Two of you, Ferrari and AY. So back to the issue. If Americans are not yet ready, and when I talk of Americans, I talk of the owners of the land, and you guys know what I'm referring to. If they are not yet ready, considering the foreign policies, their interest, who is going to defend it? I'm telling you, even if they bring Mitchell, she might not win. And again, I'm looking at the condition of the whole world today, the crisis that is erupting. You see, Israel is having a kind of a battle now with Houthi in Yemen. So rockets are being fired, strikes here and here. The world needs somebody that will come to calm this issue and kind of bring a relative peace to the world. So many things will be looked at before the final decision. Those who owns America and who decide who becomes president, before they will take their final decision. Remember in 2016, nobody, no pool, even analysts, political analysts, including all of you in this platform, was saying that Hillary Clinton is a sure banker. But at the end of the day,
how did you know? How did you know that's my stand? How did you know that's my stand? How did you know?
How did I know?
Yes. How do you know that I supported Hillary? How do you know that Hillary will win? How do you say all of us on this planet? How do you know that? Do you know me for 2016?
Ovie, he don't tell you, say pastor talk, say, now don't they carry us go where we don't know. I'm going to have to give this man 30 seconds left.
How you go just accuse all of us? They will say Hillary go win. How you say no? You know.
Now they carry us go where we don't know. Well, let me give righteous man 30 seconds to round up so I can go to Mama Echo. Yes.
Ferrari, why I know there. When I remember me today, no wahala. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is this: American election is unpredictable. You can never say who is going to be. Those who owns the land, they know who is going to be the president of America come November 2024. That's just where I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, righteous man. Mama Echo, I beg, no carry us go where we don't know. Pastor say, na polls we want chop, na statistic we want chop, no be.
Just man, the only time I believe that Trump no go win, I be this one. I actually believe he was going to win last year, but he no win. So
Wait,
this
hold
is the only time I
it
believe
over until let Mama Echo speak. Then I see. Let me see if there's any other person in the background. I might rotate, but I don't know if there are people.
Oga CMD there now. Oga CMD.
CMD background. I never had them. Oh, it's
you dey see so.
I have to change glasses. Okay, go on, Mama Echo.
We are here talking about American election. An election that there will be no bloodshed of innocent citizens. We dey here, they clap hand.
Trump don't draw blood already, Mama Echo.
I beg.
No, Trump no draw blood, though. He took a bullet for democracy.
Okay.
Sorry, no, Mama, I don't want to distract you. Sorry, let me, and I just joke a day. Go ahead, continue.
Share blood when they say bullet hit ear and ear not split anyway. Now who did they deceive? Now me? They say bullets now hit in ear, but the ear not split and blood not split.
Nazobo with this.
Ovie, I go punch you. Oh. We only see something like blood. Like show us. And me, I won't believe. You see, a man that will hate immigrant with passion is not my person. So as far as I'm concerned, Donald Trump hates immigrants with all passion. And yet it is the immigrants that are sustaining their country. Tell me which area in America economy that an immigrant is not playing a vital role. And yet every of his question is hatred for immigrants. Yet his wife, they are immigrants. Generation of immigrants. Now, not say make una not vote for her, make it come into power. But make it come. And none of you should complain. Because the bulala when go bring her, he go whip everybody. Just like Tinubu they do. Because he's coming to reverse everything that he can reverse. He's coming with a vengeance mission. And it will affect you and me. So there's no case. But for now, my concern, now where they born me.
Nigeria.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mama Echo. Okay, if not now, your turn before I go to Pastor John Abba and CM.
Mama Echo, you live in Colorado. I never thought MAGA. How come? No. We have to work on you.
Who have not done MAGA? Ovie.
I
thought you're MAGA. You are not MAGA.
Me? I'm neither Obidien nor Maga.
If not now, you spend 3 minutes of your 4 minutes arguing with Ovie. I won't give you extra time. Oh, okay.
Full disclosure, I am not a Democrat and I'm not Republican. But I think the withdrawal of Joe Biden have given people in my group a kind of a choice. Because for some of us, we did not want to vote for either A or B before. But now, depending on how the Democrats handle the situation, the dynamics may begin to change. And depending on the choice they make, those deficits that Biden has, that has to do with the Arab community, that has to do with the young voters, it could be reversed. But it's still too early, like Ovie said, to judge where the pendulum will swing. But the only thing I can tell our Republican brothers is that their joy or victory song have been cut short, unfortunately. So let them be patient. Let's see what's going to happen within the next 2 weeks. That will decide where the center will go. Because it's actually the center that wins the election in America. God bless all of us.
Thank you. My friend and pastor, the one who delivered me from my demonic forces, dip my head straight inside water. John Paul himself, Paul Abba, your turn.
Thank you, my brother. How are you today?
I'm fine,
And thank you. Good evening from here to everybody.
Yeah.
I think yesterday I attended those young ladies show and they asked me to take medication before I go to bed. So when I took the medication, it took me to Wonderland. So those girls know what they are doing. They are trying to kill the old man on time. Oh, Jesus is Lord. On the issue of American politics, if election is held today between Kamala and Trump, of course Trump will beat her. She's very unpopular, so that is it. But we are just starting. It's a new chapter now that Joe Biden stepped away from running. So I think it will be interesting in coming days. And I don't think the governor of California, I think Trump will use mouth on him because there are some certain things that he did not do well in terms of handling.
John Abba, what about our governor here in Illinois? My governor, Joe Pritzker. That's why I'm pushing him.
Yeah, there's a lot of the groundwork. We'll see in the coming weeks and days. It's going to be a lot of energy. Uwe say something. I think his will is working today. I think he said that it's going to be a dynamic of change because it could have been a straight handover to Trump under Joe Biden. But now I don't even think Harris will be the final one, but we'll see what happens in coming days. I know that our husband have a lot of resources, so we'll see what happens.
Before we go on that, I don't mean to take you back. Were you listening in the background when we were talking citizenship, constitution, this, that?
Yes.
Any major comments on that before I go to the next person? Protest, citizenship, constitution. Do we have citizenship, sovereignty? The whole yada yada. Just you have 2 minutes on that one.
Yeah, I think we may have not exercised it to the fullness because of all the corruptions and all that, but I think we do have it. It's only the divide and control strategy that have worked over the years that is keeping us from being a full to exercise it to the fullness of citizenship. But I think we do have.
Your view on protest?
You guys have summarized it. I don't even know why Righteous Man say he will be eating every shala, everything. It doesn't seem, except AY send him some change. It doesn't look like that. Thank you.
You can't even afford yam. How would he sit at home and be eating yam?
He say he want to eat every salad, white soup, and everything. Oh, well, AY, please, get his number and send him $100 on behalf of me, so he can eat all that and watch it. I watch the protest from his
Righteous
room.
man is a millionaire. Or he just a pretend.
I know.
John Alban,
So,
John Alban, I will be taking kunu.
now, Brukutu, no Brukutu.
That's another way to support the protest. So send up
Yeah,
money
so
home for yam.
we will see. I wish and I pray that no life is lost. We know Nigeria is very chaotic, and but you cannot undermine souls of human being. But I don't think I've reached to that level that they are between the rock and the hard place now. I think it's a little too early to that level. They can start the protest, but I'm talking about the protest that you made up your mind that if I stay here, I die. It's better I make a move. It has not gotten there yet, but this one we see how it play out, and I pray that all Nigerians do well in supporting each other. Whatever the sign of your own protest, sit at home like righteous man, eat a fish salad, bring water to the people that are protesting. But my advice to the youth, do not vandalize anybody's property. Those are poor people like you. Go around because, and also the organizers should understand that these people can plant another evil among them that will go after that and use that excuse to say, okay, you are now going after people's property. So they should be vigilant. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Donaba. My main man, CM. Now your turn.
Ferrari,
Eh?
Ferrari, remember that John Alban had made a pledge of $100 via a KY.
I have said it.
So
That's
take
the way to
note.
support the protest. Send money home. We want
Yeah.
cook pounded yam and egusi to
So
be eating at
AY,
home.
I'm going to send the account to you.
Please do. So you can get Benue. I'm also straight from Benue.
Okay. So CM, you too, you would have to do like Abba did, first on the American politics and then back to you've not on our own. Do we have citizenship? Protest, should he go forward? Blah blah blah. You know the whole 9 yard. I don't know how much you've listened, but
Anyway, thank you very much. And actually, I'm not so much this American politics. I don't live in America, so whatever I say, who hasn't got depth. It might just mean just a conjecture. I can't really. I don't know it I don't know it. But only the good news is that, as a person, I feel that Biden shouldn't have even continued because of ill health. So he should have even since last year thrown in the towel to allow the Democrats to elect somebody to take over from him. I mean, having done 4 years, that should be okay. But I don't know I don't America, they have a lot of interest and nuances. These are racial issue and all these things, the bias in their politics. So I don't know much about that anyway. But whatever it is, those of them in the platform or people that come here that stay in America, I go by what they say. That is that I take I go because they are the people that can analyze it better. They feel the impact, whether it's Trump or Biden or Clinton or Obama, they will tell me. So I only listen to them and then pick one or two facts. So I don't argue so much. Whatever it is, it's okay. If it were in the UK, I can hazard a guess and say, look. But the issue is this Nigerian something. I won't discuss constitution because my position on constitution is that we haven't got a constitution. We should have done one within 3, 4, 5 months. We could have finished a good constitution and then continue from there. But some people, it favors them. They feel that touching the constitution is like their life, touching their life. Then citizenship, Nigerian citizenship. I don't really think there's a pathway to Nigerian citizenship. Anybody can claim Nigerian citizenship. Why do I say this? We've seen people say repentant Boko Haram as part of our armed forces, which is wrong. Those that served in the armed forces, they know the pathway through which they get into the armed forces, the recruitment process. For you to be a Nigerian citizen, either your father or your mother will be a citizen, or both of them, or you get married to a Nigerian. From there, you get whatever it is, the passport. That is the way it happens. Or you nationalize because you've lived there for a long time. But how do you see people saying they are Boko Haram, they are not Nigerians, fighting you? You manage to get a couple of them. Tomorrow you said you now put them into the armed forces. If you're a member of Nigerian forces, it means you're a Nigerian. So that makes a mockery of our citizenship, that pathway, because there's no clear path. I'm not an American, but if I want to be an American tomorrow, they will specify everything for me, and you must go through each. Either one of them should apply. The same thing with UK. So how come in Nigeria, all of a sudden, people from anywhere, they are ragtag terrorists, they breach our borders, come in. Tomorrow you get them, say, oh, they are repentant. And when they repent, you put them in the armed forces. Meaning they already having green passport. They are Nigerians. That's why if you follow this just still on citizenship, if you follow
Yeah,
the
did you see the lesson plan I show of a US school teaching a 13-year-old about and most Nigerians until we grow up, nobody even have contact with the so-called crazy constitution.
Well, even if I didn't see it, but it tallies with what I'm saying, that there's a pathway. In other words, there's a pathway to be a citizen of any country. There's a pathway. Either you are born there. I mean, I don't want to go into it. Okay, now look at what happened at the floor of the House of Senate, the Senate, when they want to pass a Ruga bill. Everybody opposed it. At the time, people from the southern part said, "Why not let them go to their state of origin and establish establish the Ruga, their land there." A lot of them, if you listen to Abaribe, he said, "No, most of them are not Nigerians." They are not Nigerians, but we are debating their welfare at the floor at our national parliament. So that's why citizenship in Nigeria is flawed. It's adulterated. That's what I'm saying. And then regarding the right to protest, of course, we have the right to protest. You know one thing, this protest, I wear 2 flags and I will say 2 caps. I say it like this. Normally, you protest, which is civil, peaceful. If you do a peaceful protest in Nigeria, the army will gun you down. We know that has been a tradition. I proposed elsewhere that let Nigerians protest, but everybody stay at home, including the ministries. 36 states shut down. It means a lot. Everybody. People might say, why? Because just for damage limitation, can you imagine from Sokoto to Bayelsa, from Lagos to Meduguri? Everywhere shut down. Nobody go to work, including no school, everything. Simultaneously, even if it's for 1 week, government will sit up. That way you save life. However, if that is not enough, I give another alternative. I'm glad that the protest now is being organized from mainly people that claim that they are a population in the north. They are the people organizing it. So let them take the lead. And they will also say this. The likes of Wole Soyinka, Femi Falana, Pastor Yedepo, Bishop Oyedepo, Kumuyi, and all of them, they should join. Because they are the people that protested against Jonathan or Jota, and then brought the government down. So let them go and protest. We will join. Let them go and protest. It's not that Nigerians is long due for what they call a mass action. People should protest. But in trying to do it, can they organize themselves very well and do it without being infiltrated and then trying to play one tribe against the other? According to the timetable, he said it will start in August. If I'm not mistaken, 1st of August. Already, Bayo Ononoga is singling out Peter Obi as a man to be held responsible that they want to burn down Nigeria. When Showore is the person who is even coming out openly to even advocate for it, Ononoga is already pointing towards Peter Obi. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? So, you see, there are a lot of complicities in this. Yes, Nigeria is overdue for protest because the people have been taken for granted. But in trying to do it, I will like those people from the north. Even El Rufai is out. I don't know why Bayo Ononoga is not confronting El Rufai. Why is he singling out Peter Obi?
But
Peter Obi
CM, you
didn't
know
say
they're
anything.
trying to play the tribal card. You know that. The
It's
question is, should the people fall to that trick? You know that. Me know that. They're trying to play the divide and rule tribal card.
Yes, but in the end, the people that declare that Peter Obi, when they want to say anything, they say obedient, from obedient to IPOB, and then they will start to some people will lose more than the other. That's why in this protest, I'm so happy that it's originating from the north. Let me see from Zafara, Boruno, Medu, Sokoto. It's originating from them. Hunger is much more there than in the south. So let them take the lead. That's what I'm asking. Let them take the lead. Let's see how it goes. By the time they do it 2 days, 3 days, it's sustained. The entire country will join. After all, when we did NSAS, which everybody embraced, over there in the north, they were doing pro-SARS. So it's like two countries. This time that they are taking the lead, I will be watching, to be honest with you. And it will be a very nice development. For the first time, the people in the north are taking the lead. They are what is it called? Their preachers in the mosque are already saying it, that they will do it, they do a peaceful protest, which is good. Let them protest for the first time so that they understand that we're doing it in the south. We are not pulling down Buhari's government. When you want to protest, you want to pull down Buhari's government. We are not pulling down Buhari's government. It's not Buhari now. Let them do the protest and let them be convinced by what they are doing. And not tomorrow, they will be thinking that they are doing it because they want to help somebody. So to me, you just have to watch out and see how it goes. Every day I'll be monitoring commentaries to see what people say and how people perceive it. Let me stop here for now.
Okay, yes. So we've talked about US politics and everything. I think we've covered virtually most of the things I want to cover. I made a list of about 16 things that were currently wrong with the Nigerian constitution. It might be a bit boring to read through it. Well, that's my last topic if I have any. But if there's any other topic other than tribal problems that anybody wants us to discuss, maybe encourage people to come out for the protest. These things I've not mentioned. Maybe we can use that.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, CM, you have a question.
CM, I'm surprised. Do you really believe that?
Okay, I'm not.
I know. Do you really believe that those who are leading or to be leading the protest, organized protest? So you really believe that they're in, or they are just doing to satisfy all righteousness? Because the negotiation that Bola Tinubu just went to the last 2-3 weeks, it's all in their favor. So I don't know. Do you really believe it, or you are just waiting to see what happened?
To be honest with you, Ovie, I don't believe it, to be honest. But because, do you know why? About how many days ago, they were giving Ministry of Cow for animal development. What else? So they were, if the Fulanis has been pacified with a ministry because of their animal livestock development. So if they are protesting against Tinubu, who they believe is better than everybody, I wonder. So it will be interesting to watch and see what they do. But if they fail to do it, it then goes on to confirm that all through Buhari's regime, despite the harshness of that regime, they didn't say anything. They're only attacking Tinubu because maybe Tinubu is not following like them. That's what I can only say. That is the way I look at it.
Okay, guys, I'm thinking of signing out at 6 Chicago time, which will be 5 New York time. I don't know if there's any other topic anyone wants to talk about in the few minutes we have left, but I was thinking about this their so-called labor union. What characters is that organ? I know they've been hijacked, but Jesus, settle for 70,000. What were they thinking? I mean,
are you surprised?
Everybody has a price.
Everyone has
Ferrari.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ferrari.
Go ahead.
You know the most surprising thing about the labor? Do you know that the cost of electricity, the tariff, they've just increased it at the beginning of this month of July, outside what we are paying. Now, if you load 10,000 naira without using air condition in your house, it lasts only 3 days. 10,000 naira will vanish.
Yeah, you're talking about this direct
Righteous man.
impact. Righteous man, you know what
Yeah.
bothers me? Listen, before Ovie speaks. Look, do these people know how powerful they can be? Labor union, do they know their power? I don't. Do they even see as themselves as powerful, or they just think, okay, let me just go collect my envelope and it's over? Maybe my HO would have comment to that, or anybody. I don't know.
Alaba. No, first, righteous man. I told you like 3 months ago, Abi, say now 70,000. Maybe way more than 3 months ago, sir. And I cited example.
Yes.
When I said that, I give reason why I said that. I said my senator Oshomole came out publicly on channels saying that 65, I've been at 7,000 they pay house help. Couple of months later, in friend Obaseki came out and said na 70,000 now they pay minimum wage. And I said that is it. But what they did, I said it here, I said English go kill all of us. What they did, they changed the thing as if saying that new people they negotiate, they use the word tri-party. To Alaba, what is the difference between Tinubu, the guy that is leading labor, and the private sector? Are they not the same? Right? So,
they are the same.
But why betray? I don't understand. You labor, if you know that they are very powerful too in that country, why betray their conscience
Labor
like
man
that?
won't become labor chairman. Labor man won't become labor chairman. He's a politician.
Let me say this. The labor NLC, Nigerian Labor Congress, they messed themselves up. That moment that their leader was Tina Timo State, they should have changed him. The man is compromised. Why should they have a leader like that? That is the thing. Why should they have a leader like that?
What surprised me, pass. The man they struggle to be party of a chairman party, and all of us they look up. Everybody.
Let John Abba speak.
Yeah, say drop what
Mama H.O., you can jump in anytime. I think we don't need the backbone section.
Okay. Yeah, drop what Pansat is putting after my name, because Pansat is good. Only one thing I do better than him will be honest and be transparent. What he said does not represent what I said here today. I do not against protest. I'm not hostile to any Nigerian progress. So you can come here and challenge me in person. That is underwriting, stay by the background because he was kicked out of here because of character. He should stay away from me. If not, it's going to be another level. Thank you.
Pastor, did you get that message? I won't let you in for our backbones against John. No, I won't let you in.
So the fact that when they look these people, that they fight Labour Party, and all of us just they look, and when they say that they negotiate on our behalf, like, what is wrong with us, the followers now? When they sign finish, that they celebrate.
But waiting, you want the people we know the executive of labor union go to do. They are being represented by idiots. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
No. The organized labor, Ferrari, Alaba, the organized labor, they are anti-UC, the officials. They have not given a general statement. They have not made a general statement on this 70. I think this week they will make. They have rejected it anyway. Some of the news I read, they have rejected it. I think they are coming up with something. I think they have seen that their leaders betrayed them.
Okay, let me welcome Masca while I go to Mama H.O. She's raising up her hand to talk. Masca, welcome. We have a very big topic today. Where you go? You go one.
Thank you.
State labor chairman, he just hide. On state, now be labor chairman.
Maybe here Mama H.O.
The truth is that the Labour Party has not represented the people, because the money he accepted, is it for transport or is it for bread or is it for house rent or school fees or is it for pure water? Because he knows and understand the current cost of living in Nigeria. And he understands the pain of the people. But if he collect brown envelope and accept what they give him, maybe they even like accepted that negotiation, other threat. Because if you look at the music they be playing for us, anything to stop the protest is what they be playing. Meanwhile, the protest was also supporting their demand. But the federal government is playing heavy music to stop the protest. And the so-called Labour Party leaders, they agreed to it. But we shall see what hunger will do to us.
Thank you, Mama Echo. I want to go to Masca now. Masca, I don't even know where to start with you. We covered so many things. We talked about whether Nigerians have citizenship. What's your view? Do we have popular sovereignty? What else? We talked about U.S. election. We talk about I don't remember what we talk about. My God. Help me now.
Protest.
Protest, yeah. So protest. So what's your view on the protest and all that? So your turn. Masca, you don't disappear again. Nigeria has happened to his internet. Masca, we'll wait for him to reconnect. Meanwhile, we just continue what we were. Tone, you're not going to say anything. I think you said you were about to say something earlier.
Tone. Waiting to be called.
You are waiting. I thought you were waiting to be called. Okay, go ahead, Tone.
Okay, what I was going to say, I mean, well, I guess we finished touching about the protest, internet protest.
No, you can still mention it. We're still talking.
Well, there's nothing more to mention. Everybody have just touched every angle of it. But personally, I don't think it's going to. We're not ready. That's just the thing. We're just not ready.
How did you reach that conclusion from the comments you heard here today, or just the state of things, the lack of preparedness of the organizers?
It's the feel of the people. I mean, like that the chap that came earlier, I think he's in Nigeria, I'm not sure. He said they are going to be shot anyway. Listen, like I said earlier, freedom is costly. Is a costly commodity. You need sometimes, unfortunately, blood may be shed, and that's what it is. That's what it is. But if you're saying that because I don't want to die and all that, some people, you see, that fear will put you down. That's just the thing. Until we are ready to do something, there must be something dynamic. Like you rightly said, if you were his intelligence officer, you'll be telling him to just
somebody's mic is at the background. Let me look at whose mic is that. Okay, I think
you'll be telling the person. Okay, you said if you're intelligence officer, you'll be telling him, listen, chill, that these people are just not going to do zero.
Oh yeah, that's what I would tell him. That's
I agree.
If I'm his intelligence officer, I would tell him that, oh boy, we feel rule these people for 100 years. Nothing.
Yeah, of course. I agree. I totally agree with you.
These are a bunch of chips who are not. You can even shit in their mouth, and you will live with it for the next 100 years. That's what I would. That's what I would tell him if I were his intelligence officer.
Okay, imagine that civil disobedience that that was happening in the southeast every Monday. Imagine the whole country sits down for just 2 days. Everybody sits down. Nobody goes to work. This is not even a protest. This is civil disobedience. Nobody goes to work and say, listen, we're not turning up. Every Okada, everything will be zilch. Man, they will shake. This is the sort of thing but Because we are so divided by religion and by tribalism, those two things, they are very little. That's what is drawing us back. And it didn't start today. It didn't start 20 years ago. It didn't start 30 years ago. It started shortly after independence, because our leaders back then unwittingly used those to win popularity and to control. Zik used it, Awolowo used it, Ahmadu Bello used it. So, and we're still reproducing the same. It's a ripple effect. We're still playing it. There's no sense of nationhood. It's about you're from South. You're from you're a Yoruba person. You're Igbo. You're Calabar man. That's all we know. We don't have that sense. Say, my Niger. Like, it's the only time we have a sense of a bit of sense of nationhood is when we leave the shores of Nigeria. Because here, to be quite honest, my few Nigerian people that I associate with, I know that we don't see ourselves as, say, Yoruba or Igbo or anything. We see ourselves as my Niger party, my friend or party. That's it. It's only, why should it be when it comes to
So I would bring Masca in because network keep going off and on, so he can speak. Thank you, Tone. Masca, go ahead. You hear the background thing? You keep going on and on. Yeah, I'll give you preference now before I go to flagship. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ferreira. And I would like to say it's good to see Mama Echo back. Well done, Ma.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Now, I personally feel a little bit different about the protests. I do believe that people have the capacity. You don't need anybody to give you the right to protest. But be that as it may, I'm not too, how do I put this thing now? The solution to the problems in the country, or let's put it this way, the problems in Nigeria are way too much. They can't just be solved by any kind of protest. But I like the idea of the protest because whatever it is that would bring the people together, I think it's a welcome development. I'm only hoping that the people planning the protest should lead the protest as a primer to a fundamental change, not to a piecemeal change. Not to ask for, well, they should ask for a specific, they should come to the table with a specific ask, but with the understanding that, yes, when the ask is given, the idea is that that is not the end of the game. The whole thing should be premised around raising the consciousness and awareness of the average Nigerian to understand that there is the right way, there is the wrong way, and that in the end we're all the same. When the problem comes, problems will not begin to select based on tribe, based on location, based on geography, or whatever. What is important is that as a people, we must put our acts together, both us, the oppressed, and those that are oppressing us. Collectively, we're all doing ourselves in. Because I constantly reiterate on this platform, the fact of the matter is not how you see yourself, but how the world sees you. The world sees us as a specific kind of people, and they come to us as this kind of people. They look at us as people they can always exploit, individually, collectively, and as a continent. So it's important that this protest should just be a primer. The problems in this country are way too fundamental. A protest cannot solve it. A change of government cannot solve the problem in this country. Not talk of change of the person who is the president. We all need to sit together and ask ourselves pertinent questions. The system is not working. In my opinion, whoever you put on top of this system, he is bound to fail. Even if it's me or you, Ferreira. What is important is to raise the awareness and consciousness of our people. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, that's good. So, but you think it's a start at least, and those
It should
who
be a primer. It should be. It's like testing the water to see how people can work together. That for me, I think should be the objective. You can ask for anything. Ask for reduction in inflation. Ask for whatever it
changing
is
of
you
the
ask. You
constitution.
must
Yeah, they
understand
have a
that
15-point agenda. I read it out earlier, including releasing Nnamdi Kanu, changing the constitution. They have a laundry list of items. Quite interesting. But like you said, like primer. What's your view on people not supporting based on the fact that they've been traumatized in previous protests?
Well, I think one of the problem in the country, I hear a couple of people speak, they come from a tribal perspective, but I can debunk that argument because I know somebody like Dora Akunyili, who is an Igbo person. He has been on the street severally. I don't think people will come and castigate her because she's an Igbo woman. The reality is that, yes, this tribal agenda is sold to us. Some people have bought it, hook, line, and sinker. There's nothing like being traumatized before. Life is a constant battle. You can't say because I've tried a business, I've failed, I'll never try business again. You go back and try it. You try it and try it. Okay, it's the same thing with protest. It's the same thing with building a country. It's the same thing with building a family. You talk to your kid. I'm sure, Ferreira, you have a kid. You can't talk to your kid today, tomorrow, and you say, oh, no, the kid is not listening. Oh, I've been traumatized by my kid, so I won't talk to him again. It's a constant battle to the end of days, till when our time is expired. And when we are gone, other people will definitely carry it. This is my opinion. If you say you are traumatized, so because you're an Igbo person, you don't want to protest, I think it's just unfortunate. It's just that you bought a dummy. That's what I would say.
Okay. Thank you, Masca. Let me go to Flagship now. Flagship, long list of items we've covered. We've been listening in the background. U.S. politics, which we were brief on. Nigeria, citizenship, do we have it? Popular sovereignty, do we have it? The protest, is it constitutionally mandated? Can we go forward with it? Several days. I think I'm getting drowsy. I think I need my Guinness, but let's not focus on Guinness right now. Flagship, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies being those in the comment section, and to Mama Hecho, who's on the screen with us, and to the rest of you gentlemen. Yes, I've been listening in the background, and I pretty much heard the majority of what was discussed. I shared a video. I think I'll be brief on all points.
Yeah, your video was a major point of topic. When are we going to get our people to be like that Kenyan guy? I'm glad.
Did you show that video?
I did. And
awesome,
he started the conversation. I did show the video. It was amazing. Right. When are we going to be brave like that? When are the sheep going to become lions?
Yeah. I think I guess I'll take my shot from there. Until we get to that point where we say it is either a change or we die here, though we can't go no further. We are not ready to pay the price. We want freedom, but we are not willing to pay the price for it. These changes that we are asking for comes with a high price. And the folks that are holding on to this power now are people that do not understand the language of policies or diplomacy, conversation, rational thinking or reasoning, not to mention logical reasoning. They believe in putting their claws on it and just grabbing all they can and not caring about what consequences it costs to the people of the nation, whether the kids that are there now, those that are yet unborn, and for those who are still living, including the elderly. You know, the Kenyan Revolution started with one request. They had a myriad of issues that they were dealing with from their government, from the time when they started looking at them as just being subjects, 2 years into the governance of this present administration that they have. But when it got to that tax increment, that was where they said, no, we can't take this. It has to stop. So we have, what, a 15, 20-point agenda that they want to protest about. In my opinion, this is me now, I think we will go nowhere if we approach it that way. Protest is needed. Revolution is needed, however way you want to come about it. Whether you sit at home, whether you get on the streets, whether you do direct confrontation, it is very much needed. We just have to strategize on what action plan will work best and give us the needed result that we are looking for. This is what I think. If we can come up together, and good enough, a lot of us here spoke on unity until we are all together on one common purpose to say that this is what we want. Just pick out one thing and go after it forcefully. When you get it, then you can begin to look at the list of the other items, the list that has the other items that you want the government to change or that you want to be on the table. The Kenyan people started with the protest for tax increment, and they are going now to wanting Ruto to get out of office. They got those little things they asked for, and right now they're in the forefront of everything, and in conversation with their government, they are making demands that the government is listening to. So now we are saying one faction wants to sit at home and just watch. Maybe just because of the trauma of what happened the last time when we called for a nationwide protest. Yeah, that's understandable. But the question is this. The North that is pushing for this protest now, you and I agree that they have a stronger power and a stronger voice. And I can tell you as proof that when the idea of this protest came up, was it 26 trailers or whatever of rice came out of nowhere and is heading out to whatever states they want to give it to. Bayo Ononuga is coming out with rhetorics to try to see if they could sway the protest. That's because they know the power behind what the people are about to do. So if we sit down, and this is just on assumption now, if those in the South and those in the East and the West decide to sit and have a good time at home while they watch the North go out on the street and protest. So let's say they achieve what they want and the government gives it to them in the North. Where does that leave us in the South? Where does that leave us in the East? Where does that leave us in the West? Would we then at that time come out and say, oh, well, yeah, they got what they wanted. They came out and protested only, and the government listened to them and gave them what they wanted. So, hey, let's go back on the street. Then your worst fear will confront you, which is what you're trying to run away from now. Nobody wants to die, but we all want to go to heaven. So I think we need to stream it down. Whoever the planners or the organizers of this protest are, need to come together, stream it down to doable requests that you could put on the table that you know that the government will listen to. And when you achieve it, then
Thank
you
you,
have
Flagship.
a window.
I want to add a few things before I let Mama Echo comment. I think she's been raising up her hand to comment. Two key points you make. First of all, you're saying the protest has not been fine-tuned enough. Stream it down. How do we help the organizers fine-tune it? That's relevant rather than criticize them. Number two, we know our oppressors are using as a shield to protect themselves this instrument of tribalism, which is why Ononuga is digging into the tribal trenches. Now, we know this, you understand? Aren't we falling into that same trap when we back up from the protesters? You understand? Into exactly, when we're playing exactly the game that Ononuga wants, the tribal thing, divide and rule. So we should be here as we talk. We should dig on the important stuff. If they've not fine-tuned it, rather than, it's good to criticize them, help them fine-tune it. I came up with one suggestion. Igbo say they want to sit at home because they don't want to get shot at. Okay, why don't you stay at home, but have a symbol of representation of support, like a plant, a green material, a tree. Sit at home is an effective protest in itself. If everybody sits at home, that's one. Everybody don't have to be on the street. But be on the internet, have a, what's that thing, hashtag running behind bad governance. Anything you do, no matter how small, will contribute to making a larger statement. Because we shouldn't just be on the fence, criticizing, pointing fingers, while the enemy is winning. Ononuga is digging into the tribal henches now and is winning, and we're falling behind Ononuga rather than be falling behind the protesters. Mama Echo, your comment.
Here's my, do you want me to respond to that?
Before you respond, I don't know if Mama Echo's comment might be connected to what you might need to respond, because she's been raising her hand since you started talking to respond to what you were saying. So you can take it all together. You can take it all together.
Let him respond, then I will talk.
Okay. Mama Echo, thank you so much. Here's my answer to your two questions. Your first question, my response is this. Who are the organizers of this protest? Do we know them?
Do we need to? Couldn't that be an easy target behind their back if we do?
If we want
we need to.
Yes, if we want to come to a common consensus and agreement and achieve a common goal, we need to know who they are.
AY, do you agree with that? Do you think, I'm just throwing it out, do we need to know them? No. We do. They have a point. My enemy's enemy is my friend. Do I need to know who is organizing it? I just need to do my part in that organization. You see, this is how we make mistake and we over-intellectualize.
Listen,
actually, flagship, whatever message you want to pass to the leaders, throw it out there in the open. They will get it. Trust me, they will get it. Just throw it out there in the open.
This is what I suggest.
Flagship, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you're correct to some extent, but you know, within the Nigerian climate, it's not practical. They will pick all of them up. You know that. We all know that.
I'm not asking. This is what I'm saying. Okay. Was it 2 Sundays or 3 Sundays ago? We had a guest on the show, and Alaba, I think you were the one that hosted him when he talked about what SUGs back in the day used to look like, the days of Aluta in Nigeria, and how they were able to get the message across all the national institutions in Nigeria when they are going to protest about anything, from the IBB era to Abacha and the rest of them. You know, the thing is this. We all would look like chickens with our heads cut off running in different directions. What are we asking for? That's the question.
They have a 15-point agenda that's been answered.
So what really matters on the table? You have 15 things that you're looking for.
Everything matters. The country has 1,000 problems. It's like a song. It's like a song by Jay-Z. Listen. I gotta bring this song in because my wife always laughed to it. I've got 99 problems and a beach ain't one of them. Excuse my language. I've got 99. Nigeria got 1,000 problems. Somebody make a list of 15. Let's start there. You know, I don't know. I don't get your criticism. I get your point, but
I'm not criticizing.
I don't know
them.
if
I'm
you're
not criticizing
the cause or you're an obstacle to the cause. That's where I'm trying to
criticizing them. Alaba, get me right. Listen.
Okay.
I'm not criticizing them. I'm only saying that whatever your strategy is, you need to fine-tune it. You need to come up with a single agenda.
No, flagship. Okay, let me. Sorry, Alaba, let me help flagship. See, flagship. No, don't worry. So, no, it's good. You just listen. Just listen. No, I'm not asking a question. I'm not asking you a question. I just want to make a point on the 15 agenda you are saying. You said.
I will forget what I'm saying. If you could hold on, please.
Okay, go ahead. I will write it down.
I appreciate it. Now, what I'm saying is this. The pain that Nigeria is feeling now is no different from anywhere, from the north to the west, to the south, to the east. We all feel the same thing. And as we all commonly say, if you go to Kaduna and to Port Harcourt, you buy bread at almost the same price, which is almost unaffordable for everybody. That pinches everybody almost in the same spot, okay? When you talk about the common people, that could be one common agenda that they could put on the table and run with. If the Kenyan could fight for taxes and they got it and extended it to 2, 3, 4 others of the issues that they had that are plaguing them, and the government turned around and gave a listening ear, I think it might be a good way to approach what we have. I know we have 1,000 problems to deal with, We've tried this before. It never worked. I'm just saying, can you guys, whether from the north, the south, the east, and the west, whoever the leaders are, can you guys come up with one agenda and let's know that this is what we're fighting for, something that resonates with the everyday Nigerian, that could make them say, I want to come out to do this and fight for it to get it.
Okay, are you done, flagship? Because I think it's important. Are you done, flagship?
Inflation.
I just want to correct you on
inflation.
I just sorry, CM. Sorry,
Everything is on
CM.
that list. I read through the list today during the thing. Well, the hunger is on the list. Constitution is on the list.
Ferreira, mine is just a quick point or two, flagship. You see, this is the approach the NSAS had that made it fail. It's difficult in a large country, a diverse country, Nigeria, to pick one item and think that it's a problem that will cut across. Let me take inflation, for instance. It's difficult for me now, if you take inflation, it's difficult for me to explain to my mother, who did not go to school, what inflation is all about. Yes, prices of things are going, but it's not everybody that will resonate with that. So I think 15 list is a good way to start, because most likely this is the approach that will cut across everybody. If you're okay, inflation is not eating you, insecurity is eating you. If insecurity is not eating you, incessant double taxation is eating you. So I think they are right, and I think these are smart people. I think they know what they are doing. I take your point that we need to support them with our own ideas, but I think on this single item, I think you're wrong, flagship. One item, it will be difficult in Nigeria to say that this item, if I take it, everybody will support it. I doubt it.
My only concern, flagship, is that it's not that you're not supporting them, it's that your views could be an obstacle. We have to be mindful. We don't have a perfect setting. Nigeria is complex as any complex issue you're dealing with. One step is the beginning of a million mile.
We're not looking for a perfect situation here. We already have a totally messed up situation. We're trying to find a way out of it. I don't want a complex list, okay? There is one common thing that every Nigerian can speak to. If you take a poll on the street.
Like what?
If you take a poll on the street, hold on now. If you take a poll on the street and ask 20 to 30 Nigerians, and then you look at the results you get, you'll be able to tell the one common factor that affects everybody. That is how.
So I'm saying you are a Nigerian now, flagship. If I'm taking a poll for you, what item do you think will affect everybody?
Mama Echo is still raising up her hand, and I think her question is relevant. What would that thing be, flagship? Then we go to Mama Echo.
Go ahead. I didn't hear your question.
I said, what would that one thing be, so that we can move to Mama Echo?
There is hardship in the land in Nigeria.
It's on the list.
Can't afford nothing.
It's on the list. But Mama Echo, go ahead.
I'm saying take one. You're coming with a myriad of them.
No, not me. I'm asking you for that one. I'm asking you, what would that your one be?
If you alleviate the hardship in the land right now, it's a good place to start.
If we put hardship on it, I will be, well, hardship is for you PDP people and LP people. We APC, we don't get hardship. We're still getting contracts. Anyway, let Mama Echo speak. I don't want her to lose her thoughts while we're going back and forth. Mama Echo, please.
Mama Echo, please, 30 seconds. You see what you're saying now. It's why we will never get it right, no matter how we do it. That is that for you. This is it for me, and that's that from there. We go our separate ways. What you're fighting for something that doesn't resonate with me. I think we need
put 15
to come
down.
together.
Hopefully we'll catch you. We will put Nnamdi Kanu down. If you just put one.
Flagship, just excuse me. If you want only one thing, and hardship is that thing, what about you got one and you got 14 free? Wouldn't you like that?
No.
If hardship will resonate from north east. Yes. So listen. If hardship, like you said, we get east and west, north and south, we've agreed. And then you get 14 free again on top. Won't you be happy? Will you throw it away? You won't.
No, listen,
Is
I'm
it
not
one
telling
buy
you
one,
to throw off
buy
what's
one
on
get
your
14
list.
free?
CM, listen, I'm not telling you to throw off what's on your list. It's a strategy, right? Get one thing. You're able to hold them in a place where it is hard to let go of. Then you begin to bring out every other thing that you think matters. Your 15-point agenda, get one out, achieve it. You've gotten their ears. You've been able to hold them at a place where they cannot let go.
You are
Then you
assuming
begin
the
to ask
people
for
you're
the rest.
dealing with are going to respond to your demand. You are making
So
a
were
false
the
assumption.
Kenyan politicians. So were the Kenyan politicians. They
Can I
thought they were
speak?
untouchable.
Hardship, I've given you time.
Mama Echo should
My Ocho should go. He's giving you enough time. Mama
Monica.
Echo should go.
You see, hardship has done his work. Hardship has done his work. And what work has hardship come to do? Unity of purpose. We have never for once united for once. But hardship has done it. In the north, they are crying hunger. Same thing with the south. Then when some of us have a mindset that protests, we may not get anything out of protest, we are not telling ourselves some truth. The same us will still come to the space to say, Chief Tinubu protests and his gang protested against Goodluck Jonathan and removed him from the throne. So why don't we believe that our protest can do something? The same one will say protest, remove military out of the powerhouse and give us democracy. And yet, we don't believe that our protest can do anything. If our protest will not do anything, why are the political elite running kitty kata already? I want to know. Why are they running? Why did they bribe us with palliative, with useless seed of rice, grain of rice? They gave it to us as palliative to quench hunger. How many of your sisters and brothers at home collected it? So instead of us to come and say it won't work, it will work. They say if it will not work, why will they begin to sow those seeds they used to rig election from us in our midst already? Did they not go to the north with 500 million to bribe the imams to convince their people that protest is haram? The same thing they did in election. Are they not coming out now to sow the seed of tribal bigotry? The same thing they did during election. So, if they are not afraid of the protest, if they don't know that if they don't fight back, the protest can remove all of them from the system, why are they panicking? Why? And those people, if you have collected money from them and begin to prepare for counter protest, don't worry. Some of you now go be the dead body. See, we are in an era that even our military soldiers that are sent to the north, sent to this place, they are tired. Our police people, some of them are tired. But you see, when they got those jobs, they signed they cannot protest. So they are depending on us The only people that will come and fight us from those regions, they are going to be those who have already collected brand envelope to do that. Not because they are coming to fight us, because they don't know that what we are going to fight for does not affect them or affect their relatives or affect their children. One way will not give us victory. But let's start somewhere.
Yeah, thank you, Mama Echo. I just want to add this.
14 or 15 agenda. You may not connect to all the 15, but at least
you connect to one.
We are connected with one.
Yeah.
So that is the reason behind all this.
Flagship, before someone else say thank you, Mama Echo. I just want to add this. I always like to quote this thing I noticed during the Second World War, and a group of officers were about to strike against Adolf Hitler. They know they might not succeed, but there was one major principle that pushed them forward. Said, even if we fail, at least we can tell the whole world we are not all the same. And it was an important message as at that time to send from Germany that they are all not the same. Now, whether these protesters, organizers are doing it right or not, let us not be the obstacle in their front. Let us be behind them. However we be behind them. Those in government want us to be obstacle, want us to show them why they would fail, why it wouldn't work. Even if we know this, we keep this to ourselves. We stand behind them. Because at this stage that we are in, inaction is complicity in this crime. You understand? Even those who are traumatized don't want to be on the street, be at home. That's a contribution. When we put up one agenda as you are arguing as if we're approaching those with sense, those who will respond. They've told us repeatedly they don't care about us. And then you want to go to them with one thing. That would be easy for them to wriggle out of it.
Alaba, I think you're getting the whole point.
Ferreira.
Yeah, let's see him go on. Before see him, go ahead.
So, Ferreira, this time they will care. Do you know why? I find it difficult. There is no way you can bribe your way through that this protest will never come to be.
Only if it gathers momentum. If the protests don't, if they succeed in divide and rule.
No, listen. Labour, NLC, Nigerian Labour Congress, is like a pressure group you are dealing with. You can get the head, bribe them, and then you are just like a segment of the society. This one, because, before, I cannot say it maybe henceforth. I used to agree that what unites Nigerians is football. We are agreed to that. But today, the second thing that unites them now is hunger. And that hunger is very, very timeless now. This is the time. So I don't see, although I know I've heard about them using money in the north for them to preach is against haram. The same Gumi came out to say that non-peaceful demonstration or peaceful protest is not a haram in Islam. They do it in Tunisia, they did it in all the Arab countries, and it's working. So there is no way you can stop this. There is no way. Even if you are a member of APC, the hierarchy, you can't. The only thing is that somehow they can't admit defeat easily. There's that type of braggadocio. Let's see what we can do. If tomorrow this thing starts, I believe you to stop it will be very difficult because the people are hungry. Everybody knows it. The only thing that can stop this is if the people turn against themselves. As long as they did not turn against themselves, if they want it to last for 1 year, it will last. As long as you did not turn against yourself, if you want it to last it can last as long as. In that case, government will be saying, and this is, for instance, if they are saying this, maybe during that protest, you said you want the National Assembly to be part-time. They are willing to do it immediately. You want henceforth National Assembly reduced. They will know what to do. So a lot of things will take place. And to me, and let me even say this, I pray it succeeds, because this will be the first time since recent history when Nigerians, I've seen something that unites Nigerians, apart from midnight football, when Nigeria conquered Brazil in those days of Olympics. When you hear, when we are in Lagos, you say in Meduguri they are awake, in Kano they are awake, in Warri, everywhere people are rejoicing because of the what is it called, this team, the dream team. So this hunger, that is what everybody is talking. So whoever you talk to, everybody is annoyed. There is no way it won't succeed. There is no way it will succeed. They can't buy their way through. They can't. They cannot. Yes, you can give some people money, and those that are giving money, are you really sure they're going to do it? They can use it to solve their own problem and then just do you 419. But in the end, the people in the street, and then there's a political undertone too, but that is mild. But the major thing is hunger, and the cost across the land. Therefore, this thing must succeed, whichever way it is. And then if it starts, only the people can stop it, because you can't stop it. And you cannot just crash the price of foodstuff within 2 days. It's impossible. You can't crash it within 1 week. It's impossible. That's why it will last long. So they had better be in for it. Thank you.
So in addition to that, Alaba, my point is not saying that the protest should not hold, nor am I trying to stand as an obstacle. I'm offering a suggestion and an advice to whoever the organizers are. We need a common purpose, so everybody will be in sync. And like CM rightly said, the one thing that we all know is hitting Nigeria from every geographical region is hunger, the hardship in the land. If we take that, that has a huge cascading effect that will roll up into many other things that will change. And I bet you everything in your 15-point agenda will be covered. So we have to come with a unity of purpose and together have one voice and one song. That was the secret behind the Kenyan protest that made it successful. If we are speaking different languages meaning we are asking for different things, everybody's doing what they like, we will not succeed. Because that division, there is a good tendency that one sect can be settled and the rest left aside or alone. So between now and when the start of the protest is, whoever the organizers are, they don't need to show their faces. If they are doing it by texting, we want to know that this is the direction that we are going. And let everybody sing that one song. By the time we achieve this, everything else we can get. That's my proposition. And that's how I think if we consider implementing may give us a headway in this protest. Because right now we are at a standstill. And my question to those who want to sit back and watch the others doing it is, how bad do you want it? And how bad does it affect you? If it doesn't affect you that much that you need to get out of your comfort zone, and like that video showed, get to the point where you can stand before those that have the power to lock you up forever and tell them that whether they lock you up or not, this is what you want and it has to be done. They are humans, they have consciences. And everybody else will see that and rally up behind it and say, this is what we want and it has to be achieved. So we need to come to that common ground where tribe, religion, and all that stuff that we're talking about wouldn't matter. If football can get us all together, I think this common purpose to fight against the atrocity that these people are committing against us using hunger, we can achieve it too. Thank you.
Yeah, righteous man is raising up his hand. Forefather, are you in the background there?
Yeah,
About to sign
there
out
is a breaking news. There is a breaking news in Nigeria.
What happened?
Yeah, Dangote has offered his refinery to an NPC. He wants to sell it off. He says he's no longer interested in running it.
Oh my goodness, that country, man. Oh God. Forefather, Premier
News broke the news just now, about 2 minutes ago.
Now, wow.
I don't support that. I don't support. Why can't a consortium, maybe about 20 or 10 billionaires in Nigeria, buy it over? If you go back to NMPC, it becomes another government parastasa again, in which party politics and everything, they will run it down.
And that's what they want. And that's what they want. That's what they want.
That's what they want.
That has been the problem.
They can't even buy it now. See, righteous man, me and you were here in Nigeria. All this is, you know how this, what do they call it now? Sensationalism. Is it easy like that to offer a refinery, the largest refinery in the world today? Who want to buy it like that just as a
Premier News, Masca, Premier News is not Gotham journalism newspaper. Premier News.
I didn't say Gotham. Every newspaper, quote me, righteous man. Every newspaper in Nigeria is sensational in nature. Go and quote me.
Hold on, Master, let me say something. So, Dangote actually granted that interview. What he's saying, they are accusing him is want to monopolize everything. He's telling NNPC should take it and maintain it. The truth is, we Nigerians are part of Nigeria's problem. A man cannot spend $20 billion to build. That is the single biggest investment since independence. You have to protect that refinery.
Yeah, what do you mean by we Nigerians?
Hold on. Huh?
What do we mean by we Nigerians? It's the elite. It's the fight among themselves.
Yeah. Because some of us here, we also speak against all this stuff.
Whatever we say here doesn't matter. It's the fight.
Hold on. So let me finish.
Forefather, can you hold on, AY? I got to leave, and if forefather don't take over, I would have to end the stream, because I think I've exceeded my time. Forefather now, where in come you came in earlier, so you're ready to take over, forefather. They're talking about Dangote, one of your favorite topics.
I'm the one speaking, so
now AY speak after AY, then we go to CM, then Mama Echo, because forefather go dabaru everything using metal power.
I've not spoken since, I've not spoken since,
So forefather, let me finish. I'm just
finished up.
Ferreira gave me 10 minutes, so let me start. I said you gave me 10 minutes.
I did give him 10 minutes for real. Don't take his time away.
Okay, carry on.
So what I'm saying, right? What are the differences? No matter what is going on, $20 billion is not a joke. If you take $20 billion and come to America, you will build a refinery. The government will support you massively. Dangote has been shouting. A few days ago, he granted interview telling them, even the land he built refinery, worth $100 million. That's a lot of investment. The question some people are asking, he's going to sell fuel at the normal price. Let him sell fuel at the normal price. Dangote refinery is going to create thousands of jobs for Nigerians. The woman that will sell pure water across the refinery, around that environment, is going to benefit. People are going to build hotels, roads, and hold on. This is a refinery where a man already built a port for access. We see. We need to leave all this our sentiment, all these issues.
Is the same thing I'm saying, AY? No, it's now AY.
Hold on. This issue I'm taking it very personal. Hold on.
So just give me 1 minute. Okay.
Any Nigeria that is able to invest his hard-earned money in Nigeria, we have to protect all those investments. How do you want to build a country? People are saying, it's monopoly. Go to electricity, the energy industry, and monopolize it. Go to steel industry and monopolize it. Go to other industry and monopolize it. We should stop this issue. I'm not saying Dangote is a strength. If there is anything, if he's showing the Nigerian government, showing the Nigerian people anything, let him pay for it. But on these issues, we need to understand that this is for the people of Nigeria, not for Dangote alone. Dangote is almost 70 years. He does not really need how many years is he going to live again? 30 years? they say it's too old. But again, we need to learn to protect our own. That refinery, to me, must be protected at all costs. Any Nigeria that is investing in Nigeria, Nigerians need to protect it, no matter where that investment is. We need to take this thing seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, AY, the point I just, sorry, forefather, the point I'm making, Righteous Man just made a statement that Dangote says this and that. And I'm saying that we shouldn't even sit down and be discussing this. That what Dangote said is, look, if these people are willing to buy it, I will sell it to them, let them run it the way they want it. This is not a statement, and this is the problem we do in Nigeria. This is not something we should sit down and break our heads. It's like 2 children or 3 kids saying, oh, if we get 10 million naira, how are we going to split it? And they start fighting on it.
We
I
had
can
this
tell you,
discussion yesterday.
what I'm saying is that Dangote is not going to give the refinery free. Yes, Righteous Man.
Dangote said he is willing to offer it to NNPC based on agreed price. He wants to sell it off. So it's not a big language. It's not an ambiguous language.
No, that's not it. No, you are not. You are misrepresenting.
Righteous man, electricity and NNPC are full of shit. They can't manage nothing. They are a bunch of corrupt.
They can't even buy it, not manage. Where are they going to get the money to buy it?
Let me give you some record here.
Hold on.
NNPC at some point they were at the same
Righteous Man, you are bringing a distraction, I beg.
Is one of the biggest companies in the world. Number 1, number 2, number 3. What is the worth of NNPC? People that are not remitting money to the government. They are full of bunch of idiots. Look at how they look. NNP, Nigeria need to protest against all those people. NNP, if they are not ready to war, let them pack up. What are they doing for Nigeria? Why can't they do? We had a refinery for years. For years, they are not working. Dangote wanted to buy Port Harcourt refinery. They refused because of the corruption in NNPC. Now, you are insisting Nigerians should be importing fuel into Nigeria. Where Dangote is building refinery, one refinery is preparing to open in Akwa Ibom. We have modular refinery. Encourage your own. You don't want to encourage it. They are coming out because of the people that are running Nigeria down. They don't want Nigeria to get the benefit of nothing.
The institution that is in charge of PMS in Nigeria says that Dangote refinery is 45% completed. Then that the fuel that is producing is inferior, full of sulfur. And who is going to say, debunk it and say it is a lie? This is a government parastatal. This is a government-owned.
Don't do a propaganda here. Listen. What is the process of refining crude oil? Go and listen to. There was a petroleum engineer that was on this today. Listen, hold on. They are a bunch of liars. They don't have lab. Ask them where the lab is. Tell anybody here where they have lab, where that test was carried out.
And that is a lie. Dangote, they've actually denied it that their petrol is 80% better than the one that they are importing.
Want this thing down.
It's
a cabal. It is a cabal.
Can I say something to you about this issue? I came in because of good day everybody on the panel. I've been watching you guys at the background. I just want to say something to what you said. You see, let this be a lesson for every Nigerian that wants a nation that is built on fairness, equity, and justice. You know, there have been hues and cries that whatever business this man has been involved in has always been monopolized. You understand? Forget the fact that he's creating jobs, he's creating employment, he's doing this, he's doing that. The job that we claim is creating, are they the best paying jobs? Are his employees getting good benefit from the employment, or are they just scrapping daily, living daily, scrapping trying to make a living, day by day with the little they get from the business. That aside, I don't know. That is why competition is good. When you have 2-3 companies out there competing for the best hands, employees can get paid better. This is what obtains in this part of the world. That is the standard. Now, number 2, is business is a private business. So if he's having problems now, it is none of my freaking business. If he's invested over 20 billion and he's not going to make any dime out of it, that is his freaking business. That's what you call private business. That is why government, when things like this happen, you need to be open. You need to be transparent. You need to allow players an open field. Now, there was a report in Arise News today. If you guys think we're not following, there was that news of the Nigerian government saying that it was at 45% completion or something. He countered it. He called in this house, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, and countered it. And he wanted them to set up a committee to look into the situation so that he can get his full license. You understand? Which is okay, which is fine. They did well in that aspect. Now, there was another report by another agency, independent private agency, saying that the intrigues playing out is the fact that he wanted fuel, he wanted oil, you understand, supplied to his refinery to be refined and be sold. Now, the quantity of barrels that is requesting per day, I don't know the specific number, to refine per day, per month, over the month to the year, they don't have, the government cannot supply him that oil. They gave him Buhari gave him 2 oil wells, 2 oil wells. He doesn't want to invest an oil rig to pump oil from that 2 oil wells to his refinery. That's going to be a big project, we know that. You're going to have to run pipelines and blah, blah, blah. It's a big investment. Now, he's wanting the government, the private companies, which mostly are foreign companies, that have oil wells, that are selling these oil wells and paying royalties to Nigeria. He wants oil from them. And the government is saying, no, if we supply you oil, we will run short. The economy will run short, and then they will have another economic problem there. You see the conundrum. You understand?
Wow, that is such a weird thing. You don't even understand the whole thing at all.
This is what I heard so far.
At least, what to be named?
That is why
you need to stay in your chemist.
You don't understand what you're talking about.
Listen.
There were rumors.
Okay, let's go
we were hearing in the news that he wanted to import oil.
He
wanted to import oil from America.
He wanted to import about this topic. We just talking basic. Stay in your chemist. Stay in your chemist.
Why did he make it sound as if Dangote is asking for free
oil?
Dangote is not asking for free oil. No. I think Olumide, that's your mistake. Dangote is not asking for free or cheap oil. He's just asking for international price oil. That's all.
They are saying that the price at which the government negotiated to sell to him, Buhari negotiated to sell to him, is less than what these companies that are paying royalties to Nigeria are getting from it.
Olumide,
you understand
what they are complaining about? They are complaining that they are not giving them.
He has oil rig. Let him go and invest in oil rig.
Hold on. They are complaining that.
Oil rig.
Go ahead. Hold on. They are complaining that when they try to buy from these IOCs, they will be telling them that they don't have oil, or they will sell it more expensive for them. That's up to $6 per barrel more expensive than they sell to people that they have to transport it to. You see what I mean? So is it not up to the government that should have prepared by now that
government
they know that refinery? And I finish talking, I will put you back if you keep interrupting me. Is it not up to the government by now to let Dangote know? To let Dangote know? Can you stop? It's good. Let's hear each other out so that the viewers, people that are listening, so that it's not chaotic.
Don't worry, talk.
So is it not fair that the government that the government make arrangements so that by the time his refinery came on stream, that they can be able to supply him crude oil? But the government didn't make any such arrangement. If anything, they are trying to destroy him, just like they are trying to destroy Air Peace. Anything Nigeria wants to do, some people want to destroy, and some wicked Nigerians All they care about is their own people.
Yeah.
And they are willing to watch Nigeria fall. They will rather watch, they will laugh. I don't know what kind of wicked human beings these people are.
Can I talk for forefathers? The wicked people are
People
the
have been talking
people.
all day. I've not said one thing. I've told you not to interrupt me again. People have been talking every day. Some people are just so wicked. And their wickedness is not even good for their own people. That's how mumu they are. Your own people, you're a company that is going to bring money to Nigeria, bring employment, bring everything to Nigeria. You would rather that fails because it's not your tribesman. What kind of wickedness is that? When you go to petrol station, do you check who the person is from when you get crude oil?
Can I talk? Can I talk? You've been talking for.
Do they sell to other people when when they are selling for crude oil? Check your religion and check everything else. I don't understand this mumu behavior that we have. Capitalist systems, make no mistake, capitalist system, the way they project their powers is like this type of companies that Dangote has. How do you think we are online now? Is it not YouTube? Is it is it not a monopoly? How do you think iPhone is so big? Tesla, who saved Tesla? Was it not Obama that saved Tesla? That is becoming the giant in the whole world right now. I don't understand why people are so
Forefather.
Hey, wait.
Where he lives.
Wait.
They take $20 billion. He's going to Canada to build a refinery.
Wait now.
Justin Trudeau will look for him.
They should repair our four refineries.
Let it be going orderly as it's been going. How come it's come to this stage and now we're just getting rose glass? Let it go orderly now. So we can learn from each other.
People. I think there was somebody that was supposed to speak after AY. I think it was Mama H. Who was that? Was it you?
No, it was me. I've not spoken. I've not spoken for a long while. I've not spoken for. But even Mama H.
But Mama H. has been raising her hand, fathers.
Yeah, please go.
No, she's free to say whatever she wants to say, whatever she wants to talk. But let's try to be reasonable with other people's time because we are not here to listen to only one person. So, Mama H.O., you have the freedom to interject anytime because whenever any female is on stage, they are underrepresented, so she has a right to interject anytime. But try to keep it brief. Thank you very much.
Let us speak before me.
All right.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that Dangote is not a problem. This is just a deflection of the real problem. It's not our problem at all. The man was sitting JJ on his own. He saw opportunities and he took it. Anybody could have taken it. He could have even been an Igbo man that was in a position. So I don't think all this one that we are bashing Dangote because he's a northerner. It's not fair, my brothers. It is not just fair.
I'm not bashing
just to add, this northerner, sorry, it's not interruption. This northerner went to the south and put that refinery there in the south.
I'm not.
Why didn't he come to Kano and put it?
For me, I don't
if it is based on tribe.
I'm not bashing, Tone. I'm just saying that we should be transparent.
For me, I don't.
Tone has not even said how many sentences has he said. Everybody is just interrupting again.
Can we allow people to talk?
All I'm saying, guys, and Olumide, please listen up. All I'm saying is that, and AY, my brother said very well. This is one of our national treasure. We need to support each other if we want to build a nation. We've been talking about nationhood from the beginning of this program, and it was a brilliant topic. The way Alaba attacked everything and we dissected everything was brilliant. The day we will stop thinking in terms of tribe or Masca is from this place, I am from this place, you're from this place. That is the problem. That's the only problem we say we have. That's the problem we have. The day we start looking at ourselves as Nigerians and start thinking globally, I can go to somewhere in the north and buy land and all that. I will not be saying, make this northerners go call my head because I've been young and all that. And you know, there are a lot of Igbo people that are living up north that are quite happy. They are happy. They've been living for years, living second generation. They will stop all this, man. We can't go too far. This guy, it's a major, like Masca did say, he would have cited that thing anywhere in the north. People, that time, I sure they would say, Buhari, that's the money that Buhari stole. He gave to his brother. Now look at what he has built. Let us support, because if Nigeria is good, guys, especially for us in diaspora, I don't like this place. I don't like sitting in this place all the time. I want to come to Nigeria, even if I want to come for Nigeria, spend about 7 months, 6 months. The weekend I'll call Mask and say, oh boy, I won't come Abuja. I won't come spend weekend for your place and all that. We hang out. That's the way it should be. We don't have to worry. We can take a ride, go out and all that, go and enjoy ourselves at 2 a.m. in the morning. We're not worrying about police stopping us or harassing us, or somebody stray bullets. That is the country all of us. Abi, am I lying? That is the country we want.
I beg, leave down, go to the guy that chop breakfast.
Please, Mama Echo, go ahead.
When are we going to stop this tribal war? I want to know. Because the federal government and its cabal are frustrating job opportunity for our people. And we are here fighting with tribal bigotry. Do we really want, are we really in our hearts ready for our country to change for good? I want to know. Because the truth is this. What has the federal government, what have they been able to tell us which we have proven to be truth? Is it the crude oil? Do we know what exactly is, what number of crude oil do we really get in a day? Do we know?
The one that we're exporting now, we're exporting 1.5 million barrels per day.
Wait. Is it not the same APC government that went to commission the so-called Dangote? And a Miloko come and start from where he stopped, and is coming to tell us that 45% is what is completed, which they never disclosed to us. And here we are beating to that drum. And they're also telling us he's producing inferior. And we are dancing to the tune. Really? Has our federal government ever been truthful to us? Are they not the same people that tell us that inside they did not buy anybody? Are they not the same people? And here we are happy. Dangote is going, the refinery will not work. You want to close down, and we are here clapping. Really? But your brothers and my brother, at least somebody is collecting one salary there, feeding his or her family. Please, if we must go forward, if we must solve our problem, we must not allow tribe and religion that they always play to us. We must not hold on to it. Because you know why? In their very camp, this thing does not play. They eat together, they dine together, they marry themselves. So please, we shouldn't be rejoicing, because the truth is this: other people go and collect lances and build refinery. Abi, has there been any of our other tribe that has come out to tell us we went to get a license to build refinery and they didn't give to us?
Exactly.
Have we?
Otoeze is there now. If he wanted to build, he could have built it.
If we, If there are things Dangote is not doing right, let us call on him to do it right. But hating him because he built the refinery and he wants to be a soul, no. It has happened in the past, but let's think of the way forward. And this will not. And above all, this is not going to encourage you and I, or even Nigeria, to go home to begin to think of creating job opportunity. Talk less of any other person from the Western world to want to come to create. And our children are graduating every day, jobless, increasing the kidnapping people. Have you not heard of our people going home because they have businesses at home? And even in a co-hotel of 4 people, our Igbo brother was spy for going home to go and check business. So let me ask you, you think me and you are safe? When we step our leg into Nigeria, do you think me and you are safe? So please, if we must solve our problem, we must come out of this hate for tribes and religion that they are using only for their gainful, wicked plans for the average Nigerian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think Righteous Man wants to say something. Please go ahead, Righteous
Man. Please, I think we're dragging this thing out of what it's supposed to be, you know. I don't know where the issue of tribe came into play in this Dangote refinery. I am shocked that everybody is referring to tribe. There's nothing that connects tribe or religion in Dangote's issue case. What we are trying to say, or the news I broke here, is that they have frustrated this man, and in fact, the man is tired. He first accused the Kaaba that is difficult to operate here.
Man.
Hold
you
on, now, Master, let me talk. Master, Premier
Righteous Man, you need to be honest. Yesterday, you said, what is it going to benefit Nigeria? Don't change it. You need to stay where you are and defend your position. Defend your position. Paul was arguing with you yesterday. Listen. Go there, go and monopolize the industry in Nigeria. Nobody is currently working on now. Go and monopolize it. We can't kill ourselves every time. We can't do that. People need to stop.
Listen. The chairman or the director of NNPCL is a Fulani man. He's a Northerner. He's not an Igbo man. He's not a Yoruba man. And he is the one that announced this thing. That
they don't do crime. These are the Kaaba. They are criminals from everywhere. That is what we are saying.
Why are you bringing the issue of tribe?
I've never raised the issue of tribe. The Kaaba is just like the politician. You think they care where they are Igbo, they are Hausa, they are Yoruba. They don't care.
But my
big question, listen,
Righteous Man, that's fine, that's okay. My big question is this.
Olumide, let me finish. No, Olumide, let me finish what I'm saying. Olumide is my turn.
Maybe you can answer the question.
Olumide, finish what I'm saying. Olumide, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this, that nobody should drag the issue of tribe and religion in connection to Dangote's issue, because it was not a topic to be discussed.
The reason why
was he persecuted? Was he persecuted because he's a Muslim? Was he persecuted because he's a Muslim or he's a Northerner? Is the Kaaba is within them. After all, Dangote is part of the economic team of Tinubu, of APC, from Buhari regime to this time.
Righteous Man.
So what are we talking about?
Sorry.
My question is this.
Lumide, please, when I'm talking, see,
can I just ask a question?
Righteous Man, hold on. You can ask your question after. Righteous Man, the reason why people are talking about tribalism is not because they are saying that people are discriminating against Dangote within the establishment. They are talking about the way some panelists, their opinions are being colored based on whether the person is from a certain tribe or not. Because we were all here when we were talking about Oyema, when I was saying Oyema is a national hero for everything he's done for Nigeria. All these same people that were against Dangote, didn't care about Dangote, were supporting that too. But when it comes to other, say Lagos Calabar Road, they don't no, it's waste of money. And when it comes to Dangote, no, it's not good. It's like based on tribe, your opinion is molded by it. And that what I'm saying about that is not because I'm saying, oh, you're just wicked or not. I'm saying you should watch yourself because your opinion seems to be limited based on what tribe you are from and the way you are looking at the country. And sometimes, you know what that says to other people, what makes it very, very bad and dangerous. It says to other people that you don't want the country's progress. All you care about is your people. You don't want whether everybody does well. And in reality,
are you referring to me?
I'm saying to you,
and no, I'm saying not to you, righteous man. He's referring to Olumide.
All the people that have had opinions here, because yesterday, I saw some people, they were laughing, talking about, oh, nothing is going to Dangote refinery don't benefit us. I was like, why would you think that? Because we're here, when we're talking about Oyema, when we're here, we're talking about Oyema, and we are all saying we have to protect Oyema. I even said the federal government needs to subsidize his this thing first so that he survives, because they are going to find a way to destroy him. And look at, we are before our own eyes. We are watching this. We're trying to destroy something that is good for the entire nation. And some people say it's okay. Let's leave it. Let it happen. What do you want? Is this so you want the country to burn before you rest?
I said that is the single biggest investment.
So my question is the same. I beg, no vex. I beg. My question is this. I beg. My question is, see, every investment, every how do I put it now? Every project that you want to go into in order to generate employment or investment or any opportunity, you have to think about it before you go into it. You have to think it through. And before you go into some kind of investment, you have to get a license from the authorities involved. It could be the federal government, it could be the state government. In this case, for Dangote, it was the federal government, and it was something that has to do with the country's highest revenue generating commodity, oil. So, why will he go into such an investment, build a refinery in whatever part of the country, without having access or how to get the oil that you need to refine to now sell the byproducts? How was he proposing to get his oil? Was it from a pipeline? Was it from shipping it from a particular source, or importing it from the country? I don't get it. That is his problem right now. He doesn't have oil to refine. That is the problem.
Are you for real or limited?
We have problems.
Are you for real?
Answer my question. Don't tell me I'm for.
Okay, so let me answer your. Let me answer that question, Olumide. Sorry, AY.
Allow Masca to go since Masca started talking first. Masca, please go ahead.
Okay, Olumide, the answer to your question is very simple, Olumide. We sit here every day and talk about this country, that the country is not working. It's not just for us, it's even for the businesses. The reason why people are not coming to Nigeria and investing is because government will agree with you today to do A. Tomorrow they go and do B.
Okay,
Masca, when we discuss this, no, wait now.
Direct.
What do you mean by direct?
Answer my question that I asked. I don't talk generally. How did you expect to get the oil to refine? Simple. That's why I'm
from NNPC.
From NNPC. But NNPC is saying right now that they don't have enough quota for him.
Why would they say that? Why would they say? Okay, so this is the issue. Why would they say that to a Nigerian company?
Oh, because they say that it's going to be cheaper. The glass government agreed at the cheaper price, and they're not willing to sell cheaper. The company has to make. The government has to make money.
It's not cheaper. He's not asking for cheaper. He's just asking from NNPC. That's all. And if, personally, if I was NNPC, I'll say, you know what, those IOCs, if you want to take me to court, take me to court. We'll be in wrestling in court for how many years, while I will be giving Dangote the oil and giving it this is supplying the Nigerian market. Then by the time you do the balance and everything, whatever the damage that is caused in court, it's not going to be that significant. Even if they charge you money, you say, okay, the difference between how much these companies would have earned versus how much they actually lost. Because remember, when you take the oil from the IOC and give it to Dangote, you are still going to be paying the IOC. So it's just that the only thing the IOC is going to query you for is that you breach their own contract, or the amount they are supposed to sell it to whoever they are going to sell it to overseas, that it costs them so amount. Be willing to pay that money. Because what it's going to do is that when Dangote starts supplying oil to Nigeria, what is going to happen is that our currency is going to appreciate, which is going to benefit the entire Nigerian state itself. I don't understand how you cannot strategize to benefit your own people. Basically, do calculation and go after the IOC and say, you know what, you have to supply this guy based on what you have. We are going to pay you the market rate. We are not going to cheat you at all. But if you are going to have issues with your contract with other people, we are going to look at how we can settle you with your people. But supply this guy first. That's our priority. And that is something they should have done before now. Which tells you that the Nigerian government, something is wrong with their head. How is it that you didn't prepare? You know, in the Dangote refinery, they all attended it. Tinubu was there.
I want
Buhari
it
was
to
there.
work.
And they didn't prepare.
I want it to work, but there's something they are hiding from all of us that we don't know about. That everything is just falling apart right now.
What they are hiding is...
I want it to work.
Please,
what they are hiding is that there are actors in the world that don't want Nigeria to start refining their own crude oil. That's what they are hiding. They don't want to tell us that. Why is it that the IOCs will not rather sell
not only
oil
outside, forefathers, inside the country, the people that have been benefiting from all this, what do you call it now, subsidy, they are the people who are fighting all this. And the truth is that we as Nigerians, we never get our head right. The issue on the table today in Nigeria is not even about Dangote. For me, the issue is about exchange rate. The issue is about inflation. We know that in Nigeria, almost everything we consume is imported, which means that inflation rate and exchange rate, they are tied together. So anything that can bring the exchange rate down, we should welcome it as people on the street, because we should know that this is where our pain is coming from. I don't want to know Dangote who he is, but if he is going to produce petroleum product in this country, meaning that we don't need to use dollar to go and buy petroleum resources again, I will support it. This is what every single well-meaning, well-thinking Nigerian should understand. The issue about Dangote refinery is nothing for me more than the exchange rate. We are no longer going to go and buy petrol outside the country. And today, this is almost 45% of the thing we use dollar to go and buy outside the country, which we have crude inside Nigeria. Why are we even having this debate? Sometimes it beats me as educated people. It's really sometimes...
Can you imagine 40-something% of our foreign exchange demand is for this oil that we are in, petrol that we are importing? Can you imagine if we get rid of that? Nigeria has a lot of... The Nigerian currency will appreciate very significantly. But please go ahead, CM.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Actually, on this Dangote refinery, yesterday I brought it up. Oh, thank God, Paul is in anyway. So I remember this is my own... from my own observation, I said, this Dangote refinery, they are not telling us the real truth about what really is going on. I said it yesterday. Why do I say this? We've had case of one time they've commissioned it, in which all the political party leaders went there. It was shown. We thought that it will start bringing crude oil. Nothing. At a time, I heard that Dangote will now be importing crude from USA and Brazil. As a layman, I asked, what is wrong with the oil in Delta and the Bayelsa and Rivers and Akwa Ibom? Lay pipe there to Lagos. Is it not nearer than to go and import all the way from Brazil or this? That was why I said I don't know what is going on there. It's not clear. Then later, I learned that 20% equity of Dangote refinery is owned by federal government of Nigeria. Later, I heard that it is now 7.2. Please, people should call. That's why I'm quoting all these things. I said, from 20% equity to 7.2% equity. Now, we heard that by the second quarter of 2024, Dangote will start to, push out a crude, a refined product. Let again, I heard that it's 2025. Now, 2 days ago or yesterday, this press conference of Dangote refinery is only 45% completed, and that whatever is bringing out is even of the lowest inferior quality. That was when I knew that. I said, to me as an outsider, they are not telling us the truth. It was in the course of this discussion that when Paul here was talking yesterday, he said there are a lot of politics and there's sort of frustration going around. They are playing this thing, So I wanted to ask Paul, what are those politics or whatever, the bottleneck before what happened yesterday? But that is by the way. So given the news we've had today, let me say this. One, for whatever it is worth, I wouldn't like anything federal government or any NPC to take over Dangote refinery, even if they will pay the highest price. My reason for this is this. NNPC, for refinery that they built by themselves, they ran it aground. And they are importing fuel. And they are not telling us the truth. And they are the people taking subsidy. They will import the wrong one. They will import the right one. They will fix subsidy. They will give everything. So it's like a monopoly. So I would do. So Dangote coming on stream would have been a case of private versus public. Then we compare. Just like you have, just like have what is it called, private university and public university, whichever one you compare. So for what it is worth, I know they are frustrating Dangote about it. And who are those? Maybe the people they call the cabal, those that claim they own Nigeria. It's unfortunate. The man is frustrated because I listened to his interview. For him to call the pressman, I listened to Babajide Kolado Titoju, the third round, and he started disputing all those things they are saying. That how can you say the quality is? They showed one lab full of computers. He said before they will refine their own and bring, I think he said they could be able to do it here. So what I'm saying is this. If for any reason Dangote feel that they want to sell that, if there are no consortium of Nigerian billionaires that can take it over, I wouldn't mind the white people running it. Let it be private first. Why I say this is that it took MTN from South Africa for us to have Glow. They are competing. We know Glow is made in Nigeria. Glow is Nigeria, fully owned by Adenoga. MTN is foreign from South Africa, but they are competing. APs is Nigerian owned, but Air France runs Nigeria, KLM runs to Nigeria, Lufthansa. So I want competition. I wouldn't want any NPC to, because if any NPC takes Dangote refinery over, they will cannibalize it. Sell anything they want to sell. All it takes is for party colleague. They do the way they always do their something, and then we'll be in a bigger mess. As much as it is, I had wanted Dangote refinery to succeed because it is private. Just because it is private, it's as simple, because anything private, since it's not under government control, you can't bring party politics to it. You can't even bring what is it called, the tribalism to it. For instance, look at APs. When the APs was running, the managing director of APs, MD, CEO, is an Igbo who owns it. But the overall person below him is a Yoruba lady. And look at the thing is working. But if you had made it that it is now federal government controlling it, first you will belong to APC, or you switch over to APC or the ruling party. So that's why this thing is very. I don't think anybody being happy that Dangote crashed. I don't think so. He's just laughing at it because it's purely a private affair. Nigeria invested $20 billion. It's a big amount of money. So for whatever it is worth, on no account should an NPC take it over. That is where I'm against. As long as if it's another private entity is taking it over, yes, I'm happy, because that will be a very big shame. If an NPC so want to run a refinery, they have all the money to bring up Port Harcourt, Warri, and the Kaduna refinery. So they can do it. So for this Dangote refinery, I wouldn't like it if he leaves Dangote's hand, let it go to a private ownership, whether a foreigner or a Nigerian. But NNPC is a no-no to me. Thank you.
I think
it's
you
my
support
turn.
that now. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me say to you
AY, you
Hold on.
just spoke
AY
now.
again.
What is your
AY
turn?
again.
All
Can I
has
speak
said
AY?
anything.
1 minute.
Can I
Okay.
speak
I love what CM said. CM, the reason
I
they
love what you
changed
said
that
before, AY.
percentage
Can I talk now?
from 20% to 7% is because the year NNPC, they could not even fulfill their part of the agreement. We don't have two ways. Right now, in Akwa Ibom, refinery is coming up, Boa refinery is coming up in Akwa Ibom this year, next year. NNPC, the least they could, let them fix our old refinery. At least let us have 10 refineries, so we are self-sufficient in that. Just like what happened in telecom. Even in airline, Alan is doing perfectly well. Go into that place. Go and develop your own airline. Compete with Alan Oyema. Go and build a refinery. Compete with these guys. Where do you guys want us to go? I'm shocked. Like when Nigeria are talking, I said $20 billion. If you take it to America, you will get all the incentive to invest that money in that country. You will get all the incentive. So what they are doing, they are playing games. NNPC, they are a bunch of miscreants doing nothing. Our refineries that are not working, do you know there are people working there collecting salary? Ask them what they do there. There are people working there, they're doing nothing. Yeah. They just come, collect salary, and go home. We have a lot of problems. In fact, government don't have business with all these all those companies. Privatize even the refinery we have. Do it the right way, or go into public partnership and let private companies manage them. Even if Port Harcourt refinery is working today, they will kill it to the ground again. This is the problem we have. We need to understand. See, these people don't care. It's just so painful because if you can treat Dangote this way, if you listen to Dangote interviews, you will understand the mess we are in. If Dangote with the billions can be crying, who am I to go invest $2,000 in Nigeria? Who am I?
That's a very, very
good
point.
in
Thank you.
investors' mind. You're looking for investor. Then here is investor now. You will not give him platform to perform. You're looking for investors all over the world that will not come and invest nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you. I think the two previous speakers have spoken relatively well. If not, now please go ahead.
You guys have had no. Please don't interrupt now. I beg you in the name of God, please.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. The reason why an NPC cannot fulfill their obligation of the remaining 12.8% is because they are entering another oil back loan. So they're going to be selling crude again in advance to make 2.7 billion. This is a government that is not ready to make sacrifices, because it's not as if all the loan they've been taking before, there's anything they can show that they use that money for, which is quite unfortunate. I want you to understand that the issue of Dangote refineries, it has nothing to do with whether I like Dangote as a person or not. I don't like it. You understand? But this one is beyond Dangote. This is about Nigerian economy. But our government know how to self-sabotage. If you look, American government don't joke with their multinational companies. They can do anything to defend it. You can't toy with any of their multinational companies. And that is why, even after COVID, it was about 54 billion that they spend on their airlines. They've bailed out Ford. We know how much Joe Biden brought out for the CHIPS Act for the manufacturing of semiconductor in America. The government, even at the point that Dangote needed the most, you know what it means to make business plans around money. At the time the Dangote needed them the most, they pulled out for selfish reasons, not in the best economic interest of Nigeria. You ask yourself, what is the exchange rate today? And what is the impact?
Sorry, if not now, there is a birthday business going on behind you. I don't know whether you could bring the volume down a bit because it's interrupting.
I think it's network. I think it's having network issue.
Is it network that is bringing happy birthday into it? That's strange. I've never heard that before. But it's okay. You can carry on.
It's network. It can't even speak right now.
I see. Okay, it's all right. Who's next? I think it's Paul, isn't it? Paul, thank you for joining us. Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I really, really appreciate this. Yeah, talking about Dangote, I think yesterday I started this Dangote. We want to discuss it. That's when all the opera happened yesterday. And it just makes me feel bad. As at this time, I know the data keep changing. The richest university in the United States of America today is the University of Texas, Austin. And the University of Texas, Austin is not part of the 8 Ivy League university that we know that what the America will call fancy university. Everybody wish their kids to go to the Ivy League. Why is the University of Austin so rich? They have a lot of refineries. You understand? They do all their research there. They make the refineries. They make money. At the time, they even claim that Austin have the gold, the numbers of gold that they have is more than the one they have in Saudi Arabia. Claim. But why am I saying all these things? People protect their investments. Saudi Arabia, the Aramco invested. They have oil refineries. My very good friend, as I'm telling you now, is there working now. He's in offshore working now, and a job boy. Saudi Arabia, the Aramco, they have refineries in America. As Americans can get scared with the Arab. Father, do you know that the Arab literally own 80% of our gas station, what we call filling station in America, owned by Arabs. When it comes to what will take to bring money, America will forget this funny rhetoric of we fear this person, we don't fear this person. As far as you are bringing money, you are welcome. You are a love bride. When me and you will go find one 360-pound woman to give us paper, this guy just bring people all in the name of expatriates to get papers to leave and everything. The way we struggle, none of us see ourselves in the warehouse, factory, group home, all this nasty place, work in Walmart, eatery to get paper. You don't see all these guys there because they bring that people based on all this work level. You understand? That's why we don't hand too much respect. Our own business, like I said yesterday, Joe Biden is the vice president when Barack Obama support heavily Tesla, Elon Musk today, that happen to be one of the richest man in the world, courtesy Tesla today and everything. This same man that we're talking last week, he stand up and say he's going to give Trump 45 million. He's supporting Republican and Democrat is in power. If it is in Nigeria, that business don't die natural death. Are they touching his business? Are they frustrating him? No. Where is he putting his business? Republican and Democrat states. California, headquarters, Delaware. They are investing, creating a new city in Texas, a red state. You understand? Nobody touched that part. If that guy mess up with his workers, that's when you know that America have regulation. Do you understand? How can you help business to strive? America pack all this money to the so-called Delta Airline United America. They give them a lot of money that while we are thinking that they didn't make money during COVID, they started paying for supersonic aircraft that will come outside the next 3 years. COVID money that they enjoy from government. And we are here condemning our own. Like I said, we have Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. We have Accident and Investigation Bureau in Nigeria. If Dangote employ people, if his trailer messed up, punish him, let him pay fine. You understand? When BP messed up in America, remember that Gulf oil? America punish UK, England, like it's not part of their ally because they break one of their rules. You understand? This is how business work. They have their ally together, they do together, but if you break rules, you're going to pay for it. But we know how to kill business. We know how to lie because we so decimate the layman. We so tribalize everything that we do that we don't understand that we need to make Dangote work. Government did not invest 20% in Dangote. I am saying it. It's only Dr. Damages that know me very well. I have a strong person in this government. You know, me. You understand? I see top people. When I was in Canada, I see top people in the government. We all sit down together in one house. I'm not saying it to brag. You understand? Where people losing, where people talk truth, things that they know, if they just say it outside, they lose their job. They lose their relevancy. That is the home that I come from. You understand? In fact, as I'm talking, as I'm talking, when my little niece is getting married, Osibanjo, my little niece, my own sister, one mother, one father. Osibanjo was the one that wed them together in the staff center, Samadeyemi. See where I come from. I see the power from inside, not only from outside, like speculation. You understand? That government invests this 7.2 that they tell you. This is what government invests. The remaining thing, government only promised that if Dangote starts, we promise you. That is what Masca is asking. We promise that we're going to be giving you 35,000 barrels on a daily basis. That's how we improve, we contribute, because government don't even have cash. Government don't even have anything. Now, so CM understand now. So this is the projection that Dangote feed that this is how they will contribute. So Dangote now don't really have money to be buying crude. Government will be giving him crude. Why they say that's how government build part of their own equity to move to up to 20%. Thank God for Dangote. He already made provision for the seaport and everything. That word that you hear that we're going to bring crude from the US and the Brazil is just a statement of strength. You understand? Like the British will say,
can I ask him a question, please? Can I ask you a question on that point?
Let me land.
Don't let me just ask you a question. The reason why you don't want to take a question, right? Hold on.
Let me land.
Don't disturb people here.
Just let me land.
I have a friendly question for you.
Okay. If you can ask me a question for 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Here's 30 seconds, strictly.
Okay. If a company goes into an agreement, even with say government, right? You go into a negotiation, that you have an agreement. If there's non-performance by one or either party, what do? Do you just unilaterally take an action, or do you sue that company first to perform? Right? You go to court, or you go to some kind of arbitration and say, hey, look, you made a deal to buy 20%. You haven't paid me. So now I'm suing you so you could perform. If you don't perform, then a court would say your share in this thing is now 7%. You do not on your own, right?
Okay, I agree. You've passed 30 seconds, so that I won't lose my train of thought.
I know, but hold on. Since
30 seconds, 30 seconds, so that said strictly 30 seconds.
Okay, let me ask that you give me another 30 seconds.
There's no other 30 seconds. Please go ahead, Paul.
So when he said all those things, I'll use another thing. Elon Musk bought Tesla. Elon Musk was the one that put the price that he wanted to buy Tesla above the price extremely. Somewhere along the line, he tried to change his mind. They took him to court that if you are not willing to pay, you're going to pay $1 billion. Twitter, I mean to say Twitter. You understand? And he look at it, he get tired and everything. For him to just throw away that money, that people will cause him that he's crazy. Then he bought Twitter along and everything. But in Nigeria, we have a peculiar system where you understand. On the flip side, like I will make people laugh and everything. Dangote himself, you understand, enjoy this privilege for a long time. When you and I cry, Dangote don't care. Very soon, maybe this August 1st protest, Dangote too will carry placard, join us protest.
I beg,
he's already started protesting in the media.
I beg another 30 seconds.
But when you understand, but let me continue.
Give me 30 seconds.
Let me continue where I'm going with Dangote.
You're not responsive to my question, though.
Okay, you win. I
Respond
wrong, but
to
let
what
me
I
just
asked.
finish where I'm going. I agree, I am wrong. I didn't know your answer, but let me continue. I agree, I didn't know your answers. But how do we protect our own? How do we do everything? The NNPC come outside to say they regulate you for every 3 months. You understand? They will, sorry, before they give you this so-called 100%, every 3 months, they will be certifying you every 3 months. In every 3 months for seven times, that is
Paul,
about
we don't support our own by bending the rules. We bend the rules a lot. That is the
this
problem.
business is just starting. So if this business is just starting, what rules are they bending?
Okay, forefathers, let me ask a couple of
You people are just making me lose my train of thought. All we just do, let us just blame and every other thing.
Forefathers, 2 minutes and I'm gone. Give me 2 minutes and I'm out.
You are being disruptive now. It's not nice.
My brother, let us just learn here.
Would you give me 2 minutes or I'm gonna leave? I don't need
You
to.
go ahead. Go ahead, and I strongly believe it will not be 2 minutes. But go ahead.
No, don't give him.
You cannot handle
it. It's if not now there. I think your image is moving all over the place. If not now.
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Yeah, to summarize, yeah. What I'm saying is that I'm actually more interested in the multiplier effect of Dangote refinery, than the personal benefit that will accrue to Dangote as a businessman. You understand? And when you look at the multiplier effect and how it will affect an average Nigerian, you know that we stand to benefit even more than Dangote. But you may not see it that way. The way the steel industry.
How?
I'm coming. The way the steel industry affects every facet of the economy is the way the petroleum industry, a good refinery that is the capacity of Dangote refinery, will do the same thing. All the byproducts of the petroleum refining will fuel the engine of industrialization when it comes to petrochemicals, medical manufacturing in the medicine in the medical area and pharmaceuticals. It comes to fertilizer production. When it comes to what is it called? These are lubricants and stuff like that. So there are so many other industries that are going to, spin up if Dangote refinery becomes a success. Have you asked yourself how many jobs, forget about the job that Dangote refinery will create, how many jobs those emerging industries are going to create? It's huge. When you think about, okay, how the thing is going to help us to improve on our foreign reserve, because it will conserve it will make our foreign exchange to improve. The benefit is a lot. So let's not be, myopic to see it that, Dangote is good. Monopoly is bad, whether in the hand of an individual or in the hand of government. So let's not even go there. Even monopoly in the hand of government is bad. But what is the duty of government? To moderate the monopoly in the hand of a private establishment. So that cannot be an excuse. The Nigerian government has spent about 17 trillion naira for the past 20 years in turnaround maintenance of four refineries that have not produced even 10% of our consumption. Is that not enough waste?
Yeah.
Is that not enough waste?
It's painful. It's painful just to think about.
Please, can I re-enter this just for 1 minute?
Even those refineries should be dashed out to people.
Who hasn't said anything? I think Righteous Man hasn't said anything for a while.
I haven't said anything, no.
Yeah. So you are Righteous Man.
I'm coming. So ordinarily, monopoly is not good for business. But what pains me in this Dangote issue, I'm prepared to put up that Dangote's refinery is working because it is private. The management will be private. But what pains me is that it is the federal government that should be growing business that sabotaged Dangote.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. It is the
Exactly.
federal government that ought to protect. You see, that should be happy that yes, it is okay. Do you know that if I'm the CNC, I will frustrate MTN out of Nigeria and grow more of Glow. I will tell Glow, I will announce it that I want more Nigerians to be in the telecom industry. We want to get rid of MTN. South Africa of about 50 million. Nigeria 200 million. But MTN makes more money from Nigeria than they make in South Africa. It's a shame. So it pains me that it is even federal government of Nigeria that is even frustrating
Can I ask a
product
question?
where they
Can I
where they
ask a question?
invested money.
Bottom line, allow a free
Very
and
quick
fair
question. Very quick question. Where because I hear your point when you said the show this in the federal government, they are the ones supporting. That's true. They are the ones that are supposed to be supporting. How about Showolu? Where is he? Because Dangote Refinery is in his state. If Dangote Refinery doesn't work well, it affects his state too. Why do we not hear from him?
Power past power now.
So
no,
now local
this is
government chairman and Tinubu like be the governor now.
This is
Sanwo-Olu na local government.
Don't destroy business in my state.
This is the reason. Do you know why this thing is painful is that federal government through NNPC invested money in Dangote. So they have an interest to allow it to succeed. So why are they then sabotaging it? Even where they invested their own money. Do you get it? Federal government invested in Dangote. So it means that you have interest, apart from the fact that it is owned by a Nigerian. So why then do you succeed in frustrating it again where you invested your money? That is the issue. When bank give you a loan,
One small thing with monopoly.
Look at the argument. Look at the argument. Look at the argument.
One small thing with monopoly.
Can we allow Righteous Man before that hand? You know, it's like we are
I'm just sorry.
him.
Righteous Man, please go ahead. 10 seconds. One small thing with monopoly that they talk about. Just imagine United Arab Emirates, what we fondly call Dubai. They create airline in the name of monopoly. They will make it two. Emirates and Etihad. So that if one is having problem, the other one is there. Do you understand? But we live in NPC all this while they've been failing us and they control and we can't talk to them. Go ahead, Righteous Man.
Please, I want to ask 2 questions and I want everybody
only one, Righteous Man.
Other people have been talking, nobody interjected.
Please
if you want to, I can log out.
Pastor, leave him alone now.
I can log out. I can log out.
Go ahead with your
I
question.
don't want to shout. It's night. People are sleeping in my house. So if you don't want me to talk, I'll just log out and say goodbye. You know, it doesn't cost me anything, okay? So the first question is this. What happened to Ajukuta Steel? If that company is working, both making of vehicles, anything that have to do with iron and steel won't be importing it. But I read an article that was during Obasanjo time that the Western world ganged up and told Russia, who held the contract to complete that Ajukuta steel industry, not to. So you see that indirectly, the Western world also are playing a negative role to see that Africa remain underdeveloped. That's number 1. Number 2, who is the petroleum minister in Nigeria? Who is the petroleum minister?
The president.
The president. Good. The president made Dangote to be part of his economic team. Now, why is the same man, because he is the head of government today, why is the same man through NNPC trying to sabotage the effort of this independent investor? We have a lot of things that are hidden that we need to dig out. Then my third question, who is the beneficiary of sabotaging this Dangote refinery? I yield.
Righteous Man, since you are changing your mouth today, I'm really surprised.
Let me
what we are saying, right? If
AY, just hold on for a second. Let me just add
you will say it's
information.
monopolizing it.
People,
why? Come on now, can't you hear me? I don't know. I want to share information about what I just
I'm just passionate.
I just saw something just now. I don't know whether anybody's aware of it. It says Dangote abandons steel plant project amid monopoly accusations. Dangote says firm will drop plan to invest in Nigerian steel industry to avoid monopoly accusations. You see, this sort of stuff we are doing, who else is stepping up? Where are all the useless billionaires we have in Nigeria to come and do this? They don't want to do anything. And the only person that wants to do it, they are chasing him not to do it. So that the useless people keep running around and killing the industry. I don't know what we want in Nigeria. Do you want to get out of the mess you are in? I don't understand it. We should support anybody. It's risky. This business is risky. And I'm sure maybe if you notice, it was when Dangote said he was looking to go into steel. That's when all this trouble started. You started hearing his refinery has this one has this, there's fire in his refinery. All this one just started. That was sometime about 2 to 3 months ago. He said he was looking to get into steel. That's when all these controversies became big. They don't want all these problems to be solved. And if there are Nigerians involved in this, let me just ask this question. What is in the demands that this is Alaba read today, because I missed it, that the protesters want to demand? These are the kind of things you have to be sure of what you are demanding for, whether it's going to give you what you want. Because if you don't demand, like refineries have to be on stream, and you have to give us report every day. There has to be, instead of to getting a ministry for this thing, livestock, maybe they should be thinking of ministry for petroleum that will be giving us updates for publishing information to Nigerians every day, to let the Nigerians know what is going on with our petroleum industry, what is going on with our Jakarta steel. People need to account for what is going on in those areas because they are important to our economy. Without those things, we are just grasping at straws.
You have not mentioned electricity or
I'm just mentioning some of all those items. Electricity too. All of them, we should put all of them on the list.
Look at how laughable the situation is. Government said that Dangote wants monopoly of the oil industry. And you have opportunity of taking 20% of the same refinery. And you reduce it to 7%. And you are the one saying that he wants monopoly. Instead of you to look for how to increase your stake to make sure that he doesn't have monopoly, you are even reducing the 20 that he's supposed to have.
You could have even benefit from
what does it even mean? What is it?
And if you don't want to benefit because you don't have crude to give Dangote because people have already paid upfront. Simple thing. All you just need to tell Dangote, you tell Dangote that our crude is wasting in Imo State. Go there and take from there, since we already have what the one in Delta, Akwa Ibom, and Rivers that we are selling for these people. Our crude is wasting in Abia. Go there.
Let me give you guys.
You understand? Go there. I can't get it. Then Righteous Man asked question about
some of us are not talking of forefathers. You are not moderating.
So sorry. Let me just answer Righteous Man's question. I beg your pardon. It looks like I'm taking over this show. Maybe because I have passion for it. Righteous Man, Ajaokuta was perfectly designed. They designed Ajaokuta in all the way to Kogi. Government built a rail station all the way to Delta State. That is my village from my father's side, Delta State Company. As a 1982, you understand? As a 1982, my uncle showed me where people are changing workers. 12,000 shifts. They are running 3 shifts connected to the sea, so that we can even export steel mill. We can do everything. Alaja, steel company, Delta, is still there. They build schools, they build the research center, they build everything. Look, the Western country that you are talking about that say they make frustrators because it was Russia that built this thing. It is simple, but oftentimes, like I said, we accept defeat without fighting. If America frustrates you, tell America, come and build a replica. If you ask me not to deal with these people, put another one. Why would Shell be taking all this gas from our country? They don't have refinery in Nigeria. They don't have no filling station in Nigeria. Why would Chevron be taking all these things? And you cannot make them to say, you must put a refinery here. You must set up, you bring this thing from the way you take this crude all the way to finished products. Then we'll take it all the way to America and bring it back. My brother, our people just like bribe me and let everything flow as it is. That is what that nonsense man is doing. Go ahead, the rest people, I beg.
Yeah, thank you. Maska, please go ahead. You see how Maska kept quiet to see what I was missing?
Okay. No. I know you will not miss me.
You drop me, I enter Moscow.
Okay, I speak. I'm not going to enter competition with you. Speak.
I don't mind AY. Did he jump you? AY has spoken. Now don't mind him. He always does this. Please go ahead, Masker.
Actually, I will not have allowed him, but anyway. I'm not happy, and I'm not happy with righteous man that I'm not happy with, because he has created this whole discussion is a digression that righteous man has caused on this Dangote refinery. The starting point, the man is just responding. If you are not happy with the way I'm running this thing, buy it over from me. It's not a statement that should have caused any problem, but now that we are where we are, I just want to draw our attention to a couple of things. The idea also that a government should support its business is not a new thing. It's not an African thing. It's not a Nigerian thing. A lot of us should remember during that, the time people should cast their mind back to is during that 2009 financial crisis. The American government supported their banks with 443 billion naira. You can imagine that. These are banks like Citibank. What are the other banks now? You can imagine 443 billion naira.
West Fargo that created the problem.
AIG alone, American Insurance Group alone, the American government gave them 85 billion naira, $85 billion to support them. These are private insurance companies. To give a company $85 billion just to support the company. So this is how governments actually that know what they are doing support their own indigenous business. Donald Trump, all he has been saying that made him popular is America first. And when he says America first, what he's saying is that Americans should buy American product, at least buy from American companies. This is what the man has been saying. For me, the issue is very simple. I think I've said it before on this platform. I worked in India around 2004, 2005. Around that time, it will take you good 2 weeks to see a foreign car, either a Honda or a Toyota. All you will see is the local Maruti and the other company, local Indian cars, both taxi, both politicians, both their private people. They drive Indian cars, and today see where they are going. They've gone places. But if you come to Nigeria, everything is imported, including toothpick. All the airlines, if you go and fly Ethiopian Airlines, you will see how they will embarrass you in Addis Ababa. If you fly, let's say, Egypt Air, all these airlines, they will send to Nigeria the worst of crafts. Because we don't do anything ourselves.
Yeah.
We don't do anything by ourselves. Everything we allow other people to do it for us. Are we surprised that they are throwing us around like football? Look at electricity. Till today, Nigeria has not put in its act together to do electricity. And the answer is very simple. Across all the industries, Nigeria has become what is called a rentier state. The bulk of our intelligent people, the bulk of our elite, they don't do anything but look at the government and see how they can cream rent. This petroleum we're talking about, I'm sure some people are collecting a lot of money in terms of subsidy, or even if it's licensing. All sorts of stories in this country. This was a country where somebody will get a license to import rice. And just because you have a license to import rice, you make a lot of money. So it is these people that are not happy with all these small. Me, I'm tired. All these issues, they are very painful to talk about. I remember when this GSM line started, MTN was telling us in Nigeria that they can't do per second billing. It was Glo, a Nigerian company, that started the per second billing. Once they started per second billing, every other company has to start, including MTN. So this is
2 years. 2 years.
Yes. So sometimes I wonder how we think that. How can I choose? Look, companies nationalize assets because they want to promote their people. How difficult is it for Nigerian government to just produce crude and give this man? It's not so complicated. The Ajakuta Steel Oil Mill, we're talking about the electricity, the refineries, everything in Nigeria is because some people want to just chop small. So they want to make sure that private citizens, private companies do not thrive. That's just the long and short of it. And when we say federal government, it's not the Tinubu himself. It's the people even outside the government that are benefiting, that are creating all this havoc.
That is true.
The man inside NFPC that is collecting salary, they will go and
Masca, what people, the question people should answer or take home is, why should a government sabotage a business you invested in? That is the question. Why should a
no,
government,
the answer, this is what I'm answering you, CM. So the answer, CM, is not the government. For instance, now Tinubu is not the person who is going to sabotage Dangote. But there are people outside who are importing petroleum products today into the country that have made a lot of money. They are willing to go and bribe people inside NNPC to start doing all these macabre dance that people are dancing.
Exactly what
This is how it works. It's not so complex. It's not the people in National Assembly that
what
will
would
gang
the
up.
Minister of Petroleum
No,
do?
righteous
What would the
man,
Minister of
abeg.
Petroleum do?
Let me ask a question. That's a simple
You see
question.
this
Okay,
thing that you guys
this
are
issue,
saying.
this is okay. So, righteous
This
man,
thing
my
that you
answer
guys
to your question, the issue, and this is where I will rest. This is where I will rest. We know that our government is not a good government. All I'm resting is that we Nigerian people, even if our government will not do well, we should know who to support. These are the kind of things we should come out on the street and say, no, give this man crude oil. Give him crude oil because it will help us. If you look up to government to sort Dangote, nothing will happen. We need to show the government that we ordinary citizens also, we know what is right and they should do what is right. We should demand for what is right. Look at airpeace for
your audio has
Oh,
frozen.
the country called
That's too
South
much.
Korea
That is why.
make their
Paul, make you
own money
wait.
with only
Make
two
other people
investments:
talk. I beg.
Hyundai and
support of these
Samsung.
good businesses
They
because
protect
we know
it.
our government will not do the right thing. I raise my case.
Thank
I
you.
remember the last time I was on this live. There was a time I was on this live. And then
Sorry,
I spoke about
Justin, let's confirm it's your turn to speak. Were you here before the Blackstone? I think the Blackstone was here
I was
first.
here before him.
Was here before
Yeah,
me.
the Blackstone, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Papadas.
Thank you for joining us.
I don't join them. Good evening, good day to everybody on the panel and those on the watching us on also commenting. Anyway, this issue of Dangote refinery and everything, sometimes for me, it's very sympathetic way it's being treated in Nigeria, actually, right? Because if a country cannot support its own, that means that there must be something underneath, under it. And I think one of these issues that Dangote is facing is that the big guys or the criminals are ready to make it possible that if I don't work. Somebody told me last year. She said, I can promise you that for Dangote refinery to work in Nigeria will be a miracle. That's a common person in Nigeria who said it last year. Because if they are fighting him, Dangote, this is not the only business of factory, a manufacturing he has in Nigeria. For you to cry out and say, this is what I'm going through, that means that it's like he has seen what is going to go through. And this is the problem with most business in Nigeria. One thing I asked myself, I said, if a landlord cannot even maintain his own house, cannot renovate his own house, So how do you expect that kind of person to be in government and expect to care for anything in the country? All our industries are all down simply because we do not care, right? When Dangote came, this issue actually started when Dangote came out and said NNPC could not pay or could not complete their share, that 20% share, they could not pay the total amount. That what they were able to pay was 7.2%. That's when the issue started with NNPC. And when that man came out and said Dangote is only 45% completion and everything, I want to ask, did he do an audit on Dangote company to come out and say it's 45% completed? He is working with NNPC. All the Nigerian refineries are down. You cannot even hold yourself responsible that what we are doing is not even working out. Now coming out to say he has no license, doesn't have this. Dangote has been a businessman for years. How can he start a business that knows that he doesn't have a license to operate? How can he say it's 45% completed? On Monday last week, Dangote give a media briefing. He invited every media to come to the refinery for them to come and see. All of them went there. Then I think 2 days later, 3 days later, this man came out, is 45% completed because Dangote revealed to Nigeria and to the whole world that NFPC could not even meet their share, could not pay complete for the 20% share they're supposed to hold. They now have only 7.2% share. That's where all this problem started from. So in fact, if you try to do this in Nigeria, they will fight you like Ngozi Ewala said that if you fight corruption will fight you back. That is what is happening to what is happening. If you try to establish a business, the criminals, the corrupt people, those who are already gaining from the system, they will fight you back. They know that if Dangote when it come upstream, the importation of a petrol will go down, will reduce, and probably the government will not pay subsidies again. That's why they are fighting him. That's why they don't want that money to come upstream. Like if not Nan said, there are many things that goes along with a refinery, the petroleum products. There are so many. And there are going to be other industries, other leading to companies that are going to spring up along with it, around it. We're going to benefit, that's going to benefit Nigerians. That Nigerians, we create employment. We create product for Nigerians, right? Then we even start exporting out. This also brings revenue back to Nigeria. So when we love to destroy our own thing, for me, it is a shame on the Nigerian government and every other people who are involved in such a thing. I can't believe it. That Dangote's refinery should be a pride to Nigeria. It should be a pride to Nigeria. The second largest single stream, I think the largest single stream refinery in the world. Second single stream, right? In the world. That is something that should be a pride of Nigeria. Why are we then not standing up to destroy it? Why don't be also, just because maybe they are making money, they maybe is blocking their way. When it comes upstream, there's no more going to block the proposal of making money. I want to ask a question. All the people that have an oil well in Nigeria, have they built a refinery? What have they used the oil well to how is the oil, where they use the oil well to benefit Nigerians? You just give to IOCs, you go to a joint venture agreement, you come and take the oil and you walk away. So this is the mentality of Nigeria. This is the attitude of Nigerians. Every citizen of a good country want to do something and improve their country. Dangote said, I don't have a single house in abroad. I don't carry a foreign passport. That is a man that is very proud of his country.
That is interesting because recently I think somebody said P2B has a house in London. I don't know whether that is true.
Peter lived there before. Now he lived there before.
Yeah, Yeah, P2B has a house. He does. He does. He has a house in London. But that was when he was there.
never lived outside the country. P2B lived
So
outside.
it doesn't say he goes to.
outside the country.
So Dangote is all Nigerian.
Oh,
Yeah,
that if
Nigerian.
he travels out, he stays in the hotel. Why must he be having a house when he's not staying over there? He carrying a Nigerian passport. He doesn't have a foreign passport. That's a man that is proud of his country, and they want to destroy him. They want to sabotage him because of their own selfish interest. It's actually painful.
You people should ask the petroleum minister. Ask the petroleum minister what is going on.
Righteous man, the position of the petroleum minister in Nigeria today is the ceremony. The president can't do the work of president and petroleum minister. It becomes ceremonial post.
Paul, from what I can see here, it says making it the largest single train refinery in the world.
Yes, the largest single train refinery.
It's the largest.
I don't think people know. I don't think people know the investment that is here. People don't even know how many single projects do you think worth $20 billion in the whole world. Elon Musk wanted to invest just $2 billion. India president welcomed him with all the incentive. Look for that information. He gave him a lot of tasks. He was encouraging him to come. $2 billion in India.
Sorry. Do you know why? Do you know that all Dangote businesses are being the C-level employees are all foreigners? Because it doesn't have trust on Nigerians. The directors, the managers, they are all foreigners. Because they have trust on Nigerians.
If Dangote worth $28 billion and he has invested $20 billion, he's left with $8 billion. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not like that.
That's not how you calculate net worth. Remember, consortiums of banks put together.
That is a borrowed money now. That $20 billion is a borrowed money.
So we're telling you the investment is $20 billion.
How important?
So that does not mean that it's his own money. But I hold it.
Nick picking.
So you guys will not let me finish my own talk. So like what Steph said, you like Dangote, you don't like it, doesn't matter. I don't even want to know who is Dangote. Let me just assume. But that refinery, that company, it must work because it's going to benefit the people more. The woman that will sell pure water around that refinery, do you know how much that is a good investment? We are talking of, if you think of the indirect job that refinery is going to create in that region, it's not, I'm never talking of direct job, indirect jobs. People don't understand. That is not
that area. Mortgage has gone up
next year.
Mortgage houses that they are building.
It's our company.
I've never heard that somebody will invest money in an organization and then go ahead to sabotage even where you invested. NMP. Listen. Yes. That's why I'm surprised. If you hear that Nigeria sabotage Glow owned by Adenoga, maybe federal government hasn't got invested.
Yeah, you forget so soon. Obasanjo frustrated Glow. Adenuga went exile till Obasanjo left the country. You forget that Adenuga went exile. Adenuga ran out of the country till Obasanjo leave. Adenuga was not in Nigeria. That's the same thing. It's going on now again.
Please, let's allow Justin to join the conversation. And there is, if you can see you backstage, I don't know who to go and wait backstage. If you can come on to have a
say. Remember, I was speaking about, and this was when everybody was just arguing with me anyhow. 2 live streams ago, I was speaking about the role that expertise plays in all these types of things when it comes to developing a nation. Now I even ask, what is the point of having so many ministers? Because Ghana has 98 ministers. Nigeria, I think we have a bit more, but judging by the fact that we create ministries every day, it's probably more than what I expect. I now ask, why can't the president do most of these roles? And then I now also ask, what is the point of having so many ministers? Like, can't expertise play a role in all these things? Because there's minister of everything in Nigeria. It turns out that now that you guys are talking about oil, well, most of you were not here when we had that last conversation, except Righteous Man, Sha. But now that we're talking about oil, it just so happens that Well, the way Nigeria works is that naturally, when you become president, you're also the minister of petroleum. Abi, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right.
Yeah, that's
Obasanjo
what they
started
started
it.
doing. Yeah, they started doing.
No, that one also seems like a very, very cunning
Yeah.
something on his own,
Nobody
because
do it at a time.
how can you just become president and you're now the minister of the country's most valuable resource, leaving so much room for all types of stealing and embezzlement? After
And
all,
they
that's
should be
what
holding him
essentially.
accountable, but nobody holds the president accountable for messing up the
Exactly. That's
Nigerian.
even the reason why it does not make sense.
He
Because
has a
that's
limit.
Sorry,
what the country
Justin, are
needs
you
to
in
move to.
Nigeria? Are you in
No,
Nigeria?
no.
You are not in Nigeria. It's very odd because your background is very dark. It looks like I thought it was the Nigerians that have dark background, like
As
this
own
is
light
righteous
bulb.
man. Yeah.
Okay, like me too. Like me too.
No, are you in Nigeria now?
No,
Because
I was in
I'm in
Nigeria just
Nigeria.
now, but I just traveled to London. That's why the
okay,
light
okay.
has come on.
Yeah. Please go ahead. I do enjoy your questioning of certain things.
So, as I was saying, now the president is the minister of petroleum, right? It just turns out that obviously because of that, that's the organ on the top, so accountability will be lacking. Even if it was not the organ on the top, you know how our country is, accountability will still be lacking. This is even where it gets so bad. You should not ask, what do we know that the president knows about petroleum? Okay, there's another organization again, the NNPC. We've always known the NNPC right from time as one of the most fraudulent organizations of all time in the whole history of our country. That one is facts. We know them for that. It just turns out that this whole thing that they are running now, there's so many things going on. So many things going on. Like I think Paul, I don't know who was saying it, was saying something about how people within the NNPC are being bribed because of this whole Dangote thing, and it's affecting Dangote, basically sabotage, as you explained it. The truth is, me personally, when I talk about this type of things, I don't like to make assumptions, but that is more than likely what is actually going on. You understand? There's this problem in our whole economy, in every industry, every aspect of our economy, where nobody trusts anybody at all. At all. Trustworthiness is dead. That's probably why all Dangote's executives are Indian people. Because even places you don't expect them to be fraud, there's fraud. Places where the
Isn't that a
ROI on that
problem?
being fraudulent.
Isn't that a problem though? Because just hold on, because you are going to carry on.
Okay.
Because there is something about our culture. I even asked this question a few days ago when I was having a conversation with some group, and I said, "Is there something wrong with us where we don't value our own people's potential, or have we kind of made our own people's potential seem like it's not worthy of rewarding with anything significant?" Because if you look at it, if from the this thing previously, when we used to sell slaves, like we were selling slaves, human beings that could invent the ogogoro and the umbrellas and the schnapp, whatever we are getting from people, like they could invent it, but we're selling human beings for it. Then recently, what you tend to hear from the media when they talk about security, they'll be saying, "Oh, buy technology, get technology, get technology." But the most advanced technology you know in the whole entire universe is human beings, and you have excess of them. Other nations use, even the nations that have technology have more human beings involved in it. It's almost as if we don't see our people as our greatest asset. Other nations that don't have oil, like Singapore, they don't have anything, but they are by far one of the richest countries in the world because they tap into their people. So is there something within our culture? Because like you said, Dangote is not using our own people. What is it within our own human beings that we don't put value in our own life? Is it that we don't have it?
It's not like that with the expatriate. Sometimes we overflow this expatriate because I've worked with expatriate in Nigeria. So I understand this expatriate. These questions, I ask this question. So now this sensitive thing that Dangote won't do, that we don't really do much in our country. If Dangote don't have the people that will do that, that does not mean Nigerians don't do that. You understand? But another thing, I'll blame the Dangote, I'll blame big businesses in Nigeria. We don't really know how to put ad out there for people to seek for job. You go to LinkedIn, go look for jobs in Nigeria. How did they put it? Whether you even see job that you want to apply for certain jobs in Nigeria. So, and even though if I find myself now that I want to take that job in Nigeria, living in America, I will charge more than that Indian man that they get. It's cheaper to get that Indian man than to get an expert Nigeria from America, from the UK, from the Germany, who have the technical know-how. You understand? We
Yeah,
still
and they'll
more
be expecting.
expensive.
He's right.
You understand?
They'll
So
be
that's why they
expecting
get
big man
Indians. So
salary,
let's
of
not
course.
flog the thing like, oh, he just like to get Indian. The Indians to some extent is still cheap labor. But what you need to do, train people. You see these cheap acts that they talk about in America. America understand very well that they're going to go to war with China. The way it's coming over this Taiwan thing. America is investing heavily because Taiwan is the biggest country in the world when it comes to cheap art. So America is investing so that if that problem comes, they can fall back on their own. Why they bring this business to the state of Arizona, where I am right now? They give the University of Arizona 100 million. They give the Arizona State University another 100 million to start training people. They don't even want people to do it in America. So they bring a lot of experts from Taiwan. Why they are doing that? They are training people and they now put it into the curriculum in the university in that same state. Because if they invest, say, for example, they invest in, say, MIT in Boston, Massachusetts, people who stay there work don't want to come to Arizona and say, I can't go to Arizona, it's too hot.
But
It's
isn't
bizarre.
that the problem we are talking about in the context of Nigeria? We don't see, maybe because it's still going on now with the Dangote refinery, because there has not been any sense that there is transition to the local
to invest in our polytechnic, our universities, so that we
that's what he's saying. You can't even trust them. That's what
you can technically, you can technically employ those people and train them. You could train them on the job. That's one of the best ways to train people. Because even when you train them in a polytechnic, they will still come in and train anyway.
In my training as a aviator,
if he talk now, if he's there,
oh my God, hold on now, please. Paul, please round up so that we can move.
So Fofara, I will round up immediately because if he's here, it's called OJT, on-job training. You work with direct experts so that you get the practical expert. You don't need to exam. You get the practical knowledge. So if you bring these Indian guys side by side, you employ Nigeria. Why you also employ Nigeria like this kind of Dangote who understand the sensitive nature of this thing? Invest heavily in, say, maybe Unilag. You understand? Maybe Yaba Technology Polytechnic there. You invest heavily on that department. You start training people in terms of the young folks. You catch them young. Why the ones that are working, they are doing their OJT. What Nigeria will only call IP.
Who are you referring
That's
to?
how it is.
Dangote or the government?
But they're going to work with experts to understand it.
Paul Dangote, I employ Nigerians a lot. It's talking about the management, put it in the management.
So when they call management, it's just head of department, not management. If you go to
personally, you go and check in the list. I have a friend who the husband is there from Germany. He has supposed to have been for 1 year, but now he has been there for more than 5 years. So I know that's why I'm saying it. Also, go and check the list.
Wrong, but these are
don't keep passing it. Don't pass it.
Some of them are directors. Some of them are directors.
Stop it. Stop passing it to and fro. So this issue of transitioning to locally, local experts is a good one, but I'm not sure is the biggest problem. The biggest problem is for the refinery to start actually functioning, because from what I know, most of the employees are Nigerians. So that it starts selling to Nigeria. That is where that foreign exchange that we are busy spending importing petrol needs to start coming down. If that doesn't come down, forget this. This inflation rate is not going to come down. No, cost of living is going to keep going up. So, Justin, please carry on.
So I was saying, the president is the minister of petroleum. And I'm very sure because I used to watch news a lot, even when I was in Nigeria back then, when Buhari was president. Before I left to come to this UK, I was very sure that Buhari was Minister of Petroleum as well. It was not just even knowing that. Is that not even very, very fraudulent and cunning? Why couldn't he make himself Minister of Transportation? Why did you make yourself Minister of the country's biggest source of moolah? That's like the most perfect place you can put yourself to chop money anyhow.
Transportation. Maybe you should be Minister of Livestock too. But
better. You know that the money there is not as big as the money in petroleum.
I think the point was that to make him accountable for this most important asset of Nigeria. But the problem is he has the position, but he's not accountable. That's what I find problematic.
It's not just even accountability. There's this level of knowledge that you just expect from somebody that has worked
that would have worked in that industry for years, as opposed to somebody that
He
just
has a
became
minister
president
of
and just put in
minister
there.
of
Tinubu worked in
he has,
Ajib. Tinubu worked in Ajib before.
he has a minister of state for petrol now, and that's also there.
And he worked in Ajib. Have you guys forgotten?
Which one is that? What is IG?
ExxonMobil.
It's an oil company. Ajib is an oil company.
Tinubu of all people.
Yeah, he did work. He did work.
Yeah, he
in
did work there.
kind of.
But I don't know if it's the real Tinubu or the fake one.
But anyways, about what Paul said, it was making so much sense. Did you know that University of Texas? You know, Texas is like the big oil producer in America. You see that thing? That's what they call R&D, research and development. Whether you're a company or a government,
Make London people go sleep now. Make London people go sleep.
See all these California people. Can we stop? You know, go arrest the California Jerry. Let the London guys
the
carry on.
University of Texas, they were the ones who first started mining shale for oil production. It was that one revolution in the technology that just boosted America's oil production to the extent the Middle East was pissed off about it, because you know all these countries are always trying to win themselves off Middle Eastern oil. That on its own is a bag, is a moolah that Nigeria could have made so much money out of if they really were serious.
Yeah.
Because countries don't like depending on certain other countries for their things, especially that Middle East, because they don't like them at all.
Thank you for
because of the Nigeria has this unstable environment for all sorts of business.
So, but what do you think about this issue with Dangote now? Where do you stand on it in terms of how should Nigeria feel
about
this?
that monopoly thing? You see, sometimes I hear some things that sounds like they make sense. It does not just make sense. What is like is it that Nigerians think that if Dangote was not a monopoly, say in this petroleum industry now, things will be better? Because something is not a monopoly does not make situations better. If you have two companies doing one thing, doesn't make things better. It's kind of like even in politics, it makes things worse. They'll be fighting over each other over everything. Competition is, they usually say competition is supposed to be healthy, Abi.
Yeah.
In a country like Nigeria, not necessarily. Your politics, their competition, has it lifted your people out of poverty?
No.
The APC and PDP competition.
They try to
look at countries like here in the UK, we have defense companies. One of the reasons why Nigeria is insecure, we only have about one or two. How many defense companies do we even have in Nigeria? And they're not even global like that. In the UK, we have a defense company that has been doing business here for more than 50 years. It's called Base Systems.
Yeah.
At this point, you can even say they are in monopoly. But that monopoly is beneficial to them because now they have a shipyard in Barrow, which is where they make all their submarines. They are building one for Australia and other countries. They have
so they're quite a different industry. That's quite a different industry.
This German guy, can you stop interrupting him? Why are you interrupting him now? What did he say that was so wrong?
Fathers.
Yes.
There are some industries whereby their monopolies is allowed by the government. Military equipment, because these are secret something. It's a monopoly. It's not a competitive industry. Let's not begin to give wrong informations, please.
Did he give wrong information? What was the wrong thing?
That's still part of the point. Some industries are too big for you to come and start having 60 companies.
No, it is a government. It is government. I mean, like, because these are military secrets. When they produce arms, there's a military secret in it.
Production of arms is not supposed to be a government thing. If you didn't know before, let you know now.
I'm not saying it's a government thing, but those companies.
America, this beginning of America as a country started with companies that started producing arms, especially in the South where gun is everywhere. There are companies for everything.
If you are producing ammunition, please. If you are producing ammunition,
even Ford produce arms. Ford produce arms. Lucky Martins.
You don't know about the
BlackRock.
What is it called?
You should let the young man speak now. You guys won't let him get out.
Rockefeller, they used to call him.
Rockefeller.
This guy that used to export his oil in tankers. I've forgotten his name.
From which country?
I want to sleep. Good night to you all. I've tried.
Thank you, righteous man. Thank you for your patience. And you're from Nigeria. I appreciate your joining us, righteous man.
Fathers, I beg, go to other people now. I don't let people talk.
Why are you so hot? The Blackstone today.
Himself is actually
people are waiting. One person is talking about 20 people are waiting. Are you moderating at all?
Dangote don't have monopoly like people who claim that Dangote have monopoly. Where did Dangote even have this monopoly that they are talking about? Let people tell me. Let me even debunk it to you today.
I
Tell
know
me where Dangote have monopoly.
it's not as serious as most people think. Whether monopoly or not, YouTube is a
Yes.
monopoly. Apple is a monopoly. They are basically which other phone company challenging Apple in
Funny enough, you
America?
know what I heard?
Many
I think it
companies
was
are
Bill Gates
monopolies
that
now.
said this. They said
Exactly.
having a monopoly is a sign of success.
That is how companies are. This in the Dutch Eastern Indian company. Is that not what they used to colonize most of Africa? Royal, what's the other one? Royal, this in something company.
The Royal
East
Shell.
India Company.
Yeah. It's through companies. Most of these capitalist systems, this is spread their influence. It's a very powerful tool.
Exactly.
It's
At the
power
end of the
of the
day,
government. We don't
and
know
they
if we
buy other
understand it.
people's companies. Monopoly is
That's
a
what
sign of success normally.
Just regulated.
Nigeria
There's
they
like 10
Forefather.
other companies under Dangote.
Forefather. South Korea is a first world nation. It's not with only two companies. Hyundai, the biggest steel company in the world, and Samsung phone, computer that we use today.
Thank you. I
You
just love
understand?
when this man is talking. Samsung is the perfect
Samsung,
example.
you know,
You know, I have a
private
Korean friend.
Samsung
Sorry,
today.
Paul. You know, I have a
The
Korean friend
citizens
that
are
told me
planning strike. The government is protecting it because it's their
Samsung owns
national treasure.
Samsung owns everything in Korea. They have hospitals. They have
Just
their own
regulate it.
toilet brands. Like they have brands that produce
Let people
everything.
win them.
They have their own sneaker brand, Samsung.
Yeah, look,
Monopoly is not bad if you are
just
doing it properly.
personal thing that make people hate Dangote. Dangote trailer will fight people on the road. Nothing will happen. This is where you blame government. In fact, Dangote trailer is supposed to be something that people will be praying that if Dangote trailer touch my motor, I don't hammer. My own don't better or better. Because it's regulated. That's how it's supposed to work. You do breathalyzer test for the driver. You check the driver's history. You check his health status. How long has he been driving? Rest on the road. If they fail all these things, you sue. People make money. As we are here today, you understand? People pray that American police will abuse us. Every time that you see all the media, everything, the police will go set to pay you millions. Set to pay you millions. People love to sue the government. That's the thing. So whether monopoly or no monopoly, let him do monopoly. The biggest grocery store in the world is Walmart in America, Canada, everywhere. It's owned by a private family. It's a single family. They are everywhere. You understand? And the states that don't want them also frustrate them so much and everything. But you must create alternative. Because people see, we want Walmart because that things are cheap. So if you don't want Walmart in your city, frustrate them. Shut up your mouth if you don't have anything to contribute.
You're talking, don't talk too much, Paul. Shut up your mouth. Don't insult me. What is wrong with you?
Paul, hold on. Okay, I think this
from you than be
let's
blaming.
allow other people to have.
Let other people talking.
Yeah.
Let you just carry the whole platform. They talk since morning.
My brother, talk. I love to learn from you. Do you think
No,
I don't know people contest?
no, let other people talk.
Listen.
Let other people talk. People are there and never got spoken since. Give them a chance, man.
Thank you. The Blackstone, you are on one side of your image. So when we reduce the size of the screen, you just disappear completely. So maybe try to move a little bit towards the center.
Blackstone is a enigma, escape man. We don't even know him. We even know Forefather more than him. We don't even know him. He's an enigma.
Why must you know me in the first place? Why must you know me in the first place?
Can we leave that now? Can we leave it for now? Can we leave that one for now? Let's allow the honorable guests that have joined us today from London and from America. If anytime you want to say something, you are free to say something. Any of the women are free to say something. As you can see, they are very, they don't like to say too much at a time. Even when if he talks, he doesn't talk too much. So let me go to Loco P. I'm not going to see if you want to speak, you can speak now. But if you are not ready to speak, I'll go to Loco P. Justin, I must say, I do like the way he comes across, the way he is trying to ask questions and trying to understand issues. I think there's nothing wrong with trying to, and he's making some good suggestions too. Loco P, are you there? Yeah. What do you think about this Dangote business? The guy, it looks like he's being frustrated now. And since January, he's been talking a little bit too much, actually. And now he's saying he's abandoning the pursuit of steel. He wanted to go into steel. Now he says he's not going to go there because they accuse him of monopoly in Nigeria. That's what we have. Oh. What do you think?
Okay. Hello guys, how you doing? For me, I think we Nigerians sometimes, I don't know, is it that we are
Don't tire,
hypocrites?
put his hand on his head.
Oh no, because what's the country that you guys are just discussing about Dangote oil? Sometimes you guys you shock me sometimes. But Dangote, yes, is the government is guilty of making him the only person in charge of whatever he's doing. You understand? And if he's complaining of saboteur right now, I think he is one of the forefront of saboteurs trying to sabotage other people from producing whatever he think is producing because he's scared of competition or whatever. He just wants to be in charge. I mean, with the cement with IG Beto, who will forget that IG Beto whatever? Who? You just here talking about so that you guys, whether you guys lost most of let me use negative word you guys share. Whether you lost your memory, I don't understand. You understand? Like Dangote, he Chris, when he enjoy the benefit of Nigerians through monopoly, he forgets. So because now the thing can't turn against them. Oh, now he's not crying wolf. And one day they sorry for them. I don't know. We're on a memory go at times. I don't understand sometimes. Yeah. I mean, this monopoly, it's mad. It's crazy. If not for Nigeria, would he have been able to garner more whatever he's doing on Nigerian resources to build that what is called refinery right now? There's one of the biggest in Africa. Would he have? When they say somebody is telling you that he's the richest man black in Africa, coming from one of the poorest country in the world, we don't think at times like how it rhyme? How it rhyme?
So let me ask, because I take it that you are not happy with the idea.
Can you please do the research of Flour Mill Nigerian PLC, Smith?
Yeah,
it is older than Dangote 2 times, and Flour Mill Nigerian PLC is still there. They are the major supplier of cement to Julius Berger. So where do you get this your monopoly story? There is standard flour mill. There is
okay now. Let me ask him now. I wanted to ask him now.
Listen to yourself.
Hold on. Sorry. I just wanted you to make it smooth so that we know, because I know that you are making some points that are maybe actually accurate. Maybe Dangote did some practices that drove other businesses, so that he will become dominant. Not necessarily the only business, but dominant. But just because he had those practices, where does the Nigerian state come in terms of the benefits that he's providing? Because hold on now, let me finish the question.
Let me help you. Nigerian state failed.
Yes, me with the question. Let me ask the question.
State failed first. They failed Nigerians. You understand? For allowing him to do what he's doing.
Okay, good. So if this man has a track record of running the companies relatively successfully, making money, and then he wants to now go into petroleum, which we as Nigerian government have not been able to run very well. He wants to go into petroleum. Is it not up to us now to say, you know what, let's allow him to actually do it, because he's good at doing this thing. For whatever you want to accuse him of monopoly, Nigerians are not looking for cement. He provides them cement. For whatever you want to accuse him about monopoly in sugar, he provides Nigerians sugar. So does he not provide people? I don't know why
the monopoly. Hold on, hold on. When it comes to food, right? We have alternatives when it comes to food. Not only Indomie with the shop, not only sugar with the shop. So you say monopoly for Indomie, sugar, whatever. No, that's never there. Cement that has to do with infrastructure development. Cement is the major stuff. You understand, for him, which he monopolizes. You understand? Monopoly in cement right now. Let me finish now. There's been IG Ibeto trying to establish all this while he couldn't.
Why don't you blame Flour Mill that is there older than these two companies? You only blame your own brother.
What's your problem? What you mean and cement? What you say flour go say cement? I don't understand you.
Flour Mill makes cement.
I have to come in. I have to come in and put a stop to Paul's misinformation. I just have to.
Can I say something
on
to
Flour Mill?
If he please go ahead. No, just hold on. Let Ify finish, then you can go ahead. You know how the arrangement.
I am from Unewi.
What arrangement now? So make another.
Don't worry, you will speak. Don't worry.
Okay.
Paul, I am from Unewi.
Okay.
Ibeto is from Unewi. Ibeto will never forgive Dangote for shutting his business down.
Okay.
The politics of Nigeria was the reason why Ibeto Cement is no longer in existence. He said it and he spoke it so loud. And everybody, if you are from around my place, he will tell you that.
Okay.
There are things we don't know and we will never know in this platform. Just like Loco said, when Dangote was enjoying all these benefits and people were crying, he didn't say anything. Now he's hitting everybody.
Which people were crying? Another millionaire was crying, or
You know,
people were
now
crying.
he's hitting everybody.
Let's not miss
businessmen.
Businessmen were crying, not ordinary people.
No. I'm just saying generally. Now, this is the one thing. Remember, he's among the Economic Council Tinubu put in place. So what happened? There are more things we don't know about these things going on. And we will never know. Because there was a contract signed with Buhari's government regarding that. But along the line, we don't know what happened. So this is the part of politics. In a real life, let us just assume everything is right. We won't hear about anything going on in terms of an agreement between them and the federal government. So something must have happened, or somebody behind him. That's why he's crying all this, talking now, and people not listening. But let me tell you something. In terms of monopolization, remember when they shut the border down? What happened? They opened the border for what's his name? For Dangote.
For Dangote, you understand? When Nigeria was in the middle of
if it doesn't miss,
let me tell you something.
From the border.
If they give me license now to import rice, let's say 2 or 3 of us, under one year, I will be a billionaire in dollars.
That is true.
I will be a billionaire in dollars.
Did they give him
that everybody, let's assume that we have 200, let's say 100,000 people with license importation of foreign rice. What do you think will be? Competition. How can a country move forward without competition, capitalization? Nigeria is supposed to be a capitalist country, right? But if you look at it in real sense, it's like we have a group of certain people that monopolizes the economy of the country.
Okay.
So, realistically, every country is like that
now.
Something
to do
Thank you, Ife. Thank you, Ife. Let me tell you.
Hold on.
I just want to correct. Sorry, Ife. I just want to correct some misinformation that has just been put out here by Paul.
Father, protect Ife to talk now.
I don't want this medium to be a joke.
Ferrari, maybe you should allow Ife to finish.
I thought Ife has just finished.
But
I'm not. What I'm trying to say is that, listen.
If he has finished,
she says she has not.
How can you hear
she has finished. I don't know what
she has not finished.
Okay, let her conclude.
Have you finished?
Just give her 10 seconds.
Just one more statement.
Okay.
All these things we are here arguing about this Dangote stuff. All it will take is just to have a conversation with Tinubu. Case closed. That's all it will take. If Tinubu gives an order tomorrow to say release how many millions of barrel crude oil to this guy, it will happen. He is the president. But again, like I said, there are more we don't know.
It's not a part of those that are
go by what we know, not by what we don't know. This idea.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are a lot of politics going on.
It's not a family, not a part of those that are importing oil.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Can I correct some misinformation so we get our record straight, please?
Let me finish.
Yeah, I don't want this medium to be.
Hello, I'm saying let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish.
He just said that Dangote was in competition.
Let me finish now. You guys have to talk.
Ferrari, let this thing Loco. He was speaking before.
Look, let me tell you. Look, you people will learn how to be good Nigerians. You will learn it here. I don't know what's wrong with people sometimes. You will learn to be Nigerians. Nigeria no good. You can't even coordinate yourself for here. You can't even learn how to be orderly here. Yeah? You go every
just wasted 3 minutes of your time. Finish.
See, as I was saying, right? Before you say, maybe say if you get to talk, but like before, let me finish. The thing is, like, look, Dangote has been enjoying this monopoly whatever since. You understand? So if you should shut up now, you just shut up. If he wants to do whatever he wants to do, he should go and do it. Not say because say Nigeria complain about model. Yes, you are guilty of it. Case closed. There's nothing you're going to say about that. You understand? Your other stuff that you are doing, yes, because it's food, everybody can grow farm, can do whatever. You understand? You can even import. You understand? Because it's small. But when it comes to like infrastructure, because government can give you contracts on that kind of projects. If you are getting like maybe doing roads, bridges, or whatever, you will be the sole sole supplier of cement for infrastructure, road, bridges, buildings, offices, complexes, ministries. You have renovations. Now you they come meet to collect. So that's where you are getting your money from. You understand? And the government is backing you. And look, I'll tell you this: this Dangote refinery you were talking about. Many Nigerian politicians' money, Nigerian money the majority of it is donated to that refinery. Before you hear these days, politicians they are stealing money taken abroad. These days, Nigeria don't steal money abroad anymore. They steal money and give to Dangote. Dangote now will help them clean the money. That's what they do. But money we don't know. You understand? All them.
How are you sure?
How do I tell all these things?
Let me finish, my friend. Let me finish.
It's a question. How do you know?
Money, Obi Kubana, all these people you see, some overnight successful billionaires. That's what they do. They clean money for these guys, for the politicians. They don't take money abroad anymore. Dangote the same thing too. You understand? If Dangote tell you he wants to do any business, give him his investment. Look, when he was opening the refinery, who did you see there? Even Dangote enemy. But apart from politician, give him money. He go there, go say the refinery is working 24/7. Now that Nigeria cannot produce crude oil now, this is Nigeria that before Dangote refinery came to life, they were exporting crude to refine. You understand? Then take all the products like diesel, kerosene, heavy petrol, and import only light gas, which is petrol. All the products that are contained in crude oil, where are they? They don't import those ones. They leave it abroad. That sell and give the pocket the money. If then carry only for a comeback. Nobody's crying about that one. You understand? Now that the refinery don't come and play now. Nigeria no see crude oil give the guy. You understand? There was something that went and play, like if you said, underground agreements during that refinery that did not come to fruition. That's why federal government refused to supply Dangote the crude to refine. That's why it's having problem. So it's just do me, I do you. Neither go to the cry for because federal government cannot cry that Dangote is sabotaging because a company individual cannot sabotage the government. It's not possible. It's only the individual that can cry that the government is sabotaging them. That's why Dangote is crying. So he should just shut up, push his mouth. You understand? Because what he did to Ibeto
anyway, at the end, who surpasses?
When two elephants are fighting,
at the end, who surpasses?
And keep quiet. You understand?
No, I said I said at the end, who surpasses?
That is his own opinion because he doesn't care about the Nigerian people. They just
let me tell you. See, so your question at the end, who surpasses? I'll tell you the truth, right? Nigerians know these things. That look, this monopoly that we give to this guy is too long, too much. Ibeto has been crying. I want die here. No, the stupid Nigerians that are complaining that no, what they're doing to the Dangote is wrong. Why did they cry that what they're doing to Ibeto is wrong? No, it's not like it. Federal government, you must empower this guy. You must empower Boa Cement. You must. Where is elephant cement tomorrow? Where is elephant? You must empower, but nowhere. They all died natural death, and nobody knows what happened.
Do you know the difference between now and Ibeto? We had other cement suppliers, and besides, Dangote is a cement supplier too. But right now, can I finish? Can I finish? You've had your say, please.
All of them died.
Can I finish? You've had your say. But now, Nigeria doesn't have any oil processing plant in the country, no refineries. And you are sitting there saying, "Oh, because of that, the other one, let's kill this one."
What is your problem? You're not seeing
it from the point of view that the country is going to suffer. Why are you worrying about him? Why are you not worrying about the millions of people that are going to suffer?
No. Make all of us suffer. So next time they will get.
Oh my God!
Really? Look, really?
Thinking.
You are not talking anything. You are not talking anything. You just get sentimental.
That's what is wrong with our thinking. We don't think about the bigger picture.
You are not talking about the bigger picture.
Why are we worrying about Ibeto? There were multiple cement companies. If we have multiple refineries, that's a different thing.
Since we decide to be hypocrites all this while, we decide not to do.
That is competition between companies.
No. See, hold on. Companies lobby, right? They lobby. No problem. It's normal. But when you now do pari passu with the government is not helping you. You start to stifle other company. You start not
that
forget
is
the government is the people.
competition.
The government does not help them.
You
to
know how many
succeed
car
in that
companies that
country.
have failed
The
in
government
America?
helps them
See, look,
progress.
there's lobby.
Some
For
banks
that,
failed. Some
Oh,
banks
Father,
failed
please.
in the
you
recession,
can lobby.
and
For
some
that,
banks were supported not to fail. Would you say that the government, American government, was playing favoritism?
Okay,
So both of you have not landed yet.
For that, let me tell you one simple thing. Let federal government go on, hold on. Let federal government go and give monopoly to innocent motor that came first. Let go do innocent motor.
Brother, there is no monopoly. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is wrong
How does government give monopoly? How does government give monopoly?
That's like
What is
saying
wrong
that-
with that?
How does the government give monopoly? How does the government give monopoly?
Hold on. Then why did he allow to play during the Dangote's own?
What is so wrong with the federal government supporting innocent? There's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, no, hold on now. If you are thinking what he's doing with Dangote is very okay, then he should go and do it with this innocent motor.
You can argue for that. I will support it. You support it with Oyema. You support it with the airpiece. What are you going on about?
We support it with innocent
anything that
motor.
benefits
For
the people.
government to help innocent motor to strike.
No,
We say it here all the time.
Hold on.
But the
I
government
don't know what you're talking about. You are just talking a layman's sentiment. Your news is just coming like it's just like I gave you Twitter, TikTok news.
Not to give him money, all right? One thing, like not to give him money, like not to stifle other car manufacturers because of
Dangote did not stifle any person when it comes to cement. Federal government don't even do road. We give our road to contractor. Flour Mill Nigerian PLC that produce cement has been producing cement since 1969. Dangote is
why is
even a
Paul
young
still
kid.
talking when I've not corrected his last
Alaba,
statement?
go ahead. Alaba, don't tell me that you want to correct me. Correct me with
I
based on
want to
fact and
edit
figure. I
your
will
last
love that.
statement. I want to
You go
edit
ahead.
it. Go ahead. I
Yeah,
want
you
to
go
edit
ahead.
your last statement.
You go ahead. If you want to hear about monopoly, I'm going to tell you about monopoly. There is no monopoly when it comes to cement. Flour Mill is older than Dangote. Before Dangote come on stream, there is Benue Cement Company. There is Benue Cement Company. There is Lafarge. There is Ideto. If Ideto don't deem fit that to discover that Flour Mill cost it, an American company, no, not a problem. Benue Cement cost it, not a problem. It's only Aliko Dangote that cost it. But there are other people in the same business. Come on now.
Ferrari, please go ahead. I know you wanted to say something. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I just don't like us peddling misinformation. Flour mill is an agro business. You understand? The business, it started in 1962. It was bought at a cost of 2.5 million, financed by the Greek and the American capital through Southern Star Shipping. The company's Apapa complex has a bulk of unloading and storage capacity to process North American wheat blend. In 1971, the capacity of the wheat mill was 300,000 tons. In 1975, they bought the minority equity in Northern Nigerian Flour Mills, Kano, and later acquired Niger Mills of Calabar. In 1970, the company was listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. You understand? Now, in 1990, the company expanded and established a polypropylene manufacturing business. And then trading under the business name of Northern Bag Manufacturing Company. 2 years later, the Golden Shipping Company was established in 1997. An extension of the business offering led to the founding of fertilizers and marketing business. Expansion continued into the introduction of a cement partnership, UNICEF, in 2002. Port managing trading under the name of Apapa Bulk Terminal. In 2000, the Golden Transport in 2008, Premier Feed in 2010. Now, they are not a cement manufacturing company.
They only back cement. Oh, you hear? You hear so poor?
Let me finish. Who is interrupting me now?
That is a lie.
Port managing under the name of Apapa Bulk Terminal. Okay. Now, the Apapa terminal operates Terminal A and B at Apapa Port. The company, this is the key part, operated a bulk cement bagging operation at Apapa trading Bonham Cement.
I will educate you. Go ahead.
How that becomes a competition with
Dangote Cement? Let me tell you, every of these companies apart from Benue Cement Company, all import cement, and Obasanjo stop it.
It's a cement bagging company. It doesn't make
Can you
cement.
listen? Can you listen? Can you listen?
So don't spread misinformation.
Dangote import cement and bag in a Papa World, shade 19, shade 20, shade 21. I have to start of Nigeria Post Authority. My mother has the inside Wharf.
Anyway,
I am a Wharf boy. All of them, Ibeto, they will bring cement and revive inside the Wharf. And Obasanjo change it. Nobody, apart from Benue Cement
just read
Company.
you the company's bio for you.
I just told you that.
It's a flour mill.
Obasanjo changed it. That's how Dangote went and buy Obajana in Kogi State. That's how Dangote. Obasanjo now stop it, that we cannot be importing cement when we have the limestone.
So they started producing cement. When did they start producing?
Cement.
They are a bagging company of Boham Cement. Stop misleading.
Paul, you said flour made the competition with Dangote. They were producing cement.
Flour mill sells cement. Can you listen? They import this cement like Dangote import, like
everyone to their own truth. Hold on to your
import and back in the world. Why are you letting English convincing you? Dangote flour mill imports cement today. They still do. It's still there. It's still there in part 1, part 2, part 3, urea, fertilizer, everything. My younger brother worked there. I don't work for the mother canteen inside work.
And let me just share some information. From what I can gather here, in the cement market,
Obasanjo stop it. That we can't be importing cement when we have the raw material. We have the limestones.
Or let me just share data, because we are, like they say, we all have our own truths. Let's use the truth from the experts. So from what I can gather, Dangote has 60% share in the Nigerian domestic cement market, which means others have this thing 40%. In terms of, and then I checked percentage of desktop OS by this in Microsoft. Guess what? 72%. Microsoft only controls 72% of most desktop PCs. This is why the whole world IT system was shut down, because Microsoft just did one error somewhere, and the whole world is gone to pieces. One company. Which one? Let me see another. This percentage. iPhone domination in the American market. iPhone 58.8%. Dominant in the iPhone this market. As far in the world, it's probably similar number in the entire world. That's how powerful these companies are. So the idea that these companies don't the monopolies are always a bad thing. The companies that colonize Africa, the Royal African company, what is it called again? Let me check
Royal Niger Company.
Some of them, I think there's a different name that the British call it. So then the Royal African Company, that's the precise
also
name.
forefathers
And
also look at microchips
in that company. These are companies. They said there are companies sometimes that are actually bigger than the empire itself, like the Dutch East Indian Company. There was a time it was bigger than multiple European companies put together. That company, and it colonized the whole world. It's a company.
No, excuse me. What about this is that company? What about
Taiwan that they are about to fight over?
What about Tata in India?
Yeah. It's the same thing in India. You have monopolies. See, what people misunderstand with monopolies is that they don't understand that corporate establishment in a capitalist system means something different from like a socialist system where you have to share everything equally. It's very
Don't mix things up. Monopoly is different from competition. Monopoly means that you only player in the market.
I never said that.
Olumide, don't just enter here and say, Olumide, wait for your turn.
That's not the
Wait for your turn.
Any of the
competition may have a larger majority share of the market. There's still competition,
right?
You can
so to you, Olumide, Dangote is not a monopoly then. There are other companies involved.
Some aspect, he has been a monopolist in the past. Some aspects of the market, he killed competition.
But he controls
collaboration with the government.
Hold on now, but he controls only 60%. So does that make him a monopoly anymore?
In some, I'm saying that in some certain aspects, it might be competition. In
the same way, in every country, there are some element of monopoly by every company in every country of the world.
Look, yes,
right.
It's not that
Don't mix
monopoly
things
is
up.
really a
There's
bad
not. It's
thing
either
per se.
monopoly or there's
But if you
competition.
put the people,
Monopoly means
first,
you are the only
right?
player.
If
You
you
are the
put
only
the
person
people
in the
first,
market.
like you said, like Samsung and
Hyundai.
yeah, good. So look, if you put the people, you understand, first, even in your monopoly, there'll be no really issue. You understand? Because if you not complain, if I'm monopolizing the whole thing, and I put everybody here first before the monopoly. That's why I'm the one producing everything. But I make sure your satisfaction comes first before my interest or my benefit. You will not be complaining, except it's jealousy. Why because they give you now? When you are satisfied with
You're
everything,
not changing everything now. You're not changing from what you said before.
No, hold on now. I say he benefit from no, listen to me. Listen. Jackson. He benefit from him. Stephen, he probably can Stephen every other person chances. You understand?
This thing happens everywhere.
Excuse me.
Look up
you. Excuse me. Do you know that? Excuse me. Do you know that in the Western world? No, excuse me. Just hold on first. You know that in the Western world, any company that comes with a product that's going to compete with the big company, they go and buy it over.
Yeah, that's what they do.
That's how it is.
That's what they do.
That's how it is.
Wait. If
that's what Dangote do. It bought BCC, Benue Cement Company, when government say we must take cement from internal. We can't be importing cement.
Benue did not complain. IG Beto not complain. So if I'm not talking about Benue, you can acquire if you want to acquire everything, nobody cares. As far as nobody's complaining and you are punishing them,
Mr. Loco, what affect Ibeto when government, when Obasanjo put the law that we should stop importation of cement, like we are talking about importation of fuel.
Loco, let me tell you something. No way to end. Do you know the fine?
Ibeto couldn't hit the markets, you understand, to start getting these things internally. That is what affects Ibeto. What you must understand when you come to monopoly.
Hold on. This one Ferrari is that everybody likes the kind of boxer.
So Ferrari, he don't get glass. He don't get glass. So one time in our country, remember that Okada Airline is doing very well. Remember one time Abiola Base is doing very well.
It's baffling.
We have this individual business who do well. If there's anybody among this individual who do well in Nigeria, it's only Dangote and the rest of time. When Okada Airline was doing well, everybody, but because these people don't really prepare how to hand over, Dangote is the only one to some extent that stand the test of time. Good percentage of Nigerians have spring up, just like as we had our Arik was doing well. You understand? Just like as Arik failed. Now we have Epis. We all pray, we all gather around for Epis not to fail. Like as so many big businesses like that.
Before Tesla,
the only Dangote that is not failing now, we're blaming Dangote. We want Dangote to join the likes of Igbelijon, the likes of Abiola, the likes of Wanyanwu, the likes of come on now.
Please, you guys are forgetting something.
Very well.
In the past,
we are not saying, I'm not saying that
other companies for everything. But with all these things that happen, like rapid inflation, the economy generally dying, that, you really expect a lot of these companies to even still be alive? Forget government.
No, Justin, now the problem start. They don't die since 10 years ago. Not now. They've died since that.
But maybe rapid inflation has been existing before 10 years ago.
It is not.
Do you know how much of government money they are pumping to Dangote to keep it afloat?
That is it.
Okay. Dangote will work straight into
tax other companies.
Olumide, cement that you are talking about, government don't even do their own. Government gives to contractor. Government don't even buy cement from Dangote because government don't do nothing.
Listen, they give Dangote a tax break a lot.
That is true.
Because of the number. Hold on. Because of the number of employments that they think just few people here employed, they say they employ people from Nigeria.
Local.
They give up because they say give
Local. Let us grow. I use Walmart now. It's the biggest grocery store in the whole world. Now this Walmart Walmart struggle to enter certain states. So many states, they are everywhere. What do I mean by that? Okay, now Dangote Ibeto is an Igbo man from Inewi, from Anambra State. It's not people from that five southeast states can frustrate Dangote and say any contractor that will give road must buy products from Ibeto. Do you think Ibeto will die? See, to blame is the most easiest thing.
It doesn't work.
So if people can be strong in Southeast and not be strong in some other places, you can play the game anytime you want to play the game. But the most easiest thing we can do is to
Father,
play.
can you moderate and let other people talk?
When the what's it called? When
it's true, you know. Mazi hasn't said anything at all. He's been
sorry, let me say for this phrase. When the preferable is not available, the available becomes preferable. Now that's Nigeria for you. You understand? They cannot tell you, I want build house. They are going to say, no, if I don't see IG better, I know build house. Whereas I want build house, they show off. Like
government, they build house.
You understand? So
if government won't give road, the whole road they do, as government claim that they do construction infrastructure in their state and give contractor and say, get the product for it, just to grow your indigenous business. What is wrong with that? You don't know how to do business. You don't find what to gain.
Even when they
since
have
you all
to
not going to do it turn by turn and let people talk, I think we all should be talking all at the same time because this seems to make more sense.
Please, I just want to appreciate something.
Let me tell you all, you all having the wrong conversation.
Hosting this thing,
the wrong conversation.
Forefathers, you should let Basi Prince talk now. Moderate.
Okay, please go ahead. This in Mazi Prince. Thank you for joining us. Apologies for the delay. Can you hear me?
Since other people other people they join hosting, you don't lose touch of hosting.
I also want to appreciate 4 hours ago, you guys. 4 hours ago, Pharaoh was the one hosting it. He was using a timer. Everything went
smoothly. Let me speak.
It was actually just perfect the way the team was running. I was even surprised the way everybody had decorum. Everybody was just doing one by one in such a comported manner.
Justin, you are new to the house. Don't worry. You are new to the house. We used to be better than this. Don't worry.
You could not hear me.
Everything.
What do you mean? I didn't scatter anything. This is very orderly.
Listen, when you all have time to hear me, I want to tell you all you're having the wrong discussion. Let me tell you, none of you care about that country. And if you think you care about that country, you'll be having the right discussion. That discussion you're having, it's a wrong discussion. And I tell you why. When you have my daughter's car, somebody hit it from behind, and then the insurance company totaled it. Perfectly nice car, nothing wrong with it, just the bumper fell off. We thought when we asked them why they wrote off that car, they said the frame was damaged. The frame, that is the structural foundation of the car. So therefore, that car was total and written off. Now the same thing with a building. I mean, a government, a system, a country. If your frame is damaged, if your structural foundation is damaged, no amount of business you put on that structural foundation is going to survive. So you're all having the wrong conversation. The system created Ajaokuta Steel Complex. We know the result. The system created NEPA. We know the result. The system created NITEL. We know the result. The system is creating Dangote Refinery. We know the result unless we want to fool ourselves. If you all don't start thinking that this system must go, then you're having the wrong conversation. The system must go for any business to work in that country. You are just fooling yourself. Some people will benefit temporarily, maximum 10, 20 years or 30 years, and that would be it. It will come crashing down because that system is what will hold the political structure of that country. And if that is not, and it's nothing but sabotage from beginning to the end, economic and treasonable sabotage. And you all keep having the wrong conversation about Dangote this, Dangote that.
Can I ask a question? Do you
Go
think
ahead.
if they use this Nigerian system and they transfer it to the Americans, it's going to collapse their system into the way Nigeria is right now?
Exactly. If you take
I'm asking, hold on. When you say systems, we have to agree what systems mean.
Let's agree what system. My definition of system is this paddy put them together.
Okay, now you're talking about something that you see. That's why it's
am I talking about something
else? He's making
because
sense.
Your understanding of
how am I talking about
something?
What makes our system? You think it's just APC, PDP?
He used the word system. Alaba used the word system.
That's why I was trying to clarify before we start going to discuss.
Alaba used the word system. You understand? So if he defined his own system as paddy, you should go with it. Not like
then the question that I asked was irrelevant then because I know.
So maybe you had the wrong.
That's why
anybody. Let me say one thing. I want to log out. Let me say one thing. Anybody that thinks anybody that thinks the system is bad should go home and try to make the system good for us.
See, if you have a better idea.
That's why we spend hours on this program.
No, not here, because not here. How many people is watching this program? How many people in Nigeria is watching it?
That's why we keep telling you what you need is a
Alaba, go and join the politics in Nigeria. Let's go and join the politics in Nigeria. Not only talking, actions rather than words. So we don't.
You cannot join the politics of a structurally wrong system.
You can change it. You go and change it.
You cannot.
You join the system now. Let me deal with that system thing that you described. That's why I don't. Maybe you should find a different language to describe the system, because the paddy this thing is a better way of describing it. Because if you use system, people will think it's a democratic system or capitalist system you're talking about. That's the mistake. So regarding that structure that you're talking about, frame of a vehicle, you see, we have to be careful with analogies, because there are some frames. If you don't have the resources to go and just scrap and start all over again, you have to repair it. You don't just tear the whole thing down. Like there are pyramids or there are structures all around the world that they fix. Even the Ted Milland Bridge was fixed recently. You don't say because the structure is damaged, you just throw the whole thing away. Because there are certain situations that is different.
Repair it. Keep talking.
Yeah, you can repair, but not scrap the entire thing. So that's why some people believe in incremental change. Calm down. That's why some people believe in incremental change.
The premium increase now. I start paying more premium. So that's it. You start paying more premium. Insurance are business people. You start paying higher premium from the next one.
So Alaba, you said something about the list of demands.
All right, good night, everybody. Have a wonderful day. God bless you all.
Good night from all these German people.
Local P, I not greet you. Remember you the best today. I not greet you.
Good night. This man will say no church for Germany.
I beg you, fall asleep with Saturday show. You go to
no more for Germany. No man.
He said no more for
Come
Germany.
and find it. Come and find it. Last 2 weeks, you wear outside dress, so you're still there.
You still saying it?
No, wait to all this a deceiver.
You call him a deceiver?
Last 2 weeks, he want to be a guest. He go dress like an announcer man. Go be outside dress. What is that true now?
For they get you there, you say what did they worry you? Why you go to like this? What did they worry you?
I get a surplus.
I like that thing that you are doing, interesting in different things. I like it. I wish I had this to be.
I get them so.
They go swear for you to be outside, Masha. I swear.
I'm telling you, man. Paul will pass.
Father, when I was in Nigeria working, if they do Hajj, they send me go Sokoto, where everybody they fear, because I look like one of them.
You'll be one of them. You be one of them. Go and check your ancestry. Go and check your ancestry.
and that may be true, because the good thing is that I'm still in Nigeria.
True.
Yeah. Of course, you are still in Nigeria. That is true. That's correct.
Like joke. We have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of Mazi Prince, because we have not allowed him to speak all this while. My apologies, please, Mazi. I really apologize for that we didn't let you speak. Please go ahead if you have anything to add to this.
Mazi, don't sleep now.
You know, so I keep my quiet and not talk, but because when I start my own,
he's gonna be running for president. He's not gonna sleep now.
Okay, Papa, what says thou? What says thou now? He said the race don't change. He said the race don't change.
It don't change, yeah, a little bit. I hope he's. See, I was hoping that he was going to step down as president too, because I think now he's the one that's going to make a big difference. Now she's already a president, and she has a clout of a president. When she's running as a president and a former prosecutor.
Guess how much she has gotten. Guess how much she has just gotten so far? 46 points. 46 point whatever million now. Now, less than 24 hours.
Wait, now money to win election. If they feel it's going to help them in
it's important. It's important in the US.
They would later have to make him step down. Before
I don't think he's going to step down. Biden
if they think he's going to help them, it depends on what the posters give them.
Or he will help them.
The posters show them that if he stepped down as president, he's going to help Harris, he will do it.
It's
Because
obvious
now
it's going to help her because it's
the
going to increase
leadership
her
of the
gravitas.
party that would now come together and say, what is our consensus going forward?
If I was them, I will it's just that for Biden to step down when he has not completed his term, it seems like a failure as a president. So it's going to make it very hard for him to do.
No, but I
if
think
he would have helped Hillary, he would have helped Harris.
Where the fuck up, right? It would have come on the ground of health issues, like okay, because of health issues, this and that.
That's what they plan with the COVID now. That's what they plan with the COVID.
No, that's what we do. But for you to just like the best not pressure, make and resign. No, you got best not fuck up like lack of incompetence or whatever.
It is pressure, and even though Kamala Harris that Biden picked too, they will not even give Kamala Harris. That's another problem.
No, Paul,
because now Nancy Pelosi did not even endorse Kamala Harris. Obama did not endorse Kamala Harris. Follow the news very well. So no. As the next distance, so there's a bigger problem. So Biden may pick Kamala Harris on that day. You understand? They still don't want Kamala Harris. See, there are strong Democrats that want, even though Biden to lose the election, because if Kamala Harris win this election, she's gonna go for 8 years. You understand? So some people prefer that if he lose, they have a chance to come back after Trump.
So then
because it's only possible that Trump going to fail after 4 years.
Trump is going to rule forever. What are you talking about?
No. Let's leave that one.
Trump plans to rule forever.
Every economist in the world have said it that Trump going to fail. Trump lie a lot. Trump going to fail.
Lie?
And
you're saying Trump don't understand. Trump is going to be a dictator by the time he comes back.
Somebody will kill because they lie. Do you know politics, sir?
No.
Trump is one of the most worshipped men in America. He's a celebrity.
So that is where you make mistake. You say Trump. All you talk, you say the people who follow Trump worship Trump. But remember the people who follow Trump that you are talking about. Trump has been losing from the get-go from 2016, 2015. I don't know where you get this thing that you are talking about. 2015, Hillary Clinton win Trump with over popular 3 million votes. So don't think this popularity that you are taking. Biden won Trump over 7 million.
You're not listening. Something happened a week ago that you are forgetting. There are a lot of people used to like Trump before that will give him a second look now. A lot of white, especially white voters, when they see him, I'm telling you, that guy has won at least 10% of white voters over.
Now America is all about swing votes. And Fofather, I am not telling you anything. I just said it that some Democrats even want because they have only 4 years so that they can have chance. But if those Democrats want Kamala Harris to win, Kamala Harris will do 8 years. Do you understand my point? Now I'm not telling you anything. Trump will win this election. I'm not following you. I'm not here to argue about that. But people don't want Kamala Harris within Democrats. So there's still internal problem and greed. So it's not about pushing Biden. Pushing Biden simply means they still want to also push towards Kamala Harris to go out.
I want to win the election, but I'm not too sure he's going to win because personally,
I feel like it's obvious you win.
Because Kamala Harris is a prosecutor. Trump is a convict.
And Forefather, because of Democrats' internal problem. Do you get my point? The House is divided among themselves, just like PDP the last election. Do you get my point? So there are people. Okay,
I don't see division right now. I don't see division right now.
Forefather, you go back. Thank God you're on the screen. You go back. As I'm telling you till this minute, Obama did not endorse Kamala Harris. Nancy Pelosi did not endorse Kamala Harris. It's only Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, husband and wife. So there is still division in the House. Obama.
I know.
And these people,
the reason why they didn't endorse her is because one, they don't want to just close off the entire race like that, make it look like they coronated her. Because it's not something that there are other people that will be there that will be thinking, why would you just go and endorse her just for the sake of it?
Father, do you know they're going to lose all their money, all their campaign money, because the money is tied to only Biden and Kamala Harris. You understand? But
where I see it, Biden, this is Obama and Biden. They are they are vice president and president once. They are like the same, like that. They are the same. So to think that because they didn't endorse her now,
no, Father, they don't get along because Biden did not even pick sorry, Obama did not pick Biden and pick Hillary Clinton. You understand? For that 2015 race, that issue has been going on. Since you are saying this issue, did you see Obama talk anything? Obama only make one comment after the debate that him himself, he did horrible in his first debate with somebody help me now. The guy that contested the second time with
John McCain.
He went
no, not
fundraising
McCain.
with
The
Biden.
second time, the guy from Utah. The second time, the first one is McCain. The second time, Obama. Second time, I forget his name. I'll remember now. So they've been getting this log ahead. So since all this issue that you're saying, Obama is not saying anything. You understand? So Biden did not endorse. Obama did not endorse. Not Kerry. I'll remember his name. Senator from Utah. He's a former governor. I forget his name. You know, so Obama did not. They have been having this log ahead, and it proved itself up to this meeting. Did you see Obama make any comments? Since they are telling you step down, step down. Obama did not go against Biden. Obama did not even come outside to support Biden. You understand? So, and even though when Biden even now single-handedly say, okay, Kamala Harris, Obama did not come outside and say anything.
Obama will not dare to come out any other way. Mark my words, he's going to come out and endorse Kamala Harris. He will not dare to go any other way.
Yeah, because it's not his candidate.
Because he doesn't have a choice. He will have to endorse her anyway. He doesn't have a choice.
So simply means there's still internal wrangling going on. That's all I'm telling you. But Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton just did. Nancy Pelosi refused. You understand? So there's still internal wrangling going on. They don't want Kamala Harris. See this Kamala Harris that people are saying, no, we don't want. Because they gag the woman so much. They see prospect in her. You understand? They punish her so much. That's why you can't really see much in her. You understand? And every other thing. Just because of what is going on. So even though some people, because of age thing, and age thing now will start playing a factor in America because of this last one, this 77 and 81. Now, some people feel that if they push for Kamala Harris, it's going to be hard for them. Age will affect them. So all they need Kamala Harris to go. So even though the Kamala Harris now that you look in quotes now, August 19, by the time they go for their old thing again, they might kick Kamala Harris out. Because you unanimously now, you are not seeing the support. Like Mazi Priest is talking now and everything. Yes, the people who love Kamala Harris is to show of strength and everything. They'll push all this money
I think history suggests, and based on the momentum built up right now, like one, she's a vice president, which technically means she was part of the ticket that Biden is running. History also suggested that when Democrats go into the convention, split, and go and wrangle for this thing, they lose, and they don't just lose, they lose badly. So they are going to learn from that and never make that mistake of wrangling among themselves. I think this is a fait accompli. Anybody else that want to show up on the ring, they don't stand
that's why it's not only about last week with what happened to Trump. It's about internal wrangling still going on in Democrats. And if they wait till that August 19, they go for that convention and come out of that convention, they don't really have time. Remember
if they have time to be wrangling when they see how Trump is giving like
remember that at the end of November, election is not November 4th. Election in America is the end of September because early voting. I don't go vote. I will just take my ballot paper, they send it to me in my house. I will go vote. So people have already started voting, early voting. You understand? So if you wait till that August 19, they finish their convention, when would they really have time? You understand? Like as they go into this convention,
it's a good time actually, because that convention, it tends to be the high point of most parties. So
that is if they must have resolved everything before the convention, like they did with Republicans.
I think they will.
They meant every problem, and they come outside strong in this convention. Look at Nikki Haley.
Look at I think they will. Arguing for now. Paul, what are you arguing again for?
They will, because
I'm seeing a kind of problem like PDP. That's all I'm telling you. I will vote Kamala Harris. But I will not vote Biden because I feel Biden.
She have a better chance.
I'm telling you now. You hear it.
She have a better chance to choose a VP, and some people are saying she should choose George Shapiro of Pennsylvania. If she does that, she have a better chance. You know,
if I was her, I would look for.
But at the end of the day,
Shapiro or McKelly from Arizona. McKelly from Arizona.
If I was her, I would look for somebody.
So some extent, pick a military person.
In the
It will
military
help
before.
you.
Yeah, somebody in the
Pick a military person.
High ranking one would have been like perfect ticket against to
I feel
neutralize
like all these things that you people are saying is more like you guys are just chanting because it's just too obvious. I wish I could bet my money on it. It's just too obvious who has won this election.
My brother, you're talking all these things. Since Trump has been there, Trump has been losing.
Don't be too sure. The people that hate
Trump has been
there a lot. I want Trump to win myself.
It's just like Ovie will say when Ovie see Kwankwaso campaign, Ovie will say, "Did you see the crowd? When you did not see the other person crowd?"
My generation, I don't think you understand the level of celebrity and popularity Trump has worldwide.
No, we do realize. You see, what you don't understand about political race in America is that you get this yo-yo in popularity. Like there was a time when Obama was running where his pastor came and started, "God damn America!" Everybody thought Obama was done. Can you imagine pastor every day cursing the country you're about to rule? Everybody thought Obama was done, but he bounced back again. So you can't be sure with the way America.
But in this case, we just saw something happen whether last week or last 2 weeks.
It's just a bullet that grazed over his head. He united his party.
The most popular man on social media for like a whole week.
Trump will go and say something again. He will say something that a lot of people will hate again, and they'll be like, "Okay, no more of this." You're gonna get it before you know it. The race, as a matter of fact, this is the height of Trump, and the gap he has against the Democrats is around 2%. That should warn you. This is the height of Trump right now. The most popular he has been in the country. 2% gap. You should be leading by 10 now. But look at that.
You know something. Who I think would have been so good for president.
Let me see if I can find the polls.
You know Vivek.
Yeah.
You know Vivek Ramaswamy.
No.
That guy, he just says some things that you just be like, this kind of person, it would actually make sense to be president of the United States. He knows a lot of the insights that really goes on.
That name alone in America, just the name, they will not vote for him.
That guy, no matter how the Chinese guy, the Chinese guy that is looking $1,000. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like that.
He's not a Chinese guy. Vivek is not a Chinese guy. He's an immigrant.
Vivek is an immigrant from India. His parents migrated from India.
I think just like with that Chinese guy that was saying he wants to be sharing $1,000 to everybody. He still did not win. Chinese guy. I don't say Vivek.
Yeah.
Vivek the Indian.
Who is Vivek?
Ramaswamy Indian.
Somebody in the comment section says dogs are never
JD Vance that marry an Indian woman. His son is Vivek. They are using her to complain that why would he marry an Indian woman? As I'm telling you now, some people are complaining that white Republican will not marry white women because Bush did not. Trump marry all type of foreigner 3 times. This vice now again, JD Vance again, marry an Indian woman. They are not only they play Lagos and the Igbo politics, they just play the same thing too.
But those Indians, at the end of the day, they are the biggest, most useful immigrants group in their country. So,
India?
Yes, and most successful, followed by Nigerians.
I don't know who tells you that story that you are talking about.
Yes, actually.
Everybody knows that Indians are the richest, most successful immigrants group in the United States.
Where do you get that story? Where do you get that story that followed by Nigeria? My brother, don't be talking something that you don't know.
Yes, highest paid
Oh my God, when I was even thinking it that way.
Who tell you that? I hear this story all the time. People say Nigeria is the most educated immigrant in America.
I feel like Paul, he talks more than he actually listens to when somebody is talking.
Hey God, you're taking a swipe at Paul like that. Don't do that.
Yes. You say successful whichever way. Where do you get that story from? It's not Nigeria. It's not Nigeria. Nigeria is not as big as you think. Nigeria, we have this good record. We pride ourselves because we only have very minor way to migrate into this country. You understand? Our major way to migrate into this country, it is through the school route. So if you yourself, you already have, can you listen? If you yourself, you already have your BS in Nigeria and you come here to do your masters, maybe the first masters that you get out of poverty, you just take any funny courses. Then when you start getting yourself very well, you go take a second masters. You understand, that will reflect something that will give you good opportunity. These are the type of thing that we do. What will you put the Japanese community?
Right.
What will you put the Jewish community? Where do you get this story that is Nigeria? Don't talk that story.
Come to America, they come.
Some people say it's Nigeria. Some people do say it's Nigeria. While
Nigerians are doing well. We don't play with education. My brother, I push my children so much to go to school. But when you talk about successful,
they
no.
come here with
highest earning
come here
group
with
tends to be
qualification.
the Asians. Highest earning group tends to be the Asians.
It's the Asians. It's not Nigeria. Don't make that mistake. That's all I'm saying.
And I said
in terms of education. But in terms of
you said second.
Asians,
you make mention of Nigeria. You said second.
Indian people are what? They are Africans.
No, the Japanese probably earn more than Indians.
Of course, the Japanese have been migrating to
Japanese are not Indians; they are Asians
for a very long time. The Jewish people, they are here. They are still immigrants. At the end of the day, good percentage that come here.
If you are
it's
speaking,
not Nigeria.
Where are you speaking from? Are you speaking from where you are, or you are speaking from all over? Have you gone to those places to see how successful they are? So sometimes you are speaking on where you are staying.
Oh no, this data, America put all these things out there. These things, America put all these things out there. I don't know where people get that one. And then when you even talk about how you control, how you do anything, tell me the Nigerian investment in America.
In terms of household income, I think he's right. I think Justin is right. He says in terms of household income, if you want to go by that, the Asians, I think, why is he mixing it up? I saw one that, okay, one of them is Indians. One of the list says it's India. Let me see the one where he says Asians. He says estimate selected population profile. But in terms of household income, Indians are the top, Taiwanese second.
Indians is number one. Anywhere.
Exactly, anywhere. Indians. Even in
I
Dubai.
don't even know. I think because they
work a lot of the dead
all
jobs
these,
in Dubai. But every now and then you see Indians in Dubai that have been there 10 years. They don't
apart from that one, even their size will also even contribute. Even their size alone.
I think the reason why this data is important is because they use household income. I don't know what they mean by that. Maybe the size of
how much money you
no household.
For one single household, does it count how many people are in the household per se?
No,
or just
what is a household? Like this is a family, right? Not whether not number of people. A family, whether a family of 1, 2, 3, 15, but a family. You understand?
Household income at the end of the day is just 2 people. That's how we do it in America. So husband and wife, you do tax together. That's household income.
But a family
like that. As per say Nigerians, they born picking where now we say we supposed to be top of that list.
No. I say
not be Israeli. Not just husband and wife. That's how we do tax.
Like Nigerian family social structure. If you get like 3 children in your house that are also working and making money.
You're still not getting
once your children is working, they do their own tax. Except maybe that I can do tax for my daughter. She's still in university. I am doing tax because I'm showing proof just to write off certain things that I'm paying school fees. I am doing that because my daughter is not working.
So
once you are over 18, you are working, you do your own tax. So whether my daughter lives in my house, if she do her own tax, she is not part of my own household income. My household income is me and my wife. One America day, if he day here, Maxi Prince day here. You understand? My household income is the people that we joint do tax together. If I have other roommates who make money, they are not part of the household income.
That provide the income, people that provide the income in the family. That's why it can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15, whatever, no matter.
No, that's not how it works.
We they talk the same thing.
You guys are saying
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You are just emphasizing on husband and wife.
Hold on, look. Okay, leave the number. I just tell you, I say a family. Family can comprise of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 1 million, but a family, that's household. That be a family. You understand? If you say this person say, yes, I contribute I bring income for this house, for this family, this household where this family, then I need to calculate. If my income is not, I'm paying rent to their family, and at the end for my own self, even if I'm staying in the house, I'm not part of the household. I'm just paying rent.
Correct. So it's 2 at the end of the day.
That's why I say we talk the same thing, but you don't listen. But regardless, the Indian thing of the thing, I say yes, they make more because of the industry they are invested in more. You
Yeah.
understand? Because of the industry invested, and that industry pays more.
Yeah.
You understand? Chinese, that are more into manufacturing and the manufacturing production. So, and the manufacturing thing, they are so much that they sell, but they are mostly successful in their own country because they have resources to even do cheaper manufacturing in their own country than in America. So they can come here and learn the tech, learn everything, the skill, whatever, and go back and start manufacturing production. Then we for Africa, our own, the number what we did, no proof for the number what we did, no proof.
We manage other people's business. We don't get business.
Exactly. That's no proof. That's the number. The number of the
Professional, we manage people's
we
business.
The pollution we are.
Look at Ife now. Look at Ife, head of nursing in our own hospital, just like that. Mazi Priest, head of just like that.
Head of get man.
Yeah, I wanted to share that list. It's crazy because Nigerians are supposed to be the most educated immigrants, but look at the top countries that are leading the earnings table. Indians are quite significantly ahead of the other groups at 150,000. Filipinos, 101,000. Filipinos earn more. This seems very weird. Iranians, even Iranians. Hold on, sorry, I need to share this because
and earning. Forefathers.
Yeah, I know.
Can you guys allow Ify to talk? Look, won't he go to work today?
If he has veto rights, I think he needs your pity or this thing intervention. She wants you to. She can say whatever she wants to say anytime. That's the rules. Whenever I'm hosting, the rules is that she's allowed to say whatever she wants to say anytime she wants to say. So you see that Indians are well ahead. And with all our degrees, even South Africans are even showing up. But I think this is only Elon Musk doing this damage.
Exactly.
Elon Musk alone is the one doing this damage here because his own is so massive.
I'm even surprised when I saw South Africa. Myself, I shocked.
South Africa even popped on there with our degrees. Our degrees. Where are we on this list? We keep going down, keep going. Where's Nigeria? Oh no, it's
Jesus Christ.
Where is Nigeria? With all our degrees, where is it? Even Israelis. Belgian, Syrians are
like Southampton, bottom of
Welsh, even the Welsh, man. Like even the Welsh and even the UK, we don't know what to do with them. Hold on. Yeah.
See, the truth is this, right? Look.
Let me finish sharing now before you start submitting, please. Let me see. So look at Lebanese. Lebanese are quite high up there. Europeans altogether. Europeans are up there. Of course, they were gonna earn money. They don't even need to work hard. If they wanted to work hard and beat India, they probably would beat them. Russians, even Russians and more. Austrians. Let me find another country that shouldn't be here.
But you need to consider that we come here to study more than we come here to actually work.
We don't go home. I don't even make it look like we just come to study.
Now we run away. Normal now.
We stay here.
We don't go home. So
that's the thing. Let's keep going now. Hold on, sorry.
I saw something. Hold on. There's British and there's English.
Yes, there's English here. And English and they will put Scottish too. And
I said that there's British. I saw British.
I didn't see British here. Where
is
number
14?
Number 14. You miss some now. Number 16.
Number 14.
Number 14 British. Yeah, because they sum all of them up together. Yeah.
Which and which?
That one they go just do
the British are English, Scottish, Ireland, and the Welsh.
Scottish, Ireland.
No.
Why are you stopping me because of that one issue?
Yeah, continue. I just correct you for them.
Thank you.
They make mistakes too. They make mistake. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think they deliberately put it like that. Israelis are there. Romanians, Romanian. That's a bit embarrassing. Romania, they are like gypsies.
Exactly. A lot of them just beg on the street.
No, forefather, they invest in a very good sector too. I remember they are very, very good when it comes to the nomadic.
Even Palestinians earn higher than Nigerians.
This thing is not correct. I'll be honest with you, it's not correct.
No, it's not correct, Justin. I thought you started this.
No, but seriously, the way we're seeing it is clearly not correct.
Justin, you don't like it now anymore.
Czechoslovakian, you know what Czechoslovakia is?
We know, but oftentimes, my brother, it is we that tell our own stories all the time. You might think we are as big as we are not as. It's we that tell our story a lot.
First, we know that Nigerians are very, very overrated.
This is where
Nigerians are
Nigerians
very
should go.
overrated. We hype ourselves over industries that don't matter, like all these our
Ghanaians are next to Nigerians. Ghanaians,
but this thing
don't
is
even
still
give
not
Ghanaians
correct.
gap.
I can give
You
you
like to
three
think that?
reasons why this thing is not
Sorry,
correct.
now
How can
just
you
hold
put
on, hold on.
Czechoslovakia and put
Wait,
Yugoslav
hold
there?
on now. Calm down.
You know the
Just
difference between Czechoslovakia and Yugoslav.
Justin, calm down.
Yeah, we know.
So we are stuck with Ghanaians and this is together. It's almost as if we don't even earn more than Ghanaians. Barbados, okay, now you start seeing. Now, what should bother you more? It's not even just this list, because this one they are grouping there separately. Look at America now. When you look at the American household, look at the top groups. Asian Americans at the top, white next, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander. Look at how much they earn quite a bit. United States General, they didn't include that. They didn't, maybe they didn't care. Non-white Hispanics, which are Hispanics, 61. American Indian and Native and Alaskan Native. Look at that. Then now we come to the black people. Okay, bottom of the list again.
No, but
all our degrees.
No, for that. First thing first, the course where they course us now say we all believe say if you go school, you want go school pass your neighbor, they show you better person. Not necessarily waiting there your head. Pass okay, you want to be like, because to be major player in industry, you understand, that controls maybe a place. We don't have it. We only consume, show off, buy Gucci, buy Ferrari, buy this one, but you see people like Indians or Qatar, or maybe like they'll be buying mansions as in skyscraper, putting it as investment. Like Indians now, they don't go to school, they don't want to speak good English. But like in America, you see that they own all the shops, all the corner shops, all the whatever that they're naming, they call it. They own most of the shops. Indian shops, so you understand. So those are investment. Those are what you can count on. But you Nigerian come every time you see them so degree, yeah, you get degree.
Local.
The degree.
No, it's not degree. It's migration. Local. You study petrochemical in Nigeria in your first degree. Now you are coming to America now. You see petrochemical for your second degree for $40,000. And you see now business administration for 12,000. So boy, Muslim, because now migration, not be education. Now you come to America, you end up now enter where as they work. You sacrifice even your petrochemical in Nigeria. So you see so many Nigerians graduate that are doing caregiver work. So the caregiver that you hear in UK that they denigrate people, that people are doing caregiver work after getting their masters in UK. Basically in America, yeah, school dropouts. As if he's a nurse, school dropout. You don't understand. So just imagine what you sacrifice, you lose. But that person is still shouting, I have a master degree. But the master degree is not a relevant one. For you to see a $30,000 course and you see a 12,000, you pick a 12,000. He has his own effect. So some of us again, I will not struggle after getting your paper, struggle again to go get your second. So these are the things that you hear that Nigeria have 2 master degree. Not every one of us.
That one is so common. I'm all over the news. This Nigeria get 5
regardless of what you're saying,
right?
Migration,
for father. Not the same like book. Many of
regardless of that one, right? Regardless of that one, those you're talking about people that have been like maybe having this issue 10 years, 15 years ago, right? What about those people that have come through this same procedure and have been here, even those that were even born in America, that have Nigerian heritage, Nigerian parents born in America, and now they are like 40, 50 years old? Which industry they don't get that say, okay, we own this one, even if it's not big enough, but we own this one from black community, whether migrants or indigenous.
It's just not our thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just Bonner Boy whiskey. If you see how they pack themselves for that O2 London,
it's just
pack themselves like sardine. Now there they go see them.
We go. The only thing you can say, like, you look, you're like, okay, is this a Nigerian? Yeah, he owns this thing. Yes, like Elon Musk now. Okay, one South Africa, only one. See where they put South Africa, and they become just one person. They are putting it for up. For one person, because he has been able to own something that controls a people, the world, they have say.
And why would I say because of Elon Musk, South Africa? Remember this Elon Musk that you are talking about? It's also half South African, half Canadian. Do you know when I came to America as a Canadian?
Okay.
Not even South Africa.
Okay,
You understand?
No problem, Paul. Regardless, but what I'm trying to say is why are we not owning? Because even the America, the way they live their lifestyle in America, all these black people, most of they annoy me. Not we Africans, the Nigerian migrants, but the real those ones who say they get opportunity to make statements. Once they get more money, now Gucci, wristwatch.
I don't say the best for pastor book is the black man cost. It's a black man thing. Go read Matthew Ashimolowo book is the black man cost. It's just a black man thing. Even though the so-called African Americans, who are the richest black people in the whole world, they are the 1% of the 1% in black race in mankind. Are they using it? No. Even if they can't even use it in America, why not use the influence of America to break through to Canada or to break through to Europe or to break through in Africa? They don't use it. So at the end of the day, when you think this thing very well, you just discover that it's a black man thing. Do you know? So if black America say, oh, it frustrates me, why don't you use your American influence, go set up a business?
Your audio is shaky, oh. Your audio is being
So
shaky.
I tell you what the problem
That
is.
is true. I've
In
been
the case
seeing
of
my
black
network.
Americans,
I'll move.
basically it's like Nigerians are just trying to be like black Americans. Make we just let's just be honest.
No, see, John, Justin, Nigerians are be the most stupidest Olodo copy you'll ever see for this life. I'm not seeing copy Nigerian.
This guy, eh?
No.
You see that
This guy. You see Justin, you see what he said about this guy, Loco. Just like when Loco talks, he makes you laugh. It reminds you of the deep pidgin English. But I hear what you're saying, Loco. Nigerians, our copy. And see, let me explain this. There was this, I don't know what I've talked about here before. This research that was done. I think it's called the Jane Elliott experiment, the blonde eye experiment, where they told the people that, you know what, the students in the class, the ones with blue eyes, the ones with blue eyes, they told them, you guys are better than the ones with brown eyes, that the ones with brown eyes are not intelligent, and you know, you are the best, you are the ones that are the best people. So when they did that, what happened was that the scores
Paul, now your brother be that.
He's double now. He's changing his network. So when the lady told the ones with blue eyes that they are better behaved and they are more intelligent and better performing than the ones that are that have got brown eyes, then they observed their performance over time and they noticed that the ones with blue eyes started attaining better results, and then the ones that have got brown eyes, their scores started coming down. And the ones with blue eyes started treating the ones with brown eyes as inferiors. So then later on, they decided that they are going to reverse it. When they reversed it, the same result was opposite. The ones with brown eyes started performing better, and they started treating the ones with lower with blue eyes. The ones with brown eyes started treating them badly too. So what that revealed was that the conditioning you have matters your outlook in life. And that is something that when you said that Nigerians are some of the biggest mumu, and I think that's something that if we're Nigerians get it wrong, I think individually Nigerians tend to be quite confident people, but subliminally they don't think we are worthy. We can, I don't know, because if you put a Nigerian next to a Oyibo man, they will compete well with them. But for some reason, when it comes to the big stuff, we don't think we are worthy for some reason. We can't secure ourselves. We can't have our own sovereignty. We can't determine anything ourselves. We have to always run to them. So it's a bit of a strange paradox, the way Nigerians behave. But that outlook, your ability to think you are worthy, you are better, and that no other person is better than you is very, very important. If you don't have that mindset in the first place, you have a problem thinking your way out of problems, because all you'll be thinking is that, oh, those people are better than me.
Blame as a Gen Z Nigerian. I'll first blame, you see, that academic culture is one of the most toxic things in Nigeria that stemmed out of Nigeria that you see amongst Nigerians everywhere.
Why do you say that? That's sorry, I think I muted you wrongly. Why do you say that is a toxic, bad culture, academic one?
We've built this toxic academic culture. Like, I can't even emphasize. I can write a poetry. I can write a long list. I can write all those long Japanese scroll. That's like toilet paper.
No, but why do you say that though?
About the reasons why we have a very toxic academic culture in Nigeria.
Why?
Because we don't focus on things that are important academically. Period.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Can
We'll
you give
be
us
writing
examples?
exams. Nobody is caring that much. Like the passion for even studying something in school now is just dead. People just want to have high grades because now grades is what our life is dependent on. In America, the school system in America, young Americans, despite how developed the American educational system is, young Americans are starting to come to the realization that a lot of these schools are not teaching them what they want to know. Because even Einstein pointed it out that a lot of your learning is outside the classroom. In Nigeria, we basically go to school for this whole thing of impressing our parents, having high grades. Grades is our life, basically. We are not actually interested in what we are studying. It's more like do it because you have to, not because you want to and because you like it. We tend to just focus on, even when we study things that are important, we just do it for money. I want high-paying job. Like, you need to understand, Nigeria is a class society. Degree is a thing of status. Nobody's looking to innovate. It's all about I'm a big man. I get 5 degrees, 4 degrees, 10 degrees.
It's very, very contradictory because we are also very entrepreneurial. So how do you marry both? It's really strange because I agree with you. We have this culture of pursuing academics, and that's a form of status. But we are also quite entrepreneurial. But somewhere along the line, the output is not close to what it should be. That innovative aspect. But we are also innovative, though. You see how Nigerians can innovate to make money very quickly. But yet we don't innovate in the areas that are key to developing the economy.
Father, I don't really think so. I think we innovate to just get out of poverty. But immediately we get out of poverty, we become docile. Once I can buy that nice house, that nice car, put my children in Port school, I don't want to explore. I just become docile. We get satisfied easily. I just think so. So, like I follow good percentage of Igbo people who do this car business. You understand? You see very many of us, we do this Tokumbo, spare parts thing and everything. You understand? Few of us struggle to break out to say, let us even go. Let us get big dealership where we can sell cars, where we can sell a brand new car, where we can sell. You see, when you see few of us that try, few people, not even me, I'm talking big guys. When I'm talking big, these Igbo guys that doctors who have capital as a leverage to take this loan, who have all it takes that if they apply, they are talking to banks will listen. You understand? You see 10 of them. It's only one of them that is willing to even make that move. And when that person make that move, they demonize that person for a long time. Then when the person break out, they want to give a president of a Igbo association every year. But when he was trying, everybody try to bring him down.
Paul, do you think that we should blame our Aba boys and Aba manufacturers for taking the easy route to go and start buying cheap goods from China instead of innovating and
no?
No. I will not blame them. No. So that's why I use the Elon Musk thing. I will not blame Aba. Aba is supposed to be our China today. With what Aba people have done, between the state and the federal, would have put massive infrastructure there. You understand? Where they can innovate. Just like I make mention of this cement thing, where they can innovate and take it to the next level. But no support. To cross to the other side is tough. You understand? So easily I can get a dealership for 50,000.
Going to China to buy the goods because that one is easier, isn't it? When you buy the cheap goods, you get the turnaround. But it goes to the point you made earlier on. We are just trying to innovate to escape poverty. So if you can just go to China, that's a less level of innovation, and you may escape poverty at the same time.
Yes, that is true. So now, for further to break to the bigger one, to the larger way, this is where. So, for further, let me deviate a little bit. Dangote, one of his documentary when they interview him, Dangote say as a young man, he never dreamed to become the richest man in Kano City. Talk less of Kano State. Talk less of Nigeria. Say he'll be the richest man, beat all those rich people in Lagos. He said he never dreamed it. So like the way we say dream, he never dreamed it. You understand? But when you find things in place, why, the bank loan, just like as we are saying, if I have $1 million and I can go to Bank of America, they can give me 50 million because I have a leverage of $1 million. This is how you grow. You understand? So when they put all these things in place and everything, he help you. But continuously, when you want to grow with your 1 million to, we say you from 1 million to get to 1.1 million, you're going to struggle. But if they put massive things in place, it's going to help you.
Forefathers, let me get a word in because I have to drive out in a minute, and Paul is not going to let us talk here. All right?
Go ahead.
The reason why I've come and
It's for Paul.
we've had a debate now on this Dangote for, in my case, about 2 years. And I've made my case prophetically. To make it short, because this is not about talking, there's nobody who's against entrepreneurship. I like capitalism. I'm a Democrat and I like capitalism. We want our country to develop. But the Dangote issue, it's not a benign thing. It's not a benign thing. He has a nexus to all the problems we have. The draining of our capital, the monopolistic attitude of us not being able to produce anything. And he does it in a manner that discourages others from innovating and doing something right. He has no value, period. But now, to make a long story short, because this is not like when we're arguing before, Paul, as you remember, I've made the case that he's not building actually any refinery, right? Now, our NNPC, love them or hate them or whatever, they are a government agency. It's their duty to protect the country when it comes to things like this. They're an agency. Now, they made a mistake of investing money, and they have invested for 20% of that Dangote refinery, and they paid money. Not this administration, another administration. So, like the point I made with Paul earlier, when you go into a venture with government or another individual, a second party, a third party, they are obligated to perform according to that contract that you signed with them.
That is true.
If they don't, there's one step that you have to go, which is to go to the court. You have to sue them to force them to comply with that contract. You have to sue them in order for you to even take it over if you want to take any of their shares, especially when you got the tiger by the balls. The government is bigger than you. He cannot operate that refinery without government giving him our crude oil and all kinds of things, all kinds of incentives, right? No, Paul, he can dream to be the richest man in the world because his father or his uncle, they've been doing this for a very long time. They've been taking our money for a very long time. I'm talking about billions. If Dangote is held accountable for all the money is taken from that government, it's going to be in the trillions of dollars, right? Now, I'm not saying that only he gets to keep it. We have a lot of corrupt politicians that get a kickback when they leave office. He's got a monopoly. For example, during the...
Excuse me, forefathers. See, the problem with this live stream is that we say something that we're not sure if it's true. Go back to that channel's television. You can be doing it right now as I'm talking. Go back to that channel's television talk that Dangote had. He pointed out that he didn't get help from the government. He bought that entire land in Lagos.
Yeah, I was aware of it.
Yeah, so we say something that we're not actually sure because of
you think if government help Dangote, the whole world would not know. Nigerians will publish it.
No, he still get help from government. Let's not rule it out. But Pastor, go ahead.
What part of help?
For the land, he didn't get help. But I have to tell you that he get help. Importing all those things, those equipment that he import, he import those equipment. Listen, leave the land. The land is minor. Pastor, go ahead.
Yeah. So, first of all, I want you to stipulate to one thing I asked you earlier. Let me do it in a more civil manner. Somebody had told me when I come in.
That would be good.
Okay. So,
by the way, you look very handsome this evening.
Thank you very much. That's the way I look all the time. I'm a handsome man. But anyway, you said that you agree that there's a step that involves the judicial process in order to make a claim, and then the other party has, like Nigerian government, can make counter claims and say maybe it's not even Dangote has defaulted or whatever. Then there'll be an arbiter that's going to determine what happens, right?
Correct.
So once you agree to that, what you're saying is that Dangote is a fraudster, right? What he's doing, deceiving our people, changing the dates. We need gas. I mean, what they call petrol in Nigeria. Okay, it's an insecurity we have in that country with him playing these kind of games. In our cement, the House, National Assembly, accuse him of fixing prices, making cement impossible for our people, right? He's competing with tomato sellers. He's doing all kinds of things that is just not tenable. But for the NMPC to come out and make the claims they made here in the short, here's what he said. Number one, that he's less than 46% completed the stuff.
Yeah.
Number two, that
Correct.
he doesn't have a license to operate. He's in pre-license stages.
No.
Are you shaking your head?
Yes.
In
You go ahead.
agreement or disagreement?
It does have license. Dangote is licensed. So what you must understand, that is a refinery. When Dangote opened that refinery, he started that refinery with Jet A1 approved. Then he moved to AGO, diesel.
No, please,
he has not even started PMS called petroleum.
Hold on.
So when people want to play with word, they don't approve you for something that you've not started.
Please, hold on, please. The people who licensed him is that an NMPC? That's who's gonna license
Correct.
him. Okay, hold
Correct.
on. So now they've made claims that are damaging. For example, if it's not true, if they
Correct. I
say
heard it. I
he's
heard it.
producing inferior products, the West African standard is 50 ppm for sulfur.
Yeah.
Right? They say his is like over 1,500%. In essence, if we buy what is producing, all the engine is gonna knock in our cars. NMPC said that he's not licensed, that he's not even close to being licensed. So how can you, as a patriotic Nigerian, take his, if he has to exonerate himself, he has to sue NMPC, and then they will rule for him, then he could collect damages, right? But for right now, the prima facie is, we have to know this right now. It's important. I don't hate Dangote. It's a mild-mannered talker and all that stuff. But the point is that what he's doing, here's my final say on this. I want him apprehended and go to the courts. Just like Emefiele, right? Showere, anybody the government feels is not doing something properly should go tell it to the judge. We cannot afford to have Dangote try his case in the media. There should be discovery. There should be a third party. One of our judges should look at his claims and look at the government claims, right? He cannot continue to be treated special. In essence, we Christians and Southerners are going to be telling our story to the judge.
Is this a question, or you are just saying your own side? Is this a question?
Yeah. I'm gonna be done. There is no reason to ask you any question. You're very, very prejudiced about this, right?
Okay. But I would love to learn.
Most Nigerian minorities are that way. I understand. If you look, you're overrepresented on this panel, right? It goes all the way to the south, take the oil from these minorities, and then they jail Emefiele, who is the only one who knows how much he's paid and how much he hasn't paid. They put him in communicado, right? We cannot see Emefiele and say, how much has this man taken from our central government, our central bank? They hold him. You minorities don't want to say anything. They come from the Lagos, come and take all that oil from you, and you're over here talking nonsense, right? And you think that you and I are going to be arguing. I'm on your side. I don't give a damn what they do. All I'm saying is that we shouldn't pretend like we're all stupid in that country. Did you understand, Paul? I'm appealing to you, especially you, because for a couple of years now, I've confronted you on these platforms, and I've said to you, I don't believe that Dangote is building any refinery myself. I don't believe so. Now, finally, instead of him taking like our Rufai, our journalists, go to the...
Okay, thank God it's gone. It's gone. So this thing that he's talking about, this 45% thing that he's talking about, he's making mistake. So the same people come outside, they say every 3 months, they go no, check these things every 3 months. 7 times, that is 21 months. 3 times 7 is 21. 21 months, Dangote just started. Dangote has been supplying Jet A1. That is what they use aviation fuel. Guess what? No airline has come outside and complained that we have water check on our aircraft, which means it's working. You understand? These things are not some antique thing that you buy to decorate your house. Nobody come outside. Dangote now started supplying diesel. Eh? No vehicle or industrial machines break down with these things and everything. Then apart from that one, Dangote come outside yesterday and debunk this claim of these things and everything. And Dangote said it clearly. He said they have their own lab, state of the art. Government that is regulating, show us your lab where you check this thing. Government can even prove to come show us their own lab that they check some of these things. What lab do you check? The ones that they import into the country. Dangote say he have the most finest diesel compared to any other one that meet West African standard. Dangote said it. So why don't you debunk Dangote with facts and figures? These are the things. So when they say 45%, 45% simply mean the refinery is not in 100% capacity. Dangote have not started selling PMS, what we call petrol. He has not started selling every other byproducts. You understand? Like kerosene, DPK. He has not started selling DPK. He has not started selling PMS. So, it's only Jet A1. You understand? So these are the things. So the one that he has not started, you understand? Dave, how do you expect them to audit, to verify, to accept something that he has not started? So the 45%, hold on, let me just land. The 45% is just a political word. You understand? It's a political thing. You don't regulate or you come and verify or you come and approve something that is not there. If I'm building a house, if I have not reached roofing, you don't call the city to come and check your roof. If I get to roofing, you call the city. If I want to do electrical, you call the city. The department in charge of electrical. If I want to do plumbing, you call the city. The department that is in charge of plumbing. That's how I believe it works. You understand? So the 45% just may be true, but the way the guy put it, it may also make Dangote get scared to say, oh no, we've also in 45%. Unknowingly that 45% simply mean my refinery is not 100% capacity producing as at this time because we've not started some other things. These are the things.
No, so,
go ahead.
What I'm saying is this, right? Look, the guy is producing A1 right now at the moment.
Yes, Jet A1. Yes,
and he's getting the crude from where?
He's getting the crude from the Niger Delta.
From
you
Nigeria.
understand?
Hold
yeah.
on.
Okay.
He's getting from Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
So if he's getting the crude from Nigeria and he can only produce A1, if you are refining, which byproduct are you having first? If you are cracking the hydrocarbons of what's it called crude, which of the product do you get to first? Because he's refining upon refining before you get to the lighter light gas. Okay, good. So before you get to what's it called fuel, PMS or Jet A1, which is lighter, you must have gotten to what's it called AGO, DPK before others. So before you get to Jet A1, where's the diesel that you got from that crude they give to you? Where's the fuel, the PMS they give to you? Where's the kerosene in that whatever metric tons of crude that they give to you? Because Jet A1 is the finished one, the lightest among all of them. So the heavier ones, the heavier product is the diesel, AGO, and well, where are they?
So this is good questions to ask, and these are the type of thing that you expect the people would regulate. Now, the way you are talking more as a professional now. So you are talking more, which you have. Guess what? No. Guess what? Which you have. So, but when you see that man from NNPC said what he said, he talked like a more of a layman, like me. He did talk like a professional for us to understand what is going on there. You understand? All he talk. That's what I'm saying.
People like this, all these organizations, too many organizations, too many ministers, money don't finish. Never pay NYSC people. They serve, they drink Gary there. Ah, God.
Empo, what if this guy is telling you the truth? That look, this thing will do not though. Hold on. We've seen the Nigerian aviation coming out to tell us they're launching Nigerian air. They carry plane, come and put they do showers of blessing, do everything. Last, we must be plane Ethiopia, the plane fly over to Ethiopia.
Let me just add something quickly.
So if tell me how is the possibility of the same thing not happening with Dangote refinery. Doing all the parade, all the sirens, shoot knockout, do everything, but at the long run, now wash.
That is true. You're also right.
Why are you shocked?
Dangote is a private company. Dangote is different from company that is being run by Nigerian state. Isn't that different? Because you are trying to insinuate that a man that has run a business competently for decades. No, it's not about being blind. You are the one that is trying to malign somebody you are not being fair. And that is not right. You can't just do that publicly. When somebody has run business for decades and you come and malign them here, that's not right.
Like say you don't just like Dangote at all.
I don't know why he's doing that. Why just be rational? Hold on. Let me have my say.
Justin, and local study petrochemical. Local study petrochemical.
Paul, hold on. If Dangote has a record of deceiving, of conning people, and it's a charade, I can agree with you, local. But we have to be rational here. You can't just say this man has been running. If it was you, would you be happy? You spend decades working, and somebody just come online and start maligning you.
I say, Paul, say sorry, man. Let me give you this more analogy, and you tell me if it's good or not. Okay. During your days in secondary school, you're a good student anyway. By the time we can't reach GC, you can't write jam to enter school, right? You can't pass jam. We can't later find and say, your WAEC not complete, but you don't really pass jam. Because you go to a country now, then you can't just do that good results. They add the one where you fail, they add for the your O level content at school. The way you can't graduate, you can't make first class. Like this guy, no book, but he's gonna sound student. But at the long run, when they want to give certificate, they come and say, the result we enter the school, not fake. You understand? So we will not say because of that now, this guy has been an SLS student, A1 student, is brilliant, we should give him certificate. Judging the fact that not fake result he enter school.
But he earned the results.
Because I ask you, will the professor say, okay, no, we know that point of entry was fake. Like what they will say, you can't build something on nothing.
On top of nothing.
So if you are doing something before that is illegal, and because you think, you are the one that is top there that said this and that, look, they just serve you your own, they give you a taste of your own medicine.
Hold on. I think you're conflating two things here. If let's say somebody joins university now with a wrong degree, but they went on to serve the university course legally, no problems. You can penalize, you can decide to say, okay, maybe because of the rules, you can't reward somebody for breaking the law. You can do that. Or you can say this person actually passed our exam legally. The person was scrutinized like he didn't cheat. He got it legally. So you can still go ahead and award them the same result.
No, you can't. It's not
Why not? Because they qualified for it.
That's why they said you can't build something on nothing.
Actually, the universe.
Yeah, but context matter. But context matter sometimes.
Yes, you can. Your argument is that because Dangote had some argument with people in
no. Father, play the politics with him. The NNPC who said 45%. What lab did they have to check this 45% that they are talking? Where is the lab?
Which one?
Dangote challenges. Where is your lab? What lab do you have to check that these people?
And Paul, let me add to Paul. Dangote also said, take petrol from petrol station anywhere that he supplied, then go and take from his refinery. Check it. That is the best way. You can't. That's so
exactly. It's not.
You can't cheat on that one.
Don't go say it on the media. Take the other person's own and take my own. Simple.
He's lying.
You compare the two now.
The two now.
Forefather.
Tell you who is lying.
Forefather, I am bringing my mom to the US. How resemble we can be? The US government don't care. They send my mom go do DNA for Victoria Island. Exactly. They take my own blood sample. They don't say that my mama. They don't care with the resemblance.
No, but see,
you don't understand. Yeah. So take the other one, the one that you approve, that you say foreign one is better. Take foreign one and take my own. Then come prove it.
Truth be told, right? Like I said,
they are enemies of Nigeria. They are the ones. You heard when Epis was saying that people within the industry was trying to sabotage his airline.
Yeah.
And these are the same people in Nigeria. Nigerians helping foreigners to sabotage locally local refiners. What kind of behavior is that?
Oh my
No,
God,
no,
when I hear
see,
all these
Should be
things,
condemning this Farouk guy.
Airplace airline owner, that one, you know, say that one and witchcraft. You know why? Why I said there are two different cases. Hold on.
That one not different.
No, but
that one not different.
Let me tell you why there are two different cases,
this
right?
guy.
Oyema,
This Farouk guy, Farouk Ahmed, that guy seems very dodgy. You know, there was a group that came out recently and said that these people in NNPC, they are trying to sabotage the refineries, that they are trying to make sure the Nigerian refineries don't work. They are trying to make sure Dangote refiner doesn't work. And since they
better kick back now.
These people are horrible people.
See, hold on, hold on. Look, for me, this one there, Dangote is crying foul. That's what I said. Now, just the chicken has come home to roost. You understand?
Correct. We agree that part.
You understand? The thing is like, yeah, he can say they are sabotaging him now. Nobody's arguing that. You understand? But my own anger with him is, oh, now you know see the pain. You know see the pain. That's my uncle. He shouldn't cry. He should just.
Why are you making it about him? Me, I'm making it about Nigerians.
No, hold on. Hold on. Look. See, because of people like him, and where we are today.
Actually, no.
Hold on.
That's not true. That's not true.
See,
all the business is involved in making products in Nigeria. He didn't like start forcing Nigerians to start importing things from overseas. If anything, people like Dangote are supposed to be celebrated as heroes. They are the
employer of labor. He's an employer of labor.
They gave him the glory that he
is the one making something in Nigeria.
On labor. That's why they gave him the tax cuts that they used to give him.
They give all businesses tax cuts in Nigeria.
Poppada is the largest employer of labor apart from government. Dangote.
Imagine that.
Paul. Largest is the contest. It doesn't because largest is they employ 1 million people or 500 people. Is the largest. Doesn't mean the number is in per person is much.
Wow.
So get that
so that's a plus. If he beat everybody, is that not a plus?
Okay, Paul, did you listen to the House Committee on when they summoned Dangote? Did you know if you listen to it? When they summoned Dangote to come, he refused to come. They summoned this consumer protection, whatever. Those ones came. You understand? And there was a House of Representatives that was if somebody got fired Dangote, you put Dangote in Yash.
With what?
You put Dangote in Yash. They tell you
which is good.
So people. What?
You say you open Dangote in Yash. We can't just be making assertions without statements.
So many assumptions.
He said, hold on. He said a lot. You understand? Part of what
just one we need.
Part of what I've been saying is what he also said. You understand? That
because
hold on. Because they want to encourage Dangote, you understand? They have to block importation of cement. You understand?
Yes, that's what you do.
No. Hold on. If you want to help Dangote and you want to help Nigerians, not to help Dangote, you just block all importation of cement. You understand? As in from other countries.
Yes.
You understand? What you do, you say, okay, Nigerians will only be the one to go and be importing, not foreigners bringing. Because when they open the border, foreigners can supply and will be buying. So to encourage the homegrown, whether we produce or we sell, to increase our business, they now close the border for production of cement and only open it for businessmen who are doing cement and whatever
in Nigeria.
Into Nigeria, just Nigeria only to encourage Nigerian homegrown.
Yes.
In this case, they did not allow any other Nigerian to import apart from only Dangote.
Yes,
that is a lie. That is a lie.
And besides, that's a good thing.
Loco.
You know why?
Loco, that is a lie.
Oh, look, man, if I slap you,
Loco, that is a lie. That is a lie.
Oh my God, Loco, this guy is
Loco, that is a lie. That's a blatant lie. That's a blatant lie.
Can I say something?
Arrest my case.
That's a blatant lie.
Please arrest your
Look,
case.
somebody in the comment section says
let's allow Jonathan before this guy slaps somebody.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
I agree. You win. No worry.
Dangote do not import cement. Dangote produce cement in Nigeria.
No,
it's a
they'll
different.
Obajana, Dangote went and buy Obajana. They end up later after years, then buy Benue Cement Company, BCC.
Yes, he produces.
You understand? I don't know.
There was
It's a
them
different thing.
John Lambert coming here, I am so happy. Because when Dangote initially pushed to buy Benue Cement Company, the people protest. They don't want it. They said the value of land going to go up. It's going to drive so many people. So when Dangote pushed the first time, he couldn't succeed. Then Dangote went to neighboring. Around that region is very rich with limestone. So Dangote went and buy Obajana in Kogi, a little bit close to Benue. You understand? After years and everything, Benue Cement Company run by Barnabas Gemade and the likes. Barnabas Gemade enrich his pocket, scatter that thing. Benue Cement Company was rich. Support Benue Cement football team that was even doing well, won the league and everything before Dangote buy. So when Dangote was hitting the Nigerian market, when government said we can't be bringing cement outside when we have very rich limestone, these are the things that make company like Ibeto couldn't break the market. But they blame Dangote, flour mill break. There is Lafarge cement. There is Standard Flour Mill, also do cement, owned by the former chairman of First Bank, Oba Otudeko. You understand? So these are the things. So when people just bring all this story, and Flour Mill is still there. All of them plus Dangote brings cement from abroad and bagged in a Papa port. Before government say, no, we have to stop this thing. We can produce from ourselves. We create more jobs and we'll make more money and less importation. Will also bring the price of cement down.
Wow,
but if if any big man like as Abiola fail, they will blame Dangote. Like as Igbenidion fail, they will blame Dangote. As Arik fail, any single-handedly Nigerian business fail. Don't blame one man. Go ahead, Jonaba. I am sorry. Please go ahead.
It's okay. It baffles me in 21st century with this kind of sentiment we have against ourselves, even when there is no cause for it, just maybe because you don't like where people come from. It is belittling black race. There is nothing that Dangote is doing that any other person will not do it, even yourself that is sitting here as a businessman. So if we're going to put a businessman that have you in your own words says that, oh, is the largest labor employer of Nigerian citizens. And so to what large extent apart from the federal government? And then just because you don't want to give it the credit and you just have to go around it, you're local, you are better than this. And of course, Uncle Pansat is now here. I can't engage with him because it's coming from a dear. You are even a different category. What I'm disappointed about is okay. You can't be disappointed with Nigerians. We are all Nigerians. We just have to hang.
I feel like this guy figure personal beef with Dangote. I don't know. I'm getting that impression.
Genova, do you not understand?
Maybe he used to work in Abato refine this thing.
Genova,
that's why.
Genova, you're from Benue, so you should be conversant with Abuja things. If you know the policies they do in Abuja concerning Nigeria, how those bastards don't care about Nigerians. No pity for all these beasts, all these animals. No pity for them. You understand? What you are telling me right now, as it is now, right? Let's remove the past. Oh, yes, now one of the sabotages guy, I may agree. Yes. But I'm telling you, before you go to this place, the bridges that you've burnt, you don't know what he has done.
One of the things, I think your presentation is this.
You don't know what
your presentation is that you also have been spoiling it for others.
You don't know how he has frustrated people that they must do their life.
You see, nobody, I think we are not seeing any powers and connection. Nobody apologizes for all those kind of a thing, though. Nobody. If you know the line of business, nobody apologizes for.
That's business competition.
That is life.
There's lobbying. Lobbying is different from sabotage.
It's the same thing.
The competition is one of the It's one of the
hear
life
him
core
say
things
he
of
shot
living
somebody on
things.
the street.
Loco, were you a managing director in one of the holdings of this
No,
company? You
he
really
works with
aggrieved by this.
LMF Petrochemical. LMF Petrochemical.
You really feels aggrieved by this, like
LMF Petrochemical. I work.
Before I even go element,
It's amazing. But then I think we have a lot of work to do on ourselves in order to take the black race to the next level. And I believe that each of us, we have to have a soul search on how do we want the next generation to learn from us. Because all these things we are saying, I have looked around me, people I know far and near, who are older than me, and they have gone beyond. And my thinking is that one day I will be gone. What will be the outcome of my children and the next generation, the way we are behaving towards each other? Our biggest problem should not be ourselves. And that's why some of those people talk about Trump. I'm not his supporter, but he think he's doing what is right for his own people. In as much as you may not like the way he's saying his word. Yeah. This is, whether you like it or not, you can ask farmer and people that live in the rural area during his term, he supported them in the way he can use the system to boost them and put them above every other people. That is his own fight for his people. He may not like it, but that is reality of life. But we, the black people, oftentimes, we get upset with each other for things that really doesn't really matter. And that is not a big thing that somebody is really hindering you from making any progress. Your own word is, oh, you should not do this, or you should apologize for your influence, or you should not even be this because of where you come from. Your people have been taking money, and which is practically a lie from the pit of hell. There's no such thing. Nigeria is a place where we are all praying, and not even, I don't want to use the word praying, that we are all saying that let people have opportunity and go about their business and be creative, and let there be enablement environment where people can strive and make the most of life. So having people like Dangote, 10 of them, 20 of them, will best for us, not bad for us.
Yeah, that would have been great, man. If I don't know what other billionaires are doing. What are they all doing now?
Jonaba, talking about this Dangote, when Obasanjo do that thing, Ishak Arabi also get contract to Boasmint. You understand? It's also not going for refinery like Dangote. That's an healthy competition.
Exactly.
Boasmint, it's an healthy competition. So let's not be saying all those things.
If I'm a billionaire in Nigeria, I'll go into steel right now because Nigeria needs
the quality of Dangote product.
You see that steel? See, forefathers, one thing about any industry, you need to really know the inner workings of a particular industry to know how it works and whether you can be successful at it, which I think is the reason why a lot of all these guys like Adenuga, Adenuga is mostly a telecommunications guy now. MTN, all those things.
They are not going into it because they don't
no,
want.
it's power generation. You spend a lot of money in terms of power generation. Take for example, Dangote link is refinery all the way to LNG just to get power, to get gas. You understand? To generate his own power. Now he's spending money.
Hold on. I was just about to say that Adenuga focuses on the energy industry. He owns this. I've forgotten the name of this company he owns.
Adenuga is in the deep offshore. He also have oil well before he moved from oil and gas.
Oil and gas and telecom.
He's mainly into correct myself rather. He's mainly into power production and telecommunications, MTN. But like the thing is, a lot of
not MTN, only Glow. Glow is his last business.
Only Glow.
He was into oil and gas, then moved into banking. He bought Equatorial Trust Bank and I forget the other bank, Defcon Bank. I forgot that bank name. One bank.
You can also build a power plant. You know that is renewable form of power plant using.
No, so forefather, when you manage your own power plant, it's more expensive than the government produce provide for you. It's like you have your own generator.
But
you understand? Because now you service and maintain. You understand? It costs you more than you just pay bills. You are not doing any services.
I understand. But what I'm saying is that hold on, Triumph, hold on. We'll come back there. See, what I'm saying regarding the power plant one is that if you create a power plant, eventually to become cost effective for you when you start using it to manufacture, because one, you have cheaper labor in Nigeria. You have over all those things. And you can sell to you can sell the steel to West African countries and other African countries too. So I don't understand why to be fair, Dangote saw the business.
Problem with this entire life
Dangote wanted to do it, but
guys,
why are the others not doing it?
Should I tell you the problem
Father, most of our 1% are all more of government contractor. They don't produce like Dangote.
You can't just say power plant. There's like I can't use my hand and count. There's like 10 different types of power plants. There are some that you'll build now from day one, whether it's private or public owned by the government, it will be cost effective. There are some that you build that it will not until maybe after 5 years you recoup your money back. It depends on what is powering it. Most times in Nigeria it's gas, and in fact things involving oil and gas is not just the innovation of it, there's a lot of politics involved, which is a lot of reason why a lot of countries oil and gas does not succeed.
I think you can situate your company in a location where you can easily generate power plant. Like I think Ajekuta is not very far from the Kainji and all those water sources.
Exactly.
But do you know the capacity of Kainji? You see that steel that you spoke about now? Steel, you can browse it as I'm saying this because I can't exactly remember. But still, it requires about, I think, maybe up to 1,000 degrees Celsius of heat energy.
Yes.
Power
consumption is
exactly power consumption. Have you ever wondered why Guinea
can deal with it?
You see that country called Guinea that produces 80% of the world's aluminium. Have you ever wondered why they don't just process the aluminium?
Justin,
aluminium is one of the hardest minerals you can ever just smelt and make it into spoon. You know, at some point, Napoleon, him and his courtiers, they used to use the aluminium spoon and fork to eat their food because they saw it as class. Because back then it was so rare and expensive to smelt it, but it was easy to find.
Whereas technology is not like now.
Gold, because gold is easy. Something about gold, gold, you can get gold in its already existing form on its own, and it's easy to smelt. That's why bandits find it easy to smuggle.
So look at it now. I'm reading this now. It says a new 30 megawatt this generator at Tata Steel Port Talbot site in this. So we're talking about the UK one. 30 megawatt. That's relatively small actually when you think about
Port Talbot. That's in Wales now. I know about that place.
But isn't that the major the largest in the UK?
Listen, if you want to build plants,
it's not a lot of power really when you think about it.
The largest aluminium processing plant is in France. Look it up. It's very, very old.
What is the name of that one?
That was when Napoleon was ruling them that they built it. A lot of African minerals.
Try to be focused here. We are talking about power generation for
generation. So
you guys need to understand something. You need to know about an generation before you start talking. It still falls under the same thing. It still falls under
power generation will not give us problem. We have all it takes to generate power in Nigeria. We have the weather, we have the oil, we have the gas, whichever one we want to use.
You see refinery.
You guys are not understanding the point at all. You are saying like I changed the topic, right? By pointing out processing minerals like aluminium, all these things. They still fall under the same category. One problem is
you are making mistake. You make reference of Napoleon. You are talking when technology is not as advanced as today. Nigeria, we are rich with all these things. Our problem is just regulator. We can get wind power in Nigeria. We can get gas. We can use hydro, whichever way. We can do all these things.
Nigeria doesn't have good sources of wind power. Except
all I'm telling you, I said we have it. You don't use it as the only one means. Alternative means. That's what I'm saying.
Did I tell you about that regulator? Because it goes two ways. You might be right, you might be wrong. That regulator is not like we don't have it. I think the problem is we even have too much of it.
You see,
we don't have it.
You see, element petrochemical. We get 3 power plants for petrochemical. Now we get for the three. Now only one that they use.
Okay.
Now you see that one, so that one power plant, it go power the whole of River State and Bayelsa together. They don't blink, say NEPA take light. Only one, but they get 3. I don't know.
Okay.
I know someone this side refinery, Port Harcourt refinery. You understand? But element on 3 they there. Now only one that they've been put it on. They've shut down 2. You get my point? Why? I don't know why. And the 3 are working, but only one that they put that they're using. Only one.
Nigeria, they do some weird stuff.
Can power River State and Bayelsa. And that I know of.
And why you are not using it, you still spend money to service it.
So the funny thing is, look, even when we try to be before I go, I don't leave them. Even Jonathan second tenor, we were building when Indorama just acquired Element Petrochemical. So then that's okay since because they wanted to sell both of them, the refinery and petrochemical. So since they said refinery and Nigeria shouted, hey, everywhere rest. So they decided during what's it called when this guy was GMD, this Benin man, Obaseki or GMD.
Obaseki.
They now ran aground.
The one that messed up everything.
The Mugu guy. They now ran aground what's it called? Element Petrochemical. So that Nigerian can lose focus on what's petrochemical, what do they do, what do they do? Meanwhile, they do a lot, but Nigeria are not focusing on petrochemical; they are focusing on oil and gas refinery. So that was how Obasanjo now cornered Nigeria and sold. He did sell. He lived there for like I think 30 to 50 years to Indorama. You understand? And what they are doing in Indorama was not to function as Indorama; is just to get the ammonia products.
Ammonium.
And they produce fertilizer, chemical fertilizer. You understand? And we as a company now, we are the ones building that plants. You understand? The funniest is like the plants that they have there, they refuse to even allow you to power the new plant that we are building. We have to build our own dam, artificial dam inside petrochemical. You understand? Dig how many feet down? You understand? To put some this there so as to make no water feed to artificial dam to take power that plant. That fertilizer plant. You understand? How the country is just it make you vomit like you just poison just your leader, just poison them, give them poison, maybe they all drink, maybe they all die. You understand? Because you don't know how this is happening. You don't know why.
One thing I hate is when politics just comes in the way of
local. You already know that we hate to spend money on servicing and maintenance. So you might put those generators, whether you use them, you don't use them. Your backup generator, you still spend millions to service them. Nigeria hates that type of thing. How do you service something that you don't use?
See, Nigeria's problem.
So funny.
The truth is,
the process.
Maybe it's a black man's problem. I don't know. I think we are so impatient to wait for investments that we will start having profit or benefit
investment
in 20 years or 30 years. Like black man, God forbid, never. For what?
Then
I will not invest
because of
when I die.
Why,
then I will enjoy it.
Local, why you guys were building that plant? As at that same time, government also give Roxin contract to build the Omoku power plant. Let's just even partner with these people. You understand, for cost effective and everything. Guess what? This one no work. Roxin, Omoku plant, it no work.
This has been the perfect form of power generation for Nigeria, for Africa in general. If you look at the geography of Nigeria doesn't have plenty viable options. We think we do, but we don't really have much other than that oil and gas. The UK has one of the windiest winds of all time. I remember I was outside the day before yesterday. It blew my umbrella away. My umbrella snapped in half. That's how bad. If you know the UK now, you know UK. UK wind is the craziest in the world.
See, look,
UK can have as much offshore wind power as possible. And
you are talking about
the ones who invented offshore wind before it was onshore. People put it on the land. They said they're putting their own on water. They now found out that putting wind turbine on water actually generates.
If you know the kind of wind in Oklahoma, the kind of wind in Texas,
exactly those places in the United States.
I see Portugal. I went to Faro in Portugal. You see acres of land. What are they doing there? Solar farm solar.
Yeah. You see why we say things like that, then the problem with things like that, you see that solar farm, the disadvantage, the controversy behind solar energy is that the amount of land where you go chop,
No, hold
That
on.
land, you know what you could have used that land
See,
to do? Any
no,
the thing is,
Justin,
when it comes to energy, any form of
Justin,
energy that takes
these
away
are
so much
substitutes.
land
No,
is
see,
very,
Actually,
very
it
bad.
doesn't take away that much land. If you think about
Justin,
it,
these
it's
are
not just
substitutes.
Have you seen the one in Morocco that they put in the desert? What do you mean it doesn't take away?
That's when
Do
you
your
that's when
research.
you
Do your
used a
research.
lot. Hold on, there are okay.
So
The desert is free land, isn't it? The land is not being used for anything else.
Yeah, that's the
exactly.
You
sense
can use
behind this. Morocco knew that it's a
so
desert, so
like
they are using, they're
like
utilizing the land that was
in
not
northern
already useful.
Nigeria,
That land is
like
not
in northern
arable
Nigeria,
land.
that would be useful for northern Nigeria to do. And there are parts of Nigeria where you could tap into this thing dam. Others,
Forefathers, do you
we
understand
have
what
a
Morocco?
geothermal power plant in Nigeria which uses heat from the earth itself. So Nigeria does have diversity if they wanted to. You know,
Alternative.
they've not really done
Forefathers, should I
much
tell you
to.
the sense behind what Morocco did? The one that you spoke about. Morocco
Nobody
knew
is
that
telling
that's a
you.
desert already. Normally,
Justin,
desert is not useful now. It's
Justin,
unarable land, so they turned it into a land for
See,
energy production.
Justin,
That's the
just listen.
sense behind
Nobody
it.
is telling you that they can rely on any
On
means of
one
power.
source.
You understand? All these are substitutes. In UK,
You guys did
Yeah,
not let me finish
alternative.
my sentence.
all these are all
So
substitutes.
you guys don't
Justin,
even know what the argument is. I'm trying to say that, like, you need to understand the geography of this thing. One thing that determines a country's energy production is geography. Canada, they have
Okay.
that huge, gigantic waterfall that generates so much electricity for them. Brazil, just that gigantic waterfall in Brazil alone powers the whole country. They have other forms of energy, but that waterfall as a day, that was how the colonialists built the first energy production in Brazil. Then West Africa, we don't have that much options like that. We don't have extremely good wind. Our wind is very, very mid compared to Europe. Europe has the best winds because their weather as
Now
cold
you
as.
are sounding like one source only when we have alternative.
So you need to
The
understand that the
same Nigeria,
alternatives,
the same
the
Nigeria, even
alternatives have
look,
advantage and
when
disadvantage.
you
If you
move
think
from
that
the tropical land, you understand, to the desert. Nigeria, we have different even soil and every other
please,
thing.
Paul,
So
should I
for
tell you,
what
let me give you something. Paul, please try and do more listening than talking. No offense, I don't mean to be rude. I was pointing out before that solar energy, I can give you like 10 disadvantages of solar energy. If you think very well in your mind that solar energy will just solve Nigeria's problem. Have you ever wondered why, despite
But
the
he
fact
never
that
said
I
that
never
though.
think
He
like
never,
that. It's you that is
never,
thinking like that.
why are you
you
It's
saying
you
stuff
that is
like
thinking like that.
you're making an
I
assertion
know
that
you did
nobody
say
did.
that.
It's you that is
I know
thinking
you
like
did say
that.
it like that.
Okay,
It's not just
just
energy. You
No,
mentioned
you
oil and
said
gas earlier
you said
already.
if I listen, if
But
I think, then you are telling me
the
something.
problem,
All I'm
oh my
telling
God.
you, I said we have
Justin,
multiple. We
Justin,
can
listen,
put a
Justin.
farm
Let
in
me ask
the
you a
deep
question.
forest and put solar there.
Wait,
We
okay, wait,
can
no,
put a
Paul,
farm in the deep
hold
forest
on.
and put wind there.
Paul, hold on,
You
Paul. Let me
How
understand?
ask
can you
you.
put a farm in
Justin,
the deep forest and
Justin,
put wind? Are you hearing your own self? That's
Justin.
very impossible.
Wait,
You are. I
Justin,
know
do
that you
you
are
know
trying
how?
to. You are trying to point out the fact that yes, you can have different sources of
Wait,
energy
sorry,
in the
Justin. Do you
energy
know
mix.
We can
And
in
yes, that I
Nigeria. We
know. I know
have
that's your
gas in
point.
Nigeria. We
And
have
me, I'm
Okay,
hydro
letting
in
you know
let
that.
Nigeria.
them hash it out first. Let them hash it out. Okay,
I get
communicate
your
between
point.
both of you.
I
Let's hear
am
you.
asking you, did we have gas in Nigeria? Can't
You
we
see,
generate
you
power
see,
with
that's what you're
gas?
not. The fact
Okay,
that you
let him
said that
Can't
to
we,
answer.
me, you are not
Let
getting
him
my
let,
own
let
answer now.
point.
us
Let
do
him answer
let
so
us
that we can learn
do
something, please.
question and answer. Did we
Uh-huh.
have gas in Nigeria? Answer.
Yes, we have one of the most in. We have
Can
the
we
most
use
in
it to
Africa.
generate power?
Yes,
Answer.
yes,
Don't we have hydro in Nigeria? Can we use it to generate power, or are we
yes,
not using it to generate power?
yes,
Don't we have vast land in Nigeria that we can use solar in Nigeria?
yes.
Multiple streams. That is all I'm saying. Alternative power from different zones. That's all I'm saying.
There is
So we
also
have what it takes to power ourselves.
wave power generation that the UK tapped into
Yeah,
too.
No, that one
And
we
that's
cannot.
all I'm saying.
Things like that are new ideas and like that wave power. You cannot do it in Nigeria. Are not innovative enough. That's the facts. Chop it
you see, did you hear what I said? Hold on, did you hear what I said about that Jane Elliott research and the blue eye, brown eye experiment? When you
yes.
start saying you're incapable of doing that, it's
No,
ridiculous. I can even picture how it can be
forefathers.
done.
Let's be
Take
bluntly
your
honest.
head out of that thinking. You're a young man. There is
Nigeria that
nothing
cannot
we cannot
get their
do.
politics together, you think they can cooperate for that?
No,
Go and look
you
up
can
how
argue
they
about that. You can argue about that, but don't say we cannot do it. You cannot innovate.
Justin,
I
let me ask you a
don't
question.
see. Go
understand.
and
Justin, let me
look
ask
up.
you a
See,
question.
there's
Justin, hold on, let
politics
me
in
ask you a
everything.
question.
And go and look up how the US built their first nuclear
Wait,
power
Justin,
plant.
sorry,
You are
Justin,
Only,
trying to
sorry.
say we
oh,
cannot
The
innovate and
problem,
expect
I
to
pointed
actually
it out
innovate
before
a
that
way
the
out.
problem with our
Wait,
innovation
education sector in general.
Just let me ask you a question.
Only the waste we
If that
generate in
policy is
Ojota
still there and it's
Ogudu
an
there,
obstacle,
we
that
can
weighs
use it to
energy.
power Ogudu. That's a plus. It may not power the whole of Lagos. If you take only the waste in Ogudu there, or Jota, to power or Jota, it's a plus. That's what we are saying.
I think, Paul, you have made your point. I
Yeah,
think we
but
will not allow
the
John
problem
Abba to
is,
say much, you know.
do you know how, Paul, what you said there about energy?
Look, we are going to come to you. We have not allowed John Abba to say much. Look, we are going to come to you after. Let's allow John Abba to say something before he takes. Don't let him just make 2 sentences before you all start jumping at him. Oh. Let him make at least 3. Okay, please go ahead.
I think what Justin, you are talking about one source, and then Paul was saying you are talking about the solar, and Paul was okay. We have other alternative way of generating the power. So I don't think one source of you talk about the solar, the wind. That one is not enough, then it's okay if I go with you with that. But these are the other way we can generate. So I think case should be closed there. And you are a young man. We are trusting you guys for the future, because all things are possible. There's nothing that Nigerians cannot do. What has failed us is lack of good regulations and corruption, that even those people and people who truly don't know nothing. There are so many incompetent people in some department, but it doesn't mean the problem again is that the right people are not in the right places in Nigeria. People that don't know nothing about finance can be or know nothing about misplaced. They take science to the take economic to do science stuff, just maybe because of political appointment, and he's your godfather and you can dabble to just work everywhere. If not, we have the brain power to make anything happen in Nigeria. There's no doubt about that. So, and we are trusting that you guys can take the next generation can take Blackwood to the next level. So I think there's no limitation. There's no limitation. The only limitation that we have placed on ourselves is the way we think of ourselves, and that's why it's easy for individual to excel than a group of people. Because if I can come and hire expert to work with me instead of having the people to be a group of company that pursue a common goal that could have taken stress out of my personal thing, it is easy for me to excel by just delegate my vision or explain my vision to people. If I have the resources, hire them and finance it, come true, than to say Nigeria. And that's why Dangote is doing well. And if you look at Dangote's management, top managers, they are foreigners in most cases. And you go and look at it, mostly Indians and all of that. And not that because Nigerians cannot do it. If we go to Ghana, it's the same thing. Our people have a nonchalant attitude, and I hope the next generation can change that habit of, if you people are hired, or if you think somehow, you, instead of working together as a team to make sure that company breakthrough, what you find in most cases is that they think that they are doing you favor. And when they go outside Nigeria, of course, the system is already ready for them, structured, and you follow the instruction. But when we are in Nigeria and Black people, they are the ones that will still take advantage of their own people instead of working together as a team to improve the company and take it to the next level. And I hope the next generation will have a different approach to that kind of nonchalant attitude of I've seen in Nigerian space and every other African country, so that we can take Africa to the next level. But the notion that if somebody hire you, you are doing them favor is a mentality that African people have to get rid of it. In Ghana, if you go to Ghana and you see most of their company too, they are, even if it's owned by Ghanaian, the top management people that are managing the company are foreigners. because they can't trust them. They will steal some. If they have opportunity to steal, they steal. And this is a mental issue that we have to deal with. This is kind of behavior that we have to deal with in Africa. And it's very hurtful, even when you mean well for some of those people, they will turn around and bite you. And I hope the next generation will not do that. I have seen so many friends, I've heard of their story, know them very well in this Texas, not even too far from me, who have who went back to give back to their community, and they couldn't survive for 2 years. One opened a company, and before you know it, even though he's trying to put a security there so he will be able to watch it, know what is going on there, all of that, it doesn't work. Nigeria will turn it off. In 2 minutes, they will do a lot of damage, stealing stuff. And how is that a government that you blame for people who are desperate to the point that the integrity does not matter? It's not a stealing, it's smartness. You find a way to define such a bizarre behavior. And I hope the next generation of Nigeria will know exactly what we want, because it's like everybody is here and there. We all talk politics, talk about that. A politician can fail you based on policy. But what do we fail? Those people who come to do their private business. And in fact, in Nigeria today, China are excelling in their own business, doing it in Nigeria. But we cannot go from here. Some very few people can hire people that are very faithful. These people that you are trying to put food in their table, they have their own mindset. What kind of madness is this? How? This government don't do everything for anybody or any nation. But we have a group or a nation that want to spend more than what they earn. And sometimes I don't want to dabble into this minimum wage. There are people who live on minimum wage. Minimum wage it can be state to state, and there are people who live on minimum wage in America. The only thing we are asking is that have a creative environment where people can do whatever they can do. And sometimes people here, before they meet up, they have to do 2 jobs. We don't have anything that can keep that country running 24 hours. Not even the seaport where they're supposed to have a creative way of make sure things go fast. Everything is backward. So we have a lot in our hand, and we have to speak. The society has to focus on themselves and speak to issues. And the worst part is that, where do you teach that? Is that in the church? Is that in the mosques? Is that in the road, on the road? Where do we talk about people that this thing is not, stealing is not a way of life? And you cannot define stealing to be something else. And you say, oh, show me love. Instead of corruption, then you come there, you say, show me love. Show you love. Go get love from wherever love is. Why should you tell me on the road to show you love? They come up with those things to normalize it, because they say, Nigeria is so corrupt, and they're trying to walk away from the corruption language, but it's still, the action is still corruption. Why should I come to the airport and say I should show you love? Did I owe your love in my pocket? So we have to change all of those things, and we have to speak to bigger issues, because I believe that when all those things is in place, people can do better. People can come and establish, and many millions of Nigerians abroad are interested in doing something back home, but they're going to get frustrated by their own people.
Jonaba, have you fly Delta Airline to Nigeria?
Huh?
Have you fly Delta Airline to Nigeria?
Delta, yes.
Okay. So Delta Airline in Nigeria for the past 19 years, they have their own bridge, their own jetway, and they maintain it. That's why till today, even when they build a new terminal, Delta Airline is still using the old wing, if you notice. Because they have their own wing, they manage it. And the funny part, these people will do these things because they can talk to our government will listen in America. But do you see the way they frustrate airpiece? Just imagine where passenger will come down now from London, they put you to enter the co bus, then you walk and never that. You say, this is nonsense. But you see Virgin Atlantic, you will go through the jet bridge. So these are all the multiple layers, the things that we do to kill businesses. But when you see the multinational, the so-called Chinese, the regulator come, they can't frustrate them, say, oh, you put this zinc for your store, close the store. They close Nigerian man on. They close Chinese, they call it embassy. Embassy call this big man. They tell that person, say, how many times I don't want you, say, they stop this foreigner. If you want to do with your Nigeria, that's why you see foreigner will come Nigeria. They are succeeding in the same thing that you are doing.
Yeah.
You must be a big man to succeed in Nigeria. And when you be a big man, sometimes it make you also lazy. Because you yourself too, you start ordering. You don't think much. You just do things anyhow. So these are all the multiple layer of problem that we give to ourselves.
Yeah.
You understand? How do you give one airline a wing to manage themselves? You understand? That belongs to every other airline. When we travel in every other countries of the world, small airline, they put your this thing. Once you finish your flight, you come out. They take your name off. They put the next airline that is having flight the next 4 hours. That's how you operate. Do you understand? But one airline, but if you ask that airline, they say, we are the one that is maintaining this thing, which means government cannot maintain their own property. Private sector say, if you give me this one, I go maintain them. I promise you it will be working 24/7. It's not how we do business. So oftentimes, our regulator too, they are not so trained to also regulate. They are just there like police say, I can control you, I can slap you, I can shoot you, nothing will happen. That mindset. That's why you can see that man come out and say that nonsense that he said. You understand? Internally, if Dangote is doing something wrong, you can punish Dangote, you can suspend him, you can do anything. But coming out to say all those things is just wrong. You understand? So we are having all these little things. We call them little, but they are not as little as we think. It's going to affect us in so many ways. And you see these foreigners, they don't pay all this money that you think they pay. They understand us that we take bribe. They just bribe all the big men. That's why the country is still broke. It is even cheaper for them when they understand that we take bribe. That's why you see somebody like David Cameron will say, Nigeria is fantastically corrupt. Because their citizens tell them every day that do business in Nigeria that, oh, you can have your way anything you want in Nigeria. That's why the guy is shocked. Because now it's not like you bribe individual, you bribe government official regulators. You don't try that in abroad. You don't. Go ahead, my brother.
No, it's just the same thing, and that is a bigger problem, because if the mentality of the people is easy to say, okay, somebody did something wrong once and you said stop it and the person can stop it. But when this become a lifestyle perpetually, how do we get rid of it? Now, if we are not careful, our country will be taken over by foreigners.
Yeah, that is the one that gives me sleepless night. Because on the day of tribulation, as they say in the Bible, woe unto the mothers with children. Because there is no mercy there, no. For me, this is my mercy. When you see me ranting like a mad person now, at that time it's over. The deal is done. And that is the problem. Let's not play around. This is life and death, because the other parts of the world, they are literally preparing for war. In Europe, they are talking about this thing, what they call it, they want to recruit people now by force. They want to conscript them into military service now. In Europe, Europe-wide. These people are preparing for war. We are just here kidding around. We can't even build power plant.
Well, Father, do you hear what Trump told Taiwan last week? Trump told Taiwan that said, we can't protect you for free. It's like insurance. You have to buy your insurance policy. If you want us to secure you, you will pay. You
Countries are not doing shakara with their military now.
You can imagine. So that's why Europe too, France, Cameron keep telling them that we have to prepare. We can't depend on this America.
I have friends from Russia, Ukraine. You know what they said? They said that the male population in their country is almost partly non-existent. Now, women just full everywhere. All these boys, both entire generations of fathers and children, have died in the war front. There was a guy, there was a woman, both her son and her husband died in the war front. They were bomb blasted now. All those kind of things. If you reach that era, forget to. And the thing about Trump is a pro-American man.
I really I really enjoyed this conversation this evening, but if I follow now, by the time I go wake 3 o'clock to go work, now only me go to cry. All of them are going to laugh.
Sunday we are not even supposed to go this long. Gentlemen,
I am telling you.
Justin, Jonaba, thank you all for coming in. Loco P, as always, the troublemaker. Bad Martin Dangote for no reason at all. Because he used to work for them now.
Father, if I catch this local way threatening me, one of his dada I go see them. Only one, no.
He said he could slap you. He wants to slap you all the way from London. He wants to slap you all the way from London. That's what he wants to do.
That's why anytime when he do anything, I go show him that I say I don't see them. I don't see them.
Don't mind him. He come here to come about Batman. See, personally, I think we should just support any business. Right now, I'm so scared for Nigeria because every little thing is like I just want things to get better because things are just getting worse and worse. And I invest in Nigeria. Let's face it, if for only selfish reasons, I also want Nigeria to work. So, man, I don't want anything to happen to Dangote. I don't want anything to happen to anybody.
Father, Dionaba said so many things that touched me, but one that just make me, I just think about it. Then I think about Nduka Obiagbana, the school that he went with all the big boys, former governor and everything. Last year, they put 1 billion in the school, the secondary school that they alumni, even though Festus Kiamo is alumni in the school. Still, when I went to Nigeria almost 2 months ago, I still saw Orobo College when I went to Warri. The school is nothing to write home about. Some of us here have done O Student Association. We contribute. When you still leave the school, it's not anywhere close to standard school that we see. We messed everything that we do. You understand? All we do is excuse. You give school money, schools will lock the computer that we put in the school, the vault in the computer section for students to use. You understand? My children just play. My children didn't learn computer in the street. They learn computer in school. So if you lock computer in primary school and secondary school in Nigeria, then children will go to good private schools in Nigeria, still go learn computer in the street. It don't make any sense. You understand? School will lock computer. From lock computer, later you ask, where is the computer that we donate the other time? They say they don't thief all of them.
Yeah, well.
Big men in the school don't carry. I say this old student association, come out me there. I don't want to do no longer. So these are the things. So if we in our micro way say, let us go help my secondary school. Let us go help my primary school. Let me help. Your help just look like, it's like Buhari will say a dot in a circle. Like Buhari use that English. It's just a drop in the ocean. That's how it look. But meanwhile, what we contribute supposed to make great. So far, 1 billion is still a huge amount of money to donate in just one public school. But they've been donating all this money with all the former 2 governors passed from that school and everything. The school still don't, you understand? They donate all this money, they mess with it. So that's the type of people. Until we can manage ourselves very well, it's going to be hard, but we need to support ourselves.
We should. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming in. Justin,
thank you so very much.
See
you guys again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul. Olumide, let me play us out and I hope, let me acknowledge people in the chat so that Boom Ray, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Boom Ray. Ruru Oji, and Boom Ray, Ruru Oji, I see you there. Thank you all for joining us. Remember to subscribe to 2Naija. 2Naija is the word. Justin, if you've not subscribed, search 2Naija in YouTube and subscribe. I need every subscriber that I can get so that we can be able to share information. Pardon? The next live, so I can get notification when I am about to do live. You'll be able to be aware.
Tell them when 2Naija, one word. There's another 2Naija there that is for music.
Yeah, but my 2Naija, you can't miss it. There's another one. Let me search now. This guy, your trouble will holler too much. Let me search.
Like the one we get Bini bro.
Yes. It's at the top now. It's at the top of the listing.
Okay. So, 2Naija, one word.
Let me share it so people can see it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I am trying to get to 500 subscribers. As you can see, we are all there.
2Naija, one word.
Yeah, we are streaming there right now. 466. I'm just trying to get to 500. Subscribe if you've not subscribed. Ruru OG, please go to 2Naija and subscribe. And Boom Ray, I hope you have subscribed, and you can get notification when we are on. Pansat, Enemy of Progress. I hope you have subscribed. I'm sure Pansat has subscribed. Pansat has subscribed. Enene Emeka Go and subscribe to True Niger, and I'm not sure you have. I'm not sure you will want to, but still, just help your brother here. Ken Agomo. Ken Agomo, go to True Niger. It's just a click. It's not going to do you any harm. You don't have to pay for it. Just subscribe. I'm trying to get to 500. 500 is not a lot to ask for. I like to think. Okago TV. I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Okago TV. Subscribe to True Niger. I see Loco P there too. If you've not subscribed, subscribe. If you have subscribed before, though, don't go and click the button again because you're just going to unsubscribe you. Yeah, because sometimes they do that. They go and subscribe again. They just unsubscribe.
No, that one is oversubscribed. Oversubscribed.
Yes, they go and oversubscribe. Then they go and lose their subscription. So, Folari Ajao, please remember to subscribe. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. I hope you all have a great week ahead. In the next 1 week till we meet again over the weekend. Obviously, we are probably going to stream during the week. There's a lot of developments going on around the world. For all we know, the world will change drastically by next Friday. With God, all things are possible. I see you there. Thank you for joining us today. And remember to subscribe to True Niger. If you have subscribed before, don't bother, don't do it again. Thank you very much for subscription in the first place. We always do appreciate your subscriptions. Katie. Who answers Smith? Is that person in Nigeria? I doubt it. Smith Katie, subscribe to True Niger. You're always welcome. David ID, I see you there. Dave ID, I see you there. I appreciate you for joining us today. I am African. I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Kristen is probably subscribed, but I'm not always sure. Yeah, you never know. He will just say he has subscribed, but he hasn't. Daniel Tubb, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Subscribe to True Niger. Let me see whether anybody has subscribed. You know, whether even one person has even bothered to move at all. Oh, one person has subscribed. Just one person has subscribed when I asked people to go and subscribe. How many people have I seen in the chat session? We've got at least 10 people I've seen in the chat session, except they've already subscribed. Superman, I see you there. Superman, I see you there in the chat. You know, the people in the chat, they are on YouTube because they have to be commenting. They are not watching it on TV. So clearly, you're giving yourself away. You're giving yourself away that you're actually present and you can actually go to True Niger and subscribe. So please do that. Subscribe. It's not going to cost you anything. Superman, I see you there. Go and subscribe. Daniel Tubb, I see you there. Go to True Niger. Go and subscribe. We need all this. I need all the subscribers that I can get. And Choke. I see you there. And also remember to also contribute to the channel. You know, we have to run this channel, and there's a lot of moderators right now and a lot of professionals putting the videos together and all this stuff. So, you know, Dr. Damages has to pay a lot of people. He's not making a penny from all this. He's actually spending his own money, and we're just saying that contribute so that we can all keep having these conversations. And some of these conversations are quite interesting because it's not only about solving Nigerian problem, it's also enriching to the individuals because when they join the channel, they meet people, fellow Nigerians, they discuss problems, they meet non-Nigerians, even they're African Americans that join us, Gambians and all kinds of people that come here, Kenyans, to come and share their knowledge. So it has so many other dimensions that it enriches people that come on the panel and even on the chat to come and comment. So, you know, support the channel so that they can be able to do more for the people. And there's a lot of plans to expand some of the work that is being done here. Remember to subscribe to Dr. Damages too. And also remember to share, like and share the news. Even if you are not, you don't have the link to share, tell people about it so that they can search and find Dr. Damages and come here and come and have conversations with us. Steve 007, Steve W07, I can see you there. Cambry Bar, I can see you there. There was a time when I see Cambry Bar, I never expected anything positive to come out of him, but he's been very, very generous lately and he's been very positive with his comment. I appreciate you, Cambry Bar. Quinty A, I see you there. Never should I omit Quinty A and Nwachuku. How dare I omit Nwachuku? Nwachuku, I see you there. The Blackstone, I see you there. You're very much present and you are on the panel. So thank you for joining us. The Blackstone. Efosa Ekembo. Efosa Ekembo. I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Efosa Ekembo. Akembo. You are right, Akembo. Are you Efosa Akembo? Why? Nigerian. Thank you for joining us, Nigerian. I appreciate it. And Fumio, I dare not miss Fumio. How can I possibly miss Fumio? Fumio, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, and I appreciate you coming here and joining us every time we are streaming, as much as possible. Anyway, if for real, I see you there. You are on the panel too. I thank you for coming in. And thank you for the donation to A for Real. And Kemriba, Cynthia, I see you there too, Cynthia. I try not to miss anyone. I hope I don't. If I do, please forgive me, because sometimes you do miss people without even knowing it. Nora for me, I see you there. Thank you for coming in, Nora for me. I don't think I've seen that name before. Chevo. There's quite a lot of variations here today. Chevo, I see you there. Thank you for coming in, Chevo. We appreciate you, Chevo. Who else can I name out there that I have not said before? Oga, I see Oga is enemy of progress, but it's all right. We are all in this together. Thank you for joining us. One man went to Mo. I see one man went to Mo there. Thank you for joining us. Always here supporting the channel and talking until election comes around. Then we all become enemies again. I don't know why. Maybe we should find a way to get along even during election period. Pansat is there. I think I've said Pansat already before. Who else? I think there's no one new. So now let's go to the people that donated to the channel. I can't go that further back. Okay, there is a Tope O. Thank you for the donation, Tope O. Always supporting and hosting and commenting. She's doing it all. She's the trifecta. Thank you for joining us and for the donation, Tope O. And Kulata, enemy of progress, but he always supports the channel. But it's all good, Kulata. He's always a guy in good spirit, no matter whether I disagree with him or not. Thank you for the donation, Kulata. Young One, I see you there. Thank you for the donation to Young One. And you're often on the chat, often disagreeing with me, all right? But it's all good. It's good for us to disagree now and again, Young One. Thank you for the donation, $2. I see that. And Kulata again with another $2. And A for Real with another $1.99. I don't know why it's $1.99. How do you do that? Maybe it's this thing that they buy in this thing that it makes it $1.99. So I'm going to play us out now. And if anybody wants to join the backstage, there are only 2 people here right now. If you want to join all these people that like to join backstage in a kind of dodgy way, they will not come in with camera. They will just pretend as if they are not there. That kind of behavior, I don't know. I don't know what that kind of behavior, why they do that. They will not show up fully. They will just remain there without a mic and just be monitoring what's going on backstage. So if you want to join the backstage conversation, I will provide a link. I'm sure a lot of people are getting on with their business for the week. There's a work week coming up ahead. And I hope you all have a rich week. And I hope you have not wasted your time here, that the conversation that we've had here has helped and given you just a little bit of insight and better understanding of this world that you live in and the politics and what, ways forward to enrich our lives. So till next time, I will play us out now with our regular song that we used to end the shows. I think I do like this song because it's a little bit relaxing. It's a good way to start the week. I don't know whether we should be relaxing when we are starting the week, but it's all good. Till next time. Bye.
Onye ọma zoro obi o, akwa nwa zoro obi o, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo, mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo, akwa nwa ilochi o, biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya. Onye ọma zoro biko, abọmma watara ndasari, ịbịa wunye n'ịgwana m ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo. Maula gadani piazigo. Abamba wilo chino. Bigarafu zoro. Anawazi. Mazi wekoma. Odogu no kwerezu neka. Onyoma niga dele mo. Mazi ni piazigo. Go with the melody. You got to go where you're for. Odogu nachala noka. Is the one them nigga delemo. Olaga doni pesi good night. Mama wilo chilo bigarafuzo anabazi say onyamazoro de amama wazoro de sorry ibya muyano kwana mo ofube naro holaga doni biazugo nazaboy molaga doni biazugo Mama wilo chilo bigora fuzoro anabazi eyes Odogu kenero bikechofo Ama kwa mnika gogodia Waligwe kwelo Ikejobo belebege Hey you want So Chukwe mekalumo ike chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene Ila polife nini neme webia Kagosili na nyi na gibu nwanne wisdom megadi Kanye gi maiki kogo banya begwu Isili maxi Obu netiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọbụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị ọbamanwụ iyo biko lapụ